Chapter 1. After leaving Earth, BROLY was also a little dazed for a moment in the spaceship, not knowing where to go. In the known Dragon Ball world, the average powerhouse has more than 10,000 strengths, such as the Frisia clan is basically the strongest in the normal universe, with a combat power of over 100 million. No matter how strong it is, it only exists in the underworld, and there are also the king gods of the realm and the king of the demon realm, Dapra, who have Super 2 strength, and Majin Buu has Super 3 strength. Or which unknown corner also has some hidden powerhouse. Sighing, forget it, I don't want to do that. Let's think about how to cultivate first. I really want to be able to challenge Beerus's Master Weiss in the future. Keep going, There is another large-scale battle on the planet ahead, struggle is really everywhere. BROLY thought to himself, looking at it carefully, well, no, this spaceship is. Hehe, that's right, it's the small ship that Frisia's men and scions often sit on. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. It seems that I can encounter something interesting, and I start to come to think about it. Ha ha ha, you garbage should surrender as soon as possible. King Gula has taken a fancy to this planet, and it is your blessing to dare to resist, it is really looking for death, a cosmic man shouted as he looked at the hundreds of cosmic people who were surrounded. Phew, you shameless invaders, this is our home planet, giving birth to us and raising our home, us. The Canassians will not leave even if they die, a tall Canassar man roared out. Yes, we Canassians don't have cowards. We want to protect our planet, said hundreds of Canassa people, none of them more than 1,000. With a bang, BROLY listened to these words, and his heart seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, my own home. I see, no wonder I always have a depressed feeling in this world, it turns out that I don't have much sense of belonging to this world, even if I have a relationship with Boomer, my sense of belonging is not so strong, because I have always regarded this world as an animation, and I don't really think of myself as a person in this world. But no matter whether the world is true or not, at least I am real now. The momentum on his body suddenly exploded, well, yes, under normal conditions, the combat power has increased in an instant, since it has dragged your blessings, let's solve these troubles for you. BROLY thought. Then let you all die. The cosmic people are also on fire, and none of them have more than 1,000 combat strength, and they dare to be so arrogant. The guys who decided to solve these troubles originally planned to stay as slaves and sell them for money with the planet. Just as he was about to start, the sound of boom in the sky attracted everyone's attention, and a spaceship was landing. Hey, there are aliens here, I'm really not afraid of death, said the cosmonic, to his companions. The hatch slowly opened, BROLY's figure slowly walked down, and the cosmic people quickly surrounded BROLY. Yo! So many people welcome me, I can't stand it, hehe. After speaking, he raised his hand to the cosmic man, and a ball of energy was thrown over. No, the cosmic man exclaimed and disappeared into the explosion before it was finished. The other cosmic people immediately became vigilant, and each of them took a fighting posture. You guy, where did you come from? You dare to provoke the great King Gula under his command, don't you want to live? Asked. BROLY smiled, I'm not interested in talking to the dead. Damn! A bunch of people rushed up, and before they could reach BROLY, they were blown away by the green energy ball thrown by BROLY. The surviving cosmic people finally woke up to the fact that this was not someone they could deal with, so they took out the communicator and pressed it desperately. Well, do you call an accomplice? It's just right, I'll look for it one by one. BROLY said. Your Excellency, you better go quickly, they are too powerful, these people are just small soldiers, their leader is coming, said a Kanasa man. What a kind person, he is about to be wiped out and still thinking about others. BROLY smiled, don't worry, I will destroy them all before leaving, they are not my opponents. In the distance, 3 figures flew over and landed on a small hill not far away, it was the Gyulard Mecha unit, the mecha unit was established by Gula collecting the Northern Galactic Evil Warriors. The 3 members are the trump cards of the trump cards, and their strength is very high. Even the weakest Neds is much taller than the captain of the Kainya team, and there are really not a few strong people who can match them in the Northern Galaxy. A person? Are you provoking us? Knowing that we are under the command of King Gula and dare to provoke, he. There are many people in the world who don't know what to call if they have a little power. It's ridiculous. Nez said condescendingly and arrogantly. His tone was very disdainful. No wonder he was unhappy. The planet that could have been easily conquered suddenly heard that someone had actually eliminated a team, and he felt that his dignity had been provoked. Shaza smiled evilly, and his body exuded a dark aura. How can this backward civilization understand the horror of the mecha troops? Ignorance is the original sin, Nez and Delii, but you have to treat him well. That's nature. I can't wait. Headed Shaza pressed the energy detector, beeping to reveal its data, and the data on the frame kept jumping. Finally, the detector could not bear the excess operation and exploded. Oh! It exploded. It seems that the other party's strength is not weak, and he has to play. Shaviza was a little surprised, although this detector is not the latest, but the upper limit is also 100,000. Since the detector has exploded, it means that the strength of the guy on the other side is at least beyond the limit of the detector. Nez laughed wickedly, stepped forward and turned back to his companion and said, "This kid is left to me. It's been a long time since I've met a guy worth making a move." "Oh, don't I have to play anymore?" said Deary, with some regret. BROLY raised his eyebrows, and a glimmer of history flashed in his eyes. It seems that these 3 guys didn't take themselves in their eyes at all. Then he began to release the chi on his body, the entire air condensed, the ground began to shake, and a strong sense of oppression swept over. The face of the first Nez changed, and he put away his contemptuous look. It seems that this guy is not simple. BROLY smiled coldly and disappeared in an instant. "Oops!" screamed, and Neds realized something was wrong. "Where?" With a smile, BROLY's ghostly figure appeared behind Neds. "Neds, be careful, he's behind you!" shouted Shaviza. "What?" Neds was startled. And just wanted to dodge. "It's late." BROLY punched Neds in the back. Click. There was a crisp sound from his spine, and Ness screamed, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole abdomen protruded and folded backwards into an incredible shape, so that he was definitely hopeless. This scene happened so quickly that it was estimated to be less than a second. Both Shaza and Delii could see that their scalps were numb, too fast. He is not an opponent. His face is gloomy and ugly. This is the first time since the establishment of the mecha unit that a member has been killed, right in front of his eyes. He has to hurry up and call King Gula. Chapter 2. "Oh, did you call someone?" BROLY laughed, looking so evil in the eyes of Shaza and the others. "Don't be arrogant, don't think that you are great if you are better than the 2 of us, and when King Gula comes, you will dare to go crazy." Shaza exclaimed timidly. "Well, then I'll wait and see how powerful the Gula is in your mouth," BROLY said lightly, and the 2 of Shaviza looked happy when they heard this. "However, in order to prevent Gula from being besieged after he comes, should I take out the 2 of you first?" BROLY said suddenly, and the faces of Shaviza and the others changed again. "Ha ha ha, scare you, look at you can all go and show your face." BROLY laughed. Shaza's hearts were full of bitterness, and they secretly hated in their hearts. "Where did you come from? You are actually stronger than us, and when King Gula comes, you have to repay this shameful hatred." "Gula, I hope you'll give me a little more fun," BROLY muttered as he looked at the sky. In the previous battles, he couldn't feel the urgency of the battle because he had surpassed his opponent too much, and BROLY believed that if he could have a big battle with a master of Gula's level, he might be able to have more fun fighting. 10 minutes later, a huge and evil aura came from outer space, and the sky immediately became dull and oppressive. A short time later, a huge disk spaceship was seen landing. "Hee hee, such a huge atmosphere, Shaiza and the others are like a drop in the sea compared to him. Gula must be extremely angry, otherwise he would not have needed to be intimidating at the moment. BROLY flew up and approached the ship. The door of the spaceship slowly opened, and the cosmic mermaid dressed in combat uniforms rushed out, first clearing the surrounding obstacles. A purple figure in the middle walked down slowly, the corners of his mouth raised, and his scarlet pupils emitted a cold light like a pool of blood in purgatory. That's Gura? It's the same as in the original book. BROLY watched from afar, thinking of Gullard's finesse. In the theatrical version, after Frisia was defeated by the Monkey King, Gula led his mecha troops to Earth to seek revenge on Goku, but after the battle, Gula and his subordinates finally left their lives on Earth. Gura is said to be more powerful than Frisia and has one more transformation ability. Although there are contradictions between the theatrical version and the TV version, there are some doubts about its credibility, but since it exists, it is estimated that the theatrical version is not all made up. The main body of Gurad's body is purple, and his head, shoulders, limbs, and wrists are covered in white sandstone armor, and he has a purple tail behind him. The overall shape is very similar to the final form of Frisia, but the color is the opposite. Frisia is mainly white, with purple shoulders and wrists, and ankles. Compared to the petite nature of Frisia's ultimate form, Gula is a little more manly and, of course, looks more evil. In his usual state, he maintains Frisia's ultimate form, and this Gulad's strength is more than 1 or 2 points above Frisia's. It seems that one more transformation than Frisia should be worthwhile. BROLY became vigilant and carefully felt the aura of the lower Gula. It really deserves to be the overlord of the northern region, and the strength is unfathomable. I can finally fight happily once, BROLY thought with some excitement. Looking at Gula in front of him, BROLY's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit, a crazy battle spirit surged into his heart, and his whole body was full of blood. At this time, the battle gene from the depths of the Scion blood seemed to be activated. King Gula! Shaiza and Delii fell to their knees and said, "It's the guy over there who killed Nez, and his subordinates are not opponents." Rubbish! Gula looked cold, then stared at BROLY with a cold gaze, and then sneered, "Unknown guy, since you dare to kill this king's mecha troops, aren't you afraid of facing the wrath of this king? It's just garbage, kill it." BROLY said. A powerful aura of Gula was released, and the coercion released by Gula was immediately pushed back. There was a hint of surprise in Gula's eyes, and then his face was gloomy, and the tail behind him kept slapping the ground, snapping and shattering the hard rock face. I didn't expect that there would be a strong person like you in the world. How about it, are you interested in becoming a subordinate of this king, as compensation for killing this king? Ha, I'm laughing to death, just because you Gura, you still want me to be your subordinate. What kind of green onion are you, Gura? It's the funniest joke I've ever heard. BROLY laughed wildly. Good, you've managed to provoke this assembly, and I'll let you know what hell feels like hell. BROLY shook his head disdainfully. This level of strength does not need to transform into a super scion, and began to improve his strength. His hair changed from himself, and a golden aura appeared on his body. Whoosh! BROLY moved first, and without making any unnecessary moves, he attacked Gula directly. BROLY punched Gullard in the chest and slammed it hard, and at the moment of the attack, a hard claw tried to grab his wrist. It's a pity that it's too late, and before I can react, I was punched and knocked into the hill in the distance. King Gula, the subordinates exclaimed, and some little Rolo went over there, and as for Sha'izadara, he was even more dumbfounded, and in their eyes, the invincible King Gula was beaten away. Damn, the hill exploded and shook along with Rolo, and Gula was furious. For many years, who could have left dust on him except his father, the Kurdish king? Even his father believed that sooner or later he would be able to surpass, because he was more diligent in exercising and had developed an enhanced transformation. Gula had an infinite murderous intent in his heart. Such a person must be eradicated as soon as possible, otherwise, it will definitely threaten the rule of our clan. The two fists slammed violently, and the frenzied energy curled up in a circle of shockwaves in all directions. In an instant, Gula retreated countless distances, but BROLY stood there unharmed, and then BROLY continued to launch a powerful attack. Bang bang! Boom! Gula was smashed to the ground again. Cut! This is the Emperor of the Universe, dare to be called the Emperor of the Universe with this ability. You bastard! Gula yelled, then calmed down, smiled, and stretched out a finger and said, damn guy, I actually injured this king, one time. This king also has one transformation state. I didn't expect you to be the first person to see my full strength. Let's taste the despair of the end. As an adult of the Frozen clan, he is more powerful than Frasha, and he is also more ruthless. And BROLY's actions have completely angered him, even a little crazy, and he intends to tear the kid in front of him apart at all costs. Chapter 3. The muscles of his whole body began to tremble. Let me show you the strongest state of this king. As soon as the mighty energy gushed out, the bones and muscles of the whole body suddenly seemed to change life, and a viscous sphere shook like a heart. Every vibration made the energy keep rising, the muscles continued to grow, and the cracks on the hard shell of the sand and stone on the chest became more and more numerous, and finally cracked with a boom, and a new layer of white shell grew again. He roared madly, his face was hideous and terrifying, his eyes were glowing red, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying aura. The hard armor on his head began to deform, protruding in the direction of the back of his head, and slowly the four sharp horns of the Great Wall finally stabilized. The frenzied momentum stormed BROLY, tearing at the space around him, and Gula's men and the surviving Canisians scattered in all directions. With Gula as the center, the storm spread violently in all directions, and an open area with a radius of several hundred miles appeared. The open space, with only Gula and BROLY, is extremely clear. Everything was reborn, and the huge surging power slowly spread from Gula's body, slowly stabilizing, and becoming a huge figure full of oppression. BROLY clasped his hands on his chest and looked at everything in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement, and his whole body trembled. He could finally have a good fight. Ha ha ha, a brand new power, it's been a long time since I've unleashed it with such full force. I've kept you waiting, then the battle will start again. A gloomy voice came through the armor, the murderous gaze was full of murderous intent, and the figure of Gura disappeared with a bang. At the same time, BROLY also moved, and the same disappeared. Bang bang, fist shadows intertwined, and the two fought countless times in a second. Each time they quickly separated after the attack, because the two were so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye. They were no longer visible in the sky, only the constant fierce battles and explosions proved that the battle was still going on. Boom! BROLY was carelessly smashed backwards and hit the hill. Gula did not stop, continued to pursue, clenched his hands into fists, and smashed down hard. Boom! BROLY spat out a mouthful of phlegm and slowly stood up. Well, it's been a long time since I've been so cool, I'm so excited, ha ha ha, let's continue hee hee. The banging sound was endless, only BROLY's hearty laughter and Gula's roar were intertwined, and the strength of the two of them became stronger and stronger. Boom! Gula was smashed to the ground, but BROLY looked at him floating in the air with a smile on his face. BROLY landed slowly. Very good, your strength is very strong. I am qualified to show my full strength to face you. BROLY said. Ha 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 ha, what do you mean, you haven't used all your strength to fight? It's not funny at all. Gula laughed, but his eyes were cold. BROLY smiled disdainfully. Tell you a secret, I'm the existence that you Frozen clan are most afraid of appearing. Gula raised his strength in his suspicious eyes, and in an instant, a majestic energy burst out of his body, greatly surpassing Gula's chi in an instant. His height skyrocketed by 30 centimeters in an instant, his purple hair turned green, and his pupils had disappeared. And the Super Saiyan legendary form appeared for the first time in thousands of years. Gula finally had a shocked expression on his face, and the opponent's combat power actually surpassed him in an instant. Suddenly, Gula remembered a legend that had been passed down from ancient times by their frozen clan, but had been a joke for him, but now it seemed that the legend might be true. Could it be? You are a scion. Well, you guessed it, I'm the one you frozen people fear, and your brother Frisia has no reservations about trying to stifle an existence like me. Boom, the terrifying momentum suddenly skyrocketed hundreds of times, and the momentum that soared into the sky rose from the ground, swept like a wave of the Tibetan Sea, and spread towards the boundless void. In the middle, a powerful powerhouse with green hair and no pupils burning with billowing flames stood there, as bright as the bright moon. Super Scion! Gula clenched his fists and trembled, but he was yelling in his heart, there really is a Super Scion in the world, how can he be a Super Scion? At the same time, he also resented Frisia. Damn, Frisia, why did you take a bad action to destroy Vegeta, and there were still fish that slipped through the net. Wait a minute, Super Scion is just a legend, but it may not really be as powerful as the legend. Gula comforted herself. Why, you want to surrender? I don't accept prisoners, BROLY said lightly. Die, Gula yelled in exasperation, and the whole person disappeared in place, leaving a vague figure. The reappearance had already come to BROLY, and it was so fast that it came in an instant. A fist slammed into BROLY, but soon Gula realized that something was wrong, and the opponent didn't move after receiving his own heavy blow, as if his attack was completely ineffective. Gula tightened in his heart, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. How is it possible? You're as fast as a turtle crawling, and you're pitiful with little power, said BROLY, grabbing his hand, disdainfully. Gula was in a hurry to break free from BROLY's control, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Gula couldn't help but flash a hint of panic. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously slightly, and his face was filled with an expression of disbelief. BROLY pulled Gula past him, slammed his fist into Gula in the stomach with his other hand, and then kicked Gula out with a roundhouse kick. Unforgiving, he continued to chase after him with lightning, and overwhelmingly rubbed Gula until Gula was knocked to the ground. Damn it! Gula said with a sinister expression, and with an he endured the pain in his body and rushed to the sky. Hey, want to escape? BROLY was about to pursue, when he suddenly felt wrong, because there seemed to be a sun in the sky, one was a sun, and the other was a huge ball of energy. Humph, humph, death missile, he wants to destroy this planet. BROLY looked at the huge ball of energy with disdain. Wild child, look at how you can live without the planet. Gula laughed wildly, scions are low-grade wild monkeys after all. Actually, I really want to praise you for being the strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha. Go die. Gurad's men screamed in horror and ran frantically towards the spaceship one by one. BROLY watched the landing of the death missile coldly, stretched out his right hand to resist. And a stream of green energy gushed out from the palm of his hand, instantly resisting the death missile and quickly pushing it back. What? Gula looked at the death missile that bounced back, and along with the green energy, he enveloped him and pushed him out of the universe. No, a miserable cry, and the powerful energy carried Gula into the planet and passed through it, not stopping until it fell into the burning star. Chapter 4. Conus's star. All the cosmic people looked at the starry sky in shock. They couldn't believe that King Gula was dead, and in an instant, everyone panicked. BROLY stayed in the air, his all-white eyes glanced down coldly, his face was cold, and he said in a tone that could not be provoked, Gula is dead, leave this planet for me immediately from now on, if there are any rebels, that planet just now is your fate. King Gula is dead. The cosmic man swallowed his saliva, looked at the cold figure in the sky in horror, and the noisy discussion sounded, and most of them panicked without King Gura. These people were all die-hard Gurad loyalists, and followed Gula as a prestige. Gradually, the noise gradually calmed down. No matter what kind of mentality they had, they would never dare to stand up and offend the prestige of the victor now, and many cosmic people gradually rushed to the spaceship where they were, intending to leave the planet immediately, fearing that they would be too late and be destroyed by BROLY. And the connoisseur star's gaze at BROLY was full of fire. This is an existence that can kill King Gula and easily destroy the planet. Many of the astronauts have left in spaceships. No matter what, they need to report the situation of Gulard to the Kurdish king. The few people left behind are willing to surrender. These are all dissatisfied with the tyrannical rule of Gula before, but there is no choice but to exist. Where will BROLY manage people? Only let them follow the Kanasa people first. For BROLY, who saved his planet, the Kanasa people are extremely enthusiastic, and BROLY also shows a certain amount of kindness to these people who untie some of their knots, and they have nothing to do with it. And after a few days on the planet Kanasa, BROLY said goodbye to the Kanazars, got on his own spaceship, and began his interstellar journey again. The distant planet Kurdish King's Palace. Smack! The Kurdish king, who received the news, angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. The wine glass shattered, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Receiving the news of Gula's death shocked the Kurdish king, and he seemed to be extremely angry at the appearance of a strong man who dared to challenge and had the ability to challenge the Frozen clan. In particular, the territory of Gula is in chaos, and many planets have become independent, which makes the Kurdish king hate the guy who killed Gula to the core, and hate to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. But the Kurdish king was angry, but he was still very cautious, and the strength of the person who could kill Gula in a short time, and who could make Gula have no room to fight back, should not be underestimated, even if he had to be careful. The first priority at the moment is to stabilize the chaotic situation, and Gula will be affected even by his own territory. Someone, the Kurdish king cried coldly. Soon, a subordinate hurried in. Send people to stabilize the situation, and if anyone dares to provoke, they will be killed. And let people keep an eye on the northern frontier and come to report as soon as there is any trouble. Yes, the subordinate agreed, and quickly withdrew. The Kurdish king sat gloomily in his position, his face cloudy, and his eyebrows flashed with murderous intent in his face. Frisia headquarters. Frisia was scared. He didn't expect that there was a strong man who could kill Gula in the adjacent area. Although he didn't deal with Gula very well, but Gula was definitely above him. He withdrew all his subordinates from the planets adjacent to Gula for fear of causing conflict. Mr. Shambo, Dodaria. There's been a bit of restlessness in the area lately. Arrange for people to go down and kill all the restless. Frisia said expressionlessly. Well, how about Vegeta and Nappa come in? Asked Frisia, looking up. It's still the same, honestly carrying out the tasks arranged by the king. Nappa's big man's strength has not improved, but Vegeta's kid is strong, and he is almost 18,000 combat strength. Dodaria replied with a solemn face. Hehe, it's almost 18,000 combat power, Mr. Shangbo, Dodaria, you have to be the main one, don't be surpassed by juniors. After knowing Vegeta's situation, Frisia smiled disdainfully. The Scion wild monkey is not worth mentioning. Even Vegeta, who has the best qualifications among the Scions, is only more than 10,000 combat power, and he is still wary of the appearance of Super Scions. Shangbo and Dodaria shook their heads absently. In their opinion, 25,000 combat power was already the limit of the Scions. You must know that King Vegeta only had 10,000 combat power under normal circumstances, and he barely reached nearly 100,000 combat power by using the giant ape transformation. As long as Vegeta was not given the opportunity to transform into a giant ape, he could be completely ignored. However, the Scion, Bardock, who fought against them alone when he destroyed Vegeta, made them very jealous, and the strength of the opponent's final outbreak was really amazing, but the opponent had already died at the hands of King Frisia. The planet of the world. Not long after Gula died, he was known by the King of the Northern Realm, and the three big stones that pressed on the heart of the King of the Northern Realm were wiped out at once. Although I don't know who killed Gula, but it doesn't matter, the important thing is that Gula died all of a sudden to completely calm down the area north of the North Silver River. Can the king of the Northern Realm not be happy? But we have to find out who killed Gula. It's better to see what kind of person it is. Reaching out to investigate, he soon learns that a man named BROLY has killed Gula, and finds out that BROLY is now wandering around the universe. And the king of the Northern Realm also decided to take a good look at what kind of person this BROLY was, and if he didn't have an evil heart, he invited him over to discuss the rest of the matter. In this way, without BROLY's knowledge, the king of the Northern Realm began to pay attention to BROLY's actions. Chapter 5. In the universe, in the 2 years since BROLY killed Gula, BROLY has been looking for masters on various planets to challenge, and BROLY has won all of them. On this day, as usual, BROLY's ship flew to a planet that seemed to have a lot of green vegetation. After landing, I felt strange. What was going on this planet? So cold, so much greenery, it shouldn't be. Shuttling through the forest, a man-made civilization base appeared in front of the distant lake. Well, cosmic man, could it be that this planet is occupied? Thought to BROLY. A huge figure more than 2 meters tall walked out of the base, with green skin wrapped around its head, looking very old, and the armed soldiers next to it looked respectfully. This is probably their head. BROLY took a closer look and soon found that although this old man was very old, the power contained in his body was extremely huge, almost half the strength of Gula's third form. Who is this old man? BROLY wondered. When did the Northern Galaxy have such a powerful person? You must know that Frisia has maintained a combat strength of 530,000 for more than 20 years and no one dares to provoke it. Such a person should not be unknown. Hurry up, how long will it take for this planet to be transformed? Asked the little head to the old man who looked like a researcher. This, judging from the information, is a bit difficult. What, isn't this your job? King Slug is already old. We must move quickly, the little head said hurriedly. Hey! The old man in front turned around. The little boss also reacted. Ah, King Slag, the villain means. Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the energy projectile that came out of the tips of Shrag's fingers. Tell me, what's going on? Asked Slag. King Slag, it will take about 10 days for the planet to be transformed. With a whoosh, the old man who spoke was killed by Slag again, and asked the next one, you say, how many days? Yes, just 3 days. The old man said tremblingly. Sirag nodded, pulled out a number of pills and ate them, anti-aging. Hearing this, I still don't understand. This guy is the Slag who appeared in the theater version. Slag is an evil Namek, and he is a rare super Namek. The king of the world thinks he is better than Frisia, but now it seems that he should only be more powerful than Frisia's third change of normal, far less than Frisia's half of his strength. But now it's bad luck to run into himself. Although it shouldn't be as enjoyable as fighting with Gula, it's also a good opponent, isn't it? I want to play BROLY and instantly appeared in front of Sreg. Who are you? Are you a reptile left over from this planet? BROLY laughed. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are going to die soon. With that, he swooped at Slag, punched him in the face, sending him flying, and then caught up again, grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground, which slammed into a huge crater. Srag quickly got to his feet, his face grim and roaring, damn it, I want you dead. After speaking, he was ready to attack. Swish sound, and Slag's subordinates rushed out of the base who heard the movement. King Slag, it's too late. Several leaders knelt down and said. Slag said impatiently, get out of the way, don't get in the way. BROLY said lightly, since you're here, let's all die. After speaking, a bunch of green gas bombs were thrown in his hand. And a large number fell in the explosion of bang bang. Shrag said disdainfully, useless waste, and with that, his body curled slightly, and he rushed towards BROLY like a rocket. Grabbing the punch that struck him, he fell backwards and kicked Slug into the air. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Slag's mouth, and he stopped his upper body, and before he could catch his breath, BROLY instantly appeared above his head, clenched his hands into fists, and slammed them on his head. Ah! Slag slowly rose, his eyes full of anger. It's so powerful, it seems that I have to show all my strength, prepare to die. Slag's body continued to grow, and his combat power began to grow, instantly increasing by more than 3 times, reaching 28 million combat power. After Slag's enormousness, he laughed maniacally, although he was beaten badly before, but now that he has shown all his strength, he should be victorious. BROLY looked at Shrag, who was smirking wildly in a bored manner, and suddenly lost interest in continuing to fight with Shrag, and quickly raised his chi. Purple hair and golden aura appeared, and his chi surpassed that of Sirag a lot in an instant. This! How can it be? Cold sweat flowed down, and he soon woke up to the fact that this damn boy in front of him was definitely above him in strength. Before Slag could escape, BROLY vanished instantly, appeared in front of the huge head, struck countless times in an instant, and finally kicked him hard. Shrag fell down with a bang, and the gigantic also lost its effect and became the norm, and then BROLY instantly grabbed Shrag and threw him into the sky, and then a huge energy bomb appeared in his hand, hitting Shrag, and it exploded with a boom, and Shrag was completely wiped out by this energy bomb. The planet of the world. The king of the Northern Realm has been paying attention to BROLY for the past 2 years, and he feels that BROLY doesn't want evil people, so he decided to invite BROLY to the king of the realm. Seeing that the battle of BROLY was over, the king of the realm sent a voice with his mind, "BROLY, I am the king of the realm, do you hear my voice?" BROLY raised his eyebrows, "King of the North, what is he looking for me?" and asked, "King of the realm, do you have anything to do with me?" The king of the Northern Realm said, "Well, because of the Gula you killed 2 years ago, can you come to the Nether King?" Hearing what the king of the world said, BROLY didn't think much about it, and said, "Okay, I'll come over when I have time." After hearing this, the king of the realm said, "Then you should take the time to come over as soon as possible." BROLY said that he understood, and then put the spaceship in the space ring and teleport back to Earth. Chapter 6. The home of the Western Dubuma. Boomer sat on the living room couch as usual, hot coffee on the coffee table at hand, and she was a little bored watching the boring bubble drama on TV. "Hey! It's not interesting at all." Boomer propped her chin and seemed to be stuffy. Picking up the remote control and turning off the TV, Boomer collapsed on the sofa a little lazily, staring at the milky white ceiling. "When I come back in 2 years, we'll get married," repeated over and over in his mind the promise he had made to BROLY when he took her. Boomer scratched her hair and said with some irritation, "BROLY, that stupid man, wait for you to come back. See how I clean you up." On the couch, Boomer tossed and turned, always thinking about things. Finally, I sat up, walked to the bookshelf, pushed open the glass window, and took out the photos inside. In the photo, she and BROLY were taken together in a playground during their trip around the world. Both of them were full of bright smiles, and they looked very sweet and happy, enough to make many people envious. Boomer gently stroked BROLY's face in the photo with her slender fingers, and the touch was so kind and familiar. "How nice it would be if you weren't a warrior, just an ordinary person who looked like me." Boomer sighed, feeling that BROLY was so unreal in her life, like a dream, as if it could be shattered at any moment. Putting down the photo, Boomer knew that he was thinking too much, and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. At the moment when she turned around, a familiar face was clearly reflected in her surprised eyes. The man standing in front of Boomer was BROLY, who she had been waiting for 2 years. BROLY looked at Boomer with a smile on his face and said softly, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Boomer was at a loss to feel the comfort brought by that strong arm, and felt the warmth and touching brought by the long-lost embrace. A tear flowed from Boomer's eyes, endured the inexplicable bitterness and smiled aggrievedly. "Stupid, you're finally back." 1,000 words came to his lips, and only a complaint full of joy remained. Boomer buried her head in BROLY's chest, and the two stuck together as if they wouldn't separate. Boomer! Broly called softly in Boomer's ear. Boomer closed her eyes tightly, feeling that the reality of this moment made her emotions overwhelmed. "I'll propose to you when I get back from the King of the North, okay," said Broly. Hearing this, Boomer shuddered, opened his eyes in disbelief, and stared at Broly's eyes that showed true feelings. "Well," Boomer replied shyly, and then suddenly asked, "How long will it take you to get to the king?" "Well, it won't be too long, and I'll be back in a day's time," Broly replied softly. Hearing this, Boomer hugged Broly tightly, happily leaning on Broly's chest. After a while, Broly gently let go of Boomer and said, "Boomer will go over now, wait for me to come back." Boomer looked at him quietly and helped him straighten his clothes. "Then you go early and come back early, I'll wait for you at home." With that, he kissed Broly on the cheek. Broly nodded, and then found the god's chi and disappeared in front of Boomer's eyes. Chapter 7 Temple of the Celestial Gods. The gods were in the temple as usual, and Bobo was sitting outside on a blanket, holding bird food, and many small birds landed on him to eat. Well, Broly appeared at the temple. "Hey!" Bobo asked, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here, and what was the matter with you?" Broly said, "Well, my name is Broly, I came to find the gods, and asked him to send me to the underworld, because the king of the realm is looking for me." The surprised voice of the god came, "What is the king of the realm looking for you? You say you are the king of the realm," said the god of heaven appeared in front of Broly, with a look of surprise on his face. Broly nodded and said, "Yes, if the gods don't believe it, they can contact the Nether King to see if what I said is true," and the gods quickly contacted the king of the realm and got the king's approval. The god was surprised, "I didn't expect you to have such a creation, so you and I should come." Broly complained in his heart, "The king of the realm is looking for what kind of creation? A few cold jokes can bribe people. It's definitely not good to look for me." Broly walked towards the gods, and when Broly said to his side, the gods activated the unique abilities of the gods, and with a bang, they appeared in the underworld, and the gods and the king of Hades said that the king of the netherworld had summoned, so they sent Broly to the Snake Road. "Broly, I'll send you here, you can go by yourself," Tenjin said. Broly nodded. The snake path is connected to another space, surrounded by yellow clouds, as far as the eye can see, like Wang Yang, and there is a small spherical star at the tail of the snake path. After perceiving it carefully, there was a strong chi in the distance, with a combat power of about 16,000, teleporting, and swishing to appear on the Realm King. Of course, it turned off its own gravity first. An obese figure is sleeping on a wicker chair, with bubbles bubbling from the tip of his nose from time to time. Ping pong exploded one and another popped up. A little gorilla tilted its head and looked at Broly, who suddenly appeared, before reacting, and yelling "Whoa!" turned to run away. Broly's figure flickered, and he stood in front of Bulus. Seeing that the person just now suddenly appeared in front, Bulus waved his hands in panic, the corners of his mouth were grinning, and he screamed, but his body had been caught, and no matter how he broke free, he couldn't escape Broly's hand. "Don't worry, laughing fellow, the king of the world came to me," Broly said. The laughing orangutan stopped struggling at Broly's words, and screamed at the Realm King. Ping pong, another bubble exploded, and the king of the northern realm yawned and stretched up. Broly looked at the legendary king of the realm, feeling extremely unreliable. "I saw that the king of the world was wearing small round sunglasses, 2 whiskers growing on his chin, and 2 long antenna-like things on his head, and his bloated figure was wearing wide black clothes with the words King of the World printed on them." "Oh, it's Broly, you're already here. And Babare, what's going on?" the king of the northern realm exclaimed. "It's nothing, I moved over in an instant when I got to the underworld. As for the orangutan, it's nothing," Broly said lightly, putting the orangutan down. "Teleportation, you're amazing," exclaimed the Realm King. "Nothing. "What the hell are you looking for me?" BROLY asked. "Actually, you should know a little bit about it," the king of the realm said with a serious face. "In the northern galaxy region under my management, there are 3 extremely powerful guys. They are brutal and inhumane, they are complete villains, they use force to suppress those who resist them. Countless planets have been conquered by them and reduced to purgatory on Earth, and many planets have completely disappeared into the universe. Their existence is a disaster for all the planets in the entire North Galaxy, but their strength is too terrifying, and no one can subdue them. But it wasn't long ago that you, BROLY, actually killed one of them, which is really exciting," said the Realm King with some excitement. "After this incident, the Frozen clan has relented, but their rule has become more brutal. As the King of the Realm, can you grant me a request?" the King of the Realm asked. "Are you going to let me kill the Frisia father and son now?" said BROLY. The King of the Realm looked at BROLY with expectant eyes, and BROLY deliberately said because he wanted Sun Wukong to deal with Frisia and the others, "Frisia is not my opponent, but the Kurdish king is completely invincible now." "That's right." The Realm King's tone was a little low. Seeing this, BROLY was a little unbearable, and said, "Don't worry, the King of the Realm, when I have enough strength in a few years, I will destroy them." The King of the Realm said, "Yes, anyway, they have ruled these regions for so long, and it is not bad for these years. Then wait a few more years." BROLY said, "King of the Realm, is there anything else?" "If there is nothing else, I will go back first." "Well, the King of the Realm, you can come to my wedding when you are free. I will get married soon, hee. The King of the Realm nodded happily. "Okay, you're getting married, then congratulations first, I'll go back then. Take care of the king, and goodbye to Barbaras." BROLY waved his hand, and the teleportation disappeared with a whoosh. "This kid has an astonishing strength and potential, and it won't be long before he becomes a powerhouse that will move the entire universe, and the Frisia clan won't be arrogant for long." Chapter 8. Bomi's figure appeared on the temple of the celestial god. When the god saw BROLY returning, he asked, "BROLY, have you met the Lord of the Realm?" BROLY nodded and said, "Well, I have seen it, I just came from the Realm King." After hearing this, the god nodded with a smile, "God, there's nothing to do, I'll leave first, I'm going to get married soon, and the family is busy, if you don't have anything to do, come to my wedding together." The god smiled, "Okay, I'll go with Bobo then." BROLY nodded when he heard it, waved his hand and flew to the nether. Originally he wanted to teleport back to Bomana, but when he thought about it, "No, I'm about to propose to Boomer, I don't even have a ring, so I still ask for an egg," while flying to the nether, while looking for anything in the ring that can be exchanged for money. In the past 2 years, BROLY has wandered around the universe, and has collected a lot of good things and put them in the ring, and after a while, there will be a shiny blue gemstone on his hand. Well, just take one to the jewelry store to exchange money, and then buy a ring, and then buy a bouquet of roses, hee. Soon BROLY flew to the western capital, found a place where no one landed, and walked towards the jewelry store. After arriving at the jewelry point, BROLY took out the blue gem, let people identify it and changed it, a lot of money, and then bought a diamond ring in the jewelry store, and came out, and then ran to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of roses, and put it in the ring when no one was around, and then teleport back to Boomer's house. BROLY came to Boomer with a rose in his hand. "Boomer gave it to you." Boomer happily took it. Then I saw BROLY take out a box from his body, and looked at the ring in the box. Boomer, who knelt down on one knee and said, "Boomer, marry me." Boomer covered his mouth excitedly, tears rolled in his eyes. He was excited for a while. After a while, Boomer nodded and agreed. BROLY was very happy when he stood up, took Boomer's hand and brought her a ring, and then hugged Boomer tightly. After the night, Boomer called everyone to inform everyone of the news of his engagement to BROLY and the news of BROLY's return, and everyone was happy for Boomer and congratulated Boomer, so everyone rushed to Boomer's house to have a happy gathering. In the large courtyard, there are oval tables for banquets, on which a variety of dishes are held. At this time, Klin, drinking tea, Tianjin rice, dumplings, turtle immortals, lan chi, and others have arrived, but the last to arrive is Sun Wukong and Kikai. However, everyone looked at the child curiously. When Wukong introduced his son Sun Wuhan, everyone sighed for a while. I didn't think that I hadn't seen him for 5 years. Wukong has children. This day everyone is talking about the situation of 5 years. Don't meet again. These people talk to each other endlessly, expressing their thoughts. And the joy of reunion again, as well as the happiness of Boomer and Broly's engagement. After the meal, everyone gathered together again. Wukong also sighed, saying that after getting married, there was not so much time to practice, and only now did they adapt to 100 times the gravity and Klin, and they have trained hard for 5 years, and they have adapted to 30 times the gravity when drinking tea. Klin has adapted to 40 times, and Tianjin rice has adapted to 50 times. And everyone has made great progress because Broly has given them motivation. Everyone had a great time. Just as everyone was leaving, Boomer told everyone that she would be married to Broly next month, and hoped that everyone would come to attend, and everyone congratulated them again, and then they all went back. Chapter 9. Time flies by, and a month later, the bustling western capital, the streets and alleys can be described as full of traffic. There are hovering cars flying in mid-air, and cars that keep honking their horns. In short, the hustle and bustle brings a bit of lively atmosphere. And today, that is, Broly and Boomer are engaged. It's disgusting, this road is always so congested. A stubble-faced uncle drove a truck, poked his head out of the window, looked at the long line of cars with no end in sight, and cursed viciously. In the car next to the uncle, a man in a suit and leather shoes nodded approvingly. Everyone is rushing to the road. If you follow the rules, it is estimated that it will be unimpeded a long time ago. Yes. Uncle Beard nodded, looked at the man and said, "Have you heard the news from the news this morning?" The man in the suit looked at Uncle Beard suspiciously, and asked a little puzzled, "Did a major life event happen?" "Hee, Miss Boom Irma, the daughter of the Magnum Enterprise, is getting married today." Uncle Beard laughed excitedly. "Oh," the man in the suit became interested and asked, "Is it today?" Uncle Beard affirmed, "That's right. Part of the reason why this road is so congested today is because many people are planning to go to Miss Boomer's wedding." Just when the two were talking eagerly, in the clouds above their heads, 3 light and shadows like jet planes quickly crossed the sky and flew towards the end of the long line of cars. "What's that?" said the man in the suit in surprise, pointing to the fleeting flash of light and shadow, with a funny expression. Uncle Beard looked in the direction pointed by the man in the suit, but found nothing, and looked at the man in the suit with some doubts. "I just saw 3 rays of light, and they flew over quickly, as if there were 3 people." The man in the suit explained awkwardly, but when he said this, even he wasn't sure if he was wrong. Uncle Beard smiled, "You must be dazzled." "Maybe." The man in the suit shook his head slightly and sighed. Just in the distance, 3 figures flew like 3 blurred rays of light, flying at speeds beyond common sense. "Tianjin rice, dumplings, let's go to Broly's wedding. Do we need to bring some gifts?" Drinking tea in casual clothes, with chic long hair, flying in the windy air, looking at the passing partners beside him, said with a smile. Tianjin Fan, as always, was wearing a close-fitting cultivation uniform, and his face with 3 eyes stared ahead, and after hearing the words of the tea, he replied, "I don't think so, neither Broly nor Boomer are so picky." At this moment, Boomer's house, although it is not colorful, but the atmosphere is lively and joyful. Starting from the gate, the red carpet is rolled out all the way, allowing the visitors who come to say goodbye to pass. In the wide courtyard, the robot in charge of household chores is constantly busy, shuttling between people from time to time with fruit bowls and snacks. The servant was responsible for receiving the guests and arranging for everyone to be seated as soon as possible. It was not yet 10 o'clock in the morning, and the courtyard of Boomer's house was already crowded with people, all relatives and friends from all over the world who had heard the news, as well as some partners of cooperative enterprises. "That's a lot of people," said Clin, whose bald head stood out in the crowd. And he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the crowd around him. And beside Clin, there is a turtle fairy in a suit, and it is rare to dress up seriously. He wears sunglasses, but stares at the young girl who has bare thighs in the past. "Clin," a voice came into Clin's ears. Cling looked around, and finally looked at the source of the sound, only to see the Monkey King's family waving to them. "Wukong, you're here too." Clint and the Turtle Immortal squeezed into the crowd and came to Sun Wukong and his family. "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, and then glanced at the crowded scene around him. "I didn't expect so many people to come to their wedding." While a few people were chatting, a servant approached. "May I ask, you are the Monkey King, Mr. Clin?" the servant asked respectfully. Sun Wukong and they nodded, and the servant said, "Then please follow me," and then turned around and led the crowd to squeeze out, and Wukong they didn't think much about it, and squeezed out with the servant's pace. The servant led the crowd out of the crowd and came to the living room of Boomer's house. The lighting in the living room is particularly beautiful today, and the rows of sofas specially arranged on both sides have caused everyone to be surprised. "This is where the wedding really takes place," Oolong said as he stood up from the couch and explained to everyone. Sun Wukong and Kling glanced at each other, and finally understood the purpose of the servant who brought them here. Chapter 10. Sun Wukong glanced at the guests who came to participate in BROLY and Boomer in the real sense, but found that the people who came to congratulate were some familiar faces. "Celestial, Mr. Bobo, are you here too?" Sun Wukong just glanced at it, and found that the god from the heavenly realm had come to attend BROLY's wedding in person, and couldn't help but come over to say hello. Tenjin smiled and nodded. "Mr. Bobo and I heard that BROLY is getting married, so we will definitely come to participate." Sun Wukong also smiled. After chatting with the gods for a while, Sun Wukong walked towards the sofa and waited for the wedding to begin. And at this time, the god inadvertently found someone, which made him startled, because that person was none other than the Lord of the Realm who was in charge of the entire galaxy, and just wanted to go over to say hello, but the King of the Realm shook his head at him, and then said, "Don't tell anyone who I am, remember that I am just an ordinary guest who came to BROLY's wedding today," and when the god heard this, he nodded busily and looked away. Why are BROLY and Boomer so slow? All the guests waited for the two protagonists of the wedding to appear. Sun Wukong sat in a free position, with the god on one side and his wife Kikai on the other. "Really, this situation reminds people of the scene when you proposed to me, Wukong." Kikai thought about the past, snuggling on Sun Wukong's shoulder with a happy face. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly at the gods on the side. "Ladies and gentlemen," a loud voice came from the front desk, and everyone looked over in unison. "Prepare your warm applause and welcome this pair of lovers who are about to enter the newlywed palace." The host's passionate voice, like a fuse of enthusiasm, ignited the atmosphere. Applause erupted, and the sound effects rang out at the right time. Under everyone's attention, BROLY walked forward in a white suit with a charming smile on his face. Boomer, on the other hand, was in the direction corresponding to BROLY, wearing a white wedding dress, and walked slowly to the right-hand side of the host. "Two newcomers, do you have anything to say to each other?" The moderator held up the microphone in his hand and handed it to BROLY on the left. The guests sitting in the banquet under the stage, looking at this very compatible couple, all gave blessings to applause. BROLY took the microphone from the host's hand, thought about it for a while, and then said, "Today Boomer and I finally have a lover and finally become married. Thinking back on the bits and pieces, there is still a dreamy feeling. I hope that Boomer and I can live a happier life in the future." After speaking, he handed the microphone to the host. At this time, Boomer looked at BROLY excitedly and happily, and the audience burst into applause of blessings at this time. At BROLY's wedding, under the repeated coaxing of everyone, BROLY kissed Bulma in public without reservation. After that, Mr. and Mrs. BROLY were in full swing according to the wedding matters. I didn't think that BROLY was also married to BROLY, so BROLY could bear Boomer's brutal temperament. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Just as all the guests were talking and laughing and commenting on the new couple of BROLY and Boomer, the host coughed into the microphone in his hand, which lifted everyone's spirits. "Mr. BROLY, would you like to marry Miss BROLY?" The moderator handed the microphone to BROLY. BROLY glanced at Boomer, who was wearing a white wedding dress and was dressed very beautifully today, recalled the past experience in his mind, and said slowly, "I do." This voice "I do" made Boomer's emotions high-pitched and moved. The host followed the same tone and handed the microphone to Boomer, who was the bride. Boomer looked at BROLY affectionately and said slowly, "I do." BROLY and Boomer hugged each other tightly, enjoying the wedding atmosphere. Bang bang! I don't know who took the lead, and the wedding scene resounded with warm applause. The blessings in the applause, whether it was BROLY or Boomer, were taken to heart in the process of listening. Mr. BROLY and Miss Boomer have gone through their teenage years, through their youth, and they are about to usher in happy and sweet married life. The host used a passionate voice to drum up the rising wedding atmosphere at the scene. The wedding march sounded, and the men and women who finally came together, with the silent blessing of these partners, walked on the red carpet and walked towards the future road of life. Chapter 11. Half a year has passed since the wedding, and BROLY and Boomer's lives have returned to peace. And the partners who finally got together also went their separate ways for their own ideals after attending the wedding. And in the past 6 months, BROLY has accompanied Boomer and spent half a year happily in the world of the two. The early morning sun bathes the spacious family in a field of golden colors, and Boomer's mother hugs a cute cat, sipping juice and smiling and chatting with her husband. As for BROLY and Boomer sat on the swing and dangled it, not like a couple, but like a couple in love. At this moment, a crisp phone ringing disturbed this beautiful and warm picture, and Boomer got up and went into the house to answer the phone, and when Boomer came out, BROLY just received a call from Clin. "Let's go to the Turtle Fairy house together, are you going?" BROLY smiled and said, "Okay. Let's go together." Boomer and BROLY said hello to Boomer's parents, and then went into the house to clean up, and after cleaning up, they said goodbye to their parents and drove the flying machine to carry BROLY towards the Turtle Fairy house. The blue waves are like washing, the sky is clear, the vast blue sea, there is no edge at a glance. On a small island in the middle of the sea, there is a small house standing alone, wave after wave of splashing, rushing to the edge of the island. A small flying machine descended from the sky, stopping and lagging behind. Boomer and BROLY walked down from above, and Clint and the Turtle Immortal, who had already heard the movement, came out from inside. Seeing Boomer, the Turtle Fairy's eyes lit up. "Tisk, this girl doesn't know how to raise it for half a year, and she is becoming more and more feminine. This skin, this body, it's too tempting, thinking like this in my heart, but there is a different situation on my lips. BROLY, Boomer, you two have a good life as husband and wife in the past half a year." Kling next to him also made a fuss, and Boomer was a little shy at first, and then changed his vicious appearance and said, "What's the matter with you?" After the four of them entered the house, everyone hadn't seen each other for half a year, and they all sighed for a while, quite emotional. The four of them talked about the situation in the past 6 months, and after a while, Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wuhan also joined in, and several people talked to each other, expressing their thoughts in their hearts and the joy of reuniting again. Irish Card Farm is a small chicken farm with a small scale but a very good environment. Today the weather is unusually refreshing, the owner is humming a song and basking in the grass in the farm, everything is filled with a harmonious atmosphere. But I don't know that in the distant edge of the Earth, a circular meteorite-shaped spaceship, piercing the atmosphere, rubbing the air current, dragging the long tail of Mars, under the action of gravity, fell straight from the distant sky at an unparalleled speed towards the farm. In less than 3 minutes, the spaceship smashed to the ground, and the huge kinetic energy with monstrous momentum slammed into the ground fiercely, making a huge roaring explosion, splashing a large cloud of smoke, and the ground also shook for a while. After a long time, the breeze blew, and the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing the scene inside. The farmer on the side, who had already been frightened, carried a shotgun in his hand, trembling and approaching, and was instantly stunned. A huge pit with a radius of 50 meters, a metal ball lay quietly in the pit 10 meters deep. Wisps of white smoke slowly rose from the surface of the metal ball. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opened. Raditz stepped out of it, slowly rose, walked out of the deep pit, stepped on the ground, looked at the weak human beings, and his face turned pale. Sure enough, the natives of this planet are still alive and well. Kakarot, do you really live well with the humans of this planet? Have you forgotten the dignity of the Scion, the strongest warrior in our universe? Thinking of Kakarot, who is a Scion, and living in harmony with the Earthlings, thinking of the dignified Scions, who are actually mixed with those natives, Raditz was extremely angry in his heart, turned on the detector, searched for it, and Raditz rushed into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 12. On the island of the Turtle Fairy House, Sun Wukong and other former friends are talking eagerly, while little Gohan plays with the turtle. Goku, Gohan should have a Dragon Ball on his head, right? Boomer asked, glancing at the orange-red beads inlaid on the top of Gohan's hat. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, yes, those are the 4 planets left to me when my grandfather died. I really miss the days when I was looking for Dragon Ball with Boomer and Oolong. Boomer smiled slightly, as if he also thought of the scene back then, and sketched out the fading picture in his mind. At this moment, Broly and Wukong glanced at each other, and Wukong even burst out of his eyes with 2 lightning-like lights, and the whole person became sharp, judging from the Monkey King who was talking and laughing just now. Broly, Goku, what's wrong? Boomer noticed the change in the expression on Sun Wukong's face. She knew that something must have happened, so she asked with concern. Hearing Boomer's question, everyone's eyes followed Goku and Broly's eyes, and they saw that there seemed to be a light and shadow in the sky that was rapidly approaching here. Oh, it's coming. It's so slow. Broly said lightly, and then said to Wukong, Wukong, this is here to find you. Broly joked. After everyone heard it, they all looked at Broly suspiciously, but Broly smiled, don't look at me, when the people arrive, everyone will know. Seeing that Broly has no interest in explaining, everyone has to wait for the arrival of that person. A gust of cold wind blew, and in the surprised and curious eyes of everyone, the person who came fell lightly and stood firmly in front of everyone. The man was dressed in a strange outfit, with a murderous smell of blood and a glasses in his right eye, and the man who had come out of the plane and killed the peasant. Quiet. After a brief silence, Sun Wukong and the mysterious man faced each other, and the two looked at each other. The mysterious man sneered and said, finally met, although you have grown up, I recognize you at a glance, Kakarot. Hearing the 4 words of Kakarot, Goku also remembered Broly's words just now, and finally knew what Broly meant by what he just said. Goku came back to his senses and asked, who are you? Raditz was a little angry, I don't even know me anymore, forget it, let you remember, after all, you will need to do a lot of things in the future, and then said loudly, you are not a human on this planet at all, you are a Scion born on the planet Vegeta, known as the strongest fighting family in the universe, and I am your brother Raditz, do you understand? Scion, you're Scion too? Boomer said in surprise. You actually know about Scions, I didn't expect our Scion to even know about the remote planet Earth. Raditz was a little proud. It's not really. It's just that Broly said that he and Sun Wukong are both Scions. Boomer said. Broly, well, there is a Scion on Earth, but what about the others? Raditz asked in some surprise. Goku, let's get rid of this garbage character, let's go inside and eat. Broly chuckled, his eyes full of disdain. Hearing Broly's words, Raditz burst into rage. "Bastard, dare to look down on me, prepare to die." After speaking, he glanced at the detector and found that the maximum combat power was only 850 points, so he immediately scolded disdainfully, "Garbage." He disappeared in an instant, punching BROLY. BROLY looked at Raditz, who was rushing towards him at the speed of a turtle, yawned, and threw a punch in his hand, after which Raditz flew upside down. He didn't believe that the garbage whose combat power was almost 1000 points lower than him, and he could lose his combat effectiveness with one punch. At this time, Raditz was lying on the ground and could not move, and his mouth could not hear and cough up blood. Because he was Goku's brother, Goku didn't want to kill him, and finally listened to Broly's words, tied his tail, and sent him to the temple of the heavenly god to be imprisoned. Before being sent to confinement, Raditz told them that in a year, there would be scions who were many times stronger than him, and they would come to Earth to help him avenge him and kill everyone, and Kling listened and said, "We have Dragon Balls, we can be resurrected, and we will not die." Raditz smiled, "Thank you for giving me such important information." Distant planets. Vegeta and Nappa had just taken the planet and were sitting on a barbecue. In the darkness, Vegeta chews on an unknown piece of meat in her hand, and an octopus-like alien creature lies beside her. Nappa's huge body sat aside, his fingers tapped on the energy detector, a mocking smile appeared in his rough cheeks, and he turned to Vegeta and said, "That Raditz guy is really useless, he actually let people be captured on a low-level planet like Earth." Vegeta frowned slightly, was a little displeased, and said, "I didn't expect the Earthlings to change their combat effectiveness, and the Earth should be a medium planet in terms of combat effectiveness." Nappa nodded, "It seems that the intelligence gathering was wrong." "Vegeta, what are we going to do next, to save Raditz?" "What is the value of saving Raditz's waste? It is a shame that as a scion was captured by the Earthlings." "We can't just leave Raditz alone, right? He's a scion anyway, and we don't have a lot of scions anymore," Nappa said hesitantly. Now the number of scions is very scarce, and although Nappa doesn't look down on Raditz's strength, he is also a scion after all. "I don't care if Raditz lives or dies, but I'm very interested in that thing called Dragon Ball on Earth." Vegeta was a little excited. Nappa said, "Yes, it seems that any wish can be granted." Vegeta said, "Let's go to Earth now. How about collecting the Dragon Balls and making a wish for immortality, so that you can enjoy the battle forever?" Nappa also smiled, "Hee, I see, it's worthy of Vegeta." The two sat on the spaceship, and in a trance, gradually went into a state of hibernation. Two beams of light pierce through the universe and march in the direction of Earth. On Earth, Monkey King sends Raditz to the temple, where he is guarded by Bobo. Although Wukong's combat power is now very high, the gods still sent Wukong to the underworld and went to the Realm King to practice. Big took son Gohan to practice, and soon discovered Gohan's potential power, and was extremely surprised. Chapter 13. Time passed, and Klin and the others, who learned the news, also started their own cultivation, and a year passed quickly. At the same time, two streamers of light from outer space streaked across the dark starry sky, gradually approaching the solar system, and striking towards a blue planet in the orbit of the solar system. The small fragments of the meteorite collided head-on, but they were all blocked by the protective shield held up outside the aircraft, and the slightly larger ones were directly smashed into pieces and flew out in all directions. Then the aircraft entered the atmosphere, and the friction with the air slowly turned the aircraft into two scorching fireballs, dragging a long tail behind it, dragging the long tail like a fire snake, revealing its hideous fangs. Two fireballs streaked across the sky and flew towards the bustling city. In the middle of the city, a busy day begins, and passers-by and passing vehicles notice the fireball falling from the sky, and they dodge it after realizing the danger. Boom! Two loud bangs rang out, and the earth shook violently, and two large craters appeared not far from the bustling city. In the suburbs, the smoke of dust and dust fills the air. The movement of the people was very fast, and curiosity prompted many people to drive to the impact point, and in a short time the impact crater was tightly enclosed. Some of them looked at the white sphere in the middle of the crater with great interest. I didn't know that danger was approaching little by little. Click. The door of the aircraft opens. Vegeta and Nappa stepped out, then slowly floated. It's a person, someone is coming out of it, someone shouted. Who are they, and how can they fly? The people said in panic, then hid in the car, lit the fire, started it, and ran in all directions. This is the Earth, isn't it good? Said Nappa, who landed on one foot and looked at the fleeing crowd. Let's say hello first, hey. Nappa said, Vegeta, whatever, don't be too forceful. With AHA sound, Nappa's fingers suddenly lifted upward, and a huge energy suddenly gushed out from the ground. Boom! A violent explosion rose into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and in an instant, the wide field was destroyed, and all the small lives living in this field were wiped out in an instant along with the field. The astonishing chi was instantly sensed by the warriors on Earth, and everyone began to gather together. In the midst of the smoke, Nappa and Vegeta stepped out of the smoke. Haha, I accidentally greeted me a little warmly. Nappa laughed with his eyes open. Vegeta was impatient. It's important to get down to business, first find the person who captured Raditz, and then force out the news of the Dragon Ball. Nappa nodded honestly and turned on the detector to probe around. Well, there are several forces here that are above 3,000 in combat, and the highest has reached 4,500. No wonder Raditz was captured. Nappa's face became more solemn. It's a little capable, let's go first. Vegeta was disdainful, and the two began to fly at breakneck speed. Vic, Klin, drinking tea, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Gohan felt the arrival of Chi. Begin to be prepared. Looking at Vegeta, Nappa, and Vic looked serious and asked, although I don't want to say more, I still want to make sure that you are Scions. Nappa looked at Vic, suddenly remembered something, and asked Vegeta, hey! That kid is a Namek, right? Vegeta said, I see, no wonder Raditz was arrested, it turns out that there are Nameks. I've heard that the Nameks have magical powers, so I guess you made the Dragon Balls. Kling looked at Vic in shock, Vic, you are also an alien. Vic gritted his teeth, but was extremely shocked in his heart, it turns out that I am a Namek. Nappa, even if you're a Namek, you're not much better than a bug in my eyes. Humph, several people put on a fighting pose. Looks like you want to die, Nappa, don't you still have a few cultivators, take them all out and let them open their eyes. Vegeta ordered as if he were a commander. Good idea, just let the cultivators fight them, hehe, the geology here is good, you can grow good cultivators. Nappa slapped his head and laughed, and then planted a few cultivator seeds in a clearing, and quickly dropped a few drops of green catalytic liquid. After a while, several cultivators broke through the ground, and one by one they surrounded Vegeta with teeth and claws. Vic and a few others looked at the cultivators, and Kling was surprised, what is this, it's disgusting. Vic said, be careful, these things are not bad. The cultivators were easily wiped out by the people who had increased their strength. Okay, I can see that my hands are itching, it doesn't matter if the cultivators are all destroyed, I'll kill them all now. Nappa spat on it, and the total destruction of the cultivators still made him very unhappy. Alone? Vic wondered, I'll be enough for Uncle Nappa alone to deal with you. Narpa said arrogantly. Very well, take the opportunity to kill one first, and the remaining one will be much easier to solve. Vic thought to himself. The two sides began to face, you come and go, there are many figures, under the colorful Qigong waves, the aftermath of the agitation continues to spread, the wind radiates from the center, and the aura makes the air more thin and fragile. If ordinary people are here, it is estimated that even breathing becomes very difficult. Vic suddenly stepped back and said, "Get out of the way, magic light killing cannon." Several people dodged, carving insect skills. Nappa was about to use his body to hard. Beep, the detector chirped sharply, and the data displayed on it suddenly changed. What? 8,320 combat power. What the? Nappa was shocked and quickly tilted his head, still leaving a scar on his face. Nappa was angry and began to get serious, and the few people who had been quite equal before began to have the upper hand, but they were still struggling to hold on, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Beep beep. The detector detected the arrival of powerful energy again, and Vegeta was surprised. What is this energy? Bic and a few others also felt it. That's right, it's Sun Wukong. Oh, this kid Kakarot is finally here. I thought he wouldn't dare come. How is it possible? The combat power has exceeded 32,000. Vegeta was shocked, and Nappa was also extremely surprised. Without Vegetado to say, Monkey King has appeared in front of them. And at this time, the battle is also on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 14. At this time, Broly was directly above Vegeta, holding a chicken leg in his hand and nibbling on it, while watching the battle with great interest. At this time, Vegeta saw Wukong's 30,000 combat power and knew that he could only use the giant ape, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the appearance of the giant ape after transformation is ugly and barbaric, it is a great weapon of the Scions, and it is very effective before 100,000 combat power, and it is less if it exceeds 100,000. Hey, where's the moon? Vegeta looked around. It doesn't make sense, there should be a full moon at this time, right? Don't. Damn Kakarot, did you destroy the moon in advance? Vegeta's forehead was bruised. Do you think I'm out of line with this? He didn't know that the moon was destroyed by the turtle immortals. Using some gas, soon a bright artificial moon spawned on Vegeta's head and was thrown high into the air. Then Vegeta called out to Nappa and pointed upwards, and the two of them quickly turned into huge apes more than 10 meters high. The transformation of the giant ape was completed, and the combat power of up to 220,000 was already present, and the powerful momentum was crushing towards the surroundings. When he saw that Nappa and Vegeta had turned into giant apes, Broly knew that it was time for him to die, and he thought of this. Broly instantly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at Broly and cleared the tension they had just had. Broly, why are you here now? Clint complained. Well, I've been here a long time ago. It's just that I've been watching the battle from above. Well, these two gorillas are not something you can deal with. You guys stand back, and then said to Goku, Goku, Vegeta will be handed over to you. I will solve the orangutan called Nappa here, and the rest is up to you. Goku looked at Vegeta and Nappa, who had turned into gorillas, and suddenly remembered what his grandfather had said. That's what happened. It's me, the Yukai, who trampled Grandpa to death. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Packing up his mood and pulling away from a certain distance, Sun Wukong performed a super large turtle school Qigong, and the sky blue Qigong wave rose into the sky, blasting towards Vegeta. Just as Sun Wukong was playing the turtle school Qigong, Broly also moved, disappeared in place in an instant, and reappeared in front of Nappa, and then punched Nappa, and was hit in the abdomen by Broly with a boom, and then fell down directly, and his body changed back, and the person had fainted. It's amazing, we can't help the guy with a lot of effort, he solved it with one punch. Kling and the others thought. At this time, Wukong's turtle school Qigong also hit the giant ape, but the turtle school Qigong that hit the giant ape had no effect at all. The giant ape was enraged, and in addition to slapping it, it let out a long cry, and then a high-powered energy squirted out of its mouth, like a straight column of water, endlessly. Damn, what a tough opponent. The gap is huge, and Sun Wukong is not an opponent at all, so he can only keep dodging. Suddenly thinking of the weakness of the tail, Sun Wukong moved. A dodge flew in front of Vegeta, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at each other, and then laughed hee hee. Vegeta instinctively sensed something was wrong. Sun Fist! He put his hands on his forehead and roared, and the blinding light of the sun shone brightly, stinging Vegeta's eyes for a moment. The giant ape clenched its eyes and let out a roar of pain. Excellent opportunity! Without further ado, Sun Wukong hurriedly used a flat disc Shi blade and cut it at the thick tail of the giant ape. Whoa! The tail hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. My tail! Vegeta felt a rush of pain as she began to lose her strength and quickly returned to her human size. Vegeta, who later recovered to an adult body, was not Sun Wukong's opponent at all, and was quickly knocked to the ground. Later, as in the original book, Goku let Vegeta go, and everyone went back, while BROLY sent Nappa and Raditz to the King of the Realm to take care of. BROLY then teleported and appeared in the Kames Enya. Chapter 15. A group of people were in the Turtle Immortal House, and when they saw BROLY coming back, they all gathered around, and BROLY looked at Sun Kong Guadao. Wukong, your strength is still too poor. What? Sun Wukong was surprised, and Kling and the others also looked at BROLY in surprise. Do you think I'm joking? Humph, you'll know in a little bit more than Vegeta. BROLY said. Sun Wukong and the others listened to BROLY's words. Bic and the others were taken by the gods to practice on the King of the Realm, and occasionally used Nappa to try their moves, and Sun Wukong increased the cultivation of gravity. BROLY took Boomer around, and at noon that day, Boomer was eating at Boomer's house. BROLY. Suddenly there was a sound from the detector. The voice is Great Elder Namek. Great Elder, what's wrong? BROLY asked, thinking to himself, is Frieza gone? BROLY, I feel a destructive force coming, and I'm afraid that the Namek star won't be able to survive this catastrophe. The Great Elder sighed. I see. But, Great Elder, why don't you use Dragon Balls? BROLY asked. No, it's far beyond my capabilities, and the enemy is not something Bolunga can deal with. The Great Elder shook his head and said. BROLY was entangled, and said, it's not to deal with the enemy, you can let Bolunga find a suitable planet and migrate over when it's critical. The Great Elder said slowly, this is indeed possible, but as a last resort, I don't want to leave Namek, this is my hometown. Niru, go to the villages and collect the Dragon Balls. Great Elder, the overall migration is the last resort. I'll be here then, too, and maybe Namek will be able to avoid this disaster. However, I have a few friends who have great strength and will come together, hoping that the Great Elder will be able to bring them to their potential when the time comes. BROLY said. Yes, you can. Boomer, BROLY, who just sent the news. Ah, it's the Namek Star Elder. In a few days, I may have to take Goku and them to visit Namek, you can wait for me to come back at home. BROLY said. In this way, BROLY has been accompanying Boomer to have a good time at home for the past few days, while Wukong and others are also practicing desperately. Planet Frieza headquarters. The spherical spaceship landed, Vegeta slowly walked out, and the battle on Earth made him feel extremely humiliated, and he was actually surpassed by a mere low-level warrior. If Kakarot hadn't let him go, he would have really died on Earth. Damn, if I can become a Super Saiyan! Vegeta roared angrily in her heart, then no matter if it is Frieza or anyone, it will not be his opponent. As long as you become a Super Saiyan, your pride can continue to be maintained. He believes that he is the best qualified fighter in the history of Saiyans, and that he is the only one who can become a Super Saiyan. Ah, isn't this the Prince of the Saiyans, Lord Vegeta? Why didn't Raditz Nappa follow him, wasn't he killed? An arrogant voice rang out in the hallway. Vegeta recognized the person, it was a cosmic man named Chu Yi with two fleshy whiskers on the corners of his mouth, and his combat power was the same as his previous 20,000, and he had always been at odds with himself, but he would have been able to kill him a long time ago if he really fought, if it weren't for Frieza. Vegeta was dismissive. Feeling Vegeta's contempt, Chu Yi said arrogantly. It's really useless to return the Scion Prince, but thank you for the news from Earth. King Frisia has gone in to find some Dragon Ball. Vegeta was furious. What? Frisia is going to find the Dragon Balls, but the evil Dragon Balls are mine, I won't let you succeed. Vegeta rushed out of the headquarters, boarded the spaceship, and flew towards Namek, secretly hating in his heart, I didn't expect the detector news to be obtained by Frisia, damn it. In the Frisia spaceship, Lord Frisia, Chui reported that Vegeta just sent out the spaceship without permission again, as if she was going to Namek. Dodoria said. Oh, Vegeta is going to Namek, too? It seems that he also wants Dragon Ball to get immortality. But Vegeta's repeated actions on his own behalf were too disrespectful to me. Frisia said with a cold expression, go and call Kai and kill Vegeta. Hehe, Chui and Vegeta have always been at odds with each other, he must be happy to do it. Dodoria sneered. Then it's decided. Frisia's scarlet eyes shone inexplicably, and she said indifferently. Chapter 16. A few days passed quickly. Earth. BROLY found Sun Wukong and found that under the gravity practice, Sun Wukong had nearly 200,000 combat power under the normal state, and the maximum combat power of the outbreak had reached 1.2 million. I was amazed in my heart, and sure enough, when there was pressure, I made rapid progress. Straightforward explanation of the meaning. Do you want to go to Namek Star to meet a stronger opponent? Sun Wukong agreed straightforwardly, and then teleport to the Realm King, although several people practice extremely diligently, but except for Vic's combat strength of nearly 40,000, everyone else is hovering around 5,000 to 6,000, after all, Earthlings, non-combat people, it is impossible to improve a lot in just over a month, and the Beck combat type Namek Star gene seems to have been turned on, and it has improved very quickly. I talked to the King of the Realm about the situation, talked about the ability of the Great Elder of Namek, and asked if there were any masters who wanted to trigger potential and see more powerful masters, but they all went. With Sun Wukong and the others, they launched an instantaneous movement, and their figures flashed, and BROLY and the others had already appeared in the Namek Star Great Elder village. Except for BROLY, several people looked around, looking at the green plains and sighing. Wow, is this the Namek? There are grasslands as far as the eye can see. Even the sky is green. What a miraculous trick, it actually came from the earth to Namek in the blink of an eye. Is this Vic's hometown? The composition of the air is about the same as that of the earth. Looking around, Sun Wukong found that Namek was only a rare species compared to the earth, and there was no difference between the others. Vic stared at his hometown, which can be said to be the root, and said in a low voice, is this my hometown? There is indeed a taste of nostalgia. Looking at a few people, BROLY said, get ready, wait and see the Great Elder of Namek. The Great Elder is the most respected existence in Namek, so pay attention when you meet, let's go. Walking into the village, he greeted the people he knew around him, and walked until he walked to the somewhat dilapidated building in the circle and said, the Great Elder is inside. The door opened, and out came a Namek, who looked like Vic. Hey Niru, long time no see. BROLY greeted. Niru didn't say much, and said lightly, Great Elder, please come in. BROLY, who knew Niru's temperament, said helplessly, his name is Niru, he is the Great Elder's guard, and he is also the strongest warrior of Namek, and his personality has always been relatively cold, so let's come in. Vic's expression was solemn, this Niru is very strong, and he deserves to be the strongest warrior in Namek. Inside, BROLY, welcome to Namek, I sense that you're getting stronger. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, and what greeted them was the broad body of the Great Elder. Everyone was taken aback, and they couldn't stop their mouths in surprise, the Great Elder's unusually large body brought them a great shock. BROLY laughed, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, these are the warriors of the earth, I hope you can help them channel their potential. The Great Elder sensed I feel that they all have a righteous heart. Well, who will come first? Sun Wukong looked down and stepped forward. Great Elder, I'll come first. The Great Elder put his hand on Sun Wukong's head, and a light blue light began to emerge from Sun Wukong's body, and Sun Wukong only felt his pores dilated, and an extremely pleasant feeling came. Vic and the others looked at the Great Elder and were extremely surprised. They didn't expect the Great Elder to improve so much with just one press of Sun Wukong. The Great Elder chuckled, "Strong potential, are you also a scion?" Sun Wukong felt the strength in his body, and he was extremely shocked. "I didn't expect myself to be so strong that I was a little scared." Hearing the words of the Great Elder, he hurriedly respected, "Yes, I am a scion who grew up on earth." The Great Elder nodded. BROLY looked at Sun Wukong, and thought secretly, "Very good, the combat power is close to 3 million, just wait for Frisia to come. Sun Wukong, don't let me down." Next, drinking tea, Clin and others also stepped forward to trigger potential. Several people felt their strength. It's amazing, definitely more powerful than Vegeta who came to Earth at that time. The Great Elder looked at Vic. "You're the kid who was sent away when the climate changed, right? Come here, kid." Vic stepped forward with some excitement, and the Great Elder said, "Child, don't you mind if I look at your past, right?" Vic was a little different, but nodded anyway. As soon as the Great Elder's mind moved, Vic's past appeared in front of the Great Elder's eyes one by one. "Well, it's a child of Kadaz. I didn't expect it to be split into two because of a little evil. It's a pity, if it was a complete body, maybe it would have been able to. Hey, I've probably understood that although you're out of evil thoughts, you're no longer a demon. Okay, I'll unleash as much potential as I can." Soon, the potential was developed. "Is this my power? It's so strong." Vic was pleasantly surprised, and BROLY also praised, "Definitely more than 1 million. The Great Elder said tiredly, "You are not a complete talent, you can only trigger these." The Great Elder leaned back in his chair tiredly, and although opening up his potential did not hinder his lifespan, it consumed physical strength and spirit. BROLY asked Wukong for a fairy bean. "Great Elder, this is a fairy bean, eating it can restore the body's energy. It's an amazing thing, I actually regained my strength in one fell swoop." The Great Elder sighed. BROLY's face also became serious. "Great Elder, the enemy is coming to Namek, it's better to leave. In this battle, the news of Dragon Ball spreads, and it is estimated that there will be no peace here." The Great Elder nodded and said, "Well, it's time to use the Dragon Balls as well. Niru, summon Bolunga." Niru put 7 huge Dragon Balls on the ground. "Come out, Bolunga." The sky quickly darkened, huge dark clouds gathered, golden light shuttled through the clouds, a dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the huge figure of Bolunga appeared. "This is Namek. Dragon? It looks so scary." Kling shuddered. "Say what you want, anything, just 3. Pol Unga Road. 3 wishes, only 2 are needed." Niru said, "First wish, please find a planet suitable for the life of the Nameks, preferably in a remote place uninhabited." "Got it, it's easy." Belenga's eyes lit up red. "The second wish, except for Earth, Bic, is to transfer all the Nameks to the new Namek." Then all the Nameks on Namek vanished. Has migrated to new Namek, and since the Great Elder was sent away from Namek, the 7 Dragon Balls that Bolunga turned into after fulfilling his wish also followed. "Okay, the Nameks have left, and the enemy is coming, are you ready?" Chapter 17. Sun Wukong and the others looked serious. "This battle, whether it is life or death, I will not help. Whether it is life or death, you can only rely on your own strength to decide. Okay, now you don't have the confidence to stand up, I will send you away." BROLY said lightly. "Except for Sun Wukong, everyone else has blown up, no wonder, like the Earthlings Clin, their strength has increased a lot, basically above 20,005, and the highest Tianjin Rice has a combat power of nearly 30,005, which is higher than Vegeta's when he first came to the earth, and his confidence is bursting one by one. And Vic is even more outrageous, and the combat power is almost close to 1 million, which is a force they can't think of. Hehe, it seems that everyone is very confident. Okay, I'll go first, wait for you to prepare to fight the enemy. BROLY Road. Namek. Soon, a huge circular spaceship began to descend. The hatch opened, and hordes of spacemen jumped down, and Frisia floated in his special egg-shaped flying machine, followed by the bloated monk Dodoria. It's really a prosaic planet, Scout, let's find out if there's any value in developing it. Dodoria, how strong is the life on this planet? Frisia commanded lightly. Dodoria pressed the detector, and the lenses began to flash a flurry of data. Hey, what's going on? There are only a few life forms reacting, and the combat power is actually close to 30,000 above 20,005, this, Dodoria said a little nervously. Frisia nodded, oh, there are actually a lot of more than 25,000 combat power, Dodoria, it looks like we have to call the Kainya team. How's the investigation going, detective? A horse-faced scout stepped forward. King Frisia, there are no special minerals on this planet, and they are of little value. Really, it seems that it only deserves to be a prison, this kind of rotten planet is everywhere. It seems that after finding the Dragon Ball and getting immortal life, let's celebrate it as fireworks, Frisia said lightly with a cruel glint in her eyes. Dodoria, you and Mr. Shangbo sent their men to search for the Dragon Balls, and when the Kainu team comes, we will look for those lives to see if they have Dragon Balls. I'm just waiting here for your good news. Shortly after Frisia's arrival, another small circular ship sliced through the starry sky and struck the ground of Namek, filling the air with smoke with a loud noise. Vegeta quickly flew out of the ship. This is Namek, I'll make sure I find the Dragon Ball before Frisia. With that, Vegeta began to search for the Namek village. What's going on? Why is there no one in every village? Vegeta was in a hurry. How did he know that the Nameks had moved to other planets? And at this time, as in the original book, Chu Yi, who ignored Vegeta the most, obeyed Frisia's order and was about to kill Vegeta, but because Vegeta's combat power increased, he was killed by Vegeta in one move. After killing Kaiui, Vegeta continues to search for the village, hoping to get the Dragon Balls. Where have all the Nameks gone? Have they all taken refuge? Or is it bad to say, those guys must have taken the Dragon Balls with them? Vegeta roared. At this time, Vegeta was in a very bad mood, and had the urge to kill, and then flew up with a roar, and flew to the next destination with a hideous face. However, after flying several places in a row, he did not find a single trace of the Namek, and after calming down, Vegeta knew that the hope of the Dragon Ball was slim, so he still imagined how to escape Frisia and save his life. Not daring to stop, Vegeta flew in the direction of his own spaceship at great speed. At this time, Frisia's Kainu team arrived at Namek, met with Frisia, and received the order to kill Vegeta, after which the 5 people chased in the direction of Vegeta. Soon they caught up with Vegeta, who landed on the ground and took a fighting stance. The leader Kainu said, I said Vegeta, you took the wrong medicine, and actually betrayed King Frisia, don't you know that without King Frisia, you can't accomplish anything? What did you say? Vegeta was furious. Forget it, although it's a bit cheap, but let's spend some effort to get rid of you. Kaino waved his hand. The other 4 were anxious. Captain, don't bring such a cunning one, let me go. Among them, Gudu was the most anxious. Captain, let me go, I have a holiday with him. There's really no way, then you guess the boxing, whoever wins will go. Keenan rode. That's great, the dead man cheered and began to guess the punch. Vegeta's heart was on fire, and in the end it was Ligo who won. And although Vegeta's combat power has improved a lot, he is still not an opponent of Li Jiao, and he was soon seriously injured, and when Li Jiao was about to ask Gudu to come over and kill Vegeta, "Ah, are you the villain Frisia's subordinate? Your strength is very good. Why don't we fight you?" A hearty voice came, and Qi Nu and the others raised their heads in amazement, only to see several figures appear in sight. Vegeta looked up in astonishment and was shocked to see that it was Sun Wukong, Bic, and others. Vegeta was extremely sad and indignant in her heart. The planet was destroyed, and there were only a few people left, with the pride of the prince, working under the enemy Frisia, not hoping to accumulate strength in the battle to surpass Frisia, but unfortunately even Frisia's men could not be defeated, and they had to defeat their own subordinate warriors to save them. How could they be willing? "Kanyu people, someone is here again, and now they are all playing. Come and guess the boxing, and distribute." And the idiotic behavior of several people angered Vic, and the magic light shot directly from his fingers. Kanyu sensed something bad and hurriedly flashed, while Jace and Bart didn't reflect and were killed directly, and Gudu was lucky, because he was too short, so he was fine. Vegeta's face was shocked, and the rest of Team Kinnet looked a little panicked. And although Kanyu also looked flustered, he was constantly thinking about Klin's strength, and he saw that Klin, Tianjin Rice and others were average in strength, and it was useless to exchange bodies, and then looked at Sun Wukong. This red-clothed one can't see the depth, and it doesn't seem to be too powerful, but this Namek is good, just change him, and if you change it, you can sweep the others. Qi Nu had a smug smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, swap!" Kai Nu roared excitedly, and a yellow light came out of his mouth and headed straight for Vic. "Well? What is it?" Vic was puzzled, but his subordinates were not ambiguous. Red light flashed in his eyes, and when he activated his magic power, the light was directly stopped. "Bad!" Kai Nu was shocked. This Namek is too powerful to be exchanged. Damn, where did this monster come from, and the Nameks can be so strong? Want to escape? Bastards who set foot on Namek, let's go to hell. Vic's fingers flashed with lightning, and a terrifying and surging energy spurted out. No. Qi Nu let out an unwilling roar, and the powerful and terrifying energy penetrated his body at once. Gudu and Li Jiao were so frightened that they trembled and didn't dare to move. Vic turned to look at them. "Since we're a gang, let's go together." After many years of showing off his might and doing evil, it was a pity that before Namek could do anything, the Kint team was wiped out. Chapter 18. When Frisia received the news of the demise of the Canute team, he was very angry. He did not expect that someone here would dare to challenge his authority, and with a bang, the wine glass in his hand turned into powder. Then he said in a low voice, "Go to where Team Canute met Vegeta." Dodoria and Shangbo also sensed Frisia's anger, and although they were shocked by the disappearance of the life information of the Kinnet team, they still carried out the orders of King Frisia. Flying rapidly, soon coming to Sun Wukong and the others, Frisia glanced at Vegeta, who was standing on the side of the seriously injured, glanced at Sun Wukong and his gang, and slowly landed. "Did you kill the king's special combat team? It's good that you dare to provoke this king, since you want to die so much, this king is still willing to fulfill you." And it was Vic who stood up first, and Vic snorted coldly, then disappeared in place with a brush, appeared in front of Frisia, and punched Frisia. Frisia stretched out his claws and grabbed Vic's fist, but after all, he was still a step slower, and was hit in the abdomen by Vic's punch and flew out. The next moment, Vic appeared in front of Dodoria and Shangbo, kicked out 2 feet quickly, and kicked both of them out, probably helpless. And Frisia was even more angry, but his heart was vigilant, although the blow just now had the element of a sneak attack, but he didn't have time to react. This kid is by no means an ordinary person. In the face of such a person, the normal combat power is already stretched, and it is very dangerous. He didn't want to be killed because he didn't give his best effort, so he decided to transform. Yikes! Frisia let out a loud shout, his battle suit was torn, his body began to become huge, and the two sharp horns on his head also bent upward, and his chi almost increased nearly 3 times. In the distance, BROLY continued to watch the battle. And Clin, drinking tea, and the others were very surprised, and Vic was even more shocked, because he didn't expect that his anger would rise so much in one transformation of Frisia. After that, just like in the original book, Vic was quickly defeated. Gohan watched Vic be beaten, and the anger in his heart exploded all of a sudden, and a huge force appeared on Gohan, and then kicked Frisia away and saved Vic. Vegeta on the side was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Frisia actually had such a huge and incomparably powerful force, but on the other hand, it made him ugly. He didn't expect that even Kakarot's son had such a powerful power. And at this time, the Scion Prince's self-esteem flares up again. Although you are better than me now, I will soon be able to surpass you, because I am the Prince of the Scions, and no Scions will be allowed to compare me. And Frisia was even more angry. He just wanted to crush these people to death now, and he didn't think about fighting after the second transformation. He decided to use the ultimate form, absolute power, to kill those who dared to go against him. Ha 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 ha, I want you to see with your own eyes the ultimate power that is more terrible than death, so that you can know what it is like to be in hell. Keep your eyes open, Frisia sneered. After saying that, Frisia gathered his strength again, and although his chi increased, Frisia's appearance also changed again. With a loud roar, a desperate energy surged out. Kling and the others trembled as they stared at Frisia, who was transforming. Soon the surging energy stopped growing, and a petite white figure came into view. I'm sorry, I used a little more time. After all, I did a second strength improvement, and now it is my ultimate form. This is Frisia's ultimate form? It looks so much cuter than just now. Kling was surprised. This tells you to know from now on, don't judge people by their appearance. Vic said nervously. Sun Wukong's face was also a little serious. Let me come. Slowly stepped forward and confronted Frisia. Chapter 19. Frisia had no expression on his face. His ruthless eyes glanced at everyone coldly, and then he stretched out his finger and said touch in his mouth. A purple-red energy beam shot towards Sun Wukong, and the speed was so fast that only Sun Wukong could see it. Sun Wukong stretched out his palm and waved it hard, and the beam of light that shot at him was shot off the trajectory, and hit the small mountain peak on the side. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the small mountain peak became ancient, and a strong wind mixed with gravel rushed to his face. Frisia was also surprised, and actually flicked away the energy beam he sent with one hand, and then looked at Sun Wukong carefully. Well, I seem to have seen this guy somewhere, and then remembered a figure. It turned out to be him, the guy who resisted to the end when he destroyed the planet Vegeta. Vegeta, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed ha 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 and said, Frisia, be smart and go all out to fight him, this guy. That's what you're most afraid of. Super Saiyan. That's right. He is the legendary strongest warrior in the universe, Super Saiyan. He. Frisia, you're finished. I can't believe you'll be where you are today. Frisia's face changed, and he directly pointed a beam of light through Vegeta's chest. The speed was so fast that even Sun Wukong didn't have time to stop it, and then said disdainfully, You should know, Vegeta, I hate others making meaningless jokes the most. Hey! Vegeta is completely incapable of resisting, so you don't need to kill him at all. Sun Wukong shouted to Frisia. Super Saiyan, it's just a boring legend that has no meaning. Who told him to remember that legend? What about me? I hate brainless people the most. Frisia said coldly. Vegeta stared at the eyes and fell, coughing up blood non-stop, and said to Sun Wukong with a weak breath, Kakarot. You. What kind of benevolence and morality are you talking about there? Aren't you a Super Saiyan? Big stupid. You have to be ruthless. Don't be naive all the time. I know you have a way, and you're going to be able to become Super Saiyan. But Sun Wukong doesn't agree with such a statement, and he doesn't know anything about super science. Super scion is, cough cough. Before he finished speaking, he kept coughing up blood from his mouth, and Vegeta also realized that he was running out of time, and he didn't explain the super scion to Sun Wukong again. You listen carefully, Kakarot. You. With the hometown where I was born, the planet Vegeta. It was not destroyed by a huge meteorite, but by Frisia, and we Scions have always been faithful to act as his lackeys and obey his orders, even if there is no merit. But he killed all of us. Your father. And my father died at his hands. Just because he was afraid that he didn't know when he would be born among the Scions. Unknown Super Scion. You got it. Bye. Please. Handful. Frisia. Kill. Please. Avenge the Scions. Vegeta swallowed his last breath. The haughty Scion Prince shed his last tears of dignity before he died, and solemnly begged the low-ranking warrior he had always looked down on, and asked him to use the power of the Scion to defeat Frisia. Sun Wukong said firmly, Vegeta, you can go with peace of mind, although I hated you very much before, but you didn't lose your Scion dignity in the end, don't worry. Frisia, I will definitely defeat him with my own hands. But Frisia sneered, another boring person, every time I see you show your compatriot love there, I can't help but want to vomit, garbage is garbage, and you can never create a legend. I don't care if I'm a super scion or not, I'm going to take you down, this villain. Sun Wukong said firmly. After saying that, Sun Wukong instantly rushed towards Frisia, and the battle was about to break out. At this time, BROLY was very disturbed, and he was fascinated by watching the play, which led to Vegeta's death. He also wants to fight with Vegeta and Sun Wukong after they merge in the future. Hey! It's really troublesome, it looks like I'm going to get a new Namek, and I'm going to have to resurrect Vegeta, and if I don't resurrect it, I'll have a lot less fun. If Bulma hadn't been my daughter-in-law, I wouldn't have resurrected you. But now that you've snatched your original wife, let's take your resurrection as compensation for you. After thinking about it, BROLY disappeared in an instant. Chapter 20. Sun Wukong appeared in front of Frisia and blasted at Frisia with a punch, and Frisia also raised his fist and let it up. Boom! What is Mars hitting the Earth? When Sun Wukong's fist and Frisia's fist come into contact, the energy stimulated is like Mars hitting the Earth. Visually, it is definitely a soul-shocking impact. At the same time as Sun Wukong's fist was swinged, countless blue rays of light in the air instantly condensed to the surface of Sun Wukong's fist, and in just a moment's effort, Sun Wukong's fist had already condensed a dazzling brilliance. The energy is raging, the bumps are flowing, and the moment the blue and gold collide, it brings an incomparably strong shock ripple. Centered on the point of collision, the entire space becomes completely distorted. Frisia snorted coldly and strengthened the power of his fist, and the white fist had already begun to press Sun Wukong's fist backwards. And Sun Wukong also kept adding force to his fist at this time. Boom! The ground under the feet of Frisia and Sun Wukong suddenly collapsed, as if they couldn't withstand the power of the two ghosts and gods, and kept sinking downward. The earth was splashed, the sand and dust exploded away, surrounding the surroundings of Sun Wukong and Frisia, the air waves were rolling, and the raging energy carried the breath of destruction, completely disintegrating the surrounding things in an instant. And just as there was a stalemate, a cold light flashed in Frisia's eyes, a cruel smile, an eternal hideousness hung on his face, and the tail behind him slammed out, with the distortion of space, and the terrifying power. A tail was pumped on Sun Wukong's left shoulder. Sun Wukong's face changed at first, then he didn't fly out, crashed into the mountain, and then stopped, and then quickly got up and took an attack posture. Sun Wukong's gaze was electric, and his gaze was fixed on Frisia. Sun Wukong's figure blurred in place, and in an instant, he came to Frisia's side, and punched directly to Frisia's chest. For the rapid appearance of Sun Wukong, Frisia was still indifferent, looking at the approaching fist and dodging it instantly, and Wukong followed up and kicked to the left, and Frisia still easily dodged, and at this moment, Frisia wrapped his tail around Wukong's other foot and directly threw Wukong out. After Wukong flew out of more than 10 meters, he waited on the ground with both hands, and then with a somersault, he stood firmly on the ground. And Frisia looked at Sun Wukong from a distance, holding his hands on his chest, and he had no intention of attacking at all. "Since you can't come, then I'll go." After saying that, he disappeared in an instant. The next moment appeared in front of Frisia, and then a punch slammed into Frisia, and Frisia dodged the attack with his head, and then Gaku punched Frisia non-stop, but unfortunately without exception was easily dodged by Frisia. Just when Frisia and Sun Wukong were fighting fiercely, BROLY appeared on the new Namek star. "BROLY, what are you doing here?" the Great Elder asked. "I've seen the Great Elder. Here's the thing, we have a man who died while fighting Frisia. I want to ask if that Dragon Ball can be used now. I want to resurrect him first," BROLY said. "Well, it can still be used, but I can only make one wish. It was supposed to take 100 days to use it again, but at that time, because of my departure, the Dragon Ball didn't turn into stone this time, and it can still be used, so you can take it." After the Great Elder finished speaking, he asked Niru to give the Dragon Ball to BROLY. After thanking him, BROLY found an open spot to summon the dragon and said his wish, after which the dragon successfully resurrected Vegeta, and then scattered. After saying goodbye to the Great Elder, BROLY teleported back to Namek. Chapter 21. Just when BROLY was making a wish to the dragon, the battle between Monkey King and Frisia has also changed. Since Frisia didn't show his real strength to fight Sun Wukong at the beginning, he kept teasing him, and now Frisia has begun to get impatient, so he has increased his strength. So in the following time, Sun Wukong had no power to fight back, and was abused by Frisia all the time. And Sun Wukong's body kept showing new scars, until he kicked Sun Wukong into the river. Sun Wukong swam to the surface of the river, and just wanted to breathe, but was directly grabbed by Frisia on the head and stepped on it. Sun Wukong struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. "That's not going to work? I've only used a third of my strength. Ha ha ha, is it fun to be a fish in the water?" Frisia laughed cruelly. But Sun Wukong poured a few mouthfuls of water, his consciousness began to fall unconscious, and his struggle began to be weak. Sun Wukong was in a daze, hallucinations began to flash in front of him, and scenes of his companions being killed appeared, and finally Kiki and Gohan, accompanied by Frisia's sneer, the earth exploded. Sun Wukong woke up in shock, and with an ah sound, he used the King of the World fist with all his might. The tremendous force caused the water surface to explode, causing a stormy wave, and Frisia was also shaken away and floated in the air, with a somewhat surprised expression. A red airflow appeared on Sun Wukong's body, running rapidly. His anger became bigger and bigger, and he said angrily, "Whether you still have half of your strength unused, whether you lie or not, I will use 20 times the Realm King fist to knock you down." Chi suddenly rose to the maximum, stirring up a huge storm at Frisia, making Frisia's body a little unstable. Before he could stabilize, Sun Wukong had appeared in front of him and blasted him down with a punch, and then caught up with a punch and blasted into the air, and then used the Turtle School Qigong to spray away at Frisia. Frisia's expression was a little shocked, and he blocked it with his left hand, and pressed it down hard, and the force collided and squeezed to produce a huge explosion. In the smoke, Frisia reappeared. Sun Wukong was frightened. Even 20 times the Realm King fist was invalid. It turned out that his words were true, and there was still no power to use. What kind of monster is this? Frisia looked down at her left hand, a little angry. "You made my lovely body so dirty!" he roared angrily. "Damn science!" Landed in an instant opposite Sun Wukong, and said slowly, "That moment just now, it hurt me to fight." Suddenly, he rushed over and roared angrily, "It hurts, you know." Directly knocked Sun Wukong upside down and flew out. Everyone watched nervously and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Bic and slowly shook his head. On the other side of the battlefield, Sun Wukong didn't have much strength at all after using the 20 times Realm King Fist. Frisia kept sneering and stepped forward to kick Sun Wukong away, until he kicked backwards in the water by the lake, and after pouring a few mouthfuls of water, Sun Wukong reluctantly raised his head and coughed. Frisia came over and grabbed Wukong's shirt and said, "Where did all the majesty just now?" Sun Wukong didn't speak, he was still coughing, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of water and sprayed it on Frisia's face. Frisia showed an annoyed expression again. Threw Sun Wukong to the side, and kept kicking his waist. Sun Wukong kept screaming in pain. After Sun Wukong was whipped upside down by Frisia's tail, and after crashing into the mountain, he fell to the ground, and then Sun Wukong struggled to get up, slowly raised his hands, and began to make a vitality bomb. Far away in the sky, a huge white ball of light soon appeared. Frisia waited for a long time, but seeing that Sun Wukong still didn't move, he said, "I've been waiting for you for so long, when are you going to play?" "This, who knows," Sun Wukong said with a smile. Frisia was annoyed and flew up and kicked Sun Wukong to the ground, and Wukong stood up and continued to pose in that pose. "Are you kidding me?" Frisia was annoyed, not counting attacking Sun Wukong, until he knocked Sun Wukong back to the lake again, and suddenly noticed the reflection of the light ball. "What is this? Did you do it?" Frisia's eyes widened, and then he pointed his finger at Sun Wukong. "Although I don't know what you want to do, it's useless to die. Goodbye, wild monkey." His finger lit up red, and he was about to be launched, when he was kicked in the face by Vic's sneak attack and flew into the river. With a boom, Frisia rushed into the sky. Damn the Namek! He actually dared to sneak attack this king. He moved behind Buick, wrapped his tail around his neck, lifted it and hit him the waist. Vic kept screaming in pain, and finally threw it out fiercely. Gaku anxiously thought of Vic. Vic was still being ravaged left and right by Frisia stepping forward, and the last kick behind Gaku. Vic was no longer able to get up, and said, "Gaku, are you okay?" "I'm almost at the limit." Sun Wukong was anxious. "It's still a little bit close." Frisia fell and said to Vic, "Since you are in such a hurry to die, I will kill you first." Finger Vic was about to be launched when he was suddenly hit by several energy balls and exploded. When the smoke cleared, Frisia reappeared, looking to the other side, and it was Clin, drinking tea, Tianjin rice, and others who were doing it. The corners of his eyes twitched and sneered, "You bugs, you didn't hide, but your ability to make me angry is really high." His fists clenched and he yelled, "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to turn you guys into cosmic dust along with this planet." Pointing to the sky, a ball of black and red light appeared, and he rose into the sky with a sinister smile. Sun Wukong said, "Okay, quickly dodge and lie down." He swung his hands down. Frisia, who was being proud, suddenly felt a movement above his head, turned his head and saw the vitality bomb pressed down, and said in shock, "What is this? I'm not afraid." Stretching out his hands to resist, he was constantly pressed to the surface of the river by the vitality bullet, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot and roared. With the impact, a huge storm appeared, and after it slowly subsided, everyone got up and came together, and found that the land of Namek had completely changed, and Clin and the others cheered, "Great, finally kill that demon of Frisia." "Yes, I can finally go back." "How's your health, though, Gaku?" Kling asked. "I don't have any strength left." Sun Wukong laughed, and everyone laughed. At this time, where Vegeta died, Vegeta suddenly got up from the ground, looked at his hands inexplicably, and then looked at his chest. "Although I don't know why I died and came back to life, but as long as I'm alive, I'm going to take down Frisia. It must be my Scion Prince who defeats Frisia," and after saying that, he began to sweep the traces of Frisia and the others with his air. On the other side, when everyone was happily preparing to go back, a frightened expression suddenly appeared on Klin's face, and several people were strange, and when they looked at each other, they all showed horror, and they all trembled a little, and exclaimed in unison, "Frisia!" I saw Frisia standing on a rock on the surface of the lake, with one eye closed, a broken tail, and his finger facing Sun Wukong. A red beam of light shot out. Sun Wukong was completely powerless to dodge, and Vic exclaimed, "Wukong!" I knocked Wukong away, but I was seriously injured and fell down. "Vic!" The crowd exclaimed, "Gohan Uncle Vic!" Goku clenched his fists angrily. "That ball just now is really powerful, even someone as strong as me can't do it. Do you know that you almost killed me, the Emperor of the Universe?" Frisia roared angrily as she spoke. Without waiting for everyone to react, a red light shot at Klin, and as Frisia's hand Klin rose, he shook it hard, and Clint only had time to shout, "Wukong!" It exploded. Sun Wukong's mouth opened wide in shock. Frisia showed a sneer, and Sun Wukong was completely angry. "No. Unforgivable, actually put Klin. Kill Clint." The sky suddenly began to darken, flashing thunder and lightning. Yes. Yes. Yikes. Everyone also looked at Sun Wukong's changes in surprise, and Frisia couldn't help but show a stunned expression when she saw this scene. What happened to this monkey? With Sun Wukong's roar, his anger broke through the limit. "Hey! Shout!" Goku's hair turned blonde upside down, his eyebrows turned golden, his pupils turned green, his whole body burned with a golden aura like flames, and his eyes became extremely cold. The temperament of the whole person has been changed. If Wukong was a sunny boy in the past, the current Wukong is a killing god, and his cold eyes are absolutely terrifying. Ask, flowers, collect. Chapter 22. When Broly came back, he was very happy when he saw Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan. "Well, yes, finally transformed, ha ha ha, great. Well, Frisia's value is here, well, you can send others back, and Frisia will be left to Sun Wukong to solve." After thinking about it, Broly instantly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Vegeta also arrived just in time, and when he saw Goku's current appearance, he was shocked and thought to himself, This. Could it be Super Saiyan? What a terrible power, I must become a Super Saiyan, and then I will be the #1 Saiyan in the universe." At this time, everyone saw Broly appear in front of everyone, and Broly asked, "Who wants to go back to Earth, wait for the next battle against Namek, it is estimated that it will not be able to survive." Everyone was unwilling, and Wukong spoke, "You better go back, it won't help you here." But was interrupted by Sun Wukong, "It's nothing, after I kill Frisia, I will go back in a spaceship." Everyone saw that Wukong's expression was wrong. "Wukong, you must come back alive." Frisia looked at Broly, who suddenly appeared, and sneered, "It turns out that there is still garbage that has not appeared, but do you think I will watch you escape?" Broly ignored him, smiled disdainfully, and after everyone caught him, he asked Vegeta, "Hey, Vegeta, if you don't leave, I'll take them back if you don't leave." At this time, Vegeta looked at Goku unwillingly, and then walked up to Broly and grabbed him, and then Broly directly launched a teleportation and disappeared. What? Frisia was surprised, where did they go? Frisia was wondering, whoosh. Goku flashed in front of Frisia at once, and Goku's sudden appearance startled Frisia as well. Goku grabbed Frisia's hand and said, "You guy, just do it." Frisia struggled desperately and finally broke free, moving his wrist to look at Sun Wukong. "How can you still have so much strength?" Frisia, who Wukong was staring at coldly, suddenly raised his anger and shouted, "I'm really angry." Frisia. The golden aura burning on his body also became brighter. Appeared in front of Frisia in an instant, pong. Frisia received a hateful blow from Goku head-on, flew directly into the sky, and smashed down hard after him. Frisia was deeply knocked to the ground by Gaku. Boom! Frisia came out of the ground again, but with scars on her body. Frisia wondered, what the hell is going on? Why is he so powerful after his physical changes? Suddenly it happened. Could it be that you are on Earth? BROLY and everyone teleport to the door of Boomer's house. What the hell happened to Wukong just now? It's so scary to suddenly become angry. Everyone was puzzled, and Vegeta looked at everyone with disdain. He has become a Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. I'll definitely surpass him, though. BROLY was a little admired, worthy of Vegeta. It was with this persistence and pride that he finally became a Super Saiyan, constantly chasing Sun Wukong. If it was an ordinary person, he would only think that it was nothing to lose to a Super Saiyan. At this time, Boomer heard the movement and saw BROLY from the house, and quickly ran out of the house and hugged BROLY. You're finally back, I'm worried about me. Hehe, I'm back. Boomer has worried you. Well, Boomer, I'm hungry, you go cook it. BROLY said gently. Vegeta turned to look at the spaceship-type gravity chamber to the side. What is this? This is the gravity room. You can freely adjust the gravity to practice. It turns out that Sun Wukong also uses this to cultivate. Drinking tea replied. What, cockroach? Vegeta clenched his fists. Okay, this is mine, I'll be cultivating in it in the future. Everyone didn't do it, and then the two parties immediately quarreled. There was a tendency to fight, but BROLY had a headache, and then walked to the middle of the two sides. Okay, give me quiet, it's just a gravity room. If you want, I'll let Boomer's father just make one more for you. Don't quarrel with me now, I still have to eat, and after arguing for a while, go out with me to practice alone. I will definitely satisfy him. Everyone looked at BROLY, who was about to explode, and immediately closed both sides. Humph! He twisted his head to the side. BROLY then hugged Boomer and left everyone behind and walked into the house. And at this time Namek. The strength shown by Gaku after transforming into a Super Saiyan also shocked Frieza, who claimed to be the Emperor of the universe, and he was pressed and beaten by him all the time. Frieza felt his shame for the first time, and he also used 100% strength under anger, 120 million combat power. Start firing back! Bah! Frieza is once again knocked away by Goku's elbow, but he is still able to stabilize himself quickly after flying out. Bah! Goku's speed was so fast that he flashed in front of Frieza again, and a top uppercut hit Frieza's body solidly. Frieza flew out upside down again. Gaku rushed over, and Frieza saw Gaku rushing over. Ah! He hurriedly launched a counterattack. Hey! A horizontal kick just like that. Gaku, who flew over, saw what Frieza meant, raised a hand, and blocked Frieza's kick with his arm, and Frieza didn't end like this. He swept over with his fist on the spot, and went straight to Goku's front door. Smack! Bah! Smack! Bah! Frieza and Gaku collided with each other with fists and feet, and the sound of fists and kicks colliding kept ringing. Frieza, after a series of attacks, Woo! With the power of Wukong's blocking, he bounced out, and gathered a black and red ball of light with both hands to smash it beyond Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged sideways, and the ball of light easily opened a deep pit on the earth. It's dangerous. Sun Wukong said, if I am touched by this, I will also be injured. Frieza sneered, do you think you'll be fine if you dodge? Tell you, just taking it has destroyed the core of this planet, that is, in just 5 minutes, this planet will explode. Sun Wukong was a little shocked. Frieza laughed, the planet is about to be destroyed, and it will be up to you to see how you die when the time comes, and tell you that my body can survive even in the universe, and you. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong said lightly, I want to defeat you. After speaking, he rushed forward. The powerful aura emanating from the two of them was also stirred together, and the two of them constantly attacked each other with their fists and kicks. BROLY attacks Goku with a wave of energy, and Goku flashes it back to him. Two people don't let each other go, you come and go. After a while, the energy was fully opened, causing Frisia's physical strength to drop rapidly, and Frisia's speed obviously decreased a lot, and Goku seized the opportunity to attack and hit him. Frisia said to Goku, "The planet is starting to shrink, and it's going to explode in 2 minutes. Is it the first to kill you, or the planet to explode? No matter what, it's impossible for you to survive in space, so you're going to die." Really? Wukong doesn't care about authenticity. Frisia didn't know if Goku was sure or anything, but he ignored Goku's words. Die! Frisia suddenly shouted and picked up Wukong and crashed directly into a nearby rock. Sun Wukong smashed down with an elbow. Frisia fell down and hooked Sun Wukong's foot, and then kicked out. Sun Wukong dodged sideways. Wu! Call! Frisia's physical strength has dropped very quickly, and when he transforms into a state of full energy, his physical strength is much faster than Goku's descent to the ground. Sun Wukong suddenly stood up and said, "I won't play anymore." Frisia was stunned. "Don't play, what do you mean by not playing?" Goku continued, "Although you used 100% of your strength, didn't you find out? Since just now, your aura has been weakening, and it's no fun to fight any longer." Just like the original book, after listening to Wukong's words, Frisia was very angry, even more furious, and sent out 2 things similar to cleanse Chi Yuan / and threw them at Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong reacted quickly, and finally Frisia was divided into 4 parts by his own trick. And the fallen Frisia shamelessly asked Sun Wukong for help, although Wukong was very angry, but in the end he gave his anger to Frisia, but Frisia did not feel for Wukong, but took revenge. But Wukong couldn't bear it anymore, and the last Kikong wave hit Frisia. Later, before Namek exploded, Sun Wukong left in the Kainyut team's spaceship, and the ship's next target, Artera Star. Chapter 23. In the following days, Bic, drinking tea, and others all practiced separately, while Vegeta didn't know where to go to practice after getting the gravity cultivation device, while BROLY accompanied Boomer every day during the day and went to the ring alone to practice at night. And Kling also asked the Namek people to resurrect with Bolunga when the king of the realm, but when he resurrected Sun Wukong, he accidentally learned that Wukong was not dead, and Sun Wukong also said that he would come back by himself. A year has passed quickly, and everyone has been greatly improved in this year, especially BROLY, who has adapted to 45,000 times the gravity, and his strength has also improved to the point where he can fight against the late stage of Super 4. And on this day, BROLY was accompanying Boomer, and when he was about to accompany Boomer to the movies, he suddenly felt that there were 2 powerful and evil auras, which were coming beyond the earth at a rapid speed, and Vegeta and others also sensed it. At Goku's house, Gohan, who was worried about why his father hadn't come back yet, sensed it, and he was startled. Woo! At this time, the phone next to him rang, and Gohan lifted the earpiece and Klin's voice came from inside. "Gohan, can you feel it? There is an evil aura approaching the earth." Gohan nodded in reply. "You should feel it. Isn't it Frisia?" Klin. "Hey! Boomer may not be able to go to the movies today, but we're going to see a live-action movie," BROLY said to Boomer with a smile. "Hey? What kind of live-action movie? Is something wrong?" Boomer asked, confused. "Oh, it's not a big deal, it's not the Monkey King guy, it's not a procrastination, it's not just a matter of oh, I didn't kill that guy Frisia, don't you come here to take revenge now." After saying that, he pulled Boomer out of the house. Boomer worries, if Frisia comes to Earth, will it be like Namek? Hearing this, BROLY smiled, took Boomer into his arms, patted her on the back and said, "Fool, don't worry. As for a little trash fish like Frisia, I can pinch as many as he comes. Even if Frisia doesn't have the ability to invade this planet." Almost at the same time, the companions who sensed this evil aura gathered in the area where the aura was most intense, in a deserted outskirts where no one was around. "Broly, you're here too." As soon as he finished speaking, Klin and T, who were about to come up, suddenly stopped and looked to the side with a dull gaze. "Broly, why did you bring Boomer with you?" Clint asked, confused. Broly smiled and said after greeting everyone, "Oh nothing, take her to see the fun. Originally, I was going to accompany Boomer to the movies today, but it seems to be better here, so I brought her here." Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. These two people are really suitable for being husband and wife. In a battle of this level, he actually brought his wife to watch the battle, and it is estimated that only the two of them can do it. After everyone fell to the ground, Boomer greeted everyone with a smile. "Hasn't Frieza arrived yet?" Seeing that everyone's expressions were still tense, Boomer asked. Kling and Son Gohan shook their heads, while Vegeta stood aside with an indifferent expression, and Tianjin Rice and Tea silently waited for the arrival of the enemy. Broly, on the other hand, sat on a rock with Boomer and waited. Just as Broly was waiting a little impatiently, the evil aura finally approached the atmosphere. "Yawn, it's finally here, it's really slow." Broly's pupils were fixed in the boundless clouds. Everyone followed Broly's gaze, and the clouds in the sky instantly opened up in a violent shock, and a dazzling light like the sun cut through the surrounding air currents in the blink of an eye, like a meteor shower, falling to the ground. Boom! The ground shook directly, followed by the fall of the grass and trees, and the air waves were surging and rolling. The spaceship landed in an open space 1,000 kilometers away from us. Broly guessed the approximate distance and said to the crowd. Everyone nodded solemnly, and Broly hugged Boomer and said, "Let's go. Take you to the theater." With that, he flew towards where the ship had landed, followed by the others. At this time, the spaceship that landed on the ground of the Earth, the cabin suddenly opened, and a group of centaurs walked out in the smoke and dust that had not yet dispersed. Beholder! The murderous aura that permeated the air was like the smell of smoke and gunpowder, which was so thick that it made the scalp tingle. These centaurs look strange, they look like races from different planets, but one thing they have in common is the clothes they wear, which are the standard combat uniforms of the universe. After the centaurs were divided into two rows and opened the way to the spaceship staircase, two men shrouded in shadows slowly walked out. King Kurdish, Lord Frieza. These warriors from outer space said respectfully in unison. Under the sun, the shadows disperse. The source of two evil breaths, exposed in broad daylight. Dressed in a metallic sheen, Frieza looks like a Frieza with many parts and instruments installed. And a burly and tall man with distinct muscles and a gloomy face, Kurdish King. Frieza glanced around and praised, "This is Earth. The environment is good." Suddenly remembered what the hateful Scion had said, the breath of his whole body exploded again, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that Frieza didn't know whether he was excited or angry, but seeing that he was clenching and had already made the oil in the mechanical arm, Frieza was definitely not excited now, but angry. "The pain I suffered will be returned to him hundreds of times. Super Saiyan will be on Earth in 3 hours, Frieza, are you going to wait?" King Kurdish asked. "Of course." Frieza affirmed, "However, when he comes back, I want him to see the scene of the Earthlings being killed, which makes him feel painful, although there are many Earthlings, but 3 hours is enough." On the other hand, the Kurdish king said lightly, "I don't care what happens to the Earthlings, but that guy called Super Saiyan, I must call him dead without a corpse. The most powerful people in this universe are qualified only by our race." Thinking of the words handed down from his ancestors, the Kurdish king was unhappy for a while. Just as the two were talking, the clouds above suddenly trembled, and then ripples erupted, like a lake with stones thrown into it, which looked very weird. Kindness? Frieza and Crew's indifferent eyes move upwards. Under the close gaze of the two of them, a strange-looking spaceship appeared as if out of thin air, appearing above their heads for no reason. Whew! The tail of the spaceship spits red light and slowly falls to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Frisia and Crud don't know why there was an extra spaceship here, and the father and son looked curiously at the open hatch of the ship. The doo-doo hatch slowly opened, and a vague figure walked out. Frisia looked at the comer, and in the harsh sunlight, the figure was reflected in the eyes of Frisia and crew. I saw that this mysterious person was dressed in a black neat uniform, clean and free trousers, and a pair of cowhide boots. The man who stepped down from the spaceship had long blue and purple hair that was draped over his shoulders very casually. Looking at his face again, Claude and Frisia were a little stunned. Female? That's right, the owner of this spaceship, the mysterious teenager standing in front of them, turned out to be a beautiful teenage girl. The girl's appearance is very beautiful, but there is a fierce sense of oppression between her eyebrows. Those pale blue eyes stared at the two strong enemies standing in front of him, as if looking at a clown jumping off the beam. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and he smiled faintly. "Are you ready to die?" the girl said lightly. Chapter 24. Hey! Listening to the girl's words, Frisia and his son were obviously stunned, and Frisia said, "Funny, she said she was going to kill us, Dad, did you hear that?" "Humph, hey!" Frisia and his son sneered on the side, both feeling that the girl's words were too self-sufficient. "The so-called ignorant are the happiest," Frisia scoffed. The girl looked at the two of Frisia father and son like an idiot. "I didn't expect that there would be such an idiot as you, it's such a waste of food, hurry up and choose how to die, right? Don't waste my time anymore," the girl said disdainfully. "Bastard!" Frisia clenched her fists, and the girl's words ignited his hidden anger directly. At this time, several subordinates in combat uniforms asked, "Lord Frisia, why don't we kill this girl who doesn't know whether to live or die?" "Go ahead." Frias Clud waved his hand casually, as if he didn't look at the girl. Several of his men nodded, then stepped forward. One of the alien planet warriors with red-skinned skin glanced at the mysterious girl in front of him with disdain, and said exaggeratedly, "To deal with garbage like you, just one finger is enough." Haha! Several of the other subordinates couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The red-skinned alien warrior, for the sake of safety, still plans to test the combat power of this girl. So he pressed the combat power detector in his ear, and his eyes with lenses were aimed at the girl's figure, and oh, the voice. Just as the lenses on the alien warrior's eyes kept beating numbers, suddenly the girl in his sight disappeared. This couldn't help but make this alien warrior stunned, and the others also showed puzzled looks. Frisia and Crude, who were not far away, had their faces changed drastically. "Drink, ah!" With a coquettish shout, the figure of the mysterious girl suddenly appeared beside these aliens. Before anyone could react, they saw that the girl's body was emitting a shining circle of light, and the energy were like waves, spreading out to all sides, and the golden light was like a blade, splitting and crushing in the air. Those subordinates brought by Frisia were killed in an instant by the breath released by the girl. At this time, BROLY, who was approaching quickly in the direction of Frisia's spaceship, suddenly paused. After Vegeta and the others caught up, Kling hurriedly asked, "BROLY, what happened?" "Oh, it's nothing, just when we rushed over, there were more than a dozen different degrees of chi, which disappeared in an instant," BROLY said lightly. Kling was slightly surprised, and the others showed the same expression. "Uncle BROLY, who could have done it?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "I don't know, I wonder if it's better to rush over early, let's go." After saying that, he sped up his flight speed and added a protective shield to Boomer. Everyone agreed, and then sped up and moved towards Frisia's position. The king of the realm, far away on the planet of the realm, at the far end of the universe, pays attention to this unknown crisis. Originally, he expected Goku to come back, or Broly to kill Frisia, but he didn't expect that a mysterious girl with blue and purple hair suddenly appeared and actually killed all of Frisia's men, looking provocative. "Who the hell is she?" The king of the realm pushed his sunglasses and muttered to himself. At this time, the girl confronted Frisia and his son again, whether it was momentum or eyes. Then it's the two of you. The girl said lightly. Damn. I'm going to kill her. Frisia said coldly. The Kurdish king nodded and instructed in a deep voice, don't underestimate this woman. I know. Frisia's eyes were covered with a layer of blood, and as the steady increase in his breath, the stones around him jumped uneasily. As Frisia slowly walked towards the girl, the solid soil actually cracked into an earthworm-like pattern, and then sunken. Drink. Frisia didn't have any extra nonsense, the whole person turned into a flying light and shadow, and the moment his hands condensed his breath, an arc blade formed by a ball of energy slashed sharply in the direction of the girl. The mysterious girl's feet moved, and the whole person disappeared in place. The moment she appeared, a pale green light flashed on her fist, and after her fist touched the energy blade, it directly knocked the blade back to Frisia. Then she disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Frisia, and then punched Frisia. The sound of breaking the air at great speed made Frisia unable to react at all, and he was punched through the chest, and then he saw the girl's fist flashing, and he heard a bump, and Frisia turned into ashes. What a terrible woman! When the Kurdish king saw his son, Frisia, who was once known as the strongest warrior in the universe, being so brutally killed by a young girl who did not know his origin, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. The expressions on the faces of BROLY and the others, who were rushing towards the landing point of the Frisia spaceship at great speed, changed in unison. Because everyone noticed it for the first time, the evil aura that represented Frisia disappeared in an instant. Frisia was killed. Vegeta couldn't believe it, he couldn't imagine what kind of guy could easily kill this terrifying enemy in such a short time. Not only Vegeta thought so, but the others were also confused, who was involved in this battle. BROLY was very relaxed, just a little disappointed, he wanted to be an action movie more, but he didn't expect Frisia to be so useless, and he couldn't even hold on to the little time he rushed over. The king of the realm was far away in the Realm King, and he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene where the blue-purple-haired girl killed Frisia just now. He didn't expect that in this world, in addition to Goku and BROLY, there were such powerful guys. And it's a woman who doesn't look that old. You're next. The blue-purple-haired girl's long hair was blown in the cold wind, and her smart eyes, full of coldness, slowly walked towards the only living Kurdish king. The Kurdish king's face changed slightly, and he didn't know whether he was afraid or deliberately showing favor, so he said with a smile on his face, "Little girl, your skills are very good. Why don't you be my daughter and wander the universe with me? If my father hears you, you'll be beaten into a pate." The mysterious girl's cold face said mercilessly. The Kurdish king clenched his fists, his eyes sharpened, and his tone became eerie. "In that case, let you bury my son." With that, he struck quickly. Compared to Frisia, Claude's strength is obviously much stronger. He let out a loud shout, his body rushed, and his cold fist hit the girl's chest directly. Humph! The blue and purple-haired girl snorted coldly, disappeared in place in an instant, dodged the attack, and then suddenly accelerated towards the Kurdish king, and then punched the Kurdish king in the abdomen, and the Kurdish king was hit in the abdomen with a punch before he could react. As soon as the Kurdish king participated, he flew out. Crashed into the mountain. The blue-haired girl fled a few meters back, and her hands released light green energy beams, shooting towards the Kurdish king violently, like a dragon swallowing demonic arrogance, penetrating the Kurdish king's chest in an instant. And at this time, BROLY and the others finally arrived. What a great girl! Klin and the others, who finally arrived, stayed in mid-air, looking at the blue and purple-haired girl with ruthless means, with a surprised face, and commented in a cold sweat. They never dreamed that the strong man who could kill Frisia would be a young girl. And looking at her performance in injuring the Kurdish king, it seems that she still has the strength to spare. Just as the blue-haired girl was preparing to marry the Kurdish king, the girl spotted them too, her indifferent eyes looking first at Klin, then at Vic and Vegeta, and finally at one person. And BROLY also stared at the girl, and BROLY thought in surprise, "Hey! Who is this girl? How can it give me a sense of intimacy? You're going to kill him later, he hasn't used all his strength yet, let him use all his strength, it's been a long time since I've been fighting, I want to see if he can use all his strength to make me use a few layers of strength, you go to the side and watch," BROLY said lightly. Chapter 25. Vegeta and the others didn't think that as soon as BROLY arrived here, he would say to the girl like this is simply a provocation. But it didn't come to pass, the blue-haired girl stared at BROLY in front of her for a long time, and suddenly her momentum relaxed, and her indifferent face eased down, and even showed a well-behaved and playful smile. "Yes, okay," the girl said softly. Hearing this, everyone looked at this unbelievable purple-haired girl in surprise. How so? Looking at the situation when she killed Frisia and injured the Kurdish king before, everyone can't help but associate her with cold-blooded and emotionless. Now it's like a different person, selling to BROLY. And at this moment, BROLY took out a fairy bean from his pocket of his clothes at this time. Well, the fairy bean was given by Sun Wukong when he went to Namek last time, and then was about to walk over to the Kurdish king, but the voice of the king of the world came, "BROLY, what do you want to do? Why did you stop that girl from killing the Kurdish king? If you want to fight for a while, someone will fight for you, kill him quickly, there is a huge metal planet coming towards Earth." BROLY said embarrassedly, "Well, then I'll kill him now." As he spoke, a beam of light shot out of his eyes and attacked the Kurdish king, who suddenly turned into cosmic dust. Everyone looked at BROLY in puzzlement, and BROLY looked at everyone and said lightly, "The king of the realm contacted me just now, and in a while, another enemy will come who surpasses Frieza." The nerves that everyone had just relaxed instantly tensed up again. BROLY said to Boomer in his arms, "Boomer may be going to fight in a while, I can't take care of you, you find a safe place to stay now." Boomer nodded, "Be careful. I'll go to a farther place to cheer you on first." After saying that, he took out the capsule plane and drove it into the distance. In less than a minute, the target came into view, and a large, silvery white sphere slowly approached the Earth, and then began to deform, reaching out several tentacles like mollusks to grasp the Earth's surface. Whew! The huge metal object fell completely, and a green figure flashed out and stopped not far from BROLY. The emerald green figure, the metallic body, and the shape are somewhat similar to the Kurdish king. BROLY saw the face of the person who came and wondered, "Gula, aren't you dead? Why?" It was none other than Gula, who had been beaten into a burning star by BROLY, but miraculously he was left and transformed into a metal body. At present, it is obviously the same as the state of the third transformation, but the strength is much stronger than after strengthening the fourth transformation. Not long ago, I got the news that Frisia was killed by the Super Saiyan, and knew that my father and Frisia came to Earth together, so I still rushed to take revenge. And Gula looked around but didn't see the two figures of King Kurdish and Frisia. Gura's face immediately turned cold, knowing that King Kurdish and Frisia had basically been killed. When he saw BROLY, he was even more sure, and then he said, "Are you surprised to see that I am not dead? If it weren't for the High Star who saved me, I might have died. It was all a good thing done by you, a damn scion wild monkey, that made me the damn person I am now, and I must die today. Don't think that if you have defeated this king, you can be arrogant. My current strength is much stronger than it was at the beginning, so you can die obediently." Gula roared abruptly, and the sound echoed through the audience. Vegeta and they were all surprised. They knew that BROLY was strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. BROLY landed slowly, and was a little surprised in his heart. Today is really a big gathering of frozen demons, the whole family is here, but they have to die here together. BROLY didn't speak, stared at Gula carefully, and then smiled coldly. "Just your piece of material." Shaking his head disdainfully, the aura of his whole body suddenly exploded, and a stream of air rose upward, igniting a golden flame-like aura. Broly's hair turned blonde, and his eyes turned green. The blonde hair swayed with the arrogance, and an even more Gurad aura suddenly exploded, and it didn't take any effort to deal with them. Vegeta stared at Broly, looking unyielding. This guy is actually a Super Saiyan, no wonder so. I didn't expect my dignified Saiyan Prince to be surpassed by so many people one after another. Damn, it's this disgusting look, I want to destroy him when I see it. Seeing Broly's super race appearance, Gula roared. Then he quickly attacked Broly, and Broly also moved instantly. The figures of the two of them flashed in the air, and a cloud of terrifying energy exploded between the two. Broly was in a lack of interest, weak, really weak, and at this time maybe only Little Bu could make himself a little interested. Thinking that Broly was about to end the fight, he suddenly began to increase his strength, and in an instant, he rushed in front of Gula and blasted out with a punch. So fast! The power is stronger again. Gula was shocked when she flew upside down, and hurriedly stabilized her body. What's going on? Before he could react, a green Qigong wave had already flown towards him, barely dodging, but he was still hit on the body and left scars. Broly smiled evilly at Gully, and the whole person quickly disappeared in place, and Gula instantly gathered strong strength in his hand, ready to fight back, but he didn't wait for Broly's attack for several seconds. His eyes turned and he searched around. Hey, where are you looking? Gula quickly turned around and threw a fist, but he was still hit hard in the waist by Broly, and the pain nerves all over his body began to move, and his head was also covered in cold sweat. Flying out without Gula him, he grabbed him by the leg and quickly threw him into the air. Broly raised his right hand, gathered a large amount of green energy in his palm, compressed it into a green ball of light, and sprayed it directly at Gura, directly involving Gura. Gula was slowly dissolved and dissipated by the shock wave. Broly knew that if he didn't destroy Gula in the form of Baigaoxing, he could be resurrected indefinitely. In the next moment, Broly appeared in front of Gula himself, looking at the Kvara made up of strange cables wrapped in something. Originally the body. Wild monkeys, damn it! I don't know if you're dead or alive, this is what you are like now, it's really sad, but please die. Broly laughed, instantly gathering a large energy bomb and throwing it at Gula. The powerful force dissipated Gura's body little by little, and Gula shouted unwillingly, "How can I be killed by this power? I won't die, I'm not reconciled." Grabbing the top of Baigaoxing, he suddenly dragged it out and pushed it away from the earth, and the huge Qigong wave rushed away, and Baigaoxing began to explode and finally dissipated. Feeling Boomer's breath, he instantly appeared in front of Boomer. Boomer ran over. "You're back, how's it going? Is it solved?" Broly smiled and nodded, "Of course, just because that garbage can't make me warm up." At this time, everyone also paid attention to the blue and purple-haired girl, and Boomer also looked towards the blue and purple-haired girl. Chapter 26. The blue-haired girl seemed very excited when she saw Bulma. Boomer looked at the girl quietly. Broly also looked at the blue and purple-haired girl suspiciously. He originally thought that it would be Trunks who came over, although the history of this time and space has changed, but for Broly, Dragon Ball should have 3 parallel spaces of its own. One is his current world, and the other is the Dragon Ball world like in the original book, and the last one is the world where Trunks was killed by Siru. He originally thought it would be Trunks from the original world, but he didn't expect it to be a girl here, and he had an indescribable affection for that girl. At this time, Boomer walked towards the girl and pointed to the black uniform on the girl's body in surprise. "This sign. Are you an employee of our company?" "No." The girl stammered. Looking at this strange blue and purple-haired girl, everyone was very curious about what her origin was. "Hee, little sister, can you tell me your name?" Boomer seemed to be familiar with the girl in front of him at first sight, and unconsciously became close. The girl hesitated for a moment, then looked at Broly again and replied, "I'm sorry, I can't say my name." The crowd was also disappointed. But at this time, BROLY was surprised. Could this be? It can't be my daughter and Boomer's. The more he thought about it, the more likely it became, but at this time he wouldn't say it, but looking at the girl's eyes was softer and closer. By the way, there's one thing I want to tell you. Mr. Sun Wukong, he's coming back soon. The girl seemed to have thought of something, and said to BROLY and the others. Oh! The others were slightly stunned, but BROLY knew that it was time for Sun Wukong to come back. In 2 hours, Mr. Wukong's spaceship will land 600 kilometers ahead. The girl said with a smile. Boomer had to ask, you mean? Gaku, that guy is coming back? The girl nodded. So. Do you know Gaku? Drinking tea asked. The girl's look of difficulty in answering makes people doubt her statement. It's okay, I believe in this little sister. Boomer said with a smile. Vegeta snorted coldly, if that guy Kakarot comes back, I really want to see how much his cultivation in the universe has made him stronger. Next, everyone followed the girl's lead and came to a clearing. Poof! The girl threw off the universal capsule in her hand, and the moment it smashed to the ground, it turned into a puff of white smoke. When the white smoke cleared, a refrigerator-like machine appeared, filled with all kinds of beverages. There's still an hour to go, and there's a drink here, so why don't you try it? The girl pointed to the bottles and cans in the refrigerator and said to everyone. With a curious attitude, everyone went to try the drink that the girl took out of the refrigerator. First, after Clyn and Sun Gohan shouted that it was delicious, the others drank all the drinks in their hands, and BROLY also took 2 bottles, one bottle was given to Boomer, and the other bottle was also taken and tasted. Under the scorching sun, these rare reunion partners chatted while drinking drinks, calmly waiting for the arrival of Sun Gohan. And Boomer is more concerned about the origin of the girl. Whether it is her behavior or the black uniform on her body, it is full of feelings that make her both familiar and strange. Boomer kept asking the girl questions, such as where is your home? Now it's a question of going to school or working. But no matter how much Boomer tried to ask around the bend, the girl would not answer. BROLY leaned against a big tree, looking at Boomer and the girl in conversation, feeling so warm and harmonious. After waiting patiently for an hour, the girl suddenly ended the conversation with Boomer and looked at the blue sky, like a calm lake. Seeing the expression of the mysterious girl, everyone who had been chatting cheered up and looked at a small dot in the sky that was gradually enlarged. Mr. Wukong, here. The girl spoke. A strong wind blew the earth, rolled up the grass, the trees fluttering in the wind, and the frightened birds all seemed to hold a welcoming ceremony for the spaceship to reach the earth. A small spherical spaceship slammed into the ground, kicking up a layer of smoke and dust, and when the smoke cleared, everyone gathered at the place where the spacecraft landed. Under everyone's attention, the cabin creaked, the door opened, and a familiar figure walked out. Dressed in strange costume-like clothes, tall and high-spirited posture, a pair of sharp eyes, and a confident and smiling face, the person who came was everyone's expected partner Monkey King. Gaku! Kling and Boomer said excitedly. And what I miss the most about Sun Wukong is, of course, his son Sun Gohan. At this time, seeing Sun Wukong, who had lost contact for a year, his longing turned into tears, and Sun Wuhan couldn't wait to run to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned when he saw that everyone was waiting for him, and then saw his child Sun Gohan running to him with tears in his eyes. Gohan, I'm back. Sun Wukong patted Sun Gohan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Sun Gohan wiped away his tears, looked at Sun Wukong, and said revealing a happy smile. Everybody's here. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and said unexpectedly. Kling said grinningly, Wukong, you guy is embarrassed to say, let us wait for an hour. How did you know I was going to land here? Sun Gohan wondered. She said it. Vic walked over and pointed to a girl with blue-purple hair. Sun Wukong looked at the girl a little confused, and asked slowly, "Are you Mr. Wukong? I have something I want to ask you." The girl said lightly. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized. It turns out that this girl who suddenly appeared didn't know Sun Wukong at all. But why did she know in advance the time and location when Sun Wukong would land on Earth? "Oh, you say it," Sun Wukong said to the girl. The girl glanced at BROLY and the others who were staying aside, and said with some hesitation, "Mr. Wukong, I don't know if you can come to the side with me." Although he was a little confused, Gaku nodded without hesitation. "Okay." Then the two flew to the other side, and Sun Wukong smiled apologetically at everyone, and then followed. Everyone was dissatisfied with this girl for pulling Sun Wukong away and whispering, because everyone was very curious. How many secrets is this girl hiding? Why can't I say it in front of so many people? "BROLY, do you feel it?" Boomer leaned close to BROLY and asked softly. BROLY nodded. "I know you must have felt the same indescribable intimacy about this girl as I did. Isn't it?" BROLY asked softly, but thought in his heart, "That's for sure, his daughter can't be kind. But I can't tell you yet. It's human nature to be curious, and even these warriors with incredible powers are no exception." Both Vegeta and Vic have developed a strong interest in the dialogue between the girl and the Monkey King. But they were far away from the two of them, so they could only see with their eyes, not hear with their ears. Well, what kind of secret will the mysterious girl tell? Chapter 27. Sun Wukong was taken by the girl to the mound 100 meters away from BROLY in a daze. He scratched his black hair, and said slowly, "There is something above, please tell me." The girl is face to face with Sun Wukong, her long blue-purple hair blowing in the wind, and the folds of her black uniform look full of texture in the sun. "Mr. Wukong, I actually know you," the girl said softly. Sun Wukong looked at the girl in surprise. He was sure that he had not seen this girl with long blue and purple hair. The girl suddenly said, "I am BROLY's daughter." "What?" Sun Wukong was startled. His whole expression was very exaggerated, his chin seemed to fall to the ground, and he looked at the girl in front of him incredulously. And Boomer and the others, who were talking to the two observers not far away, were all puzzled. Sun Wukong, who had always been calm, would show such an expression. What happened? And in the crowd, Vic also quietly widened his eyes, looking at BROLY who was enjoying the shade under the tree. "Uncle Vic, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Vic like this, Sun Gohan asked curiously. Vic shook his head slightly and said, "Nothing." Sun Gohan didn't know that Vic had unusual hearing, so he didn't ask too much. In the distance, Sun Wukong looked at the girl in disbelief. "You said you are BROLY's daughter. How could it be?" "Uncle Wukong, don't be surprised, in fact, I traveled from the future to this era. And I was the child born to BROLY's dad and Boomer's mom a year later. My name is Cher," the girl explained lightly. Sun Wukong felt like he was listening to a book from heaven, and what Shredder said in front of him made him not mentally prepared. And Vic, who was eavesdropping on the conversation here from a distance, felt even more outrageous, and the expression on his face kept changing. "And I was able to travel back and forth to this world thanks to the space-time machine that my mother developed for me, and I could travel back and forth between the future and the present era. This time I came to this era. In fact, there are important things to tell you." "Oh." After Sun Wukong got used to these facts that deviated from his cognition a little, he knew that something must have happened when he heard Shredder say this. Shredder looked at Sun Wukong. "Uncle Wukong, in fact, you will die of a heart attack in 3 years." "What?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and his mouth was open. When Big heard the news that Monkey King will die of a heart attack, he almost choked. He couldn't believe that the man who had never been able to surpass him would die of a mere heart attack. "I'm going to get sick and die, what should I do?" Sun Wukong looked at Shredder with an ugly face and asked in frustration. Shredder smiled. took out a vial from her pocket, and said to Sun Wukong, although Uncle Wukong has a viral heart disease, it can't be cured with current science. But it doesn't matter, have you forgotten that I am coming back to this era from the future? You're saying that this bottle contains medicine that can cure my heart disease. Sun Wukong excitedly took the vial in Schwetter's hand. This is the future of inventing a drug specifically for this heart disease. My mother specially told me to send it to you. Cher nodded. Then thank you for my future Boomer. Sun Wukong subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Boomer, who was watching the excitement in the distance. Mom said that Uncle Gaku was her very good friend and didn't want to see him die of a heart attack. Cher smiled as well. Sun Wukong then asked, there should be something else, right? Schwetter continued, the second purpose of coming this time is to tell you that on September 25th, 2 years later, there will be 2 artificial humans. Well, their strength is very strong, at least much stronger than the Gula killed by Dad just now and the Frisia defeated by Uncle Wukong, and since they are artificial people, we can't feel their chi. Well, those 2 artificial humans probably appeared at a distance of 9 kilometers from the southeast island. Well, it's about 10 o'clock, well. That's how things are. Uncle Wukong, I've told you everything, I'm going back. Don't forget to take the medicine I gave you. Cher smiled. I will. Sun Wukong nodded. Schwetter didn't go out of her way to greet the others, and flew to the spaceship docked on the ground alone, and after boarding the cabin, she disappeared from view under the eyes of everyone. After Schwetter left, Sun Wukong adjusted his complicated mood, moved his feet, and flew straight to his friends with curious faces. Wukong, what did that girl say to you? Kling was the first to greet him, blurting out a belly of curiosity. Sun Wukong shook his head, it's hard to say. Boomer opened his mouth and asked, Wukong, did she tell you who she is? Told. But it's hard to say. At this moment, Big said, if Wukong doesn't know what to say, I'll say it for you, and Sun Wukong said suspiciously, Big, have you heard it? Of course, our Namek ears are different from you, Sun Wukong said a little worried. It's okay, I know what to say and what not to say. After that, Big cleverly avoided Cher's background and told everyone the news that the android would appear, and also told everyone about the characteristics of the android. After learning the truth, everyone decided to practice desperately to fight against the androids that appeared 2 years later. As Cher disappeared, BROLY felt a familiar feeling, this is a spatial fluctuation and some unknown fluctuations, she is from the future, is it time? Because of the relationship with God's wishes, BROLY has more grasp and perception of space, so he also feels it. It's like it's all from one moment to another, but it's different in time. BROLY began to think, and a vague smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, interesting. Chapter 28. BROLY is interested, and if he is right, then maybe he can go back in time by capturing the past, but if he goes back, he probably won't be able to come back. Because there is no present or future point in time in the past, but there is a time machine. The universe is the general term for all time and space, and the space where it is set is a circular plane, and the process of moving forward is time, which may extend infinitely, or may eventually return to a point, but the current space plane and the past and future space planes will not be in contact with the time movement at the same time. However, the space-time machine unexpectedly appeared, it captured a point in time in the past, came to the past through special methods, and changed the past to give birth to a different future world, but the world it went to is still synchronized with the future world, so the future will not change, but it can change the future of the time and space that the past has reached. I have the opportunity to look at the time machine of Trunks and Churu, this is a record of 2 future points in time, if I can understand the principle, maybe I can pass it. BROLY thought to himself. It's just that there is no danger in Shalo's world Earth, and there is no danger to the Earth, and the demon Bu has never had the energy to resurrect. Trunks' worldview doesn't appear either, but if Trunks gets stronger, maybe. Let's find out next time. Suddenly remembered, isn't Chiru already making a time machine? You can find the king of the realm to search for the time machine, it seems to be near the western capital, you can find it for Boomer to see. Just as Broly was thinking about this, Vegeta said to Goku, Son Goku, how did you run out before the explosion of Namek? I remember that Frisia's ship has broken down. And Goku also roughly talked about his affairs on Namek like the original book, and told everyone that he learned teleportation on the planet Adastra, and everyone also let Goku demonstrate it as in the original book. After that, everyone left separately and went to practice, and Sun Wukong and Big took Gohan to practice together. Broly flew home with Boomer in his arms. When he got home, Broly spoke to Bulma and went to the king. On the northern border, King Wang. Hey, king of the realm. Broly said hello. Oh, Broly, what's the matter with me? The king of the realm asked. You know the origin of that young man just now, right? Broly asked. The king of the realm nodded, yes, I still wonder why I don't have his information, it turns out that it is from the future. But it's really unbelievable that it takes such a day to make a time machine. Broly nodded, yes, but the king of the realm, you can see his time machine too. I'm looking for you to ask you to search around the western capital and see if there's anything the same. The king of the realm smiled, hey, how is this possible? Broly, you have such a good sense of humor, this is something that was born out of desperation after 20 years, how can it be now? Ha ha ha. However, he still used the antenna to probe the area near the western capital, and then his face changed, this. How is this possible? There really is. Who sat here? Broly asked, King of the Realm, did you find it? The King of the Realm nodded, yes, but it seems to be broken, I don't know who sat here, in the western suburbs of the western capital at 10:50. Broly, take a look. I want to feel a sinister aura in it. Broly nodded, teleported to the deep forest in the western suburbs, and quickly found a time machine with a broken hole. Seeing the eggshells inside, Broly sneered, I will clean you up after 2 years, and let you hide on the ground for 2 years first. Press the button, restore the machine to the capsule, put it away, and rush home, he wants to quickly show Boomer the time machine. Boomer, I'm back, I'll show you something. After saying that, throw out the universal capsule. Boomer came out of the room at the sound of a voice and saw a somewhat broken time machine appear in the capsule. Boomer looked up and down, this is time machine. Broly said lightly. Boomer was surprised, and Boomer observed it again, it doesn't seem to be the same, this time has also been placed in the wild for a while, are there other time machines? Where did you find it? At 1050 in the western suburbs of the western capital, there seems to be something sitting in the future, well, Boomer, you go and study the principle, I'm going to use it later, Broly said. Alright. I'll tell you when I figure it out. Boomer looked at the time machine with interest and nodded. Broly kissed Broly's forehead, hard work for you, Boomer shook his head, leaning happily on Broly's chest, she felt very happy to be able to help this man. It's been a month since the arrival of the Frisia father and son, and just today, in the distance, over a sparsely populated land, suddenly the air twisted strangely, followed by ripples and ripples. A small spaceship with a huge logo has actually flown out of a black hole created during the space shock. Whoosh! The spaceship swept across the sky, and finally slowed down, slowly falling to the ground as the wind howled and blew away the surrounding flowers and plants. The spacecraft paused on the ground for a few seconds, and suddenly there was a creak, and the cabin slowly opened. The stretched steps connect to the ground, the slight sound of footsteps gradually disturbs the heartstrings, and a figure walks out of the shadows, reflecting an abstract shadow in the bright sunlight. Whew, it's finally in the past. The handsome young man sighed, stretched out his hand and pressed down on a position of the flying machine, and a small capsule appeared in the man's hand, looked up at the sky, put the capsule in his arms, and then took out a strange positioning machine and looked at it. The visitor was dressed in a blue uniform, neatly dressed on his body, and the cuffs were stamped with the same logo as on the spaceship. On his lower body, he wears black trousers and cowhide boots. He had a cold and handsome face, and very rare long silver-white hair, and he exuded a kind of arrogance, a kind of depression that raised frustration. Under the sun, on the boy's body, the most striking thing is the mysterious sword in the scabbard behind his back. Although it is not unsheathed, the sharp breath is aggressive and blends with the momentum of a teenager. Now let's go to the place where Frisia will come, and listen to my mother. At that time, Frisia and his father will come to Earth to destroy Mr. Gaku. Well, that's the plan, and then go to Mr. Gaku. The young man said to himself, then flew in one direction, and disappeared here in an instant. Well, this is it, I guess we'll be there soon. The young man muttered to himself, found a big clean rock mountain at random, and sat down slowly. His eyes fell into contemplation, thinking of his mother's caring instructions and mother's instructions when he was about to leave, and find Wukong. He might be able to help. Is Mr. Gaku really like Gohan's brother and mother? And father, I can finally see you. A faint murmur floated in the void. Chapter 29. Time waits for no one, it always passes through the fingers inadvertently, and does not realize it. The whistling cold wind rustles and blows the stones scattered on the ground, dripping and moving. A young man with silver-white hair sits quietly on a tall rock like a stone sculpture, looking up at the white clouds fluttering in the sky, and the young man's face has become a little anxious and confused. Nothing happened here, how is this possible? Listening to the words of the former Gohan brother, Frisia should come to attack the Earth, and Mr. Gaku will return to the Earth at about the same time, and now it has been a few hours since the young man appeared, and he had waited for a long time at the place where Frisia would come, but of course the truth disappointed him. Needless to say that Frisia, even if the Kurdish king and the Gula were already wiped out, the history he knew could not happen again. The young man who didn't believe it still arrived on the Earth where Gaku would come, and things disappointed him again, and waited for a full few hours. Gaku didn't come, but a long time passed, which made him irritable, and his mood was also a little apprehensive. Could it be that because of his arrival, the history here has changed? Maybe it is not the era he calculated. Is it really wrong? The young man looked down at the time of his wrist. Is it really my arrival that completely changed the history of this place, or has I come to a different time and space? This young man is Trunks of the future space-time. The mystery of the dimensional universe is so unpredictable. After Broly came to this world, the two space-times began to bifurcate, but from Trunks appeared here, you can know that the original space-time still exists. What now? Trunks looked down and pondered for a moment. If this plane was really different from his future, it would be fine, as long as Mr. Gaku was alive. Because at this moment, Trunks is sure that he has not returned to another world, and there is no time difference, as long as he knows how to kill androids from Mr. Gaku, or directly return to his plane with Gaku. Trunks doesn't have that idea of outperforming androids on his own. If you have it, it's going to do it. If you do it now. Trunks' eyes lit up, a smile appeared on his face. He thought of a way. Just do it. Trunks pressed his palm on the rock slightly, his body soared into the air, and he fell to the ground between tumbling. His hands were on his waist, and his feet stood on the ground steadily. His eyes were instantly cold. Drink! With a low shout, the ground suddenly shook a few times, and the stones that were originally on the ground floated in the air, and a huge force of peng burst out from Trunks' body, and the surrounding stones all turned into powder, fluttering and scattering, and the clouds in the sky seemed to feel something, and slowly dispersed. Snort! The golden chi continued to surge around Trunks' body, and his scattered head turned golden and stood up. His eyebrows also turned golden, and his blue pupils also turned light green, and powerful chi permeated all around. Yes, Trunks has become a rank scion. Trunks knew that if he wanted to confirm it slowly, it would take a lot of time, so it would be better to call someone else to come to him, so Trunks became a level scion, and the Earthlings were indeed much stronger, but compared to the level scions, it was still far from enough. Trunks could guess that the people who sensed this chi, such as Goku, should rush here, no matter what it was. Such a powerful chi appeared, it was impossible to be indifferent. Just when Trunks released his air, everyone on the earth quickly found out, and everyone flew towards that breath, and when BROLY felt this breath, he was very happy. Haha, Trunks finally came. His future space-time behavior map is still very important. If you can ask Trunks, if you want to come and let Boomer study it, it would be good, and then you can go to Trunks's plane. After thinking about saying hello to BROLY, he headed in the direction of Trunks. It's coming, and it's very fast, even if I vaguely feel a little invincible. Could it be Mr. Wukong? Maybe that's true, because of my arrival, Mr. Wukong arrived here early. In Trunks' induction, an amazing aura was coming towards him quickly, so it was also appropriate to make this guess, and not only this breath, there were also many breaths flying towards here in the distance, and several of them were very powerful, which made Trunks wonder, how could there be so many masters on the earth? In fact, Piccolo, Klin, and they have all improved a lot overall, not to mention Vegeta. A streamer of light fell from the sky, and suddenly fell in front of Trunks, and the first to arrive was BROLY. You are? Trunks asked suspiciously, because he didn't know the person in front of him at all, and the dead fathers, Mr. Wukong and Clint, had left photos of the Earth battles before, so Trunks could easily identify them, but he didn't know the person in front of him at all. It can't be. Trunks shook his head, his face was dazed. The speed of this person flying towards here just now could be judged to be more powerful than him, but how could such a powerful person be unknown? He had never heard of it at all. Hehe, my name is BROLY, you're a scion, why haven't I seen you? BROLY smiled. Of course he wouldn't say anything at first. You come from the future. This kind of thing only made Trunks suspicious, and he could only let him slowly shake out his experience, and he would also regard this thing as a butterfly effect caused by his coming to this era, and it was an effect that started many years in advance. Yes, I'm a scion. Trunks replied blankly, his thoughts still turned, but there was no result. Trunks did not have the existence of BROLY in the future, so he couldn't have any result when he thought of death, and suddenly, Trunks looked at BROLY incredulously. Are you also a scion? BROLY nodded undeniably, and with a boom, a strong chi suddenly burst out around BROLY's body, permeating the surroundings. Trunks felt an aura that made people unable to resist. This aura was stronger than he imagined. Even those artificial people may not be so powerful. How could such a character be obscure? Trunks' head was a little groggy. This is really a scion. Although the changes are different, Trunks can still feel the familiar smell. It is the breath of a scion, but the person in front of him is too powerful, so strong that Trunks himself can't rise to the meaning of resistance. Has my arrival caused an amazing change in this time and space? And Mr. Goku, will they still be there? BROLY tells Trunks that Raditz and Nappa are still alive, but they are imprisoned in the Celestial Temple. Vegeta became a combat partner just like them. And Trunks was dizzy after hearing this. And he couldn't think a little anymore. He only knew that the history here had been fragmented, and he didn't know where to go. This was Trunks' heart, because Trunks still appeared in this world. It means that the space-time and plane of the two are completely different, and the historical changes of time will not affect him. Who you are and where do you come from? BROLY asked in a deep voice, giving Trunks a dose of strong medicine. BROLY's appearance shows that this plane has already developed in the other direction, so Trunks should have no worries, then everyone will not have to speculate. I am. Trunks was still a little hesitant, but finally thought about it, gritted his teeth, and said, I am from the future, riding a time machine. There are two very powerful androids in the future, and the warriors of the earth have been killed, and I am the only one left. What? Then I'm dead too. BROLY pretended to be shocked and said, since Trunks came here, BROLY knew a fact. Trunks belonged to a plane in the original world, this was just a show. After all, there was always some reaction when he heard this. No, I don't know why, in my future, there is no such person as you at all, and the Nappa and Raditz you are talking about should have died a long time ago, and should not have been imprisoned in the temple of the gods. The world has completely changed. Trunks shook his head blankly, and replied smoothly, and my mother made the time machine because I asked me to find Mr. Gaku here. Oh, by the way, my mother is Boomer, have you heard? Boomer, what are you talking about? Boomer is my wife, BROLY said solemnly, actually laughing in his heart, but this form still has to be done. Your wife, it's completely different, really completely different. Trunks said in despair, and then looked at BROLY with a look of dismay. Mr. BROLY, can you tell me about some of the big things that have happened in this world? Okay. BROLY then said some things, whether it was born here in a different place in the future, or Frisia's brother Gura, it all let Trunks know that the world here was beyond his expectations, and he had no shadow of existence in this world, which also made Trunks a little depressed, but fortunately, Mr. Wukong, Klin, etc. are still there, which means that it is just a change in time and space, not the so-called other world. So that's the case, so I'll tell you about my future. Trunks finally came to his senses and accepted this fact. My name is Trunks. The Earth was originally very peaceful, but one day the arrival of 2 artificial humans plunged the Earth into a bloody storm, and the people who died in the hands of artificial humans do not know how to go, and the future Earth is shattered, and there is the smoke of destruction everywhere. Kling and others. Slowly, Trunks narrated the future bit by bit, whether it was his identity, or his worries and the reason for his arrival. The heavy tone made Blanks also know that Trunks was really depressed. His partners and friends were dead, and he was the only one left, but fortunately, his mother supported him, so that he would not collapse. And BROLY also let Trunks know that a month ago, there was also a girl from the future who told Gaku about the android, and also gave Gaku the special medicine. Trunks didn't say anything after hearing it. After all, they knew everything they should know, so he should go back. Just as Trunks was about to go back, BROLY stopped Trunks and asked Trunks about the space nodes and worlds of his world. Trunks also told BROLY cheerfully, and then left in a time machine, and when he left, he told BROLY that he would come back in 2 years to see if there was a way to kill the android, and then disappeared into the air. Chapter 30. Time passed a little later. Vegeta, Monkey King, Colin, Vic, Tianjin Fan, and other individuals have arrived here, and the people have finally arrived. Then everyone saw BROLY standing there alone, and they all gathered in front of BROLY, and asked BROLY what had just happened. Oh, there was a young man named Trunks just now, and he also came from the future time and space, and he also came to tell us about the artificial man, well, and his time and space. It seems that the warriors of the earth were killed by those 2 artificial humans, and only Trunks is left. This time he came here to inform us about the artificial man, and the second is to send medicine for Wukong's heart disease, although you have the medicine sent by the girl, but since others are also here to deliver medicine, I will stay. After all, this medicine is not too much. As he spoke, he took out the medicine and threw it to Sun Wukong. The third thing he did was to know how to destroy the androids. Wait, what did you say that everyone died at the hands of the androids? Isn't BROLY even their opponent? Not to mention that Gaku had asked in surprise. Even Vic and Vegeta were also shocked. They knew a little bit about BROLY's strength, although they had never seen him use all his strength, but Gaku, Vegeta and Vic knew very well that even if they were full strength, they would definitely not be BROLY's opponents. So they had never challenged BROLY, and they had been working hard to practice. Oh, this is that he didn't appear in that plane, so he doesn't know, BROLY said. This is not the point is that we can be sure, in 2 years, the android will definitely appear. If you don't work hard to cultivate now, it is not impossible to be killed, BROLY said solemnly. Everyone nodded at BROLY's words, and then everyone quickly left the place. And in 2 years there will be a stronger enemy, and they will have to practice harder. And BROLY also went back, found Boomer, told Boomer about the space-time node he got from Tenunks, and then asked Boomer to step up his research, and he also told Boomer about Trunks roughly, and then Boomer took that set of data to do research, and BROLY entered his own space and began to practice more strictly. In the past 2 years, everyone has also carried out more rigorous training, and at this time, after Boomer got the data given by BROLY, it took a while to understand the principle of the time machine, and then he told BROLY in detail, even with the current ability of the Universal Capsule Company, she is afraid that it will take her 10 years to make a time machine, and it will take at least more than 1 year to get together the round-trip energy. I can't help but admire the future Boomer, it was made in 17 years under such a bad situation, which is amazing. After BROLY understood it, he also thought about it in detail, he couldn't do it, and after thinking about it for a long time, he also determined that he could do it if he had a definite time and place, so he asked Boomer to dismantle and rebuild the time machine to determine the time point device, and then adjust it to the same time point as his world after Trunks arrived, and travel through time and space once, maybe he could understand the true meaning of the world in the process. Time passed, and 2 years passed quickly. On September 25th, it seemed like an ordinary day, and the sun rose as usual. The Dragon Ball warriors finished their training one after another and came to a large island 9 kilometers southeast of the island. Hey, it's Tianjin rice and tea. Kling floated in the air, and saw several people standing on the top of the island hill from a distance, and fell down with Sun Wukong, Vic, and Gohan. I'm waiting for you, you're late, Gohan has grown so tall. Boomer stands on the side of the ship with a child in his arms. BROLY, too, how can I agree to you coming here? Sun Wukong asked helplessly. Come and watch the battle, it's okay, I'll take a look at the android and go back. Boomer smiled nonchalantly. Kling opened his mouth and sighed. What surprised me the most was what Boomer was holding in his arms. Is this your and BROLY's child? What's it called? Bang! Boomer kicked Kling's calf, his eyebrows upside down, and said disapprehensively, how do you speak? This is my child, not the thing in your mouth. Well, the name is there, it's Cher, it's BROLY's name, oh, how nice it sounds. At this time, 2 strangely dressed people appeared on the island, one was a white and chubby fat man, and the other was an old man, with the RR mark on his clothes, that is, the Red Ribbon Legion mark. The Dragon Ball crowd didn't wait for the android to appear, why hasn't anyone shown up? Tianjin Rice was puzzled. Goku, oops! I screamed, I forgot that the girl said at the time that androids are not angry. At this time, everyone also remembered, and at this time everyone said, what should I do then? Well, you go your separate ways and look for it. But don't chase too far. Goku said, if you find out, let everyone know immediately. Smack. Syllable. 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 The crowd immediately dispersed and went their own way. Click. Goku landed on the igloo, and he condescendingly observed the town. Damn! Where the hell it is, I should have asked Schwetter to describe their appearance. Wukong searched and searched but found no trace of the android, and couldn't help but complain. Soon the tea-drinking carelessness was sneak-attacked, and Wukong and the others soon found out that the tea-drinking gas disappeared and arrived in time and rescued him with fairy beans. After the meeting, the conversation was very hot, and soon the conflict began, and finally found a secluded island and began to fight. Chapter 31. The battle started quickly, the 2 figures of Bang were quickly entangled, Sun Wukong's movements were even faster and faster than when he was in Namek, every punch, every leg, was like a terrifying heavy artillery. As Sun Wukong's opponent, although the chubby-looking android looks very bloated and clumsy, it is not much better than the former in terms of speed and strength. Damn, this guy! The tall thin android stood not far from the battlefield, his eyes tightly locked on the 2 fast-fighting figures, his brows furrowed slightly, he never thought that his partner would actually have a tie with Sun Wukong. Kling and the others also stood not far from the battlefield, and several people watched the very fierce battle between Sun Wukong and the android, their expressions solemn with the intensity of the battle. It seems that Wukong should be about the same strength as this artificial man. Kling's eyes kept turning, and his gaze never left the two fast figures in mid-air, and then he spoke. Nope. Vic shook his head, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Gaku, this guy is retaining his strength, and don't forget, he can transform into a Super Saiyan. As soon as Vic finished speaking, Sun Wukong transformed, and Sun Wukong's sudden transformation surprised the android, but his appearance was still very calm. In the subsequent battle, Sun Wukong kept pressing the number 19 fight, kicked the android down with a heavy kick, rushed into the ground and sat up, and the rubble on his body also fell, except for the embarrassment, there was no damage, and he looked at Wukong in the air expressionlessly. At this time, Wukong also appeared in an abnormal state, and it was not long before the war began. Wukong was gasping as if he had consumed a lot of physical strength, and at this time, Wukong saw the android standing up as if nothing happened, and angrily threw out the turtle faction Qigong at the android 19, wanting to rely on this trick to fight the winner. Number 19 also looked at the turtle sect Qigong that roared at him, and showed an evil smile. Haha, sand. He raised his right hand and opened his 5 fingers widely, aiming at the whistling Qigong waves. Chirp. Although the Qigong wave hit the android head-on, the android did not suffer any damage, but happily absorbed the powerful energy contained in the Qigong wave. Sure enough, looking at this situation, Vic immediately reminded Wukong that the enemy can absorb Qi, so don't use the Qigong wave to attack the other party anymore, and be careful not to be caught by the other party with his hands. Sun Wukong and the number 19 who had just replenished energy quickly fell into disadvantage. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Wukong fell to the ground with a bang, clutching his heart in pain, gasping for breath, and the burden on his heart intensified with the attack of the android. Seeing this situation, how can everyone endure it? Flying up in unison, intending to come forward to help. However, as if the 20th had expected everyone's reaction, he suddenly smiled strangely at everyone and gave the 19th a look. Nodding knowingly, number 19 suddenly appeared beside Gaku, slammed Gaku up from the ground, and choked Goku's neck. In the blink of an eye, all the people who were about to move just now were shocked by this sudden change and stopped moving. Number 20 was proud, and 19 was fortunately absorbing the energy of Sun Wukong. But he was kicked away by Vegeta, who rushed in. Later, as in the original book, Sun Wukong was sent away by drinking tea, and after Vegeta successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, he easily killed the android number 19, and number 20 saw that the situation was not good, released a Qigong wave, and escaped under the cover of the smoke and dust created by the Qigong wave. At this time, Trunks arrived in a space-time machine, and everyone also felt it, and they all looked up, and soon the spaceship gradually landed on the ground, and a teenager walked out of it, and everyone soon knew that it was the boy they didn't see last time, and soon the teenager told them that the person they had just fought against was not the android he knew, and Vic also remembered that Broly's daughter said that the android seemed to be a combination of a man and a woman, and then Vic asked, and the teenager also affirmed Vic's words, and everyone also scattered to find the trace of number 20. Chapter 32. While everyone is scattered in search of Alpha 20, Broly also sends Boomer to his home, and Boomer is worried about everyone's safety and asks Broly to rush to help. Don't worry, the real androids haven't come out yet, I'll go over when the 2 real androids appear, don't worry, everyone will be fine, don't forget that I will teleport. Broly said as he looked at Boomer dotingly. Then you have to be careful. I'll be waiting for you back at home. Boomer said. Soon everyone scattered in search of Android 20 and regrouped. Damn, he ran away. Vegeta was still anxiously and irritated searching for the whereabouts of Android 20. At this time, Trunks asked, what about Mr. Sun and Mr. Broly, Where are they? Why not be here? Daddy's heart attack is on. Uncle Broly had just sent Aunt Boomer back, and she should be back soon. Gohan's white and tender little face was full of worry. It seems that even the time of onset is different, Trunks muttered to himself worriedly. At this time, Vic raised a very critical question: what is the image of the artificial man you are talking about, that is, the combination of a man and a woman? I don't want to be mistaken. Number 17 is a black-haired boy with a scarf around his neck, and number 18 is the image of a girl. The clothes are similar to mine, they are all cold, and they also wear round earrings, so they are easy to recognize. Trunks replied. They're like the androids we just met? Do you absorb energy in the palm of your hand? Vic asked again. Absorb energy? There's no need, their power stones are endless. Trunks said. At this time, Broly appeared in front of everyone, telling everyone that in fact, Android 20 was Dr. Gallo, and also told Dr. Gallo where the research institute was located. Broly said that this was all told to him by Boomer, and in order to confirm the authenticity, he also specially brought the information from Boomer's computer for everyone to see. After that, everyone quickly flew to the location of Dr. Gallo's research and flew over quickly. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Gallo Institute, they heard an argument inside, and when they opened the door, they saw the young man wearing a scarf suddenly leap up. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he suddenly made a leg sweep in midair and kicked Dr. Gallo in the head. Bang! With the sound of something tumbling, there was a deathly silence, and everyone stared at everything in disbelief, unable to speak. Klin, who was closest to the boy, stared at the ground in front of him in a daze, his pupils full of horror, and his heartbeat almost stopped. It turned out that Dr. Gallo's head had rolled down in front of him. Dr. Gable, though only his head remained, was not completely dead. His eyes widened like brass bells, and emotions of remorse, fear, and anger flashed in his eyes, and he roared. You ungrateful fellows! Before Dr. Gallo could finish speaking, the black-haired boy suddenly leapt into the air and landed lightly in front of Klin, landing on his head in front of him, to be exact. The sound of clicking exploded in Klin's ears like thunder in the silence of the laboratory, and Dr. Gallo's voice came to an abrupt end. At this time, Broly also arrived here slowly. He came for only one purpose. Well, he came for the 18th, he felt that such a beautiful and lovely girl would be really bad with Klin, and he wanted to save the 18th from Klin. When he saw no. 17, he looked forward to it and waited for number 18 to appear. Chapter 33. With long black hair, a bewitching face, narrow and sharp eyes, and a handsome young man with no expression but revealing a strong murderous intent, appeared in front of everyone, and a girl walked out behind the boy, well, with beautiful and moving delicate cheeks, short golden and attractive hair, and a proud figure, all of which mean that this is a beautiful and heartwarming girl, but unfortunately the girl's face is expressionless, and her eyes are also cold and abnormal. And when Vegeta saw these two people, he sneered, it seems that you are the real androids. 17 and 18 don't say anything, and 18 walks to another hibernation pod. 16? How come I don't remember having an android of this model? Number 18 asked. Number 17 also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and then said, open it and take a look. Yes. As he spoke, number 18 opened No 16's sleeping pod, and number 16 woke up instantly. Tall, pineapple-headed, dressed in green clothes, with fiery red hair. The 16th got up, looked at the 17th and 18th, and walked out of the room silently. Vegeta, on the other hand, was furious at this time, and he was ignored. Blatantly ignored. How can you not make him angry? How can you not make him angry? Vegeta snorted coldly, gathered enough chi in his hand, formed a ball of air, and threw it towards the 17th. Boom! The explosion shook the entire mountain, sending smoke and dust in the air, and then the ground caved in, sending Vegeta into the air. And immediately following Vegeta flew out were the intact three of number 17, number 18, and number 16. At this time, the four of them were suspended in the air, and the cold murderous aura collided invisibly, and a fierce battle seemed to be about to break out. And since the 18th came out, Broly's eyes haven't taken off the 18th, well, wow, she's so cute, and her body is so good, well, how can such a beautiful, cute and moving girl follow that little bald head of Klin? No, she's mine. Broly thought to himself. At this time, Broly also came to Vegeta and said, Vegeta 17 and 16 can be played if you want, and 18 will be left to me, and ignored Vegeta's reaction, and retreated to everyone's side. But number 17 looked at Vegeta expressionlessly, and said in a cold voice word by word, I don't want to waste time on you, my goal is Monkey King. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression became even more hideous, his head instantly turned golden, like a boiling fire burning, and a shocking murderous aura emanated from his body, with his breath constantly rising, the stones and dust on the ground steamed, and thin cracks continued to spread under his feet, stretching in all directions. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished in place, turning into dreamlike after-images in the void, and instantly came to 17, swinging his fist at the latter. The hunting fist blew away No 17's long hair. Vegeta shouted angrily, the force of the fist increased a little, and a piercing sound pierced through the blurred air. Number 17 moved his steps, his figure flashed, and he dodged his attack very dangerously, his eyes swept over Vegeta, and with a wave of his 5 fingers, 5 rapid energy burst out. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta kicked into the void at his feet, his figure was as changeable as a dragon, and he used the chi condensed under his feet to quickly avoid 17's attack. Bang! 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 17 and Vegeta punched and kicked in mid-air. And the figures of the two were extremely fast, and even Vic, who was watching the battle on the ground, felt a little dazzled and couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two of them. So fast! Vic's face was very bad, he watched the two figures continue to flicker in mid-air, but he couldn't see the movements of the two of them clearly, obviously with his strength, he couldn't participate in this level of battle at all. Just as everyone was looking at the battle in the sky, an indifferent voice sounded, then let me clean you up. Kindness? Everyone looked at the source of the voice in surprise, and it was the golden girl who had been silent. Although the identity of the other party is a woman, Vic learns the true identity of her artificial person, but he can't mention the slightest contempt. Don't be so nervous, I'll come here with this woman, you just watch while you go. Broly said casually, and everyone relaxed when they heard Broly's words, and continued to watch the battle between Vegeta and number 17. At this time, Broly floated in front of number 18, Tisk, such a beautiful girl, why do you shout and kill at every turn, it's not good. But Broly was unhurried, smack. The limbs collided, not hit, but was twisted by Broly's direct grab on the 18th's hand, and the 18th didn't give up, and attacked with the other hand, but was still caught and twisted, and then number 18 tried to struggle, but he couldn't move because his hands were grabbed and twisted. At this time, Broly was secretly refreshed, because no 18's hands were grabbed and twisted, and after a struggle, the whole person couldn't help leaning back, and the two immediately clinged together. Okay, girl, don't struggle, it's useless no matter how much you struggle, be honest, watching the battle between number 17 and Vegeta is, listening to Broly's words, number 18 stopped struggling, but the current posture made number 18 blush, and Broly saw the blushing number 18, he froze instantly, and his strength couldn't help but decrease a lot, and number 18 saw this, quickly broke away from Broly, and then glared fiercely at Broly and didn't make any more moves. And everyone was speechless when they saw the battle in BROLY, and they went together to fight. At this time, 17 and Vegeta are engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! A figure was thrown out and crashed into a hill, and the whole person completely fell into the recess of the rock, looking extremely embarrassed. No 17's long hair flew in the wind, and his fast body instantly turned into a streamer and flew towards the sunken hill, stagnating at the commanding height of more than 10 meters above the ground, and his hands burst out with a dazzling energy wave, attacking the already collapsed hill like a storm. Just when dozens of energy waves that had arrived one after another appeared in the form of a net-like siege, a cold and arrogant roar was heard, and then the golden light exploded like the rising sun. Vegeta, who was dressed in a blue combat suit, raised his eyebrows, his long golden hair exploded high, and a powerful aura erupted from all over his body, and he launched a rapid counterattack against dozens of energy waves. The energy was staggered together, and the sky was shining with different types of light, and then bursts of roars came and went, and as the battle between the two escalated, the ground began to tremble and crack, and the clouds seemed to be disturbed by two powerful breaths, showing the strong combat power of the two of them. "Is that all your power is?" Number 17 laughed playfully, with a look of contempt in his eyes, and his speed suddenly increased, appearing in front of Vegeta, and launching a rapid onslaught. In the face of No 17's naked provocation, Vegeta's face became very ugly, but under No 17's fierce attack, he couldn't fight back, and could only dodge left and right. As No 17's attacks became more and more aggressive, Vegeta's dodging figure became clumsy, and after being hit by No 17's punches and kicks in succession, the figure kept falling backwards, pulling a long golden line in mid-air. Boom! Number 17 raised his fist, and under the strong pressure of Vegeta, who had no time to dodge, he punched him in the jaw, and the powerful wave of air smashed the latter into the air, crashing into a large barren clearing. The rising dirt and dust mixed with the hunting wind, Vegeta's body sank into the cold dirt, and 17 sneered, and the figure disappeared into mid-air, reappearing next to Vegeta. Bastard! Vegeta struggled to get up, and number 17 stomped on him, causing him to groan in pain as his body continued to sink into the dirt. Number 17 looked down at Vegeta, who had no power to fight back, and said lightly, "Your strength is still far away." At this time, BROLY came out of the fight. "Okay, stop on the 17th, although you are androids, you don't seem to kill indiscriminately, why bother staring at Sun Wukong? Isn't it good to be an ordinary person?" And number 18 heard BROLY's voice, glared at him fiercely, and then flew away with number 16 and number 17, and not long after leaving, I heard BROLY's voice coming, "Oops! I'll come back to you on the 18th, wait for me." The 18th almost didn't fall out of the air when he heard this, and then couldn't help but speed up his flight. The rest of the crowd looked at BROLY strangely, and BROLY said, "Look at it, go back." After Kling gave the beans to Trunks and asked Trunks to feed Vegeta the beans, everyone was ready to leave. Vegeta's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly with anger, and he suffered severely from the crushing defeat in the battle with the androids. "Shame on you!" With an angry roar, Vegeta flew into the sky alone and left. "Let him be alone, Vegeta's arrogance has become big again since he became a Super Saiyan, and this is probably a big blow," Vic said as he stopped Trunks, who was trying to catch up. Trunks stopped, as if remembering something. He stopped talking, then calmed down, and wondered, "They are not like the androids I know, the androids I have seen are not so strong, and their mentality is completely different, they don't seem to be very brutal." BROLY walked over. "Trunks, show me your time machine." Trunks was a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, let's take it out first. I found a time machine in the western suburbs 2 years ago, and now I put it at home, you can go and take a look, now take out yours and I'll take a look." Trunks was a little surprised, and a time machine, how could it be? But he still took the capsule and threw it out, and BROLY stepped forward and used the time machine to transform the recording time and space point instrument in the time machine to record the time and space point fluctuations in the Trunks world. "Good. BROLY is happy, so that I can travel between the two worlds?" Chapter 34. In a moment, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly, and the beautiful figure turned around and smiled at everyone. Hajuo. My name is Conus, and I'm welcome to Angel Beach. Then he picked up a snow-white fox at his feet, walked up to everyone and said, "This is the Cloud Fox, so. Are you from Qinghai? Beautiful angel, please accept my sincere compliment, your beautiful face like a flower." Sanji, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, held a bouquet of flowers and began to recite his love poem again. "You give me enough to stop." Nami used the oldest method to cure Sanji's nymphomania, ignoring Miss Nami, who was angry, and Sanji was so charming. Nami said to Konis, "Don't pay attention to him, he's so excited when he's excited. Do you live here? We've just come up from below to get a glimpse of what's going on here." "Well, yes, I'm a native here, and I'd be happy to help you." Kones hugged Sue in her arms and smiled at everyone. At this time, an object moved rapidly from the sea, and Conus immediately went up to greet her. "Ah, father, here you are. Daughter Conus." The uncle also waved his hand to Cornus from afar. "Hey, what's that thing your dad drives? How did it sail at sea without sails and pulp?" Nami asked, pointing to the strange thing that Kanik was driving, as if one of the things that had been salvaged was like this, and BROLY insisted on putting it away. "It's called Mighty, and it's a kind of ship unique to our Sky Island. It's powered by shellfish, but it's technically demanding, and I've only just learned to drive it." Conus rubbed her head embarrassedly, a little embarrassed to learn to fly the Mighty as an empty island man. "Wow, that's stylish. I want one too." Luffy felt extremely envious as he watched his uncle sail the sea in a dashing manner. "I'm sorry everyone, I'm going to stop." The uncle shouted and drove towards everyone, but he didn't seem to slow down at all. Just when everyone thought that this uncle was going to show some stunts, the uncle drove the bully and crashed into a big tree. "Everyone! I didn't get hurt." The tree struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the crowd that was staring at him with black lines. Conus introduced her father to the crowd. "Father, did you catch a fish?" "Caught a lot. Are these your friends?" Uncle asked, looking at the crowd. "Well, I just met, they are from Qinghai." Conus replied truthfully. "I see, I don't know a lot of things, if you don't mind, you are welcome to come to my house and taste the food of the Sky Island together." Conus's father invited in a friendly way. "Sky cuisine? Then please let me help," Sanji said excitedly. "Eat? I'm going. I'm going. But can Uncle lend me that thing for fun?" Luffy excitedly ran up to Konis's father and looked at Mighty. "This kind of thing is not for you, you better go to dinner." BROLY said to Luffy. Luffy heard that he didn't want to play anymore when he heard that he was going to eat, so he was ready to follow everyone to eat. "That uncle, can you lend me this mighty bully? Nami is also interested in this handsome vehicle." "Of course, no problem. However, the hull of the Viva is made very light, and a small wave will change the direction of the rudder. It's a bit difficult for beginners, I'm really sorry." Kones' father lent Majestic to Nami, but he reminded Nami of something to look out for. "It's okay uncle, Nami must be fine," Vivi said. While everyone was talking, Nami was already driving the Mighty on the sea. "Miss Nami, you're the best!" Sanji shouted with a red heart. "Nami, it's time for us to go to Miss Konus's house, hurry up!" BROLY shouted as he waved at Nami, who was playing at sea. "You guys go first, I'm going to play for a while, I'll go over by myself in a while." Nami sprinted excitedly across the sea on a mighty horse, occasionally performing a few difficult maneuvers. Luffy looked at Nami's chic appearance, and yelled on the shore with great envy, "It's amazing! I'm going to play too." "Hey, Luffy, don't you want to eat empty island food?" Sanji stopped Luffy in time, and it would be very troublesome to get entangled by Luffy. "Cooking? I want to eat. Let's go." As soon as Luffy heard about the food, he immediately changed his attention and clamored to go. Later, everyone followed Konis and daughter to their house. Sanji went to help with the cooking, and Konis accompanied everyone to explain some of everyone's doubts. At this time, Nami, who was playing at sea, drove the mighty to an island, and just as Nami was thinking about whether to go up again, a noise came. Then a man escaped from the island, looked at the mighty that Nami was riding, and asked her to carry him to escape, but at that moment a flame came out from behind and burned the man to charcoal, and Nami was startled and hurried to the original place on Maida. At this time, everyone heard Kones say that there is a god on the empty island, and there is an island that must not be visited, and everyone also encountered a little trouble when they saw that Nami had not come back and decided to find Nami, and several people in military uniforms came to Luffy and said to everyone, "It's you, the 9 illegal entrants who came here from Qinghai." Illegal entry? How can it be? Usopp looked incredulous. The captain took out the photo and said, "We got the photo from Granny Amazon, confess your guilt." And everyone finally understood why the mother-in-law below said that she could come in without paying, because now the captain said that if you didn't pay when you just came up, if you pay now, it will be 10 times the original price, and it will be difficult for everyone to accept this price. Usopp tried his best to calm everyone down and wait for Nami to come back without a conflict, and then Nami came back in a Viagra, but when she heard Usopp say about the huge entry fee, her face immediately became gloomy, and she drove the mighty to the law enforcement captain and knocked the law enforcement captain out for dozens of meters. After that, the other members of the law enforcement team followed Konis's father to carry their captain to the house, and Konis ran over to run away with everyone while they were not there, and everyone nodded yes, and then everyone packed up and prepared to sail out of here, but Luffy stood there still. Soon those soldiers went and returned, shooting at everyone without saying anything, and Luffy immediately moved when they saw it, and quickly knocked the law enforcement team to the ground, and the captain sneered and told everyone that everyone was now a level 2 prisoner, and there would be priests to adjudicate. BROLY smiled disdainfully, "God? Priest? Verdict? Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh at me, just that trash that eats the thunder natural devil fruit can judge me." And the others also remembered after seeing BROLY's reaction. There was a more perverted existence on their ship, and then everyone decided to go to the island to have a look, and they were ready to get on the ship, and Luffy took Sanji to Konis's house to pack it for the rest of the food, and Usopp also went with him because he needed to repair parts. The crowd waited for the 3 of them on the boat. At this moment, the boat was caught by 2 pincers and quickly headed forward, and the 3 people in Konis's house also found out about the situation, and then Konis's father told the 3 that the super-fast shrimp was a messenger of the gods, and the things it transported had always been sacrifices to the gods, and the 3 of them who did not go had to participate in the trials so that they could save their partners. Chapter 35. At this time, BROLY no longer hid his strength, and his aura suddenly increased in an instant. BROLY began to roar, and a breath of destruction exploded, and his body suddenly increased in size, his golden hair turned to fluorescent green, his pupils disappeared, and BROLY transformed into his legendary form. Both are in the form of legends. BROLY 1 sensed the threat and rushed towards the other party, and BROLY swiped a ball of energy light at the rushing BROLY 1. Seeing this, BROLY 1 also threw out a green energy ball and rushed towards BROLY. The 2 energies collided. BROLY's energy light ball instantly dispersed BROLY 1's green energy ball, and rushed towards BROLY 1. BROLY 1 dodged it instantly when he saw it, and rushed straight to BROLY. There was no move, only instinct remained, and the only purpose was to tear the enemy apart. The 2 of you go back and forth, attacking in a completely straight line, only fighting for speed and strength. Die! BROLY suddenly threw out a ball of compressed energy, and BROLY 1 roar. I rushed over directly, I didn't dodge it at all, I wanted to solve it with my strength. Boom dash dash. Although it didn't succeed and was hurt, but because of the injury, it became more and more furious, and the force of stimulation became higher and higher, and it was almost the same as BROLY, and then BROLY 1 laughed wildly and rushed towards BROLY. Boom, the 2 fists collided, and then both of them flew out upside down, but neither of them cared, turned over and propped up the ground with both hands, and rushed in the direction of BROLY 1, and BROLY 1 also stopped flying backwards and rushed towards BROLY. Giggle. Bump into each other, grab each other's hands, and start wrestling. BROLY slammed his hand and hit BROLY 1 in the jaw. BROLY 1 didn't care, grabbed BROLY and threw it up, and kicked BROLY hard with a bang, and the two kept bombarding each other, and their strength was getting higher and higher. And it is still improving, and the collision of the two people's forces even seems to shake the universe. Dimensional cracks are also beginning to appear in space. Bang bang! The two launched a fierce attack again, fists and feet collided, and a bang sounded, each other stepped back, and then clicked on the ground, pang! Collide again and fight together. BROLY 1 punched BROLY, who kicked him with a back kick. The injuries on BROLY's body at this time are recovering rapidly due to the immortality that he made to the gods back then, while the injuries suffered by BROLY 1 cannot be recovered, and the advantage begins to slowly unfold. At this time, BROLY 1 laughed madly, and his breath increased again, although the injury on his body was very serious, but in an extremely bloodthirsty and crazy state, BROLY 1 didn't care, and rushed towards BROLY after being directly promoted. And BROLY also rushed forward in an instant, and the two continued to bombard each other again, engaged in the most tragic hand-to-hand combat. Fall for me! BROLY shouted, throwing a rapid punch that tore through the air, and BROLY 1 also returned the punch with a sharp punch, and the shockwave of the fist collision sent out a loud noise shockwave. BROLY didn't want to wait any longer, roared a breath to gather the power to the right fist, raised to the highest, and rushed straight towards BROLY 1. BROLY 1 also roared, and the angry recoil came back, also a punch, boom! With a bang. They hit each other's chests, and BROLY 1 immediately flew upside down, but the injury affected the speed and strength, and a bloody wound was cut out of the chest, and BROLY did not wait for him to fall and chased after him again, punched hard, broke through the protective shield that BROLY 1 had barely gathered, and a punch was imprinted on BROLY 1's chest, and BROLY 1 fell heavily to the ground, and then BROLY quickly came to BROLY 1 and punched one punch after another on BROLY 1's body. In the end, BROLY kicked BROLY 1 upside down, and then swiped on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping, and then fell heavily to the ground. At this time, BROLY 1 was seriously injured, and the legendary form could no longer maintain its original form, and fell to the ground, coughing up blood in his mouth, and at this time BROLY came to BROLY 1, "Hee, yes, yes, you are the first to let me use all my strength, and you are also the first person to fight with me for so long after I have used all my strength. In order to repay you, I am ready to let you disappear with this planet. BROLY 1 goodbye." And at this time BROLY, still murmuring, "Ahem. Cockroach. Cockroach." At this time, BROLY roared, and instantly surrounded himself with a protective shield, floating towards the universe, gathering a huge energy bomb in his hand and throwing it at the planet. The planet exploded like fireworks in an instant with the impact of the energy bomb, and BROLY 1 also disappeared into the universe with the planet. Well, it's time to go back. I wonder what's going on Earth now? Has Siru become a complete body? After thinking about it, he left this point in time and space and went back. And at this time the Earth. After Siru came out of the ground, in order to perfect and strengthen himself, he absorbed the essence of human beings everywhere, and a large number of inhabitants were killed because of it. In order to deal with enemies that are more powerful than androids, the gods and Vic finally become one, and Vic is even stronger, but the Dragon Balls on Earth are gone. Vic competed with Siru. He not only defeated Siru, but also designed to trick Siru into telling his true origin and purpose, and when the powerful Vic tried to kill him, he used the Sun Fist to use the terrain to escape. In order to defeat a powerful enemy, Goku decides to surpass Super Saiyan. He took Vegeta, Trunks, and Son Gohan to the spiritual time house of the Temple of the Celestial Gods, and a day outside was equal to a year inside. Since only 2 people could enter at a time, Goku let Vegeta and Trunks go into practice first. During the decisive battle between number 17 and Bic, Zillo appeared, although there was a blockade of number 16, but due to the conceit of number 17, he was finally absorbed by Zillo, and after the evolution, number 16 and others were not Zillo's opponents at all, and finally Tianjin Fan sacrificed his life to save number 18 and escaped. Vegeta rushed to Zillo after finishing his cultivation in the time house, and Vegeta easily rubbed and abused the semi-complete body Zillo, and after being provoked by Zillo, Vegeta helped Zillo absorb number 18 and become a complete body. As a result, he was taught a hard lesson by Zillo, and Zillo spoke wildly, and then won against Trunks in the late stage of Super 1. Then Zillo said that 10 days later, the world's first martial arts tournament would be held, and the opponent was Zillo alone, and if all the participating players lost, he would destroy the earth, and then turned around and flew away. 10 days passed in a flash, and at this time, in the Zillo game field, Sun Wukong was fighting fiercely with Zillo. And at this moment, the space flashed, Broly's huge figure appeared in mid-air, and landed on the ground with a bang. Sun Wukong and Zillo also suspended the fight, looking at Broly suspiciously, and then except for Zillo, Wukong and others recognized it, it was Broly. Sun Wukong said hello, Broly. Hearing Wukong's voice, Broly's pupilless eyes looked at Sun Wukong, and everyone was also taken aback by Broly's current appearance. Sun Wukong, what are you doing here? Broly asked. It's a long story, but the simple answer is that there is another human being, and he has absorbed NOS 17 and 18 into a complete form, which is the one standing on your left, Goku replied. After listening to this, Broly turned his head to look at Zillo. You are now competing with this kind of garbage. Well, number 18 was absorbed by him, it doesn't matter. Sun Wukong, let me this time, I want to spit number 18 out of his mouth. Broly looked at Zillo and Sun Wukong with disdain. And Sun Wukong didn't have any opinions, so they agreed quickly, but Sun Wukong proposed that Zillo would have a fight with Broly after the settlement was over, and Broly also agreed. After that, Broly directly confronted Zillo, and at this moment, the Old One's army and reporters on the side shouted without knowing whether they were alive or dead, "This gentleman, if you want to compete in martial arts, you must follow the order, and you are not allowed to interfere casually." Chapter 36. Kling and the others looked at the reporter and the Old One's army with admiration. They were really bold. Or is there no color at all? Zillo on the side was very angry. He had become a complete body, and he dared to say that he was rubbish. Didn't he know that I was the most perfect and powerful warrior in history? Thinking of this, Zillo disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, and kicked Broly in the head with a bang, and when everyone looked at it, they all froze on the spot, only to see that after Zillo kicked it, Broly didn't move at all, and didn't even bend his neck. Broly looked at Zillo coldly. Is this all your strength? Siru, you've disappointed me so much. I thought you could bring me a little bit of joy in fighting. Now it looks like you're a piece of trash. After speaking, he quickly punched out, bang. In the middle of Zillo's face, Zillo flew out upside down, and he turned over and knelt on the ground with a wow sound, and spit out green blood in his mouth. And at this time, Sun Wukong and the others were shocked again. Is this really the Zillo that we have been trying our best to hit? Why is it so weak? Why can't even Broly's punch stand it? Vegeta was the most stimulated. He didn't expect him to be so far behind Broly, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. At this time, the host shouted excitedly, "It's really good, although this gentleman is a little out of order, but just now he knocked Zillo to the ground with a punch. It seems that Zillo is not good." Bic, who has the wisdom and experience of the gods, was even more shocked and said, "That's Zillo, he actually knocked him down with one punch. It seems that Zillo is not his opponent at all. Although I knew that Broly was very strong before, I didn't expect it to be so strong." Zillo kept coughing, his eyes were wide, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stood up and roared, "You kid, I will never spare you." "Really? Then you can show me. Don't talk big about it. BROLY said, hooking his fingers. Do you think I'm just that little bit of power? Let you see my true strength. Zillow yelled angrily, and then raised his chi to the highest, just a little close, he could break through the level of Super 2. Even so, others were shocked. Boom, a quick punch, directly hit BROLY's face. Zillow looked proud, but quickly found that it was wrong, because this punch did not react to BROLY's face, and he didn't even make him twist his face. Seeing this, Zillow was shocked, but the action did not stop, and the left fist was trying to keep up. But he was hit in the face by BROLY's faster left fist, and before he could react, his right fist was picked up again, and finally he hit an elbow, and Siru was directly beaten to the ground. BROLY said disdainfully, "This is your real strength. What garbage? Garbage is garbage. With such a little strength, you are embarrassed to call yourself the strongest warrior in the world?" After saying that, he kicked out directly, and the powerful force made Zillow smash towards the mountain like a broken kite, and was directly buried in the mountain. At this time, after Sun Wukong saw BROLY's strength, he was a little excited and said, "BROLY is so powerful. But it's really exciting. It's great to be able to fight him later." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. With a boom, Zillow covered his abdomen, walked out slowly, and roared angrily, "You guy, I am the most perfect complete body, how can I lose to you? I will not lose." As he spoke, his body suddenly swelled and became larger, and his strength increased again. Trunks looked at the one-sided scene on the battlefield and said, "Siru is only thinking about prompting strength now, although this state is very powerful, but the speed is seriously reduced. Silo told me not long ago, and now I didn't expect to repeat the same mistake." Sui Wukong said helplessly, "This is also helpless, the strength difference between the two of them is too great, and the strength of Zillow can't have any impact on BROLY at all, it seems that it is in a desperate situation." The strength of Siru, which became larger, increased again, and a few rays of lightning appeared on his body from time to time, and he punched towards BROLY, but was grabbed by BROLY with one hand, and a trace of evil smile appeared in his mouth. "Zillow, you disappointed me too much, you are so capable. You're too weak, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore, you're ready to die." With that, he threw Silo to the ground with a heavy punch, marking a clear trace. BROLY slowly walked up to Siru, "Let me give you relief, make it easier for you." Zillow slowly stood up again, his eyes were huge, clear bloodshot appeared, his chest began to bulge, and he covered his mouth, but it didn't work. "Wow," he spit out a yellow-haired woman. BROLY picked up the 18th on the ground and arrived instantly, and Sun Wukong took care of HA in front of him, and disappeared in an instant before Wukong answered, and came directly to Zillow. Zillow, who spit out number 18, screamed in pain and degraded back with an "Ah, damn, I can't spare you, stinky boy." While Trunks excitedly shouted, "It's the 18th. That's great. Siru is not completely formed. Siru's state can even be eliminated by him, so there is no need to worry." BROLY smiled coldly, "Can't spare me? Is there anything else you can't do? Then go ahead and do it. Garbage is garbage, and they will keep talking this meaningless nonsense." Zillow's awe opened his breath to the maximum, and his body continued to grow. BROLY stared coldly, and Zillow laughed, "Ha ha ha, I want you all to die. I'm going to explode in a minute, and if I explode, the earth will be doomed with it. I thought you were capable of something." BROLY stepped forward, and Siru said, "You can't attack, just touch me, I'll explode, see what you do now." Everyone was shocked, and Sun Wukong's expression suddenly became firm, as if he was going to do something. "Really?" BROLY instantly grabbed Siru, and a protective shield suddenly appeared on his side, and he moved to bring Silo to the empty universe in just a moment, and then waved his hand at Silo. "I slowly blew myself up, I won't accompany you," and then BROLY teleported and disappeared. "You! Stop me! I hate it! Seeing BROLY disappear, Siru roared unwillingly, his eyes full of unwilling and vicious light. But the self-explosion has begun, it is completely beyond his control, his body has long been unable to move, he can only watch his body get bigger and bigger, and the chi in his body is becoming more and more fierce, slowly spilling out of the body, the skin is also cracked, the blood is dripping, the face is also entangled and distorted, and there is no longer a trace of human appearance, as if the demon who has come from hell to take revenge, sitting on the ground and waiting for death. I know. Sweet. N.A. After a terrible roar. Boom. A dull explosion sounded. In this empty universe, the medium of sound transmission was pitiful, and the sound of the explosion weakened, but the huge impact force radiated out in all directions, and the originally calm universe rose into a monstrous wave. After about half an hour, everything was calm again. Sun Wukong and the others didn't expect BROLY to take Zilu and disappear, and they were all waiting for BROLY's return. At this time, Vic couldn't help asking, was BROLY also a Super Saiyan transformation just now? Isn't the Super Saiyan blonde and blue-eyed? Not only is his body taller just now, but his fluorescent green hair and white pupils are not ordinary, right? Everyone fell silent. If everyone doesn't know, just wait for BROLY to come back and ask. Goku said, and everyone nodded as they waited for BROLY's return. Chapter 37. Vegeta was thinking about something with some confusion, but she wasn't sure. At this moment, BROLY suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and everyone quickly gathered around BROLY and asked, BROLY, where did you send Zilu, and whether Zilu is dead, what is your current state? Everyone asked. When BROLY heard this, his head suddenly became bigger. Don't quarrel, I'll say one by one. Siru was sent to the universe by me, but I don't know if he died or not. As for the third question, I think Vegeta should know. After speaking, he threw the question to Vegeta, and everyone looked at Vegeta. At this time, BROLY reached out and took the number 18 from Goku, and everyone waited for Vegeta's answer. Vegeta glanced at BROLY and seemed to think of something, and then said to everyone, I don't know if it's right, but it should be right, his shape and state, I think it should be the legendary Super Saiyan. Trunks said, Super Saiyan? Aren't we Super Saiyans? The crowd looked at Vegeta suspiciously. No, that's different. Vegeta said, he's a Super Saiyan who only appears once in 1,000 years, a legendary super warrior of bloodthirsty madness. That form should be the unique form of the legendary Super Saiyan, and we can't win. Vegeta said reluctantly. I'm not bloodthirsty, bloodthirsty is only because I can't control my anger, which causes my emotions to lose control, so I'm irritable and bloodthirsty, but I've been able to master it completely, so you don't have to worry, BROLY said, looking at everyone's worried eyes. Everyone thought about it, and they all nodded. If BROLY was out of control, he should have attacked indiscriminately just now, and then everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong, do you still want to fight? Come if you want. I'm ready to take on your challenge, but you can't really arouse my interest in fighting right now. BROLY said. Sun Wukong looked at himself, then at BROLY, and then said, then our competition will be postponed, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta also clenched her fists tightly and looked at BROLY unwillingly, I'm going to overtake you in Kakarot one day and I'm about to fly away. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shot straight towards this side, hurry up. Everyone dodged away, and the beam pierced the ground. Everyone turned their heads to see that it was Zilu. Soy sauce reporter, this. What the hell is going on? The disappeared Siru suddenly reappeared. Zilu looked at everyone with a smug look on his face, and the golden aura spewed out Deo electricity, and it was obvious that his strength had improved. The crowd was shocked, aren't you dead? Dead? Zilu sneered, I also thought I wouldn't survive, but I didn't expect that I was so lucky. The core was not destroyed after the self-explosion, and the whole type was resurrected again and became stronger. BROLY looked at Siru, the garbage that only blew itself up is not dead. Siru was a little nervous. Then he yelled, "Do you think I'm still the same as just now? Tell you that I'm much stronger than just now, you think it's going to be so easy to defeat me? Really? Then let me see. How much strength have you added?" BROLY suddenly rushed up and punched Zilu. Zilu fought back. The two punches were opposite. With a click, Zilu's arm was broken on the spot, and he screamed in pain, but BROLY didn't care about him. His left fist then blasted out. Zilu flew upside down, and before he could fly out, he was grabbed by his foot and smashed to the ground, and then continued to punch up. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge circular crater appeared in the ground. Looking at Zilu, who was already out of breath and less in breath, BROLY smiled coldly, "You are so capable, and you dare to call me out. This is the increased strength you said. You disappointed me again. I thought you could let me move a little this time, but I didn't expect it. Garbage is garbage after all, no matter how it is, it can't be on the stage. I've lost interest in playing with you now, you go die." After saying that, he threw Zilu into the sky, and the Qigong wave hit out instantly, and Zilu only had time to let out a miserable cry before disappearing, leaving not a single cell behind. Everyone saw that they were all there. How powerful the resurrected Zilu was, everyone felt it, but it was still cleaned up by BROLY in 2 or 3 times. What a terrifying power at this time, which also aroused the fighting heart of Sun Wukong and Vegeta even more, and strengthened their minds to cultivate hard. Just after Zilu was eliminated, number 18 also woke up leisurely, and when he saw Sun Gohan and others opposite, he was stunned. "Wasn't I absorbed by Zilu? What?" Suddenly found that he was not in the right state, and when he looked down, he found that he was half wrapped by a man and hung on his arm. "Let go of me." I started struggling, but how could I break free? "Woman, be honest. Don't move, if you move again, I'll spank you." After BROLY finished speaking, he continued to hug number 18, but number 18 stopped struggling and said, "Can you put me down?" "No." After that, the group gathered together and asked BROLY where he had been these days, and BROLY told everyone, "Oh, I didn't go anywhere, I went to the world of Trunks." "Well, Trunks, after you go over, you just need to deal with number 17 and Siru. Number 18 has been captured by me, and then I fought with me in Trunks' world, so I didn't come back until now," BROLY said. "Ah! Everyone was shocked. "What's so surprising? The time machine that Siru sat on, I asked Boomer to transform a machine that records time and space points, and I used it to record the time and space points of Trunks' time machine, and then connected the space to pass," BROLY said lightly. "Oh! Don't be surprised," BROLY was a little speechless, and continued, "In that world, I saw myself in the southern galaxy. The one who seems to be unlucky, quite berserk, met and asked, 'Where is Kakarot?' and then the war started, and soon he became what I was just now, and I was forced to fight with all my strength, and finally finished him out." Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect my world to have such a big crisis, much more terrible than androids, but fortunately it was solved." BROLY said, "Well, it's solved, you can rest assured." Then he looked at Trunks and said, "Trunks, I probably already know your world, and the current you artificial people and the unappearing Siru are not your opponents, but I give you a piece of advice." Trunks asked, "What is it?" BROLY said, "Although I am not sure, there should be an existence in your world that is stronger than Zilu just now, but it is currently in a sealed state, and the way to lift the seal is to have the energy of a powerful martial artist. So after you destroy the androids and Siru, it's best not to show too much strength to avoid being targeted. Of course, if you can have a level of strength stronger than Lightning Siru, then it's fine." Everyone was a little surprised. "It's stronger than Siru?" Trunks also understood, nodded, and said, "Yes, I understand." At this time, the reporter who was playing soy sauce ran over. "This gentleman, may I ask what is your name, and how do you feel about the elimination of Zilu?" Everyone Should I say you have a good work ethic? BROLY was also a little speechless, but he still said something about the scene. It's nothing, it's just everyone's obligation. As for the name, forget it, I don't like to be disturbed. After saying hello to everyone, he pulled number 18, launched a teleportation and disappeared, and everyone left. Chapter 38. A month passed quickly, and the order of the whole world was developing for the better as expected, and unlike the original book, Satan did not become the savior. Since BROLY pulled number 18 back to Boomer's house, Boomer was still very resistant when he first saw number 18, and on the 18th, BROLY was still relatively happy, because he took advantage of her when he fought with Siru. It seems that she is a little bit eyeing herself, but she has always liked the number 18, so BROLY is still happy that this happened. In the past month, the relationship between Boomer and number 18 has also become much more harmonious, and Bulma also knows that number 18 has no previous memories of number 18 due to transformation, so Bulma is even closer to number 18. On this day, BROLY was playing with Cher, and Boomer was watching this scene warmly. How Boomer hoped that it would continue like this in the future, and that there would be no more enemies on the earth, and their family would live a happy life like this, and the 18th saw this warm scene, and suddenly felt as if he was superfluous, looking at this warm and happy scene, which made the 18th very confused, and a little gloomy. He may just have a unilateral good feeling, and was about to leave. Silently. Boomer, who always paid attention to No 18's expression, stopped number 18 at once and asked with a smile, "Where are you going on No 18? On the 18th, I was also a little at a loss, where should I go in this world, and where is my home?" Boomer smiled, "Come with us if you don't have anywhere to go on the 18th, my perverted husband seems to have a crush on you. Although I am also unwilling, I know that he is not under my control alone, so on the 18th, are you willing to watch this pervert with me?" BROLY was speechless at this time. When did he become a pervert? With his own strength, if the pervert had already opened a harem, of course, he could only complain in his heart. Number 18 stared at BROLY, but said to Boomer, "What does he mean?" Boomer glanced at BROLY, and the meaning was obvious, "Cheap you." BROLY said seriously, "If you want, we are family." Looking at the two daughters standing together, as well as the daughter he was holding in his hand, BROLY's heart swelled with satisfaction. When I can enter the realm of gods and challenge Ves, I can be happy with them forever. This time I went to the Trunks world and BROLY won to fight, although it was a bit hard, but the benefits were also obvious. This battle allowed me to better control the use of Chi, and the strength has also increased a lot, and if the combat power is fully opened, I can fight against the full power of Super 4. But I still don't know what kind of state the realm of gods is. It seems that I have to ask the king god of the realm or the king god of the old realm, to see if they know. Forget it, I don't want to think so much now. Boomer dragged number 18 into the house, and BROLY followed him into the house, looking at the two girls sitting together and whispering. BROLY unconsciously showed a smile. He was really lucky to be able to get the hearts of the two girls. Boomer saw BROLY's smile and asked, "What are you laughing at, big pervert?" But BROLY didn't answer, just slowly walked in front of Boomer and number 18, hugged Bulma and number 18, put them on his lap left and right, and then kissed each other, and said, "Number 18 just joined this family, you have to get along well." And no. 18 and Boomer both nodded shyly, and in the next few days, BROLY took the two girls to walk around the earth, play, and shop. When love goes deep, everything naturally falls into place. In a few days, BROLY also slept with the two girls as he wished. At first BROLY was embarrassed to be together, and he didn't speak on the 18th, but BROLY was still able to get his hands on it. And BROLY finally realized what it means to never have a king from now on, the taste of which is too easy for people to lose their will to forge ahead. Especially the two women have their own style, charming and natural, one is delicate and the other is lovely. I sighed a little in my heart. No wonder the ancients said that gentle township is a hero's mound, and this statement does not deceive me. The three of BROLY lived happily in a warm time, and Shuer also grew up quickly under the warm care of BROLY, and everyone was also in diligent cultivation, and the incident passed in a hurry. Chapter 39. Time passed in a hurry, and 7 years passed in a blink of an eye. Everyone was working hard to practice, and Sun Wukong and others have also changed a lot in 7 years, because of the incident in Zillow that year, although the military did not find the party BROLY, but found Sun Wukong and others, and at this time the Dog King finally knew that Sun Wukong was the boy who eliminated the great demon king of Vic, which made the king even more grateful, so he asked Sun Wukong and others in detail about the battle, and understood that this is the ability of the martial artist after cultivation. Even more shocked, I didn't expect humans to be so strong. Martial arts, which have always been regarded as physical fitness, can be so strong. So he asked Wukong if he could open a martial arts gym to teach people with lofty ideals. Sun Wukong and others are very much in favor of developing martial arts to cultivate the righteous powerhouses of the earth, but Wukong also described his difficulties, saying that he does not have much time to teach apprentices, especially many people who have not started martial arts. At best they can only be regarded as a little stronger than ordinary people in martial arts, and they can't even understand Qi, and they can't understand this world if they can't get started. And the king smiled, saying that he could first recruit some martial artists to cultivate some foundations, and then they would guide the introduction of martial arts, and proposed to build a circular martial arts holy place around Baizai Mountain, involving all kinds of clothing, food, housing, and commercial streets, and it could become a luxury city when completed. Sun Wukong then discussed with Klin and others. Klin and Drinking Tea decided to open the Gaixian Liu Martial Arts Hall. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also reopened the Hexian Liu, leading the potential to walk on the door of martial arts, and then asked them to challenge Kylin Tower, and those who can climb up can accept a closer step of guidance and practice. Soon high-rise buildings were built around Baizai Mountain, and a 50-kilometer radius of Wukong's home belonged to Sun Wukong's private territory, and no one was allowed to break in at will and disturb Mr. Wukong's life. A statue of Sun Wukong was also erected in the center of the city, and the king also expressed to the world Sun Wukong's exploits in destroying the great demon king and fighting against Zillow as a child, and became the honorary chief of Baizai Mountain. And because of the martial arts hall opened, Wukong and others are also rich and have become rich people. And Gohan also began his high school career. Today, as usual, the weather was very sunny, and BROLY was training Cher in the gravity training room, while Boomer and number 18 were watching from the outside, showing worried looks from time to time. And at this moment, a super evil aura came, and BROLY also stopped training, and asked Boomer to take Cher to take a bath. At this time, the phone in the house also came to the countryside. BROLY, do you feel it? Good evil breath. But it doesn't seem to be on Earth anymore. BROLY perceived carefully, suddenly opened his eyes, and said, this seems to have come out of hell. Wukong Heavenly God, we are going to hell. It seems that there is something interesting about it. After speaking, he hung up the phone, talked to Boomer and number 18, and was directly transmitted to the temple of the Heavenly God. And at this time, there was also a resurrection of the dead on the ground. Many people who had died were resurrected and appeared on the earth, and Sun Wukong left Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan. The two children solved the affairs on the earth, and he went to the temple of heaven to find BROLY, and over the years, Vegeta also found a lover on the earth, dismarried, and gave birth to a boy, whose name is still Trunks. And at this time Vegeta also followed Sun Wukong's anger to the temple of heaven. And Vic also walked out. Just when everyone was gathered in the Heavenly God temple, the king of the Northern Realm sent a message, tell BROLY and the others that something big is happening here in hell. The soul cleanser exploded, and all the evil chi was released, but these evil chi gathered and merged into a guy called Evil Mind Wave, so that they should hurry up and come to hell. And everyone grabbed Sun Wukong and BROLY teleported in front of the king of the Northern Realm, and the king of the Northern Realm asked BROLY and others to go directly to hell because of the seriousness of the situation, to solve the evil thought wave, so that hell can be rescued and the world can return to normal order. BROLY and others instantly appeared in front of the evil thought wave, everyone argued, and finally Sun Wukong also shot, and Wukong transformed into Super 2 or never hit the fat evil thought wave, and then directly transformed into Super 3 and rushed up. As in the original book, the fat evil thought wave was beaten, and directly became a super evil thin evil thought wave, but Wukong stepped up the attack, and the evil thought wave kept dodging. After fighting for a while, Sun Wukong suspended the attack on the evil thought wave, and the evil thought wave also took a few steps back to the distance he thought was safe, stared at the Monkey King and BROLY Vegeta. Sun Wukong said depressedly, "This guy's strength is okay, but he is very good at dodging, it is difficult to hit him, otherwise I would have been able to kill him a long time ago." At this time, BROLY looked at Sun Wukong very excitedly. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to grow so much in 7 years, but Vegeta was very disappointed and unwilling, because he thought that after so many years of hard training, he could finally catch up with Kakarot and even surpass him, but he didn't expect to be distanced by him again. At this time, the evil thought wave was a little angry. He was always chased and beaten, he always avoided and felt very angry, and then he conjured a sword was swung out. Sun Wukong dodged sideways, but after all, he was a step slower, and was injured by the sharp sword chi, and then the evil thought wave kept swinging the sword, and Sun Wukong kept dodging, and finally was sealed in the blood pool by the magic of the evil thought wave. And when the evil thought wave was about to swing the sword to solve Sun Wukong, Vegeta sent out a Qigong bullet to hit the unprepared evil thought wave, and Wukong also took the opportunity to break free. And the evil thought wave was very angry, and threw a punch directly into the air, and the fist seemed to break through the space barrier, and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, and Vegeta dodged in embarrassment, and then the evil thought wave kept swinging his fist, and Vegeta kept dodging, and finally because he couldn't dodge, he was hit by a punch and flew out. And BROLY smiled at this time. "It's been a long time since I've met an interesting guy, Goku, Vegeta. You are not his opponent yet, let's come." Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta are not convinced, they both know that this is the truth. He then dragged his injured body behind BROLY. And at this time, Evil Thoughts Wave also looked at BROLY solemnly. BROLY smiled and walked towards Evil Thoughts, and said to Sun Wukong, "Actually, Evil Thoughts, it's not a big deal, if his strength is stronger than ours, maybe we can't do it. But now it's obvious that Evil Thought's strength is not as strong as ours, just relying on magic superpowers to avoid our attacks. If he doesn't have this ability, Wukong can fight him, now look at me." After saying that, he disappeared in place in an instant, and punched at the Evil Thought Wave, but the speed of BROLY's attack on the Evil Thought Wave was deliberately slowed down, so that the Evil Thought Wave had the ability to react. The Evil Thought Wave was attacked by BROLY, and instantly wanted to decompose and dodge. Just when the Evil Thought Wave was dodging, the corner of BROLY's mouth showed a trace of evil laughter and shouted, "Stupid Evil Thought Wave!" A light mask appeared on his hand in an instant, covering the Evil Thought Wave, and the Evil Thought Wave in the decomposition was also frozen, and at this moment, BROLY poked out a finger, and a green cold light instantly shot into the Evil Thought Wave decomposition fragments, and then hundreds of millions of green spikes suddenly appeared, and in an instant, the Evil Thought Wave fragments seemed to have turned into countless spherical hedgehogs. Densely packed, stiffly stuck, and decomposed. Aha! As if he had been hit hard, the Evil Thought Wave let out a whimper of pain. BROLY sneered, "Humph, decompose, continue to decompose and show me." The tone was cold and piercing. But... damn! The second form of the Evil Thought Wave, which had not spoken all this time, finally spit out a word. "Well, goodbye if you don't have any last words," BROLY said coldly. There was a crazy look in the eyes of the Evil Thought Wave, all the decomposing products began to redden, BROLY's eyes were cold, and he wanted to blow himself up. With a sudden handshake, all the stabbed cells exploded with a bang. Evil Thoughts fled in terror, but unfortunately the magic was broken, and under BROLY's obstruction, it was finally destroyed little by little. In the end, all the evil chi was eliminated, and only the stupid ghost workers of the underworld who were possessed by the evil chi were left, and when they woke up, they saw that the three of them fled with a frightened awe. The evil thought wave of tragedy, with the power that is not under the big Bu, was arrogant in the original theater for a while, but unfortunately it was eliminated not long after it appeared in this world. Chapter 40. At this time, Sun Wukong ate the fairy beans and walked over. Broly, I thought that even if I didn't exceed you, my strength should be about the same as yours, but I didn't expect that the evil thought wave that I couldn't help was solved by you at once. It seems that I still have a certain gap with you. And Broly also smiled. If he doesn't break down, if he fights with me, I can't solve him so easily without full strength. Sun Wukong nodded. At this time, Broly spoke. Wukong heard that you have cultivated on the great realm King Star of the Underworld for 3 of the past 7 years, and you have also participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference in the Underworld. How did you learn any new moves? Wukong nodded and said, well, I did learn a new move, well, it's fusion, and Broly knew this move, and after listening to the explanation, Broly smiled and said, Wukong, if you and Vegeta fuse, fight with me. I want to see how powerful you two are after fusion. Can I beat you with all my strength? How about it? Sun Wukong was also very excited and turned his head to look at Vegeta. Although Vegeta was very unwilling, he was very unhappy that he couldn't use his own strength to fight against Broly, but when he heard that he could fight against Broly, he was also very excited. Because he wants to know how big the gap between him and Broly is. When he knows the gap, he has to work harder to cultivate and strive to surpass Broly and Kakarot, because he is the prince of the Scions. He has been pressed by these two people all these years, and he is very unwilling, so this time Broly offered to fight him and Kakarot. He was very moved, although he couldn't rely on his own ability to make him very unwilling, but as long as he could fight with Broly once, let him know the gap between himself and Broly, he was still very willing. Although he wanted to give up for a while when he first saw the fusion pose, he endured it at the thought of being able to fight Broly with all his might, and he took advantage of the time to let go of the dignity of Scion and Kakarot to seriously learn the art of fusion. In order to be able to fight Broly once. After Vegeta became familiar with the fusion, Broly took Vegeta and Sun Wukong to the King of the Northern Realm first, said hello to the King of the Northern Realm, and then asked the King of the Northern Realm to tell the family of the Earth and the rest of the Earth, and then took Vegeta and Goku to teleport to an uninhabited planet, and at this time Vegeta and Goku also began to merge. Swish! A dazzling light appeared in an instant. The light gradually dissipated, and a brand new warrior appeared in the field, wearing a small black vest. Golden arrogance soared into the sky. As soon as he appeared, he was in the form of a Super Saiyan, with a bunch of bangs on his forehead, that is, like Monkey King and Vegeta, looking extremely cold. It was a newborn combined super soldier. At this time, the Earth and others all noticed this breath, and the King of the Northern Realm also watched the battle with something similar to an antenna on his forehead. Order had just been restored in the underworld, and the King of Yama was also watching the upcoming battle with his television, and everyone on the earth was watching the battle with the help of the crystal ball of the diviner. At this time, the King of the Realm. What a powerful force! When did there be such a powerful person in the Nether? And he began to pay attention to the upcoming battle in the Nether. Broly smiled, and smiled extremely happily. Ha ha ha, it's really good, it's such a power, it's so interesting. Who are you now? The blonde warrior spoke. I am neither Monkey King nor Vegeta, I am the one who is going to defeat you. My name is Gogeta. Gogeta, then you're welcome. After saying that, Broly directly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. This was the first time he used all his strength. As soon as the battle started, Broly put on a posture and said, come on. I hope this battle can make Jing sing. At this time, everyone was nervously watching this upcoming battle. Fusion Super Warrior Gogeta vs Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The Great War is about to begin. Chapter 41. At this time, everyone on the earth was nervously staring at the crystal ball of the diviner, watching the upcoming battle. At this time, Son Gohan asked, "Uncle Vic, who do you think will win?" Vic looked at Gohan and said, "Now I don't know, that the two of them are too angry with us, so it's hard to judge." Broly and Gogeta confronted each other, and after a slight pause, they shot at the same time, and the first move of the two of them was the same air bomb. As the most suitable move to test the opponent's movements, there is nothing wrong with using it at this time, but in an instant, the two of them rushed forward. The strange thing is that the two of them are fighting with some basic martial arts skills, and they do not deliberately show earth-shattering momentum. The two have been fighting for a long time, except for occasionally hitting non-critical parts, and have not caused any trauma to each other. The result is that both of them have some traces on their bodies, but they do not hurt the roots. But even so, in the eyes of everyone, such momentum has been overwhelming. The luminous green and golden flames constantly collided in the air, and in the air, there was a continuous blasting sound, and the huge force began to make the earth and mountains begin to tremble. Broly, Gogeta. Two men who are now at the limit of their strength are fighting. On the other hand, whether it is Son Gohan, Vic, or the people of the earth, or the king of the realm, the king of the north or the king of Yama, they are all watching intently, although there is a gap in strength, but no matter what, they are all warriors. They have a special passion for fighting, especially the peak duel between Broly and Gogeta. For any warrior, there is a fatal attraction. Bang! After another heavy blow to each other, Broly and Gogeta separated, and Broly spoke, "The warm-up exercise is almost over here, it's not that simple." Gogeta nodded confidently, "Well, I'm almost used to such a big power, you can come seriously." Everyone was shocked. What? That level just now was just a warm-up? Without saying much, both of them instantly increased their strength to the maximum, and then both disappeared in an instant, and both of them rushed towards each other, and Gogeta jumped up and rushed forward, kicking him hard. Broly also lifted his foot, and with a bang, both sides flew upside down. After that, without waiting for a reaction, both of them hit the ground at the same time and rushed towards each other again, and Gogeta punched Broly in the face, and Broly also reacted quickly dodged to the side, and at this time also raised his right leg and kicked Gogeta fiercely, and at this time, Gogeta, who missed the punch, also raised his right leg and blocked Broly's blow. After Gogeta's left hand followed by a dose of air bomb directly hit Broly, Broly just stood still, too late to dodge, can only fold his hands, block the air bomb. Bang sound, did not explode, but made Broly's action flawed, leaned back a little. Gogeta quickly caught up, appeared in front of Broly, punched hard. The first punch, Broly barely blocked, the second punch was completely hit, the third punch, Broly was directly beaten upside down and flew out. Gogeta accelerated to catch up with Broly, who was flying backwards, and just wanted to make up a few more punches. At this time Broly pressed on the ground with one hand, raised his foot and kicked Gogeta's chin, and Gogeta had to block it with his hand. At this time Broly quickly spun and turned over and stood up, and then quickly flew towards Gogeta, punched Gogeta in the abdomen, and Gogeta also punched Broly. At this time the two fists missed. Broly punched Gogeta in the abdomen, and Gogeta punched Broly's face, and the two instantly flew out upside down. They each crashed into a hill. At this time, Gogeta quickly raised his chi to the limit of Super 2, and a powerful momentum burst out from the smoke and dust, and even Broly had to look sideways with the majestic power. At this time, Broly's eyes showed excitement, laughed, and said, "Okay, this is a super soldier, only in this way is the most interesting battle." After saying that, Broly also raised his chi to the limit. The two disappeared in an instant, and both rushed towards each other. Bang bang bang, fists and feet constantly collided together, and the collision was extremely fierce, forming a huge sound of sonic explosion breaking wind. Everyone looked at the two of them excitedly. Such a fierce battle, if you didn't see such a fierce battle today, it would be a huge loss. Broly. There won't be anything, Looking at the fierce battle between the two and the arrogance that rushed to the sky, Boomer asked with some concern. Number 18 looked at the worried Boomer, held her hand and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine, it's just." The 18th is worried that if the battle continues to escalate, then the result will not be something that the two people in the field can control. The two have fought so far and have a draw. After the last violent collision, the two of them retreated, and BROLY had a lot of scars on his body, and Gogeta also took a lot of heavy blows from BROLY, and overall the situation of the two of them was half a pound or two. At this time, BROLY rushed forward again, punched out. Gogeta raised his left hand, blocking the attack, and BROLY did not stop attacking. His right hand caught up with a punch. Gogeta swung his right hand, put aside BROLY's fist, quickly bullied up, and grabbed BROLY's neck. BROLY didn't have time to dodge, so he grabbed Gogeta and waited for each other. Then a huge shock wave was sent out at the same time, and the shock wave exploded, and the explosion engulfed the two of them, and both of them flew upside down in an instant, hitting the ground hard, and a deep scratch appeared on the ground. Then both of them slowly stood up, both looking at each other solemnly, and their bodies were full of scorching marks. They hadn't moved yet, but everyone around them was shocked. I have the impression that BROLY's battles never lasted more than 10 minutes, and they were all naked and crushed the opponents, and they were basically solved in 3 or 2 clicks, which was extremely fast. But this time there was an exception. It was worthy of the combination of Monkey King and Vegeta. It was really amazingly strong, and the battle had lasted for 20 minutes. What is the result of a battle of this level? Everyone will wait and see. Chapter 42. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the two of them constantly collided with each other. The earth cracked, the mountains and rocks collapsed, and the entire planet shook violently. The competition in the moves has been reduced. The frenzied attack, BROLY hit Gogeta in the face, Gogeta kicked BROLY in the abdomen, and the battle between the two has no reason, no learning, etc., and they are attacking completely by the instinct of battle. And everyone on the earth was very nervous watching this super showdown, but a trace of worry flashed in Boomer's eyes. The battle continues. Gogeta knocked BROLY out with a down uppercut, accelerated with the momentum, chased after him, and punched again, but at this time, a Kigong wave directly exploded from BROLY's hand. Gogeta dodged, BROLY snorted coldly, and then threw out a Kigong wave again. Gogeta couldn't dodge, and raised a kick to directly sweep the Kigong wave away. Then Gogeta directly performed teleportation, appeared behind BROLY, strangled BROLY, and fell to the ground like a meteor with a golden aura. Boom! The ground burst open, and the rocks on the ground continued to bulge, forming huge trenches, and the power was extremely great. The two quickly separated, and BROLY said with a smile, "It seems that you don't have much time to get together. It seems that it's time to divide the winner. I was surprised to be able to fight you to this extent. That's why I want to end this fight," Gogeta said. After the two finished raising their chi, BROLY gathered a compressed green Kigong bomb in his hand and rushed directly towards Gogeta, and Gogeta also used the ultimate turtle faction Kigong wave. On the green Kigong bomb, the Kigong bomb of the two people for a while, you come and go, and I don't know whether you win or lose. At this time, the two of them increased the output of chi at the same time, the center began to expand, and finally exploded with a bang, and the two of them were suddenly shocked and knocked into the mountains and rocks. At this time, there were only 5 minutes left in the fusion time of the two. At this time, Gogeta was ready to show her absolute strength to end this battle. "BROLY, I didn't expect the battle to be so painful, then I will use my greatest strength to solve this battle. And I can only support this power for 5 minutes now, and it is enough for exactly 5 minutes, after saying that, he opened his hands and shouted, his hair began to grow back, and the super warrior who fused the super 3 forms was born. BROLY also felt this power, and had surpassed his current peak, laughing, good, I'm very much looking forward to the next 5 minutes of battle. After saying that, the power gathered in his fist and hit Gogeta directly, and Gogeta also shouted, and also met it with a punch. Boom! After the huge explosion, BROLY flew upside down, and Gogeta just shook it, and then hit the ground with his feet, accelerated to catch up with BROLY, and then elbowed BROLY in the abdomen. BROLY didn't have time to react, so he had to raise his right foot to meet it. Because BROLY lifted it in a hurry, he was hit directly to the ground. Boom! There was a huge crater in the ground. At this time, BROLY's strength was soaring, and then BROLY quickly flew out of the hole, raised his left hand and hit a direct Qigong wave out, followed by a little under his feet and rushed directly to Gogeta. And after Gogeta saw it, he swung his left hand and bounced the Qigong bullet away, and his right hand punched at BROLY. Boom! At the moment when BROLY flew upside down, he made a kick to Gogeta, and Gogeta protected it with both hands, blocking BROLY's kick, and then just wanted to chase it. BROLY turned over with both hands and stood firmly, and his feet quickly hit Gogeta. At this time, Gogeta found that BROLY's chi was constantly improving in the battle, and knew that it couldn't be delayed any longer, otherwise sooner or later the two would be evenly matched, and Gogeta also punched BROLY in an instant. Boom! The two fists intersected, a huge explosion sounded, smoke and dust everywhere. BROLY then flew out, and Gogeta accelerated with the momentum, chased after him, grabbed BROLY's right foot, and threw it into the sky, and then a Super Turtle School Qigong was played. BROLY saw that he knew that he couldn't dodge, crossed his hands to protect his face, and took this Turtle School Qigong hard. Then Gogeta quickly rushed into the sky, came to BROLY's back, clenched his hands into fists, and slammed a heavy punch on BROLY's back. BROLY quickly rushed to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and a huge round crater appeared on the ground. At this time, BROLY quickly flew out of the pit and stood opposite Gogeta. Yes, it's good, you're the first person who can make me so embarrassed, haha, it's good. So let's start the final blow and divide the winner and loser. After BROLY finished speaking, a huge green Qigong wave was gathered in his hand, and Gogeta also gathered the ultimate super large Turtle School Qigong in his hand, and then the two rushed the Qigong wave towards each other at the same time, and the Qigong wave of the two of them went back and forth without winning or losing, and at this time, the two increased the output of Qi at the same time, and the center of the Qigong wave began to expand at an accelerated pace, and finally exploded with a boom, and both of them were shocked and flew out, and at this time, the fusion of Wukong and Vegeta also reached the time when the two quickly separated, and they hit the mountain headlong before stopping. At the same time, BROLY also hit the mountain and froze, and then all three of them struggled to get up. BROLY said, "It seems that you are still slightly better, hehe, it's good, it's really good, this is my loss, I hope to fight with you again next time, but the strength must be used as soon as the power comes up, otherwise it will be boring," and Goku and Vegeta both said firmly, "Next time I don't want to use fusion to fight, I want to use my own strength to fight with you fairly." After speaking, everyone looked at each other and smiled. "Okay, let's go back to Earth, this uninhabited planet is about to explode," and then directly grabbed the two of them and appeared in the Turtle Fairy House, and everyone also surrounded each other, gave each of them a fairy bean, and then everyone went back, and Sun Wukong they all increased their training, and BROLY followed Boomer and number 18 back, and then found a quiet room, said to Boomer, and went to consider the battle just now. Chapter 43. Time passed, and a month passed since BROLY's joust with Gogeta. On this day, on a busy street, there was a young man with short black hair and a very studently dress, who was running fast on the road, and muttered as he ran, "Oh no! Oops! If you don't hurry, you'll be late," he said, speeding up. If others saw it, they would be very surprised and shocked, because this young man was so fast that he had surpassed the speeding cars. And this person is the adult Son Gohan, who is now on his way to high school. Just when Son Gohan was hurrying, bang bang bang! A series of gunshots suddenly stopped Son Gohan, who was hurrying, only to see a bank not far away, and pedestrians on the street screamed one after another, and then hugged their heads and ran away. A large field of bullets was looting money from banks in the surrounding shops. Seeing this, Sun Gohan moved and disappeared in place in an instant, and after a while, he solved the robbers, and then quickly walked towards the high school he was studying in order not to attract people's attention. And the crowd of onlookers thought it was incredible, and then the legend of the Golden Warrior spread among the crowd. Sun Gohan came all the way to the teaching building, and Sun Gohan knocked on the wooden door of the teacher's office. "Please come in." After receiving approval, Sun Gohan pushed the door in. After a brief enrollment process, the teacher in charge of him took him to the class teacher. Under the guidance of the teacher, Sun Gohan came to the classroom. After the teacher's introduction, Sun Gohan just wanted to sit down in this vacant seat, and at this time, a girl with short hair who looked very neat shouted, "Here, here," and pointed to the vacant seat next to him, and Sun Gohan also walked over in time, said hello, and sat down. And like the original book, Sun Gohan's nosy personality caused his true identity to be discovered by BROLY, and BROLY used this to blackmail Sun Gohan and let him participate in the world's first martial arts conference. And Sun Gohan agreed to the request to participate in the martial arts conference in desperation. After that, he told the news to BROLY, Vegeta, Vic, Kling and others, and Sun Wukong said that he was going to participate in the martial arts conference after knowing the news, and everyone knew that Sun Wukong was going to participate, and everyone said that they wanted to participate, and at this time, the highest level martial arts conference on the earth was about to begin. Soon half a month has passed, and the world's first martial arts conference is about to be held. At this time, outside the martial arts hall, the strongest warriors led by BROLY, Sun Wukong and Vegeta slowly walked into the noisy venue, and Sun Wukong's departure attracted the attention of countless people, for no other reason, because this man had not once confronted the demons who tried to occupy the earth. Behind the three of them was Klin, who was dressed casually and seemed to be hanging out, followed by Vic, who was dressed in a white cloak and had a cold and gloomy face, and Sun Gohan, who was dressed in a strange costume and chose to be masked and sunglasses, and who just came to have a good time drinking tea. The battle of these people made all the pedestrians who were blocking the road get out of the way, and everyone seemed to feel the terrifying aura emanating from these people. Especially the three people who were the leader. It's a familiar scene. Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh, after so many years, I don't know how many sessions the martial arts club has held, and they have gone from being young and ignorant to starting a family now, which is a completely different mood. Everyone came to the registration office, and after each registered, several people walked into the players' lounge one after another and found a convenient place to sit down. Sun Wukong looked around at the contestants, while Vegeta was indifferent and silent, while BROLY simply closed his eyes and waited for the start of the preliminary round. At this time, as more and more players signed up in the rest hall of the world's #1 martial arts association, the chatter and noise became denser and denser, and Wukong looked at the venue boredly. And Sun Gohan, who was dressed in a masked outfit, planned to go to the toilet at this time, but when he was walking on the road, he suddenly collided with another person, and the other party was hit to the ground by Sun Gohan's strong body. Oops, the girl on the other side rubbed her ass and stood up. Sun Gohan was surprised to find that this girl was actually Satan's daughter, her classmate in the high school class BROLY. BROLY was wearing a black tight t-shirt and loose sweatpants, and looked at Sun Gohan who was standing opposite in a daze with some surprise. You really came to participate in this martial arts meeting? You're here too? Sun Gohan was still strange just now why he didn't see BROLY, he didn't expect to meet him in this situation. I was looking for you just now, and finally let me find you. Saying that, BROLY happily hugged Gohan's arm and said. Sun Gohan scratched his head embarrassedly, and at this time, a somewhat immature female voice suddenly came from behind him and asked, Brother Gohan, who is this woman? Hey! Sun Gohan came back to his senses, only to find that there was a girl standing behind him who surprised him, and it turned out to be Uncle BROLY's baby daughter, that very clingy Cher. The two girls, Shwetter and BROLY, appeared by Sun Gohan's side left and right, and the flames seemed to be flashing in their eyes, and Sun Gohan didn't know what to say for a while. "Brother, where are they, Dad?" Sun Wuhan only found out at this time that he came with Shwetter and his younger brother Wushan. Sun Gohan asked, "Why are you here?" "Sister Cher said she was going to bring me here for the competition." Sun Wushan looked full of interest and said as a matter of course. Chapter 44. The four of them chatted as they walked towards the rest area of the martial arts conference. At this time, BROLY and the others were chatting in the lounge hall, and Kling and the others ordered some drinks such as sodas, and several people were chatting happily. As time passed, the atmosphere became high among the players in the lounge, and both the passionate fighters and the prize-winning warriors were eager for the battle to start sooner. Sun Wukong and others are also waiting for the itch. The world's first martial arts will may not be nothing to other players, just to be able to get a generous prize after winning the championship, but for Sun Wukong and Klin's generation, it is the blood that carries many young memories. In the noisy chat, after a not too long time, BROLY and others ushered in the qualifiers of the world's #1 martial arts association. Familiar ring, familiar scene, familiar elimination system. Sun Wukong and others with memories of their youth boarded the battlefield of this martial arts meeting. Strong and domineering, BROLY and the others used their momentum to deter the opponent in the knockout round, and just one look and one action made the opponent on the opposite side so frightened that they couldn't move. And Kling and the others also successfully eliminated their opponents. Successfully entered the round of 16 seats, and it was very easy for several people to win. Fortunately, everyone did not encounter each other in the qualifiers, so as to avoid a premature strong encounter. After the qualifiers, everyone laughed and talked about some of the troubles in the past, such as the weakness of Sun Wukong's fear that the opponent would catch the tail, and the first time BROLY vs Vic, he beat Vic into a pig's head. These memories were mixed together, making the partners sigh. "It is estimated that half of the top 16 players are occupied by us," Clint said slowly, taking a leisurely glass of water. Although Vic has been silent, he agrees with his words very much, and there is no reason why some of the most powerful guys in the entire galaxy are gathered here. Just when everyone was happily chatting about the trivial matters of the game, they walked towards the martial arts venue, and when they were about to go to the lottery, a person suddenly appeared on the way of everyone and walked towards Sun Wukong. "May I ask if you are Sun Wukong?" "Well, yes." Sun Wukong touched the back of his head and said suspiciously, "Can I shake your hand?" Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and shook it with the man in confusion. Sure enough, it's the same as the rumors, so disturbed, and left after speaking. Everyone asked suspiciously, "Wukong, do you know that guy?" And Sun Wukong frowned and said solemnly, "I think this time it may not be easy to advance to the rest of us." And everyone was even more puzzled. They didn't know who that person was, and Vic looked very nervous, and BROLY looked at the person who left just now with interest. "Well, this is the Realm King God. Well, you can just ask him what is going on in the God realm. If he doesn't know, let him take me to the Realm King God realm. Pull out the Realm King Divine Sword and rescue the old Realm King God and ask him." "Well, I'll ask in a while," I thought to myself. Then everyone walked to the Martial Arts Club lounge to participate in the draw, and as in the original book, Clint drew the No. 2 lottery to be the first to participate in the competition, and the guy who competed with him was a fat man who was not very strong. The second game was Vic versus the King God of the World, and the third game was BROLY versus Spabik. The fourth game was the Servant of the King of the World God Jeffet versus Sun Gohan, and then the fifth game was BROLY versus Yam. The sixth game was Sun Goku versus Vegeta, and the seventh game was played by number 18. The eighth game is Shwetter versus Sun Wushan. After the draw, everyone was waiting for the start of the main match, and BROLY greeted everyone and walked towards the King of the Realm. BROLY walked up to the Realm King God, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Realm King God. It's a question, but it's a certainty." The Realm King God and Jeffet were frightened in their minds, showing a vigilant look, and said nervously, "You. Who are you and how do you know my identity?" On the other hand, the same goes for Jebbet. BROLY smiled slightly, "Relax, I'm BROLY, and I only found out by chance, the King of the Realm God, can you use the sword of the King of the Realm?" At this time, not only the King God of the Realm, but even Jebbet was frightened, and opened his mouth wide, "You. How do you know about the Realm King Excalibur?" Then he realized that he had lost his temper and snorted coldly, "The Realm King Divine Sword is a treasure of the Realm King Divine Realm, no one can pull it out, and it can't be given to you." BROLY snorted coldly, "Don't think that I won't do anything to you if you are the King of the Realm and the servants of the gods. I also know the purpose of your coming to the earth. Humph, if you don't borrow it, I don't guarantee that your affairs will go smoothly." The Realm King God hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him, "Mr. BROLY, this matter is easy to discuss, but how do you know the purpose of our coming to earth?" BROLY listened to what the King of the Taoist realm said, and said lightly, "It's good to say this earlier. As for your purpose," BROLY smiled, looked at Yam and Spabike and said, "It's related to their master, right?" The Realm King God sighed and said, "You really know, Jebbet, take him to the Realm King God realm to get the divine sword." Jebbet hurriedly said, "But, Lord Realm King God stopped Jebbet's speech and said, "Jebbet, we can't use the divine sword ourselves, and he may not be able to pull it out." Seeing this, Jebbet was helpless. "Okay." He gave BROLY a fierce look and said, "Let's go." After that, BROLY said to everyone, and went to the realm of the King of the Gods with Jebbet. When he arrived at the Realm King God realm, Jebbet said depressedly, "Did you see that? The top of the mountain is the Realm King Divine Sword there. It's up to you if you can't pull it out. I'm going back to help Lord Realm King God, goodbye." BROLY flew directly to the top of the mountain and grabbed the Realm King Divine Sword, pulled it out with a sound, and fell back to the ground again, and the ground sank a little. BROLY grabbed the hilt and tip of the sword, and began to use it. With a bang, the sword was broken. BROLY threw the sword on the ground, and then a wave flashed at the disconnection, and then a strange old man wearing the costume of the King of the World appeared in front of BROLY. The old man's eyes swept over BROLY, and a flash of surprise flashed. Although BROLY knew who he was, he asked, "Who are you?" The old man opened his mouth and said, "You say me, my name is Pietro, and I was the King God of the realm 15 generations ago." BROLY said, "The old world King God, I have something to do with you today. I think you should also see it. I wonder if you can help me solve this problem." "Well." The old world King God began to circle around BROLY and observed, "Your question can be solved, and I can answer you." BROLY was very happy to hear this, and urged, "Old world King God, since you already know, I hope you can tell me what the realm of God is." "Okay, BROLY, come and sit down cross-legged. I'll teach you the trick of becoming a god. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your creation. As long as you can comprehend it, you can become a god. If you have a good understanding, it will be half a year. If it is bad, it is basically impossible for a lifetime, and your understanding is not bad." The old world King God said. BROLY walked in front of the old world King God and sat down cross-legged. The old world King God began to move his hands and feet, and drew some strange pictures and texts around BROLY, which seemed to be a formation. But BROLY thought in his heart, it won't take 25 hours like Son Gohan to improve his strength. Fortunately, the old world King God walked around in a special posture beside him, and then stretched out his hand to BROLY, and recited a spell that BROLY didn't understand, and then sent out a ray of light towards BROLY's body and then stopped moving, and BROLY also closed his eyes at this time. The King of the Old World said, "Okay, it depends on whether you can comprehend it." After a while, BROLY slowly floated up, spread his hands, a burst of blue light slowly floated around his body, and then slowly contracted back into his body. His whole body glowed red, there was no special sign at all, and his hair turned bright red. He opened his eyes and looked at the old King God. Red eyes and black pupils, BROLY looked around. Well, is this the god of Super Saiyan? Good, good. It seems that you have already comprehended part of it. Well, now you have become a god, but you have not fully comprehended, and when you fully comprehend, the appearance will change, and now this appearance should be regarded as the primary realm of God, and when you fully comprehend, it will be the realm of true gods. After saying that, he jumped up excitedly. BROLY slowly fell back to the ground, bowed to the Old World King God, and said, "Thank you for your help, Old World King God." The Old World King God said excitedly, "It's nothing, it's all your own understanding. Yes, yes, I finally created a god," and after BROLY thanked him, he teleported to the martial arts venue. Chapter 45. At the same time, the martial arts venue. The Earth Martial Arts Conference is in full swing. The first game of Klin won the match very easily, and the second match of Vic vs the King of the World is underway. The two sides walked into the ring. An unknown smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the Realm King God. Vic looked at the Realm King God, but as if he saw the infinite starry sky, his forehead kept sweating. "What's the matter? Why can't I make a move on him?" He barely clenched his fists, but he felt that he had no strength at all, and he was shocked. "Who is he?" The Realm King God smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth flicked. "You'll know soon." The sudden words were like a thunderbolt slashing through Vic's heart. Vic gritted his teeth and turned around and said, "I abstain." Vic's sudden action surprised the Realm King God for a while, and then remembered, "By the way, he used to be a god, and it seems that he also knows a little about my identity." And Sun Wukong and Vegeta were a little surprised by Vic's behavior. Vic didn't speak, and only after the King God of the realm stepped down did Vic ask. He was the King of the Realm God. The King God of the world suddenly came to the world. Everyone was a little surprised. The King of the world said that no matter what happened later, "I hope everyone will not make a move," although he was puzzled, but he still agreed. And at this moment, BROLY appeared in front of everyone. Everyone gathered around and asked where BROLY went, and BROLY replied, "Well, I just went to the realm of the King of the Realm and went to get the sword of the King of the Realm." "Well, you also know that he is the King of the Realm." Everyone nodded, and then BROLY told everyone that he would listen to the King of the Realm God for a while, and then there would be more powerful enemies, and Sun Wukong heard that there were powerful enemies appearing, but Sun Wukong was very excited and eager to try. And in the third game, BROLY faced Spabike like the original book, but unfortunately, with BROLY's current strength, she is not Spabike's opponent, and she hasn't known what's going on, and she has been knocked out of the ring by countless blows. Next is Son Gohan against Jabit, and because BROLY was seriously injured, Gohan asked Goku to fetch the fairy beans for BROLY to eat, and then followed Jabit into the ring. Jabit spoke with some arrogant feelings, and asked Son Gohan to give it his all. Son Gohan was also a little unhappy. "Since you want to know my full strength, I will let you see the Super Saiyan who has surpassed the Super Saiyan." "What? Surpass Super Saiyan?" Jabit was surprised, and the next moment, he was calmed by Gohan's sudden surge of energy. The blonde hair soars into the sky, surrounding the silver arc, which looks particularly sharp. "It's such a powerful energy, I don't know if I can stop this force." The Realm King God was a little surprised. Beep. 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 Spabike and Yam, who were on the sidelines, suddenly found that the energy meter turned the reading, and they were excited. So strong energy. Ignoring the rules, one rushes to catch Son Gohan, and the other prepares to absorb energy. Son Gohan noticed the two of them and shouted, "What do you want to do?" "I was about to attack with a punch, but suddenly I felt a binding force coming, and my whole body seemed to be tied, and I couldn't move for a while." Then Spabike and the two used the instrument to absorb the energy and left, and Sun Wukong and they didn't move because they listened to the words of BROLY and the King of the World, and after the two of them left, the King of the World God called Sun Wukong and others to follow, and then took the lead and flew away, while Sun Wukong and Vic and Vegeta, BROLY and others followed. After seeing Sun Wukong and Broly follow, he was still very happy, and then told Sun Wukong and others about the reason for coming to Earth this time, and Sun Gohan was also treated by Jebet at this time and followed with BROLY. At this time, the host reluctantly announced the suspension of the game, and the audience was very dissatisfied and urged to start the game quickly. After discussion, the conference announced that Monkey King, Vegeta, and Broly abstained. In addition, he was disqualified due to fouls by Spabik and Yam, after which the match resumed. And then number 18 won the game very easily, and then it was Schwer against Sun Wushan. And after Schwer and Sun Wushan got into the ring, Schwer said, "Wushan, I won't release water." After speaking, she put on an offensive posture, and Wushan also posed, "Sister Schwer, I won't show mercy." The two began to attack at the same time, hitting from the ground to the sky, and the fierce action surprised everyone, but the tea that was left behind was shocked. "I didn't expect these two children to be so powerful." At this time, the two also divided the winners and losers. Cher still had a slight advantage and won the game, and then because number 18 gave up the game, the championship fell to Cher. The host said excitedly, "I can't believe it, the number 18 contestant abstained just now. The champion of this year's number 1 martial arts conference in the world is actually our 8-year-old Schwer child, it's really surprising. This is the youngest champion in history. Let's cheer for the champions." A tsunami of cheers erupted all around, and Kiki congratulated Boomer, who had an indelible smile on her face as she watched Cher cheer and wave at her. Chapter 46. Sun Wukong and the others followed Spabit and the others to a desolate desert, and saw them land in front of a 2-meter-high white capsule from a distance. Babadai's spaceship. Jebet was pleasantly surprised. The king of the realm god was a little excited, and said, "It turned out that it was buried in the ground, and there was a magic enchantment to prevent detection, no wonder I couldn't find it." Seeing that he also thought that we might be back, so he became careful. The hatch opens, and a dwarf old insect man floating out, followed by a tall figure. The king god of the eastern realm noticed the appearance of the person, and said in some horror, "It's Dapra. I didn't expect that Dapra, the king of the demon world, was also controlled by him." Dapra. The three of Sun Wukong don't know. The king god of the realm explained, "Don't underestimate him, maybe the strongest in the world is among you, but the strongest in the demon realm is undoubtedly this Dapra." At this time, Sun Gohan and Jebet also came here and hid behind the rocks, while BROLY couldn't keep up with the speed and went back halfway. The two of Spabik were then killed after handing over the Energizer, and Babadai and Dapra returned to the cabin after a few words, leaving Dapra standing still. And Broly smiled and said, "It seems that Dapra has found us." Everyone was shocked and just wanted to change places to dodge. Dapra had already rushed to everyone, smiling evilly and spitting at Vic and Clint. Vic and Clint couldn't dodge, they were sprayed with saliva, and after a while Vic and Clint were turned into rocks, and Broly in order to resurrect Bu, so he instantly ran into the air and looked at everyone, and the king of the world was terrible, and Sun Wukong was angry and stepped forward to attack a punch, which was dodged by Dapra. Vegeta then attacked a few punches, it was also easily dodged. Dapra sneered and stepped back, and said defiantly, "You guys better go back, hee hee." Vegeta was furious, "You guy." Then he calmed down and sneered, "Are you mistaken, thinking that dealing with two pieces of garbage is great?" Vegeta's sudden words made Dapra stunned, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The Eastern Realm King God was a little anxious. "Everyone go together, as long as you defeat Dapra Babadai, you will lose a powerful helper." After all, the King of the Realm God doesn't know much about everyone's strength, and he was broken by the demon Bu back then, and he will be at a loss when he encounters things related to it. Seeing that Broly had no intention of making a move, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan and Vegeta argued, and finally guessed the fist to decide who would play, and then Gohan won. Sun Wukong reminded, "Gohan, go straight to the fullest, this guy is not a general." Sun Gohan nodded, and then shouted. A powerful momentum emerged from his body, and the golden aura burned and spewed, and from time to time there was a silver fox-like current, and Broly and Vegeta saw it and said to Wukong, "This kid, it seems that he has been lazy all these years, and his strength is far less than 7 years ago." Sun Wukong said helplessly, "This can't be helped, Kikai has always wanted Gohan to be a scholar, so she hasn't practiced much." Sun Gohan and Dapper began to move, the strength of the two was equal, and it didn't take long for both of them to have more or less scars on their bodies. And when Sun Gohan and Dapper attacked wildly, they were injured, and the energy that escaped was absorbed by Majin Buu, and after a while, the energy required by Majin Buu was full, and at this time, Babadai also unlocked Buu's seal in time. And just when Dapper and Sun Gohan both lost their combat effectiveness, at this time, Broly slowly fell from the sky, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta also seemed to feel something, their faces sank, and then looked at the hatch. Seeing a pink and chubby figure and Babadai walking out, the Realm King God was instantly frightened, and he couldn't even speak well. Demon Buu." And Broly looked at the chubby and cute Buu with interest, and at this time, Sun Wukong's face sank. "This is the Demon Buu, he shouldn't have been careless to resurrect him." Vegeta, on the other hand, said with some disdain, "This is Majin Buu." Babadai saw Dapper fall to the ground, obviously out of strength, and said, "Dapper, do a good job, but the Demon Buu has been resurrected, and you are useless like this. Buu, kill him." Buu touched his stomach. "I'm a little hungry, I'm going to eat him." Playing with the tentacles at Dapper, Dapper directly turned into a large chocolate, which he swallowed in his mouth. And after Dapper's death, Vic and Kling also recovered, and at this time, Vegeta looked down on Buu, and a person transformed into a Super 2 and rushed directly towards Buu. Crazy attack! Buu was soon beaten out of human shape, and Sun Wukong's face was not less nervous, because he found that Buu's chi did not weaken at all. After Vic and Kling woke up, they felt Buu's chi for the first time, and hurriedly leaned down and saw Vegeta attacking the pink fat man. "Is this the Demon Buu that Lord God of the Realm said, so strong?" Well, Vegeta has also reached Super 2. Broly, on the other hand, watched the battle with little interest. Chapter 47. Because Buu's strength is still not stable when he just woke up, he was beaten by Vegeta all the time, he was in a very unhappy mood, and he was extremely angry in his heart, and the hole in his head was angry because of the smoke, and his strength was constantly increasing in his angry state, and at this time, Buu's strength was far beyond Vegeta in the Super 2 state. At this time, Vegeta was beaten around by Buu like a sandbag, and he had no power to fight back at all, and was beaten from the sky to the ground. Vegeta was beaten to the point that his nose and face were swollen, and he had no power to fight back, and the whole person fell into the ground. Vegeta was shocked and unwilling. Why is this guy suddenly so powerful? The injury made the originally domineering Super Saiyan momentum also become sluggish. Seeing Vegeta's whole body being ravaged by Buu in a few clicks, Sun Wukong knew Vegeta's self-esteem and hadn't made a move, and Broly also held his hands on his chest, without the intention of making a move. At this time, Sun Wukong said, "Broly, I'll go first in a while, I want to fight with Buu to see." Broly nodded and agreed. At this time, the King God of the Realm said, "How can this be? Let's go up together and kill Buu." But Sun Wukong said, "Don't worry, Lord King of the Realm, just leave it to me." The King God of the Realm looked at Sun Wukong's confident smile, and the King God of the Realm unconsciously relaxed. At this time, Vegeta was also seriously injured by Buu and fell unconscious. Sun Wukong saw it and instantly moved to the place where Vegeta fell to the ground, and then took Vegeta to move to Vic in an instant, handed Vegeta to Vic, and then faced Buu. Sun Wukong looked at Majin Buu and smiled, "You are really powerful, Majin Buu, I didn't expect Vegeta to be easily defeated by you. Then I'll show you the Super Saiyan who surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Buu was first very happy when he heard Sun Wukong say that he was powerful, and then wondered, well, what is beyond what? Then Sun Wukong roared, the arrogance condensed, the whole earth seemed to shake, the qi on his body began to rise bigger and bigger, and his hair began to grow longer. Wushan felt this breath and was very excited, and Bic was also surprised. I didn't expect Sun Wukong's power to be so powerful. The Realm King God also stared at in surprise. Bu stretched out his hand when he saw Wukong's current appearance and said, "You pretend to be terrifying, but it's not scary at all." Sun Wukong smiled faintly, disappeared in place in an instant, and the next moment, a knee bumped into Bu, and without waiting for Bu to fly out, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the tentacles on his head, and kept beating him with his fists like a ping-pong, and then kicked him to the ground with a fierce kick, and the huge impact was filled with smoke. The king of the realm god looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. He didn't expect him to be so strong. And BROLY also looked at Sun Wukong. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong hadn't seen him for more than a month, and his strength had risen again. Pressure was the driving force. I didn't expect his strength to rise so fast. The smoke dissipated, the demon Bu stood on the ground, stretched out his hands angrily, and countless air bullets shot out, but they were still easily bounced away by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's feet moved, instantly accelerated his body, appeared in front of Bu, and carried out a crazy attack on Bu, constantly smashing on Bu's face and chest. The latter was beaten so that he couldn't dodge, and he didn't have any power to parry. It looks like a one-sided attack, but Sun Wukong knows that it is not so easy to solve it if you want to defeat this guy. At this time, because of the injury, Sun Gohan, who was brought by Jebit to the realm of the king of the realm, because of the introduction of the old king of the realm, they watched the battle together in the realm king god. Sun Gohan said excitedly, "I didn't expect my dad to be so powerful. I think my dad will definitely win this battle." And the old world king looked at it for a while and shook his head. He is still a little careless. He has been enjoying the fun of fighting. This state is still very expensive for him, and it is not optimistic to go on like this. And Sun Gohan was also a little anxious after hearing this, and at this time, the old world king god said to Jebit, "Jebit, you go and bring everyone except Sun Wukong and BROLY to the realm of the world king god." After hearing this, Jebit bowed down and teleported to the side of the king of the realm, and the god of the king of the realm saw Jebit and said excitedly, "Jebit, how is it?" Jebit shook his head and said, "The realm king divine sword has been pulled out, and the one sealed inside the sword is the realm king god 15 generations ago." Then he gave a general account of what happened. The realm king god was also taken aback, exactly like Jebit before. Then he said a little excitedly, "Great, with the old ancestor here, it seems that the demon Bu is not impossible to deal with." Boom! Sun Wukong slammed Bu to the ground, the terrifying golden energy completely enveloped the ground, and with a deafening bang, Bu's round body sank into the ground for more than 10 feet. Bu pulled out his body in the dirt and shook his dizzy head. He had just gotten up, and Sun Wukong, who came at a blink of an eye like a streamer, punched him and directly smashed him out again without any fancy. At this time, Jebit left the earth with Vic, the realm king god, and the injured Vegeta, and then appeared in the realm of the realm king god in an instant. This guy is really very resistant to beating, even the Super Saiyan third order can't help him. Unless he gives me time to gather his breath, it seems unlikely to come to think about it. Sun Wukong knows the current battle. Bu can't help him, but he can't completely eliminate this guy at the moment. Bu regained his feet again, his expression was a little angry, his speed and strength increased again, one accelerated and hit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned around and a turtle faction Qigong penetrated Bu. Bu recovered with force, and then put on a turtle faction Qigong wave pose. Sun Wukong was shocked. This guy. It is indeed the turtle school Qigong. Sun Wukong beat the Qigong wave with a fist, and he was a little surprised in his heart. Did he absorb the moves he had seen once? The two entered a stalemate again. After that, because the battle between the two lasted too long, Sun Wukong's qi consumption was too great, and his physical strength also decreased, and he gradually couldn't keep up with Bu's speed. At this time, BROLY and Sun Wukong received the voice of the old king god of the world, and asked them to wait for a day before confronting the demon Bu. And let them come to the king of the world god realm first. Before leaving, Sun Wukong said to Bu, "In 2 days, there will be more powerful people to fight him, let him stop destroying." Bu also showed an interested expression. After that, Sun Wukong and BROLY disappeared in front of Bu. Due to the disappearance of the two, Babadai was very angry, so he couldn't help but blame Bu, and at this time Bu was also angry, so he designed to kill Babadai. Chapter 48. And at this time, after BROLY appeared in the realm King God realm, the old realm King God immediately jumped in front of BROLY. "I said, why don't you do it? If you do it, Bu would have solved it a long time ago." BROLY smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to do it, it's that Sun Wukong and Vegeta won't let me do it. They want to fight with Bu, but I'm perfecting others. They want to fight, I can still stop it." The old world king god didn't fight after hearing the anger. And Sun Wukong touched his head in embarrassment, while Vegeta stood aside with a snort. At this time, the old world king god said, "Then it should be okay now, both of them have fought with Bu, you should also make a move." And BROLY nodded when he heard it and said, "Yes, as long as the two of them have no opinion, I can go over and solve Bu now," and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. And Sun Wukong didn't say anything, and at this time, Vegeta snorted coldly, clenched his fists and said, "I'm going to fight with Majin Bu again." Everyone couldn't help but look at Vegeta. Sun Wukong couldn't help but open his mouth to dissuade him, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Vegeta. "Kakarot, I am the prince of the fighting nation, even if I die, I will die in battle." What's more, staring at Sun Wukong fiercely, Super Saiyan Third Order, "What are you kidding?" BROLY smiled, "Okay, I know what you mean. First of all, I am not the Monkey King, even if you die, I will not save you, so you still want to go?" Vegeta also had a sneer on his face, "Whoever wants you to save it, you just watch how I deal with that fat man. In this case, then let's go." Grab Vegeta's shoulder, smack, and disappear. On Earth, Fat Bu was happily destroying cream chocolate and other things in the candy store, and everyone in the store looked at him with some horror, when the space flickered, and BROLY and Vegeta appeared. The two who appeared also alarmed Fat Bu, who looked over and recognized Vegeta, who was defeated and didn't care to continue to turn his head to destroy the food in his eyes. BROLY nodded and walked to the side and motioned to Vegeta, who shouted, "Majin Bu, I'm going to fight you." Fat Bu still ignored him. Vegeta was furious, a golden aura appeared on his body, and he instantly turned into Super Saiyan 2, and the strong momentum blew away the dessert in front of Bu's eyes, and also made the people in the store stagger. Fat Bu's face instantly darkened, and the blowholes began to spew steam, and he turned his head to look at Vegeta. "You're annoying, I'm going to kill you." The breath skyrocketed directly to the Super 3 level. BROLY curled the corners of his mouth. This Fat Bu is really a little interesting. At the beginning, the breath was barely over 3, and when he was angry, he actually grew directly to the middle level. Vegeta was on guard, and Fat Bu raised his fist and made a punching motion. "So far away?" Vegeta was stunned, and in an instant, his fist had become longer and boomed, dodging sideways, grabbing Bu's arm with both hands, and throwing it upwards with a loud shout. Bu directly hit the roof and flew out. Vegeta didn't stop, opened his hands to gather energy, the ultimate flash. A huge amount of energy hit Bu with a loud explosion, and Vegeta flew out of the house, staring at the smoke. The smoke cleared, and Fat Bu's body was a little black, obviously uninjured, but obviously more angry, and a jumping foot had appeared directly in front of Vegeta. Oops! Vegeta was startled, and just wanted to punch, but was hit by Bu, and immediately fell out a few times. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Fat Bu was happy, dancing with his fists and jumping over Vegeta. Vegeta turned over and stood up, slammed into one knee, and was Fat Bu at the moment, and then Vegeta launched a crazy attack, and Fat Bu took one by one and fought back. Broly was watching with relish from the side. Although this Fat Bu was fat, his movements were not bad, and he was very flexible. The fists and feet were staggered, a Qigong wave collided, the space trembled, and there was a huge explosion, and Fat Bu was still jumping and jumping very energetically, but Vegeta fell to the ground and rode out. No wonder, the 3 to 4 times power gap cannot be made up by the courage of blood and chi. Vegeta struggled on the ground, some couldn't stand up, raised his hands, all scars, and began to sneer self-deprecatingly, "Is this me, the prince of the scions of the battle nation, so embarrassed? Failed again and again, I wanted someone to save me, but, I gritted my teeth and struggled to stand up, only this time, I won't lose to you, a fat man, I want you to know that I am the strongest scion." With a crazy roar, his body once again erupted with golden light, followed by a vast amount of energy. The already weakened aura grew bigger and stronger, and the whole earth began to shake. This is Broly's pupil shrank, and the third order of the Super Saiyan actually broke through at this time. Vegeta stood, his arrogance condensed as if materialized, and from time to time a trace of electricity escaped, tilting his head to look at Fat Bu. His eyes were extremely cold. Fat Bu was also stunned. This look seems to have been seen. Majin Bu, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become Super Saiyan 3 so quickly, but I will pay back all the shame you gave me. Kiss. With a dull sound of breaking the air, the sand and dust flew in place, and a thick wave of chi was waved, and Vegeta disappeared in an instant, and reappeared in front of Fat Bu. Click. A powerful force attacked, and Fat Bu was knocked out of a position for a moment. Vegeta gave chase and immediately launched a combo. Flashes of light flickered in mid-air, howling winds swirling, they were extremely fast, and once they fought, they quickly separated, and in just 1 second, they exchanged countless times. The king of the realm of the gods. Everyone was very surprised, and Sun Wukong was a little admired. It's worthy of Vegeta, and it really broke through the Super 3. And Sun Gohan was a little surprised, Uncle Vegeta is actually on par with Majin Bu. The old world king god nodded, but he didn't think so in his heart. Now Vegeta looks on par with Bu, but with a sense of anger and the confidence of the first transformation, but the power of the anger explosion is temporary after all, and the Super 3 consumes a lot. If it can't be overwhelming, then Vegeta's anger will definitely lose when it dissipates. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Vegeta's strength began to weaken, and he gradually fell to the downwind, and he couldn't dodge slowly, and was knocked out upside down by Fat Bu, barely turning over and standing, gasping violently. Broly nodded, hit almost this extent, and began to walk forward. Vegeta noticed his movements, and shouted, "Broly, he is my prey." "Ah, I know." Broly said indifferently, "It's just that your strength has declined for the first time, and you can't defeat him anymore." "Humph, even if I die, I'll kill him." Vegeta slammed. "The dead duck has a hard mouth," Broly disdainful, "but let's take care of his self-esteem. Don't you want to defeat me and Kakarot? How can you fight if you die, and besides, wouldn't it be a pity to die before you are familiar with this power just after breaking through Super 3? Vegeta snorted, but stopped talking. Broly stood across from Fat Bu and spoke, "Hey, Bu, do you want to take a break? Now I'll fight you." Fat Bu yelled, "No, are you good?" Broly smiled and thought, this Bu is indeed very naive, let's defeat him and hand him over to the Lord God of the old realm to deal with. So he began to increase his strength, and his golden aura rose, and he looked like an ordinary Super Saiyan, and his strength was simply increased, and he didn't need a few gorgeous transformations. Oh! Fat Bu came to his senses and thought, it's another one with blonde hair, and the battle has been very interesting for the past 2 days. In Bu's eyes, blonde hair has become synonymous with interesting opponents. Come on! The two began to confront each other. Chapter 49. Broly stared at Fat Bu, the corners of his mouth always showed an unknown smile, and Fat Bu still screamed, as if he was very excited. "I'm here I go!" Broly reminded lightly, and directly teleported behind Bu. Bu's eyes widened and turned back, the corners of Broly's mouth curled, the left lower hook directly hit Bu's abdomen, and the right fist hit Fat Bu's face hard. Fat Bu flew out directly upside down, and before he flew out, he was pulled back by Broly's head corner tentacles, and he smashed his head on the head again and flew out. Fat Bu turned over a few times and fell upside down on the ground. One turned over and stood up, grabbed the head with both hands, and pulled out some of the heads that were stuck in the chest. With a smile on his face, he rushed over and punched quickly, but unfortunately every blow was blocked or dodged by Broly, and it had no effect at all. Broly easily dodged Fat Bu's attack, observed his movements, and smiled. "I see, although you can feel the chi, but the battle is all about catching the opponent with your eyes, so you can't beat me." A series of attacks had no effect. Fat Bu was so anxious that he jumped to his feet, pulled his tentacles, his speed increased sharply, and he rushed to Broly. Broly put his hands together, withstood Fat Bu's attack, and was knocked out a few meters by Fat Bu and stood still. "Isn't this quite capable? Why don't you use this kind of power to deal with me?" Broly teased. Fat Bu was really angry, his face was a little dark, and he looked very cold, and the top of his head was constantly spewing steam. Broly looked at him with a smile and thought, "Yes, that's it, the more angry the better, let me see how much power you have. It would be nice if I could turn back into little Bu, I want to see how powerful the most evil Bu is." In the original book, the strongest one is Gohan Bu, and the one who is almost Wudong's Bu, and it should be the king god of the southern realm Bu directly. But only Xiao Bu is the most difficult, obviously not the strongest, but the infinite physical strength, extremely fast speed, and rapid recovery make it almost impossible to destroy if you can't knock him down with one blow. The other Bu had several chances to be wiped out because of the absorption of others, which slowed down their recovery, but unfortunately they were all missed. Fat Bu was furious, and his strength had reached his maximum, and he was no longer in an unstable state of ups and downs. Broly sighed, sure enough, pure anger and anger can't stimulate his evil heart, there must be big emotional fluctuations. The original is the death of the puppy and Satan to provoke his hatred and exclude the evil. Forget it, let's solve this battle first. Raising his chi to the maximum, he appeared directly in front of Fat Bu with an elbow blow, hitting him a few steps back. Not waiting to come back to his senses, he turned around and kicked out with a heavy kick. The heavy blow made Fat Bu's face and stomach completely deformed, stopped attacking, looked at him coldly, and spoke, "You should be able to see it, you can't be my opponent, surrender honestly." Fat Bu took a breath, returned to the same state, seemed to be a little puzzled, and then put on a turtle school Qigong pose. Vegeta on the side was startled, "This is?" The turtle sect Qigong wave rushed over directly. Broly waved his right hand, and a green energy gathered in the palm of his hand. And the Qigong wave suddenly rushed towards Bu's turtle sect Qigong wave, and the difference in strength directly overwhelmed Bu's Qigong wave, and the Fat Bu was directly blown out, and he stood up slowly, a little panting, and seemed to have consumed a lot of strength. Gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe I can't beat you, let's turn it into chocolate." A purple light emitted from the tentacles, and Broly directly interrupted Bu's tentacles with the speed of light with a finger of his hand, and the magic stopped, although it didn't have much effect on himself, but it was better to be safe. Fat Bu was depressed, touching his head, "What should I do? It seems that I really can't beat him." Bu has lived for so long, and he has never encountered such a thing as not being able to win, and he seemed to be at a loss for a while, and then waved his hand and said, "If you don't fight, I can't beat you." Vegeta was a little speechless on the side. Was he really defeated by this spineless guy? But it doesn't matter, it won't be long before he will completely surpass him. Vegeta, who is already Super Saiyan 3, has this confidence, as long as he is proficient in this power. Broly didn't reduce his vigilance, This fat Bew was a little crazy, who knows if he would suddenly make a move, take him to the realm King God realm to ensure first. So he said in a deceitful child's tone, "That's the best, you come with me, wait until a place, wait for a place, wait for you to eat delicious chocolate candy." A few big exclamation marks appeared above Fat Bew's head, his spirit was shocked, and he nodded again and again, and was coaxed by BROLY to the realm of the King of the Gods. After coming to the realm King God realm, the old realm King God circled around Bew a few times and observed carefully, "I see, because Bew absorbed the great realm King God and had the initial emotional wisdom, but the deepest evil in the body still exists. I'm going to force out the evil part of him, and you have to protect me." After saying that, the King God of the old world didn't care about Sun Wukong and the others, and directly used magic to force out the deepest evil part of Fat Bew's body. At this time, Fat Bew held his head and shouted, and after a while, the evil energy began to gather, and most of the power was on this side of the evil energy, and slowly turned into a childlike Bew, and on the other side, Fat Bew's strength was also weak, only at the level of Super 2 mid-term. The Eastern Realm King God was frightened, and watched little Bew begin to retreat in fear, and the old Realm King God looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The Eastern King God stammered, He. It is the most primitive Bew, the most evil, unable to control himself, and killed the existence of the 4 Realm King Gods." The crowd, who were not strong, began to retreat. And BROLY was very happy to see the appearance of little Bew. He finally appeared. After that, he appeared in front of little Bew in an instant. Little Bew stared at BROLY. It seemed that he also recognized him, and an angry look appeared on his face, and BROLY raised his eyebrows when he saw this. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. But I'm not interested in you anymore, and I'm ready to die." Little Bew screamed angrily, raised his hands, gathered energy, and grew from the size of a football to dozens of meters, obviously with a sense of urgency to solve everyone's intentions. Although a little self-defeating, BROLY began to raise his breath, and instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, with a fluorescent green aura surrounding his body, white pupils, looking at little Bew, and hooking his fingers, "Come here, trash." And Sun Wukong and the others all felt the heavy oppressive force, and Vegeta also felt it clenching his fists tightly. He didn't expect that even if he became Super 3, the gap between him and BROLY would still be so big. Mid-Autumn Festival to read books every day, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, September 19th to September 21st. Chapter 50. Little Bew gathered a huge energy ball with both hands and stared at BROLY fiercely, and suddenly threw it over. The corner of BROLY's mouth showed an evil smile, and he directly moved to the energy bomb with super speed and kicked the energy ball back, and Xiao Bew, who was happy, was directly stunned, and quickly flew into the sky, staring at BROLY fiercely, obviously extremely angry. But BROLY didn't have time to pay attention to his mood, and teleported in front of him again and hit him directly in the face with a heavy punch, bang, and directly exploded his head, tilting his head and looking at him evilly. Little Bew's body squirmed, his head grew out again, and he screamed angrily, and the sharp sound made the entire space of the King of the Realm and God Realm vibrate, and BROLY kicked him in the mouth and blocked him. "It's not noisy to be so loud." Little Bew took 2 steps back, stepped forward again and attacked wildly, punching and kicking out, but unfortunately BROLY's figure disappeared in place in an instant, and once again it had turned into a virtual shadow and appeared behind Little Bew. With a bang, Little Bew didn't see what was going on and was hit to the ground with a heavy punch, and there was no movement for a long time. "Won't you come out?" BROLY smiled, pointed out that a lightsaber pierced directly into the gravel where Bew was, raised his finger, and Little Bew was lifted by the lightsaber. BROLY smiled disdainfully, "Is this all capable? I really can't expect anything from you." Little Bew was angry, and his head kept spewing steam, and BROLY appeared in front of Little Bew, looked down at him and said, "What, very angry?" Little Bew was startled, took a few steps back one after another, reacted, and finally spoke viciously, "I'm going to kill you." BROLY sneered, suddenly flew his knee right in the abdomen of Bu, grabbed the tentacles, and stuffed an energy bomb into Bu's mouth, which exploded into pieces with a bang. The shattered mage in Bu, the fragments quickly spun around BROLY. Hat. A sneer appeared at the corner of BROLY's mouth, and he directly used the protective shield to protect himself. The king of the Eastern Realm was shocked. "Don't be wrapped up by him." Before he finished speaking, the minced meat directly wrapped BROLY, returning to the appearance of Little Bu. Little Bu laughed proudly, and BROLY's voice came from his body, "What are you laughing at?" The laughter stopped abruptly, and the Little Bu's body suddenly began to swell, and with a bang it was blown into pieces again, and there was only a figure burning golden in the center, and the pieces gathered again, turning back into Little Bu, and it was obvious that Little Bu was out of line. His eyes widened, and he was dark and angry, but there was no way. "Hat, looks like that's the end for you." BROLY pinched Bu's neck with the speed that Bu didn't have time to react. "Goodbye." Hearing this, Bu's eyes were a little contemptuous, as if he didn't think he could kill him. BROLY stretched out his other hand and began to gather fluorescent green energy. Little Bu looked at this energy in horror, quickly changed his body and tried to escape. He felt the threat of this energy to him, it seemed to kill him. Seeing that Bu wanted to escape, BROLY sneered, directly wrapped him in a protective shield, looked at the struggling Little Bu, sighed and said, "I hope you will be a good person in your next life." Directly put the energy bomb in, threw it into the air, and then swung his palm. A destructive light wave was emitted, like a hideous and terrible dragon tearing through the space. Xiao Bu, who couldn't escape in the protective shield, turned back in horror, a pair of eyes widened, and there was some despair in his eyes, and in an instant, the energy bomb exploded, and Xiao Bu exploded directly into pieces, and the fragments were swallowed up by the shock wave, and even the dust was left. The king god of the Eastern Realm exclaimed excitedly, "Great, the demon Bu has been destroyed." The old world king god touched his beard, "Isn't this nonsense? They are not a dimensional at all." Everyone began to gather. BROLY felt that the matter was over, and he was almost ready to go, looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, in a month, let's have another battle. The last battle was not too fun, and last time I couldn't defeat you in the time you fused. I feel very unhappy, so let's fight again. I hope I can enjoy this time." Sun Wukong said excitedly, "Okay. Although it doesn't seem to be your opponent right now," BROLY smiled evilly, "you can use fusion again." After saying that, he didn't care about them, and directly teleported back to Boomer's house. Back at home, BROLY lay comfortably on the sofa, while Cher grabbed BROLY and kept talking. BROLY just hummed to deal with it. Cher got angry, pouted and said, "Dad, have you listened to me? I'm now the #1 martial arts champion in the world." Got it." BROLY coped with 2 sentences. Cher looked at BROLY's obvious coping demeanor, she was very unhappy, and ran directly to Boomer to complain. And BROLY pulled Cher to BROLY, pulled BROLY up from the sofa directly, and asked BROLY to accompany her, number 18 and Cher to go shopping together. BROLY let out a miserable cry and fell on the couch, while the 3 girls giggled when they heard BROLY's scream. After that, he didn't let BROLY go, and just dragged BROLY to go shopping. Chapter 51. In the next month, BROLY also began to further comprehend the mysteries of the realm of gods, and he continued to cultivate, whether it was Vegeta or Veget. The strength of the strength is needless to say, especially now that both are Super 3, although they fought once before, but at that time Vegeta was still in the state of Super 2, and Sun Wukong was Super 3. The strength of the 2 of them after merging, they can already fight against their full state, although now their own strength has been strengthened, but the strength of the 2 of them has also been strengthened, and their combination is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, facing the waterfall, carefully experiencing the power in his body, 7 years ago, his legendary form was Remote Monkey King and their Super 3, let alone now. sighed, "It's a pity that the strength is constantly strengthening now, but his realm has always been in the early stage of the Super Saiyan God and has not changed. Now I still don't know enough about God, I can't help but look at the sky in the distance. Now I just know that before I become a god, the battle is more determined by skill, speed, and strength, but the strength and momentum cannot be retracted freely, and God is different, God can completely control the combat power. And now I only have a deeper understanding of power." A month passed quickly, in a blink of an eye, and Broly's understanding of God was deepened, and his own strength had deepened. Before it was only the early stage of Super Saiyan God, but now it was in the middle stage. When the appointed time came, soon, all the powerhouses on the earth began to gather, whether it was Vic, Klin, drinking tea, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Sun Wuhan, Sun Wushan, etc., they all began to gather. After all, this kind of big war is rare. Even Fat Bu came. At that time the King of the World God planned to leave Fat Bu in the King of the World God realm, but unfortunately he couldn't bear the loneliness and boredom, and was finally raised near Boomer's house. Anyway, as long as he prepared some desserts and other things, and raised some cats and dogs and other small animals to play with him. The space flickered, and Broly arrived with Boomer, 18, and Cher's family, and Broly said, "How, are you ready?" Vegeta didn't speak, and Sun Wukong had a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Well, but we can't fight on the earth can't withstand our impact." The others all looked at all this excitedly. Broly smiled, "It's simple, let's use it from the realm King God realm." After saying that, everyone began to hold hands, and instantly moved to the realm of the King of the realm, the King God of the Eastern realm, the King God of the Old realm, and the King God of the Eastern realm looked at everyone, and the King God of the Eastern realm was puzzled. "Broly, Wukong, what are you all doing here?" Sun Wukong showed an embarrassed smile and didn't speak, and Broly said directly, "After fighting with Bu last time, didn't I mention fighting with Sun Wukong and Vegeta once, and this time I came to use the King of the Realm God realm. Give us the battle." The realm King God realm calmed down for a while, but Jebit shouted loudly, "You are too unreasonable, what kind of place should you be? This is the Holy Land realm King God realm, not a miscellaneous place." "Ah, what about that, if we don't fight in the Nether realm again? If the other planets are destroyed, we won't be able to control so much," Broly said lightly. The King God of the Old Realm sighed, "You guys are fighting here, how can I say that this holy place is also much stronger than other spaces? Everyone stay away." The King God of the Eastern Realm and the King God of the Old Realm saw that the King God of the Old Realm agreed, and they reluctantly agreed. Letting 18 and Boomer take their daughter back, Cher didn't forget to cheer at Broly, "Dad, you have to win." Broly smiled confidently at the corner of his mouth and touched Cher's head. Everyone retreated, leaving Broly to confront Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Broly's face became solemn, and then he said, "Are you going to go together, or what? But even if you go together, it's useless, you still have to be together." Vegeta snorted, but didn't retort. He knew that they couldn't be Broly's opponent alone or together, maybe only fusion was a little bit of a possibility. But at the thought of the ugly action of fusion, Vegeta's heart was like eating a fly, and when she saw Sun Wukong's disapproving and heartless appearance, she became even more angry and depressed for a long time. "Fusion." The Old World King God spoke, "I have a pair of earrings here, and you can bring them to the left and right ears separately to fuse." "Well, really? Vegeta is excited, no need to do such ugly moves." Sun Wukong also glared and said, "Really? Of course." The Eastern King God and Jebit were also surprised, so they each took off an earring, but the two of them didn't notice the gloating smile on the corner of the Old World King God's mouth. The two of them took down an earring, and suddenly a strong attraction sucked the two together. Bang! A figure with long hair appeared, more like the King God of the Eastern Realm. "Great, I feel so strong now." Sun Wukong was excited, "Hey, it's really possible." However, How long can this fit last? A drop of cold sweat appeared in the head of the old world king god, and he turned around and coughed before saying, maybe this is not good, the time of the union is forever. Bang! The person fell to the ground, Vegeta's brows jumped, and Sun Wukong glared, is there a way to separate? The king of the old world, if I can, I still want to separate. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, then forget it. The newly born Eastern Realm King God looked at the Old Realm King God with resentful eyes. Sun Wukong's face became serious. Are you ready, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded, and began to meet in symmetry. Swish! A blinding light stung everyone's eyes. The light gradually dissipated, and Gogeta appeared in the field, and then Gogeta directly shouted and clenched his fists with both hands, quickly raised his chi, and instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3. Come on Broly! I can't wait! Gogeta said coldly. Ha ha ha! Okay, I didn't expect the two to be so strong after the fusion, stronger than before, you really didn't disappoint me, okay. That's great! Broly laughed. After Broly finished speaking, he directly turned into the legendary Super Saiyan. His body quickly became larger, his hair turned fluorescent green, and his eyes without pupils were scanning Gogeta. Come on! Let me see how much you've strengthened now. Chapter 52. Everyone looked nervously at Broly and Gogeta, and Gohan looked at the nervous crowd and asked, Uncle Vic, who do you think will win? Uncle Vic looked at Gogeta and Broly, and said, at present, the strength of the two is about the same, and the chi of the two of them doesn't seem to be up or down, so it's not easy to judge now. Sun Wuhan and everyone nodded, and everyone continued to watch. At this time, Boomer asked worriedly, 18th, can Broly win? Number 18 looked at the two people on the field calmly, and then said, don't worry about Boomer, Broly is not showing all his strength now, don't worry Boomer, Broly will not lose. And Boomer listened to the words of the 18th at this time, and also put his mind at ease, and watched the competition between Broly and Gogeta with peace of mind. At this time, Broly and Gogeta were facing each other, and after a slight pause, they moved at the same time, and in an instant, they both disappeared in place at the same time, rushing towards each other. The figures of the two appeared in the air and on the ground from time to time, and the sound of fierce collisions kept coming. The two fought for a long time and did not cause any trauma to each other, both sides were testing their opponents, but the competition was extremely fierce in the eyes of everyone. As Big said, the strength and chi of the two are about the same, and it seems difficult to distinguish the winner from the loser. The green and golden flames are constantly colliding in the air, and the air is constantly exploding, and the huge power begins to make the earth and mountains begin to tremble. At this time, everyone was watching the battle between the two intently, although the strength was far inferior, but no matter what, they were all warriors, and since they were warriors, they all had special enthusiasm for fighting, especially the duel between Broly and Gogeta, which had a fatal attraction for any warrior. Bang! There was another loud bang, the fists of the two collided, Broly and Gogeta separated instantly. Broly said, yes, I didn't expect you to be so strong, it seems that the warm-up exercise will end here, now I will let you see my real strength. I said, today I will use my own strength to defeat you, the last battle made me regret, and in the end, it was your fusion time that forced the battle to end, this time I must knock you down before your fusion time ends. After saying that, he began to improve his strength. Gogeta also nodded, well, yes, the warm-up exercise is over, but you said you want to defeat me, then I'll wait and see. After speaking, he began to gather his own chi. And everyone was shocked, what, the fierce battle just now turned out to be just a warm-up. And number 18 looked at the two people in the field very calmly. And at this moment, Broly changed again, Broly slowly floated up, spread his hands, a burst of blue light slowly floated around his body, and then slowly shrank back into his body, his whole body emitted a faint red light, there was no sign at all, and his whole hair turned bright red eyes and black pupils, and he looked at Gajata. "Are you ready? Gajata, you can come and attack. I'm not used to the way I look now, so it's been a little longer, come on." After saying that, hooked his fingers. Gajata looked at BROLY with a serious expression, then disappeared in place for a moment, raised his foot and kicked directly at BROLY. BROLY dodged the attack in an instant. Gajata didn't kick it, and threw a gas bomb in his left hand towards BROLY. BROLY watched the air bomb chase after him, stretched out his hand and waved it hard, and the air bomb flew away. Then Gajata quickly clicked the ground, accelerated towards BROLY, and punched BROLY. And BROLY easily dodged the punch, and Gajata punched one punch after another and continued to bombard BROLY, and BROLY dodged one by one. Gajata looked at the attack that didn't work, and then raised a kick and swept towards BROLY, and at this time BROLY also threw a punch. With a loud bang, fists and feet intersected, and BROLY stood in place, but Gajata flew out upside down, and hit the hill with a boom before sliding down, and then Gajata supported the ground with both hands and quickly stood up. "I didn't expect that your strength is so strong. My attack will not be effective against you, but you are very wrong to think that I will admit defeat in this way." After saying that, Gajata further hinted at his own strength. And BROLY looked at Gajata. "Gajata, you let me adapt to the strength in my body, or do I really want to thank you? Since this is the case, then I will use all my strength to end this battle as soon as possible, and thank you with my victory." After saying that, BROLY kept reminding him of his strength. Everyone looked at BROLY in surprise. They didn't expect him to become so strong. He used to be up and down when he fought against Gajata, but now he has completely surpassed Gajata. And Gajata is now looking at BROLY seriously, putting on an offensive posture, and waiting for the battle, and at this moment, BROLY's feet disappeared in place in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Gajata, and directly attacked Gajata with an elbow, and Gajata just wanted to turn around, but it was too late, only to hear a bang. BROLY's elbow had already hit Gajata's body, and then Gajata flew out. Then BROLY accelerated directly, rushed to Gajata who flew out upside down, reached out and grabbed Gajata's feet, and then threw it into the sky, then rushed towards the sky, catching up with Gajata's body flying upward, and then slammed his fists into Gajata, and boom, Gajata's body rushed to the ground. There was a boom and smoke and dust dispersed, but a large giant round crater appeared on the ground. BROLY slowly landed on the ground, and Gajata struggled to get up from the ground. "You? Yes, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I don't have the strength to fight back at all." BROLY smiled and said, "Gajata, you've disappointed me so much. It's only been so much that you've been beaten twice and you're finished. There's really no sense of accomplishment at all." "Really? Am I disappointed too?" After saying that, Gajata instantly rushed to BROLY. A punch slammed into BROLY's face. BROLY grabbed Gajata and punched him, and then instantly punched Gajata in the abdomen, and instantly Gajata flew out, and before he flew out, BROLY instantly grabbed Gajata's foot who flew out upside down, and threw Gajata to the ground with force. Boom was another loud noise, and there was a huge round pit on the ground again. Gajata slowly stood up and looked at BROLY viciously, blood on the corners of her mouth and scars all over her body. Everyone was shocked when they saw it, but they didn't expect that in just such a short time, BROLY's combat power had grown to such an extent. Although Gajata is also very strong, she still can't beat BROLY. "That's it, I think it's time to end this fight too. I'm going to use all my strength to strike a blow and make you lose your combat effectiveness," said BROLY. The winner is about to be decided, and everyone is looking forward to watching BROLY. Chapter 53. BROLY's strength grew stronger and greater, and then he sped away towards Gajata in an instant. Jebet looked at this battle with a headache, although this battle was about to end, but seeing that the realm king Shenxing was a few % smaller, the headache was terrible. At this time, BROLY instantly appeared behind Gajata, and a hand knife slashed at Gajata, and before Gajata could react, Broly's hand knife had already slashed at the back of Gajata's neck. After being hit, Gajata fell directly to the ground, and the golden aura on his body disappeared, and then he fell unconscious, and Gajata also separated, and the figures of Gaku and Vegeta appeared in front of everyone's eyes again, and then everyone quickly ran to the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and one fed a fairy bean, and then the two woke up. At this time, Broly also returned to his original appearance and walked in front of the two, and after the two saw Broly, Sun Wukong said, "Broly, what kind of transformation did you transform just now?" "Well, when our offensive power is higher, I must challenge you." Broly smiled, "Waiting for your challenge at any time. My transformation just now, to put it simply, is the transformation of the Super Saiyan God, that is to say, the realm of God," and everyone also looked at Broly curiously. "Although I haven't fully comprehended the realm of gods yet, I have already comprehended a little, so my transformation can be called the early stage of the Super Saiyan God. In fact, the so-called gods, in my current understanding, can be retracted and released freely, and can completely control power," Broly said. And everyone nodded with a little understanding. And the god of Jebit and the god of the old world looked at the two of them who had finished the battle, and looked at the depths of the universe together, thinking, the combat power on Broly's body is probably going to stimulate Lord Destruction to wake up in advance. Bulma, 18, and Cher all happily surrounded Broly. And Sun Wukong and Vegeta walked up to Broly and once again asked Broly to fight, and Broly nodded and agreed. After that, Broly led everyone to say hello to the old world King God, and then led everyone to teleport back to Earth. The realm King God realm was empty again, and the Jeffet God jumped to his feet and said, "It's too much, it's too much, it's too much," and the realm King God realm messed up and ran away without saying a word. The old realm King God squinted at him, "Then what do you want? If you fight in the Nether, I don't wonder if they don't destroy a galaxy in an instant at this level. Do you want to do this?" Jebet said depressedly, "I'm just talking." After returning to Earth, everyone went their separate ways, while Broly sat alone in his room, reminiscing about the battle and his own strength, although the battle was not a good one, but it still had unimaginable benefits for him. The aura on Broly's body is constantly increasing, and the realm that has not broken through has been faintly shaken. 18 and Boomer stood in the doorway, leaning against the curb, looking at Broly worriedly. At this time, Broly's eyes were closed, and he was constantly recalling the scene of the battle, and the energy in his body was constantly flowing, constantly impacting the shackles in his body. And at this moment, there was a soft sound of pop, and there were many things in my mind that I didn't understand. But with that soft sound, I understood it, and my strength also broke through to the late stage of the Saiyan God in the original middle stage. Broly felt the breakthrough and was very happy. At this time, Broly looked at the two women, "Let you worry, it's okay now." Boomer nervously asked, "Are you going to fight again?" Broly looked at her worried look, pulled her over and hugged her to his lap, let her straddle her, stared at her eyes, looked at Boomer and said, "Don't worry, at least not for a few years. In the past few years, I will accompany you and number 18, as well as Cher." Boomer slowly put his mind at ease, and Broly sat down with Boomer and 18 in his arms, and whispered in their ears, "Hee hee, you guys will stay with me tonight." 18 and Boomer's faces turned red, and Broly laughed and dragged Boomer and 18 to the restaurant for dinner. Chapter 54. Just as Gogeta and Broly were facing off, in the most central chaos of the universe, on a diamond-shaped star in a mysterious space. Large, dry restraints meandered through the chaos, with several temple-like structures on tree trunks. A silver-haired pseudo-lady held a scepter in her hand, carrying it with one hand, and looked at the realm King God realm with a deep gaze, obviously observing the battle. With the end of the battle, he sighed softly, looking at a creature with long ears that looked a little like a mouse, and seemed to feel something and shake his ears from time to time. "I didn't expect that their power could be mapped into this space. It seems that Lord Beerus is going to wake up early, I thought it would be a few more years, but now it looks like there are still 2 years to wake up." Then he chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the human world also has such a powerful power, but that Vegeta only has empty power and does not understand the law, so what's the use?" But his gaze swept to BROLY, who had transformed into a god. "This guy is not simple, his strength is about to catch up with Lord Beerus, it's really not easy, I'll have to look at it carefully in the future. If his strength can go further," he smiled, "I guess I won't be lonely in the future." It's a pity that BROLY didn't know all this, and he slept with him that night, and woke up the next day refreshed. Looked at the 2 girls who were still burying their heads in the quilt as ostriches, and said with a smile, "Okay, get up." The voice came, "Don't, you go out first." BROLY was cheeky, "It's all old husbands and wives, what's there?" But they walked out anyway, and the 2 women slowly came out, looking at each other with red faces. After washing up and eating breakfast, BROLY said hello to Boomer and 18, and BROLY went out. BROLY found a waterfall with a cliff, closed his eyes to perceive the world, and fought with Vegeta, although the battle was not complete, but the benefits were many. Boom! The sky began to darken, and then it began to rain, and the sound of the rumbling waterfall, the sound of Thor, and the sound of the rain were intertwined, and the drips of rain hit BROLY, and BROLY looked at the sky thoughtfully. At this time, BROLY closed his eyes again, entered a strange state, the fiery red aura on his body kept flowing around him, BROLY's heart began to step into the realm of emptiness, and the inner world began the initial evolution process of the universe, intertwined colors, the universe expanded, completely irregular. Watching the slow evolution of the universe, BROLY's mind was attracted to the past, and the momentum on his body continued to change. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, but there was Wukong, Boomer and others in front of him who were looking at him nervously. I couldn't help asking, "What's the matter, why are you all here, and you still look at me like this?" Boomer then said, "BROLY, do you know how long you've been standing here by yourself?" BROLY felt inexplicable, although he was distracted, but it didn't take long to feel it, at most half a day, and then said, "It shouldn't be long, half a day at most." The 18th spoke at this time, "Half a day? BROLY, you've been standing here for half a month. We were all worried about dying, so we asked Wukong for them to help find you, and we found you here. If it wasn't for Sun Wukong and they didn't let us disturb, Shredder would have gone up to pull you a long time ago." BROLY gasped, "It's been half a month." Then he looked at Shredder, who was happy, and then hugged her. "Okay, you can hang the oil bottle in your mouth, I'll take you out to play later," comforted Shredder, and then said, "It's been half a month, I didn't expect it to be so long, but feeling the benefits he had gained, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, thinking, the true God realm, it is not so unattainable now. Then he followed the others back to Boomer's house. And Wukong and everyone saw that BROLY's strength had risen again, and everyone trained desperately, especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were very unwilling to lose last time, and neither of them had beaten BROLY after the fusion, which made Sun Wukong and Vegeta start training without their lives, and soon 2 years passed, and in the past 2 years, Sun Wukong has broken through the 3rd order of Super Saiyan, and has reached the full power state of the 4th order of Super Saiyan, and Vegeta has also broken through Super 3 and reached the middle stage of Super 4. When they reached Super 4, they all relied on the help of the Old World King God to help pull out the tail. And 2 years later, in the deepest center of the universe, with the sound of explosions from time to time, the creature with long ears like a mouse began to move its body on the meteorite in the middle of the lake, crawled down a little bit lazily, and suddenly stepped on the air and fell to the ground, and Beerus, the god of destruction, finally woke up. In the dining room, Beerus was eating the meal that Ves had prepared for him, and while eating, he asked, "Ves, did Frisha destroy the planet Vegeta during my slumber?" "Yes, it's all gone," replied Ves as he slipped through the food. "Yes, after all, the people on that planet are always helping straw bales. Especially that King Vegeta, who is very stingy. It would be nice if it were destroyed in my hands, but the planet is too far away, and you're right, it's too much trouble, but Frisia isn't a good bird, arrogant fellow, destroy him the next time you see him. Beerus said as he ate his food. There's no need to bother you to do this, Frisia has been defeated. Vis replied. Can anyone defeat Frisia? Beerus said in surprise. Wait a minute, said Weiss, holding up his scepter and tapping it on the ground, revealing the image of Monkey King versus Frisia in the air. Ale, this scene seems familiar, what is the origin of this guy? Beerus asked with interest. It's a scion, and he has the name Monkey King and Cockroach. Did the scions destroy with the planet Vegeta from time to time? Beerus asked. Most of them were destroyed, but a few of them happened to go to other planets, and by the way, Prince Vegeta was among them. Weiss said calmly. Isn't the scion's hair black? Then again, it's a shame that the scions can beat Frisia. Beerus said. In recent years, scions seem to have developed the ability to transform into super scions, Weiss said. What's that? Super scion. Super scion. Super scion. Beerus lay down for a while, lay on his stomach for a while, muttered to himself, suddenly stared at his eyes and said excitedly, so that's the case. I remember. Ves asked, what did you say, what do you remember? That's Super Scion. Velch. Super Scion. I've seen it in my dreams. In my dreams. I fought a guy who looked like this called Super Scion God. Ves, where are the scions now? Beerus asked. Most of the scions are on planet 4032 Green 877, a planet called Earth, and one of the scions named Sun Wukong, who defeated Frisia, is now on the Northern King. Is Lord Beerus going to find them? Weiss asked. Of course, Ves, how long will it take to get there? Beerus asked. About 26 minutes. Vis replied. It's so far. Forget it, no way, just reluctantly go. Bruce said listlessly. Then let's go. After saying that, Vis carried Beerus towards the Northern King. At this time, the King of the Northern Realm knew that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, was rushing to his planet through the notification of the King of the Realm, and after the King of the North asked Sun Wukong with a nervous face, he waited for the arrival of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Shout! A bright and dazzling light descended from the sky, and Beerus and Vis stepped onto the land of the King of the North. Chapter 55. The King of the Northern Realm saw Beerus coming. Hurriedly greeted him, Lord Beerus, welcome from afar. Long time no see. King of the North, but speaking of which, your planet is so small. Beerus said with a yawn. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry that the humble house is shabby. The King of the Northern Realm said. It's because it became smaller after Lord Beerus's destruction before, because when he lost hide and seek to vent his anger, Weiss, who was standing aside, unceremoniously revealed Beerus's case. Alas! Is there anything else going on? Beerus asked. The King of the Northern Realm laughed wryly, I wonder why Lord Beerus moved here. I've got something to do with the scions over there, Beerus replied. When the King of the Northern Realm heard this, he hurriedly asked Sun Wukong to come over and greet Lord Beerus. After a few narratives, Beerus asked Sun Wukong about the god of super race people, and after Sun Wukong heard that he thought of BROLY, he told Beerus. Beerus was very happy after hearing it, and was about to let Weiss take him to the earth to find BROLY, but Sun Wukong challenged Beerus, and after hearing it, the King of the World ran to the house in fright. Beerus nodded and agreed to Sun Wukong's request, and then Sun Wukong became a Super Scion, and transformed into Super Scion 2 again, and then with a loud roar, he changed to Super Scion 3, and then took out the small moon that Bulma helped make in the past 2 years, and then transformed into Super Scion 4, the power of madness overflowed, rolling up a terrifying and powerful hurricane, and the entire northern kingdom of kings was shaking, and as the aftermath dissipated, the whole space calmed down. A black shawl hair, red eye circles, the body was covered with red body hair, and a very strong figure appeared in front of everyone. This is the strongest Super Saiyan 4th order. Oops, this scared me, it seems that it does brag from time to time. Beerus said easily with his hands behind his back. Hee, yes, do you want me to turn back into 3? Sun Wukong said proudly. No, that's it, let's get started. Beerus said lightly. Well, you look down on me, okay. As he spoke, his energy soared, and he rushed directly towards Beerus with a loud shout. Before and after Beerus, there was a sudden pause, and he was immediately behind Beerus, and then punched Beerus. Beerus's body didn't move, but the hands behind his back went up slightly, and he grabbed Sun Wukong's swift punch. After that, he threw Sun Wukong out with a casual throw. Sun Wukong was just about to stand firm. Beerus had already come to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled. Beerus smiled, stretched out his finger and flicked it. Smack! Sun Wukong's whole person was bounced out, barely turned over in the air, and then quickly flew into the air, stabilized his body. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and after reaching out to wipe it off, his eyes kept looking at Beerus. Beerus stood on the ground and looked at Sun Wukong, and then stretched out his finger and hooked it. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately gathered the chi of his whole body, rushed to Beerus, and kicked Beerus, but saw Beerus easily dodge, and then, Wukong didn't listen to his fist and attacked Beerus, and Beerus easily dodged. After Beerus threw a punch at Goku, he put his feet on Goku's fist and instantly came behind Goku, who quickly turned around and punched Beerus, but was still dodged by him, and Goku's punch hit the king of the world. Boom! With a loud bang, the world star cracked a large piece. A large amount of earth and stones were scattered in the air, dust and smoke everywhere. At this moment, Beerus passed through the smoke and dust, appeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had time to half-turn his head. Beerus hit Sun Wukong in the back of the neck with a knife. After Sun Wukong was attacked, all the momentum on his body dissipated, and the person changed back to his original state directly from Super 4, and fell down in a daze, unconscious. The king of the northern realm ran out of the house when he saw the battle over. Goodbye then, king of the north, said, and disappeared into the planet of the king of the north under the leadership of Weiss. The king of the northern realm looked at the unconscious Sun Wukong and sighed, it's still alive, what a big idiot. After that, the king of the northern realm suddenly woke up and used that tentacle to contact BROLY, telling him about the situation of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and the defeat of Sun Wukong in the battle with him. I told BROLY to be careful. At this time, all the warriors on Earth gathered again to celebrate Boomer's 36th birthday, except for the Monkey King. Everyone came, including BROLY and his father Satan, and of course, Fat Bu. The banquet was held at Boomer's house, and the highest prize, Dragon Ball, was also prepared to fulfill the wish. Of course, this is just to add some fun. After all, anyone here can easily find Dragon Ball if they want to. The banquet is on, the Dragon Ball fighters are talking happily, Fat Bu is eating like crazy, Vegeta and BROLY are also frantically destroying the food on the table. On the other side, Satan is sitting with everyone with some restraint, and BROLY and Son Gohan are also confirmed and married. BROLY, I'm the king of the realm. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is rushing towards Earth. Goku is overwhelmed. Super Saiyan 4 is easily defeated by Lord Beerus. The king of the northern realm sounded in his ears with a little hurry. Oh? Beerus, the god of destruction? Is he finally here? BROLY said excitedly, I know, king of the realm, don't worry. It's going to be fine. After Beerus and Weiss arrived, they were invited by Boomer to attend Boomer's birthday party just like in the original book. When Weiss saw BROLY, he let out a hey, and then showed a kind smile, as if he had found nothing, and seemed harmless to humans and animals. After the party lasted for a while, Vise reminded him that Beerus finally remembered what was going on and asked everyone, "Which of you knows BROLY? And I heard that he is the god of super science." At this time, BROLY smiled and said, "I am BROLY, but what are you looking for me?" Beerus snorted and said, "I had a prophetic dream that I would fight the super scion god, so I came to you." "Really? Actually, I'm looking forward to fighting you. I wonder who is stronger between the god of destruction and the god of super science." After BROLY finished speaking, he transformed into the god of super science, with purple hair, a thin body, and a fiery red aura all around him. Beerus's eyes sharpened, and he also felt BROLY's strength. It seems that it is not so easy to end. Chapter 56. Everyone stared at the situation in the field and stepped back. Even Vegeta did not move forward. For them who were accustomed to perceiving chi, this situation weighed heavily on their hearts. Suddenly, BROLY and Beerus flashed at the same time, moving faster than the speed of light. Bang bang, fist bang, real collision. Except for a little plain impact from the collision, there is no earth-shattering, gorgeous and dazzling light, only the unpretentious and straightforward impact. Touch. The two of them stepped back again, and Beerus looked at BROLY in surprise. Incredible. After the battle, I realized that the power of the Super Saiyan God is indeed extraordinary, and it is worthy of being a strong enemy in the prophecy. I thought that the strong enemy may be a bit exaggerated, but I didn't expect to underestimate the Super Saiyan God. And BROLY was very excited. He didn't expect that since he was promoted to God, he hadn't been able to fight to the fullest. It seems that he can have a good fight today. Both of them stared at each other, and then in an instant, both of them moved at the same time, and then there was a bang, bang, a violent crash. The two separated instantly, and instantly collided together, and the sound of fierce fighting resounded through the world. The purple and fiery red flames in the air are constantly colliding, and you are not busy fighting back and forth, and at this moment, there is another loud bang. The two pounded their punches into each other, and the two separated at the same time, staring at each other. Ha ha ha, good, great. It's worthy of the god of destruction. This is the most fun one I've had so far, except for the battle with Gogeta. Well, I think the warm-up exercise is almost here, and I'm going to use all my strength now. BROLY said excitedly. Oh, good, worthy of being a strong enemy of prophecy. You can fight with me like this, you have won my respect. You're right, that's the end of the warm-up, it's time to use all your strength. Beerus said with a smile on his face. Just now, both sides tried to attack, but they didn't show their true strength, but in this way, BROLY is already on par with Bruce and has won the respect of the god of destruction, and then the two sides are about to fight with all their might. Then both sides invariably raised their chi to the limit, both of them stared at their opponents, and in an instant the two of them moved at the same time and disappeared in place. Bang, bang. Only heard the sound of a fierce impact, and in an instant, the sound was thousands of miles away, and the people on the earth could no longer see the movements of the two sides, and could only hear the continuous violent impact sounds. Sun Wukong and others chased after everyone with them. Vegeta exclaimed, "What kind of power is this? The two of you punch me and I punch a lot of fun." Bang, bang. The sound of crisp glass breaking sounded. After a moment of condensation, the space where the two of them passed through was shattered like a knife, and a crystal crack appeared on the space, shattering with a bang, emitting a bright light, and finally slowly recovered. It's a dimensional rift. Everyone exclaimed, and Bick was shocked, just hit out the dimensional crack with an ordinary fist and kick attack. It's not a loss of god to god. I thought that this battle would fall apart like the battle between BROLY and Gogeta, but now it seems completely different. But the battle between Gogeta and BROLY seems to be much more elegant than the current battle. At this moment, BROLY punched Beerus in the face. Beerus crossed his hands and made a bang, and the two sides parted in time. Okay, I didn't expect the Super Saiyan God to be so strong. I haven't fought like this for a long time. Beerus said happily. Hee, then I'll show you the stronger side of me. Broly's blood boiled, and the blood of the battle burned completely. After saying that, he disappeared in place, came behind Beerus, and kicked out. Beerus turned around, just wanted to block, but the speed was slightly inferior, and he was kicked away by Broly, and then Broly lifted his breath and chased after him in an instant, and slammed Beerus with both hands into fists. Bang! Beerus was thrown into the sea, and Broly sped up in pursuit, as the sea split in two under the strength of the two men. At this time, Beerus quickly stabilized his body, a little under his feet, and a punch quickly hit Broly, and Broly did not show weakness. A punch towards Beerus, boom, the two of them shook a punch, and then Broly instantly kicked out, Beerus also kicked out, and the 2 feet collided, bursting out with amazing momentum again. The two parted again. It seems that it's time to end this battle. Broly finished speaking, and the fiery red aura filled his body again, instantly rushing to the sky, and Beerus's whole body was also covered with purple aura at this time, and his body continued to chase Broly. The two of them continued to collide fiercely in the air, and the figures of the two also rushed out of the atmosphere in an instant, appearing in the vacuum of the universe. And in the universe, the speed of the two of them accelerated again. At this moment of snap, Broly caught Beerus's punch with one hand, and then kicked Beerus. Bang! Beerus was kicked away. Broly's figure flashed, caught up with Beerus in the inverted flight, and then punched Beerus. Beerus crossed his hands after seeing it, and blocked Broly's punch with a boom, but his body flew backwards again for more than 10 meters to stabilize his body. Good. It's worthy of being the god of super science, and he can force me to this point. It's time to end this fight. Beerus said excitedly, and after saying that, Beerus gathered a huge death missile in his hand and threw it towards Broly. Ha ha ha. You're right. It's time to end this fight. After Broly watched the giant death missile fly towards him, a huge green energy ball appeared in his hand with both hands, and instantly threw it towards the giant death missile. The two energy balls intersected, and they were equal to each other, and then Beerus and BROLY increased their output at the same time, and after a while, the green energy ball slowly overpowered the death missile, instantly swallowed the death missile, and flew towards Beerus. Beerus roared when he saw it, and crossed his hands to take the energy ball. Boom! With a bang, the energy ball exploded, and the aftermath of the earth-shattering energy spread out in all directions. The earth was shaken violently by the aftermath of this astonishing aftermath. After the aftermath, Beerus's figure appeared in front of Broly's eyes, and at this time, Beerus's figure was slightly embarrassed, and he suffered a green energy wave from Broly's full counterattack, which caused Beerus to suffer a little bit of injury. And the two sides were separated from each other. And there was no intention of attacking again. Beerus's eyes flashed with a hint of fire and said, "It's enjoyable, you are the first person who let me use all my strength again and failed to hit it, and injured me. You are really powerful. You're the first person to beat me like this, and you're the second best person I've ever met. Ha ha ha. It's really enjoyable." Broly smiled, although Broly knew that Weiss was the #1 powerhouse in this universe, but he still pretended not to know and asked, "The second strongest? So who is the first?" Beerus turned his head to look at Vis in the distance. Vis was eating fruit salad at this time, saw Beerus looking at him, and immediately hid the fruit salad behind him. Beerus broke out in a cold sweat before saying, "His name is Ves, he is my servant, but he is also my master." "Your master? Then he is the first in the universe?" Broly asked, feigning surprise. "Who knows, there are 12 universes, this is the 7th universe, I'm just the god of destruction of the 7th universe, don't you think there will be stronger guys in the future?" Beerus said. Broly laughed and began to slowly descend to the ground, with Beerus following suit. "Since I lost to you, then I won't destroy the earth anymore." Beerus rode. At this time, Broly turned his head to look at Ves, and slowly walked in front of Ves. "Listen to Beerus, the god of destruction, you are the strongest existence in this universe, are you interested in having a fight with me? BROLY said slowly. Beerus was startled and glared at BROLY. Ves's face was calm, and he stared at BROLY for a moment with a deep gaze before he said, "Oh, I see, but are you sure you want to now?" "Humph, 3 years, 3 years later, I'm going to have a fight with you." BROLY laughed. Seeing this, Weiss said, "Okay. Then I will come back in 3 years, and then I will fulfill your wishes." BROLY nodded, didn't say anything more, and walked over to Boomer and 18. "See you in 3 years, then, Earth." With Beerus, Vis instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the dimension. The scene was quiet for a while. Vegeta clenched her fist unwillingly. She didn't expect BROLY to be so strong. "The gap between me and him is so big, I'm really unwilling." Sun Wukong still looked like that, and stepped forward with a smile. "Wow, BROLY, I didn't expect you to be so strong. What kind of power is that God's realm?" "Do you want to know? Then I'll tell you. Actually, my transformation state has also appeared in Scions before, but the Super Scion God at that time only existed for 10 minutes and disappeared." BROLY said lightly. "Oh, how do you get to that state? Are there any conditions?" Sun Wukong asked anxiously. "Oh, the legend is that 5 kind-hearted Scions poured light into the heart of another kind-hearted Scion, and he could become a Scion God." BROLY said. "Hey, Kakarot, let's try it." Saying that, Goten, Cher, Gohan and other 6 people formed a circle, turned into Super Scions and began to wait. Will it really succeed? Everyone will wait and see. After a while, all of a sudden, the 6 of them instantly felt that they had entered a state of emptiness. A strange feeling passed, and the light slowly converged on Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong slowly floated up, changing into a god form with purple hair and purple eyes, a thin body, and a fiery red aura exuding from his body. "How is Monkey King? What does it feel like to become a god?" Vic asked. "Do you feel it? That's good." Sun Wukong looked at himself back and forth and said. "Sun Wukong, don't you want to test the strength of the gods?" BROLY said lightly. Sure enough, Sun Wukong took advantage of becoming a god to fight with BROLY, and BROLY also determined that this level probably has the strength of 7 points to destroy the god Beerus. Chapter 57. After the battle with Beerus, the god of destruction, time passed, and 2 years passed quickly. In the past 2 years, Sun Wukong has tried the realm of God, and absorbed the realm of God in the battle with BROLY. Although the realm of Sun Wukong has not broken through in the past 2 years, it is still in a state of Super 4 full power, but Sun Wukong's control of power has gone one step further. And Vegeta has finally improved his strength to the full power state of the 4th order of Super Saiyan in these 2 years of hellish training. And just today, Sun Wukong and Vegeta and everyone on the earth have appeared in Boomer's house, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta joined forces to challenge BROLY again, and BROLY's strength at this time has already reached the late stage of the Scion God. 1 foot has stepped into the realm of the true God, and when he enters the realm of the true God, he can transform again and become the ultimate state. At this time, the joint challenge of Sun Wukong and Vegeta just gave BROLY an opportunity to enter the true God realm. BROLY nodded happily and agreed, and then BROLY took Cher, Boomer and number 18, and Sun Wukong appeared in the realm of the King of God with everyone teleporting. After arriving at the realm of the King of the Realm, Sun Wukong explained his intention to the King of the Realm, although the King of the Realm was very depressed, but he also knew that he could not stop it, so he nodded helplessly and agreed. At this time, all the people of the earth and the realm King God and others retreated to a safe place, waiting for the arrival of another shocking battle since the God of Destruction. In the field, BROLY confronted Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "You better hurry up and fuse. Now you can't arouse my interest in fighting." Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were very angry and unwilling after hearing this, the two knew that if they faced BROLY like this, whether they were playing alone or together, they would only be killed by BROLY, so the two instantly transformed into Super 4, looked at each other, stood symmetrically in an instant, and posed and bumped into each other. Swish! A dazzling light appeared, the light gradually dissipated, and the Super 4 Gogeta instantly appeared in everyone's eyes, with dazzling red hair, wearing a small vest, covered with red body hair, a long red tail behind his back, and looking at BROLY with a cold smile. BROLY looked at Gogeta and smiled happily. He didn't expect that since the god of destruction, there would be another object that could make him fight with all his might. Ha 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 ha, okay, this is decent. I didn't expect that in addition to Vis and the god of destruction, there was another object that could make me fight with all my strength. BROLY smiled happily. Come on. BROLY, I lost to you last time, and I won't lose again this time. After saying that, Gogeta put on a fighting stance. Gogeta, I'm coming, are you ready? BROLY instantly transforms into the state of a Scion god, and the battle is about to break out. The legendary Super 4 warrior Gogeta vs Scion god BROLY. BROLY and Gogeta confronted each other, and after a slight pause, they shot at the same time, and the two instantly collided with their fists. Boom! With a bang, the energy dispersed, and the ground suddenly sank. The two separated in an instant, and collided together in an instant. Bang! Fist and fist strike, real collision. And the energy of the two after the collision continued to scatter. The golden and fiery red flames constantly collided in the air, and the sound of explosions continued to be made in the air, and the huge force made the earth and mountains begin to shake violently. Bang! Hitting each other again, BROLY and Gogeta separated. Yes, I didn't expect that after the fusion of the two of you Super 4 full power, you can actually compete with me, but the warm-up exercise is over, it's time to show your real strength. BROLY said, and Gogeta also nodded. Well, I'm also adapting, it's time to show real strength. Without saying much, the two instantly raised their anger to the apex and rushed towards each other, and Gogeta jumped up and rushed up, kicking BROLY with a heavy kick. BROLY quickly dodged this kick. BROLY also directly raised his foot and kicked to Gogeta. Bang! Kicked Gogeta upside down and flew out, and BROLY quickly chased up, trying to take the opportunity to attack Gogeta again. Gogeta saw it, kicked at BROLY, and BROLY raised his hand to meet it. Boom! Gogeta's figure accelerated and flew out again, and BROLY was also stopped, failed to rush forward again, and then Gogeta quickly clicked on the ground, stabilized his figure, and then rushed forward. One hand grabbed BROLY's neck fiercely, and BROLY also reacted quickly, and his feet touched the ground quickly, and he quickly retreated a long distance. As soon as Gogeta caught it, his left hand followed by a dose of air bomb and chased straight after BROLY. BROLY landed, saw the chasing air bomb, folded his hands, and blocked the air bomb stiffly, and exploded with a bang. Smoke and dust everywhere, and a little smoke and dust quickly rushed out of BROLY's feet, and a punch slammed into Gogeta. The first punch, Gogeta barely blocked, the second punch, a complete hit, and the third punch, Gogeta was directly beaten upside down and flew out. BROLY accelerated to catch up with the upside down Gogeta, and just wanted to punch. Gogeta pressed the ground with one hand, and kicked BROLY's chin with a raised foot. BROLY raised his hand to block, and then turned over and stood up. Then, a hard punch slammed into BROLY's abdomen, and BROLY folded his hands together to block a punch from Gogeta. BROLY swung his palm, and suddenly threw two energy balls over. Gogeta dodged in an instant, and exploded with a boom. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and Gogeta was a little at his feet, and rushed towards BROLY, and a heavy punch hit BROLY. The excitement in BROLY's eyes was great, and then he met it with a punch, and the two figures kept colliding together, colliding extremely fiercely, forming a huge sonic explosion and breaking the wind. The two of them kept hitting each other with their fists and feet. A violent explosion sounded, and the final blow collided violently, and the two of them retreated. Gogeta's body was in tatters, and BROLY's body also had some fist marks. The two stared at each other, and at this moment, BROLY rushed up again, punched out, and Gogeta raised his left fist to block it directly. but BROLY did not stop attacking, and then chased after him with another punch. Gogeta tilted his head, dodged, and stepped a little bit, and bullied towards BROLY, and grabbed his hand directly at BROLY's neck. BROLY dodged and kicked at Budley, who didn't have time to dodge, withdrew his left hand, blocked BROLY's kick, and threw his right hand at BROLY in an instant. BROLY clasped his hands together to block the air bomb, and an explosion sounded, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. At this time Gogeta stood from a distance and watched the explosion, waiting for the smoke and dust to disperse to reveal BROLY's figure. A smile appeared on the corner of BROLY's mouth, a red light flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly rushed towards Gogeta with a little bit of his feet, and with a dose of down percut, BROLY knocked Gogeta flying, jumped to catch up, and punched again, but a wave of Qigong came out of Gogeta's hand. BROLY dodged, a large air bomb appeared in his hand and bombarded Gogeta. Gogeta couldn't dodge, and swept away the air bomb with a kick, and then BROLY appeared behind Gogeta with a teleportation, strangled him, and fell to the ground like a meteor with Gogeta. Boom! The ground burst open, creating a huge cracked trench. After that, BROLY instantly appeared in the air, and the energy in his hand gathered, and a large energy wave rushed towards the place where Gogeta fell. Boom! There was a huge explosion, rubble flew in one after another, a large amount of smoke and dust scattered in all directions, and the entire realm King God realm shook. Vibration stopped. Everyone looked at the center of the explosion, and at this time, Gogeta got up in embarrassment, and after such a fierce battle, Gogeta also began to gasp for breath. BROLY was also slightly out of breath at this time, and then BROLY smiled, "Okay, good, it looks like it's time to give you the final blow." At this time, BROLY's palms gathered a large amount of energy, and Gogeta also used the Super Turtle Sect Qigong to fight out at the same time. Boom! After a loud explosion, the smoke enveloped the two of them, and soon the smoke dispersed, and BROLY stood on the ground in tatters, while Gogeta was lying on the ground. At this time, everyone ran up one after another when they saw the end of the battle, and at this time, Gogeta also separated, and everyone took out fairy beans and fed them to the three of them. "I didn't expect us to lose, but I must surpass you in the future. I want to rely on my own strength to challenge you once." Sun Wukong walked up and said, while Vegeta snorted and turned his head. "Okay. I await your challenge," BROLY said with a smile. After that, everyone said hello to the Realm King God and left the realm of the Realm King God, and then everyone left separately. Chapter 58. After the battle with Gogeta, BROLY said hello to Boomer and 18 and Cher, and entered his own ring world for retreat, because in that battle, BROLY gained a lot, and his understanding of power was one step further, and he also knew that if he wanted to challenge Vis in his current state, there was absolutely no possibility of victory. It could be said that he lost 10 battles and 10 losses, so he decided to cultivate again and let himself go further. Only when he stepped into the realm of true gods, could he fight with Ves. In the following half a year, BROLY carried out a cruel and crazy cultivation of himself. With the cultivation, BROLY has a further understanding of his own strength, but he is always a little powerless to enter the realm of true gods, always a little bit close, but he just can't enter that realm. Every time he always feels that as long as he uses a little bit of force, he can go further, but he is always a little bit worse, and he has been stuck there and cannot advance. This day BROLY failed to hit the true god realm again, and he was also very anxious. I was also very irritable in my heart, knowing that I couldn't go on at this time, so I took out the ring, planning to accompany Boomer and number 18 them in the past few days, because since I started training, I have been practicing except for eating, and I haven't accompanied Boomer and them, so I will accompany them these days. After thinking about it, he walked directly to the guest room and looked for Boomer and them. Seeing BROLY come out, Bulma, 18, and Cher were all very excited and happily surrounded him, and 18 they asked, "BROLY, have you broken through, and you came out so soon?" BROLY smiled bitterly, "How can it be so easy? although I have a further understanding of my own strength, but I can't get it if I want to go further. I've been very irritable these days and I've come out, and I'm going to accompany you, but I've been practicing for half a year, and I haven't been with you. I'm really sorry." Boomer shook his head very understandingly, and said gently, "Don't say that, as long as you can remember us, since you haven't been able to break through, then don't think about it now, let's go out for a walk with you." After saying that, he pulled BROLY left and right, and Cher hung on BROLY and went out to play. In the past few days, BROLY has accompanied Boomer and them to play around. This day they came to a place surrounded by mountains, beautiful scenery, inaccessible area. After Boomer and they arrived, set up a tent, prepare things, and the two of them pulled Cher to prepare the ingredients, and BROLY was quietly watching at this time, the rushing waterfall, the blue sky. The heart was very quiet, and their own strength was involuntarily flowing at this time, and BROLY was immersed in this beautiful scenery at this time. No anomalies were noted. When Boomer and the others came back and saw BROLY who was immersed in the beautiful scenery, they just wanted Cher to call BROLY, but they were stopped by 18, because 18 felt that BROLY's power was flowing, and she knew that BROLY might be about to break through, so they stopped Boomer and Cher, and the three of them looked at BROLY quietly on the side, silently praying for him. At this time, BROLY's consciousness entered an empty and boundless place. This place was intertwined with fiery red and golden green. BROLY felt as if he had come to the chaotic universe. The colors were intertwined. There was no law at all. There was no imaginary powerful obstacle, only endless breakthroughs and expansions. I don't know how much time passed. The two colors were perfectly and harmoniously intertwined. BROLY's heart began to step into the realm of emptiness, and his own strength continued to rise. Suddenly, there was a pop, as if something was broken. The momentum on BROLY's body changed suddenly, and the strength of his whole body was collected into his body, and then in BROLY's opinion, the current BROLY was like a person with no strength at all, and at this moment BROLY slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Boomer and number 18 and their daughter Shweta who were worried not far away, he slowly walked to their side and said, "What's wrong? Don't worry. I just felt something." 18 looked at him carefully for a moment, and then said, "BROLY, do you know how long you've been like this?" BROLY said, "It shouldn't be long, I feel like it for a while." Boomer said, "Moment. You've been like this for almost half a day. If it weren't for the fact that the 18th said that you were breaking through and didn't let us disturb us, I would have asked Cher to pull you up." BROLY touched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry for worrying you. Okay, you can cook quickly, I'm starving." After that, everyone had a happy meal, stayed in this pleasant place for one night, and then took the family back. Soon a year has passed, and in this year, BROLY's strength has been rising since the last time he broke through the true God realm, and the realm has also risen with his strength, and at this time, BROLY has also reached the late stage of the true God. In the past year, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have also trained wildly, and at this time, Sun Wukong has also reached Super 5 and entered the realm of the God of Science. And Vegeta was also stimulated by Sun Wukong and entered the early stage of Super 5. Today, everyone on the earth gathered at BROLY's house, and at this time, BROLY and they were waiting at home, when suddenly a voice came, "BROLY, you can come to the realm of the King and God with everyone on the earth, and Beerus and I are waiting for you here." BROLY suddenly stood up, and Sun Wukong stepped forward. "Are they the God of Destruction?" BROLY nodded and said, "They are now in the realm King God realm, and the news came just now, they are waiting for us there, we can go." After BROLY took the family, Sun Wukong and the others, teleported, and came directly to the realm of the King of the realm. At this time the old King God and the God of the King of the realm were standing respectfully in front of Beerus and Weiss, and Weiss smiled, "Oh, are you here, someone who has reached the realm of true gods? That's it. Now that you've arrived, let's get started." Weiss continued. BROLY looked at Weiss, nodded and said, "When the competition begins, can you tell me who you are?" Weiss smiled, his eyes still not fluctuating, I'll tell you when you defeat me. BROLY nodded, the momentum on his body rose sharply, his hair instantly turned brown, his hair grew to his waist, his red tail floated behind him, lightning appeared around his body from time to time, red tattoos appeared on his body, and he looked at Vis with confident eyes. Weiss looked at BROLY solemnly, and at this time, his aura was constantly rising. And the terrifying aura was permeating, making the space around him fluctuate a little. A war of the century is about to begin, the strongest warrior BROLY vs Weiss, which one is weaker and which is stronger? Chapter 59. BROLY also became solemn, and at the same time, the battle blood around his body also boiled, and his heart was very excited and excited. Come on! Just let me see how strong you, the teacher of the god of destruction, really are. BROLY shouted, leaped forward, and blasted at Vis with a punch. However, I saw that the scepter in Weiss's hand was lightly touched in the void in front of him, and a light mask immediately enveloped him, and BROLY bombarded the light mask with a punch, and the powerful force made layers of halos on the light mask, and then only heard a ping-pong sound, and the light mask was destroyed instantly. The majestic power went towards Vis. Vis quickly retreated, the scepter in his hand was pointed out again, and the light mask instantly appeared again, and then the scepter was clicked again, and a huge force immediately appeared on the light mask, and the majestic power went away. Boom, the two forces intersected, and after a while, the two forces cancelled each other out. BROLY then shouted, his figure flashed, and instantly appeared on the top of Ves's head, and then a dose of slashing directly hit Ves. Boom! The shocking kick slashed directly into the light mask, and the huge force directly blasted Vis into the ground, and the light mask also cracked in an instant, and the ground around it also collapsed and cracked. Ves's body moved, and he flew out of the bottomless pit in an instant, looking at BROLY. It's really strong, and the strength almost surpasses me. In this case, if I don't take it seriously, I may lose very quickly. Vis put the scepter away, and an endless and terrifying aura emanated from his body. Hehe, it's not interesting if you don't do that, it's interesting this way. Feeling the breath of Ves, BROLY secretly became vigilant, because at this time, the breath of Ves and BROLY was almost the same. And although BROLY's aura is similar to that of Ves, after all, he only ascended to this realm a year ago, and Weiss has been in this realm for I don't know how many years, and his familiarity with power must be higher than BROLY. Weiss stepped forward, his figure instantly appeared in front of BROLY, a punch blasted, with a buzz, the void trembled, the earth trembled, and with a shocking punch, he blasted towards BROLY. BROLY saw this punch, his face changed, and he was ready for it in an instant. This punch seemed ordinary, but it was almost to the extreme. BROLY instantly sent out an energy cover around his body, and with a bang, Weiss punched on the energy cover, and the surrounding space fluctuated, and the energy cover shattered in response. A huge force went towards BROLY, who folded his hands and immediately blocked the blow, and then his body kept retreating. 100 meters away, BROLY unloaded that power and stabilized his body. BROLY, I didn't expect to see you for 3 years, your strength has surpassed me, but your control of power is still not as familiar as mine, so I won this battle. After saying that, Ves's figure flashed, and instantly appeared next to BROLY, and a punch blasted towards BROLY, shining with a destructive aura of light on his arm. BROLY snorted coldly, and a straight punch also met Weiss, and the feeling of excitement in his heart arose. As long as you can't defeat me with one blow, then as the battle progresses, my control over my power will become deeper and deeper, and I won't lose to you. Bang! The two fists intersected, bursting out with amazing power. The powerful chi wave directly caused the ground to sink thousands of feet, and with just one blow, the degree of destruction of the Realm King and God Realm had reached the level of destruction after the end of the battle with the Super 4 Gogeta. The two separated in an instant, and then collided together in an instant, and the fierce wind rose everywhere, and the entire planet shook. At this time, BROLY appeared in front of Vis with an instantaneous movement, and a punch blasted out, also with a devastating light to Ves. After Ves saw it, he also raised his foot instantly, and met BROLY's fist with a kick, and there was a loud bang, and the surrounding space collapsed. Then BROLY turned around and kicked at Weiss, who raised his right fist and hit it instantly, bang. The fists and feet collided together in an instant, the space shook endlessly, the roar continued, and the broken space was constantly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in an instant, a huge space black hole of several hundred meters had already collapsed. And the space storm danced out wildly, with the meaning of destroying everything, and this seemingly powerful space storm was shattered when BROLY and Weiss collided. Disappear into invisibility. The space is being repaired, and the battle between the two continues, and the fierce collision between the two makes the space shatter again. Boom! Ves's fists collided with BROLY's fists again, and the two were separated in an instant. As the battle between the two stopped, the space where the two were fighting finally had a chance to breathe, and began to heal rapidly, and at the moment when the terrifying space storm was about to be born, the space was finally restored to its original state. BROLY and Weiss looked at each other. Amazing momentum burst out from both of them at the same time. The earth-shattering battle will kick off again, and the two of them are posing at the same time to prepare for the next big battle. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time, and with a bang, the space that had just been repaired shattered again. BROLY turned around and kicked again, and Weiss met it with a left fist, boom. The energy was scattered, and the broken space expanded again. The two instantly separated again, and then BROLY moved instantly, appeared behind Weiss, and kicked at Weiss. Weiss's figure instantly moved forward to avoid the blow, but the speed was still a little slower, bang, Weiss was kicked away by BROLY, and flew out upside down in an instant. BROLY accelerated, caught up with Weiss, and attacked Weiss with an elbow. After Weiss saw it, he pressed it on the ground with one hand, raised his foot and kicked it to BROLY's chin. BROLY instantly received his hand, and blocked the kick with his hands together, and then Weiss rolled over and stood up, and a heavy punch slammed into BROLY's abdomen. BROLY's expression was ruthless, his body was backwards, his hand swinged, and suddenly an energy ball was thrown over. Weiss dodged it instantly, and just wanted to continue to attack. BROLY had already come to Weiss and punched him hard. In the first punch, Weiss barely blocked it, the second punch was completely hit, and in the third punch, Weiss was directly knocked upside down and flew out. After that, BROLY accelerated again, grabbed the foot of Weiss, who flew out upside down, and threw it into the air. BROLY kicked his feet and quickly chased after Weiss, and after a while, he appeared above Weiss, and slammed Weiss with both hands into fists, and with a boom, BROLY hit Weiss's back, and Weiss hit the ground. Boom! The smoke and dust were everywhere, a huge round pit appeared on the ground, the smoke and dust dispersed. Weiss quickly flew out of the pit, and rushed towards BROLY. Looking at the rushing Weiss, BROLY directly greeted it, his fists and feet kept hitting together, extremely intense. The space continued to shatter, and the huge sonic boom continued to come from the air. Boom! With a huge crashing sound, the two of them were separated in an instant, and the space where the two had fought slowly recovered at this time. After fighting for so long, I think we should also use all our strength to divide the winner with one blow, otherwise even if the realm King God realm is destroyed, we don't want to split the winner. Weiss said lightly. Ha ha ha. You're right, it's time. I don't want to put it off any longer. So let's split the winners. Let's see if you're better or I, the one who has just been promoted to the true God, is stronger? BROLY smiled. As the words fell, the two of them instantly burst out with a stronger aura, preparing for the upcoming final battle. Chapter 60. The two disappeared in place in an instant, rushing towards each other at the same time. The two fists collided, and there was a loud boom. The space shook endlessly, the roar continued, and the space in front of them continued to make a clicking sound and shattered. The space is constantly repaired, but the battle between the two continues, and the fierce collision continues. so that the space that has just been repaired is broken again. Bang! There was another loud bang, and Weiss's fist hit BROLY again, and then Weiss hit a red light with his left hand, forming a sharp lightsaber and slashing towards BROLY. When BROLY saw this sword, he instantly dodged it, and the orange energy light ball appeared in his right hand and threw it towards Vis instantly. Vis saw the energy ball, did not dodge, the lightsaber in his hand slashed down towards the energy ball, and BROLY instantly transferred to Vis's approach, kicked at Vis. Vis was on the side, dodged, BROLY's left hand was ready to hit the energy ball instantly, and Vis didn't expect that it was too late to take the lightsaber and slash at the energy ball again. In desperation, put away the lightsaber and folded his hands, blocked the air bomb, bang, and did not explode, but it made Weiss's action flawed, leaned back a little, the corners of BROLY's mouth curled, appeared directly in front of Weiss, and punched hard. Directly hit Weiss. Weiss was beaten upside down and flew out. BROLY accelerated to catch up with Weiss, directly hit Weiss in the abdomen with an elbow, and then immediately grabbed Weiss's foot, threw it to the ground, boom, smoke and dust everywhere, the ground cracked, and a huge crater appeared. Weiss quickly rushed out of the pit, and rushed towards BROLY. Looking at the rushing Weiss, BROLY closed his fists and went up directly, his fists and feet turned into phantoms, constantly colliding together, extremely fierce collisions, the space was constantly repaired and shattered, and the huge sonic boom was endless. Everyone excitedly watched the fierce battle between the two, and they all felt that it was worth the trip. BROLY. It's going to be fine, Boomer said worriedly, looking at the fierce battle. 18 took Boomer's hand and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Then, as the two of them collided violently, the two of them separated, and BROLY had several fist marks on his body, and Weiss's original grand outfit was also tattered, and some scars appeared on his body. After a confrontation, BROLY rushed up again, punched out, Weiss blocked it directly with his left hand, and BROLY did not stop, and chased after him with another punch. Weiss swung his left hand, put aside BROLY's fist, and then bullied up, quickly approached BROLY, and grabbed BROLY's neck with his hand. BROLY turned to the side slightly, dodged in an instant, and then BROLY also grabbed his neck, and when Weiss saw it, he quickly stepped back a little. Then BROLY threw an energy bomb at the rapidly retreating Weiss, who folded his hands together, and a huge explosion sounded, and the explosion instantly drowned Weiss. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Weiss's figure slowly appeared, and everyone looked at Weiss, except for a little chaos on his body. Nothing happened. The battle continues. The conflict is becoming more and more intense, and the two of them are constantly colliding in strength. The earth is cracking, the mountains and rocks are collapsing. The space is shaking, and the broken space is rapidly expanding. However, in an instant, with the two of them as the center, a huge spatial black hole hundreds of meters wide had collapsed. At this moment, Weiss condensed the lightsaber in his hand again and slashed at BROLY. BROLY looked at the lightsaber and quickly dodged it. "Don't think that you can do this, I will too." After speaking, the orange lightsaber in his hand was also gathered and slashed towards Ves. "Yes, you're a combat genius, you learned it after only watching it twice," and then Weiss's lightsaber quickly met it, and with a ding sound, the lightsabers intersected, making a sound similar to that of fine iron. The moment the lightsabers intersected, the two of them bombarded each other with their left hands at the same time, and in an instant, a shocking wave of chi burst out, and the surrounding space shattered layer by layer. The space healed quickly, but it was immediately shattered even more. The speed of healing is far from the speed of destruction of the two. The battle between the two escalated again, the lightsaber in his hand continued to intersect, and the sound of ding 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 kept ringing. At this time BROLY teleported and appeared above Weiss's head, and the lightsaber in his hand slashed down. Weiss's right hand was horizontal, and the lightsaber instantly blocked BROLY's sharp sword. The space around the body is shattered, and the wind blows everywhere, blowing the hair of the two of them to dance wildly. Then BROLY's left hand blasted out instantly, and then hit Weiss's abdomen, and Weiss's figure instantly flew out upside down. It took 100 meters to stabilize your body. BROLY obviously didn't want to give Weiss a chance to breathe. He moved instantly, appeared in front of Weiss, and kicked out again. Weiss barely blocked, and then BROLY followed up with a punch to Weiss. Weiss flew out upside down, and just when Weiss was about to fly out, BROLY instantly caught up with Weiss and punched again, hitting Weiss's abdomen, then grabbed Weiss's feet, threw it into the sky, and then caught up with Weiss in an instant, and hit Weiss with both hands with fists. Weiss's figure fell down rapidly. Boom! The ground burst open, and the ground kept bulging, forming huge cracked trenches. Immediately, a large air bomb appeared in BROLY's palm and threw it at the trench, and then BROLY's energy bomb kept appearing in his hand and kept throwing it towards the trench. Boom! Boom! After the loud explosion, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and rubble flew. Finally, I'll give you another big gift. A giant orange energy bomb appeared in BROLY's palm and quickly threw it over. Boom! There was a huge explosion, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the entire Realm King God realm kept shaking. The shaking stopped, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Weiss flew out of the trench in embarrassment. Don't fight, BROLY didn't expect you to be so strong. Your control of power is really extraordinary. You can beat me so badly. You are the first person. You are the strongest person in this universe. Okay, now I'll keep the promise and tell you who I am. Weiss said lightly. At this time, BROLY also returned to his original state, quietly waiting for Weiss's words. I am the spokesperson of the order of this cosmic world, and I am here to maintain the normal operation of this world. Weiss said lightly. Spokesperson of order? Hehe, thank you, I know. I also know that you didn't use your full strength, so goodbye. I hope that next time I can let you use your full strength, use the power of your rules, then goodbye. BROLY and the others left the Realm King God realm in an instant. Vis smiled and nodded, and left with Beerus. Chapter 61. Chen Luo's spell would not block his line of sight, and at this time, opposite the thick superfusion mage's hand, Chen Luo could see everything about the Wolf King very clearly. At this time, the Wolf King seemed to be competing with the hand of this superfusion mage, and its terrifying power was constantly pressing. Under the influence of the shattered claws, huge cracks continued to spread across the blue-gold body of the mage's hand. And the durability of the entire mage's hand is also like a broken embankment, and the crack continues to expand in the frantic slide, and the mage's hand seems to be breaking at any moment. It's just that the Wolf King, who was preoccupied, didn't notice it, and he didn't know when the 10 huge mage hands that Gongwei was beside Chen Luo had disappeared. The Wolf King, who has fallen into madness, just wants to shatter the obstacle in front of him that dares to stop him, and then kill this human completely at this time. And that's not difficult for it. The light of the shattered claw shone brighter and brighter, and the massive blue-gold palm could no longer withstand the increasing pressure. Rumble! The crack expanded to the extreme blue-gold palm and shattered. And the Wolf King looked at Chen Luo, who was close at hand. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty madness. The golden pupils stared at the bloodthirsty wolf pupils. Chen Luo's mind moved slightly, and the voice of spiritual transmission sounded in the Wolf King's head. You are very strong. But if you want to kill me, you're not strong enough. Boom! 2 blue-gold palms, which were even bigger than before, suddenly appeared from the void around Chen Luo. It is as if the fingers of the palm of the hand made of lapis gold intersect, merging into a closed handprint. And Chen Luo was also wrapped in the center of the handprint. Mage's hand, change, hyperfusion, unbreakable seal. Casually muttered the name of the move he had just come up with, but in his mind he recalled the information about the monster he had just seen. Good fellow, this king of night wolves is really inspiring. In this so-called other world, it seems that the night wolf pack is just the bottom of the food chain, and it was born into such a weak race, and it was excluded because of its different coat color. But it actually went from an ordinary wolf clan step by step, successively crossed the Elite and Lord ratings, and after entering the Nightmare level, it unified the Night Wolf clan, and led the entire Night Wolf clan to rise in status. Good guy, otherworldly phoenix proud god. This rating of Night Wolf should refer to different strength ratings within the same rank. After all, if the dragon and the Night Wolf were both first order, then the difference was indeed the difference between heaven and earth. Recalling the ordinary Night Wolves, Elite Night Wolves, and even Lord-level guards he had seen, as well as this terrifying Nightmare-level Wolf King, Chen Luo had a deeper understanding of this strength rating. The further you go, the more the gap between the strength ratings of the same rank becomes. Speaking of which, when I wanted to take a life leap before, the system said that I was at the Calamity level, which should be above the level of Nightmare. I'm a Tier 0 Calamity, and I have a dominant power gap over Tier 1 monsters, and this game is really interesting. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed with a light and dark light. What about above the Calamity level? Is there a higher rating? For example, the terrifying dragon that is frozen for thousands of miles, how strong is it? Shaking his head, Chen Luo came back to his senses. Within the handprint, Chen Luo sat casually in his palm, his right hand supporting his head, and the gaze in his golden pupils easily penetrated his spell. The complex mystical spell trajectory formed a huge handprint in front of him, and under the effect of the only special anomaly of force field fusion, after the fusion of the mage's hand, this power had exceeded the strength of an A-level ordinary skill. Beyond the huge lapis handprint, there was a Wolf King with a slightly stunned expression. It didn't think that this human would have this kind of trick? So, he thinks that with this turtle shell, he can't kill him. Under the power of the Blood Moon, the Wolf King, who had already fallen into madness, felt extremely angry at this provocation. I saw the Wolf King roar angrily, and the light of blood and darkness began to flicker in the original silver fur. You have observed the Night Wolf King, Nightmare level, casting the Night Power, S rank, skill activated by the Eye of Arcane. You have mastered part of the skill information. Night Power, S rank. Effect. The night is the wolf's domain, and this existence as the Night Wolf King, it naturally has some authority over the night. When the skill is activated, the night will give it great power. The exact effect cannot be detected. You have observed the Night Wolf King, Nightmare level, to perform the Blood Power, S rank. Skill the Eye of the Arcane is activated, and you have mastered part of the skill information. Blood Power, S rank. Effect. Flesh and blood is the most powerful weapon of the Night Wolf, and as the king of the clan, it has comprehended the essence of a trace of blood power in its long career and endless bloody battles. When the skill is activated, blood will give it great power. The specific effect cannot be detected. Chen Luo, who was in the hand of the mage, frowned and looked at the king of the Night Wolf, who was becoming more and more terrifying at this time, and the other party's sense of oppression, even through the mage's hand, was clearly transmitted to him. On the ground in front of Chen Luo, the originally elegant silver wolf had completely disappeared, as if the essence of blood qi was constantly rising from the monster's body, and the black ominous fluctuations completely obscured the original silver fur color. The silver wolf was dyed the color of night, and except for the sharp minions, only the scarlet wolf eyes that seemed to be dripping blood still shimmered with crazy colors. Roar! The monster of the night roared angrily, and its body quietly turned into a phantom and attacked the closed handprint. Boom! Like a giant hammer striking a bell, a dull loud sound reverberated in the air. Chen Luo looked at the upper end of his specially strengthened mage's hand, and at some point, the Night Wolf King had already appeared there. Under the terrifying power of this night monster, clear cracks rippled layer upon layer at the place of collision. Seeing that the monster of the night had failed to strike a single blow, its figure flickered again. Boom! In the sound of the collision, a new crack appeared on another edge of the giant palm. But this time, the figure of the night wolf did not appear, but was synchronized in another place, and then the sound of the collision of attacks sounded. Boom. 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 The sound of continuous collisions continued to sound, and the figure of the Night Wolf King flickered continuously, and the ultra-high speed appeared in every direction of the huge handprint like a teleportation. Thousands of attacks seemed to occur at the same time, and the terrifying destructive power caused the rift to spread above the giant palm. And Chen Luo, who was inside the giant palm, looked at the constantly damaged giant palm, and the light and shadow in his eyes kept flickering. Fortunately, the sound shock that is too powerful is also regarded as an injury, and it can be resisted by the durability of the mage's hand, otherwise this move may make me be shocked to death by life inside. But, Wolf King, are you underestimating me, a calamity-level mage? My spells aren't that simple. Chapter 62. The Wolf King's offensive was like a torrential rain, covering the huge handprint in all directions, and dense cracks continued to spread on the handprint. The Wolf King seemed to have seen the desperate look of the human mage after the barrier in front of him was broken. After thousands of attacks, it seems that a tipping point has finally been reached. The dense cracks made the blue-gold handprint, which was originally shining with mystical light, look like porcelain about to be broken at this time. A cruel smile rose at the corner of the Wolf King's mouth, and the broken claw was activated again. Evil blood and black entwined around the claws, and together they struck the handprints. Click! No longer a muffled sound, but a crisp sound. The dense cracks were completely connected, and the Wolf King's final blow was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Don't ask how many camels were crushed to death by straw. At least at this moment, with a crisp sound, the cracks on the lapidarium handprints began to shatter. The Wolf King pressed his feet hard, and rushed towards the center of the handprint with all his strength, and it wanted to finish off this hateful human mage as soon as possible. With a bang, countless fragments that were almost substantial shattered from the mage's hands, and the blue-gold fragments quickly turned into nothingness with scattered blue points of light after they fell. And the Wolf King rushed with all his might. With all its might, it struck at the center of the Madra again. Rumble! Whew! The lapidarium handprint turned into pieces and shattered completely, but with the fall of the pieces, it was a pure black night wolf that was bounced out. The night wolf, who was knocked into the air, with scarlet wolf eyes, looked puzzled in the direction of the previous attack. The blue dots of light that the fragments had turned into had completely dissipated, and what stood in place was a handprint of green gold that had not changed. The blue-gold light flickered in the hands of the giant mage, and the blue light flickered in the arcane lines. The shattered scene just now was like an illusion. Chen Luo sat inside the mage's hand safely, not the slightest surprise at the shattering just now and the scene of the Night Wolf King being bounced away. This Madra is the product of force field fusion, and all the mage hands that fuse into it will continue to enhance its durability. Although my current spiritual power can't support infinite fusion, it's still no problem how much you break and how much I fuse. As long as you can't shatter the entire mage's hand at once, you can't really hurt me. Chen Luo calmly explained all the reasons that had just happened to the Night Wolf King through his spiritual power. But the Night Wolf King, who felt Chen Luo's mental fluctuations, felt unspeakable humiliation. With the full force of his blow just now, he hit the hand of the intact mage, and under the reaction, he was directly bounced away. Can't you really kill this human? In the heart of the crazy night wolf, a little self-doubt flashed in a moment. But then, it shook its head and attacked again. It doesn't believe that there is a perfect defense in the world, and as long as its attack is strong enough, it can shatter this turtle shell sooner or later. Boom! The muffled sound continued to sound, and the king of the night wolves, who acted at a super high speed, began the piling business again. And Chen Luo, who was in the mage's hand, was also a little helpless. This thing is too fast, the mage's hand can't catch it at all. Even if the mage's hand just pokes out of the void for a teleportation attack, it can hide very easily. However, it's not impossible. Let's try the art of washing the floor. Monster! The blood moon has passed through the middle of the sky, and most of the night has passed. A fireball hung high in the sky, illuminating the dark area within 100 meters of the battlefield. And a rapidly flickering black shadow is constantly attacking the opponent like a turtle shell, and this tug-of-war seems to have no end? No, Chen Luo doesn't want to waste time. This monster must be killed here. Otherwise, when it is dawn, without the control of the purgatory survival mode, once it escapes, this killer in the shadows can bring a deadly threat to itself at any time. In the dim sky, beside the huge fireball, a little spark began to condense. The next moment, hundreds of sparks suddenly fell towards the handprint that stood on the earth. The spark is falling, constantly expanding. Originally, it was just a small star, but when it was about to fall, it had expanded to a size of several meters. And the scene of hundreds of fireballs falling at the same time is even more faintly illuminated in the dark sky of this night. The Night Wolf King's scarlet eyes looked at the falling starfire in the sky, its keen instincts sensing danger. At this point, the most sensible solution is to avoid the edge for a while, and then find an opportunity to attack. But being forced by the game system, there is no choice, and escape is an absolutely forbidden option. The remnants of sanity and the controlled madness make the Night Wolf King struggle in agony. If you get too hurt, that skill will be activated. The violent struggle caused the Night Wolf King to let out an angry roar against the flowing fire that fell from the sky. Whoa! Chen Luo in the mage's hand also saw the starfire falling from the sky, which was an absolutely covered saturation attack. And the target is Chen Luo himself. Don't blame me, King of the Night Wolves. It's a battle of life and death. You and I are doomed to die. Even Chen Luo's own can't be completely immune to the scorching firelight, and each fireball carries a terrifying power that is enough to cause tens of thousands of damage. And hundreds of fireballs fell to the ground in unison, and the destructive power generated at that moment. It even makes the earth tremble. Rumble. The ground trembled, and the light of the flames turned into a monstrous demon, wantonly devouring everything within the range of the attack. The mage's hand frantically repaired the constant shocks and heat, which were too strong for the caster to be immune to. Under the dense explosion of your fireball technique, you have caused 114,514 damage to the Night Wolf King, nightmare level. But that's not all. This is a monster with 50 million HP, and its attack is not strong enough. Chen Luo felt the hand of the mage who was constantly trembling, and his eyes were full of cold light. Let my flame illuminate this world. In the void, the trajectory of the spell was rapidly inscribed, and the power of the chant of the gods and the super magic guide made Chen Luo create hundreds of flowing fires again in a single thought. In the last round of explosions, it was still wantonly venting hideousness. A new explosion is coming again. Rumble. In the terrifying explosion, it was Chen Luo's voice that gradually became excited. Not dead yet? Then go ahead. Feel the explosion. Sparks in the sky. The sound of the explosion roared into the dead night. Chapter 63. The people of the entire city of Tokai were given a temporary respite because of the wolves that suddenly disappeared. In a school, some young children cautiously sneaked out of the school that was used as a safe zone. When the disaster came, the Tokai No. 3 elementary school was in class, and the sudden arrival of the monster made everyone trapped in the school. However, out of trust in the official family, the teachers still maintained order in the entire campus, and the appearance of the rules of the safe zone made everyone feel that it was not too much of a problem to stay like this. After all, outside the safe zone during the day, those monsters who wantonly slaughter and play with humans are too terrifying. But when night came, a discovery frightened everyone. The so-called safe zone was shrinking, and outside the safe zone, at some point, was already enveloped in a thick layer of darkness. In the darkness, there are many scarlet pupils peeking into the safe zone, which are waiting for hunting. Seeing this situation, Wei Daong, a physical education teacher, realized that he couldn't sit still after 2 years of soldiering, so he took the young teachers in the school to form a temporary organization to protect the old and weak women and children in the school. But it's a pity that the name of this game is Doomsday, and the difficulty is also Doomsday. If he chooses to sacrifice his companions, he may be able to save his life. But when he was a soldier, the words that the old squad leader said to him that he would not abandon or give up had always been deeply remembered by him. When the light of the safe zone completely disappeared, when the tide of wolves continued to pour in, and the companions were constantly killed, Wei Daong and they could only fight the monsters in blood, and in the battle, they were either upgraded or killed. As his strength continued to increase, he seemed to be able to barely withstand the enemy's attacks, but when a 2-meter-tall giant wolf appeared, everything changed. His companions were killed one after another, and when he was first beaten out, he broke an unknown number of bones, and finally hit him with all his might. The axe shattered, and the monster was fine. Wei Daong was extremely eager to have a troll in his hand at that time. How he wanted to smash this monster's dog head. But now, he's just a physical education teacher. Looking at the monster's bloodthirsty eyes, as well as the silent companions, Wei Daong was suddenly a little scared. He died, what should those people behind him do? This is the corner of the apocalyptic game, and it is also a similar scene that takes place in many cities in the Great Burning Land. The whole game is the end of human civilization, and in just one day, order began to collapse on a global scale. However, Donghai City is lucky, and Wei Daong is also lucky. There was a man who disobeyed the system at that moment, triggering the absolute punishment mode. Under the coercive force of the system, the elite night wolves stopped the pace of killing, and the entire night wolf pack, under the guidance of a certain will, rushed towards the target. Wei Daong, who survived the catastrophe, was lying in thick darkness, but he had completely lost his ability to move, and in a seriously injured state, he also lost the ability to automatically recover his health. He struggled to see how the school was doing. But the system only coldly alerted him that his spine was functionally damaged and he couldn't move. And the snow was still falling, dark and cold, constantly attacking Wei Daong. I don't know how long time passed, and Wei Daong, who was lying on his back in the dark, suddenly blinked. Is it my delusion? Why does this darkness seem to fade a little? Suddenly, outside the darkness that seemed to have thinned, a human voice came, and when you listened closely, it seemed to be the voice of a group of children. Wu, teacher, they haven't come back. Everybody's not going to die. Xiaoming, don't cry, let's come out and look carefully, maybe the teachers are just hiding. Shhhh. Don't mention the headmaster. That coward. It's been quiet in the dark for a long time, they just don't dare to come out. Hey! Look! The darkness seems to have faded a little, and the little lantern we made can shine farther. The light of the flame drove out the darkness, and under the darkness, the hidden blood and corpses were exposed to everyone. The shallow snow was stained red with blood, and the cold corpse made everyone feel fearful. Ah! Dead person! Ah! A burst of exclamations rang out one after another, and the children who spoke seemed to be frightened. But then, after a faint twinkle in the eyes of one of the children, he couldn't help crying. Woo, I recognize it, it's our teacher. Everybody's dead. Teacher Zhang. Don't die. I promise not to copy my homework. Teacher Li. I'll never snack in class again next time. Wake up. Woo. The teachers are dead. They died for us. Wei Daong, who was knocked to the edge of the battlefield, listened to the children's cries, and couldn't help but think of his colleagues who were still alive before. None of these teachers had ever been a soldier, they were just ordinary people. But in this school, in the face of the scared eyes of those children, only they and themselves can stand up. When they fought, they were even shaking, but all of them fought until the last moment. After all, there is no way back. Tears overflowed from Wei Daong's eyes, and his weak voice sounded from the darkness, "Children, don't cry. You teachers are all good, you live, they didn't die in vain. They. Children were startled by the weak voices coming from the darkness. But then, the speed at which the darkness around him dissipated seemed to speed up, and the light of the lantern extended into the darkness, illuminating the world in front of Wei Daong's eyes. It's Teacher Monk. Yikes! The teacher is covered in blood. Xiao Ming. You're a priest, add blood. Listening to the familiar voices of those leather monkeys, Wei Daong, who had struggled in the darkness and cold for a long time, finally closed his eyes with peace of mind. He's so tired. If you look at the entire Donghai city from a high altitude, you will find that the darkness that once enveloped the entire city is constantly flowing. And after these fog-like darkness dissipates, the light of the blood moon shines on the earth, and the people in the safety zone can't help but show a blank look when they look at the broken streets and buildings covered with snow under the blood moon. Monster attack, is it over? But then, everyone noticed that in the easternmost part of the city, there was a bright fire in the sky in the direction of the marina. And the continuous explosions from there made everyone think that the army was attacking. But no one saw that as the explosion became more and more violent, the darkness in the entire city was shrinking faster. In the Primorsky zone, the bombing continued for a long time. When the light of the last explosion was completely extinguished, the land was already devastated by the fireball hanging high in the sky. You have killed the Night Wolf King, Nightmare Class. Warning. Skill activated. Chapter 64. The blood moon stared silently at the land of Tokai City, and the fireballs flying in the sky had completely dissipated. There was a scorching smell of burning in the air, and the ground was devastated. Within 100 meters of space illuminated by the light of the fireball, the earth had completely disappeared. There was only one deep hole left within a radius of 100 meters, which at first glance looked like an abyss. Looking down from the abyss, all you can see is darkness. At the edge of the cavern there is also some hot fluid magma, which is constantly flowing into the depths. And in the middle of the entire cavern is the only remaining stone pillar, standing above the deep darkness of the cavern. At the very top of the stone pillar, where the ground was originally normal, two huge bronze hands, overlapping to form a broken handprint, stood on the moonlit earth. Yes, the originally sturdy blue-gold mage's hand has been broken in half. In the bare gap, the light of the spell crackled continuously. It was some kind of special damage that damaged the spell structure and made the entire spell composition unstable. In the mage's hand, Chen Luo gasped heavily. The non-stop battle just now consumed too much of his energy. This is the hardest battle Chen Luo has experienced since entering the apocalyptic game. Feeling the increasingly faint aura of the Wolf King in the big pit, Chen Luo's mind couldn't help but recall everything that had happened before. When you lead the fireball in the sky and let the fireball pour down like a torrential rain. In the rain of fire, the Wolf King directly gave up his defense. Under the compulsion of the system mode, the already crazy Wolf King only thought about killing Chen Luo, even if he sacrificed himself. The crisis of death made the attack of the Wolf King more and more terrifying. The constantly shattering bronze hand forced Chen Luo to constantly fill it in with a new mage hand. While defending against the Wolf King's attacks, Chen Luo spent more of his energy on manipulating and releasing fireballs. Chen Luo could feel that his life leap was still missing the last piece of the puzzle, and this piece of the puzzle fell on the nightmare-level Wolf King in front of him. In the hours of fighting, of the 8 million wolf clans, Chen Luo had slaughtered millions of people alone. But the accumulation of quantity, there is still a lack of the last qualitative ignition. And the Wolf King in front of him is the best fire. Kill it, him. Just tonight. Yes, there is. Under the burst of fire and rain in the sky, a person and a wolf inside and outside the huge bronze hand flashed in their hearts, but the same thought flickered. Between the fireball explosions, terrifying light and heat were generated, and while these forces were harming the Wolf King, they were also indiscriminately damaging Chen Luo's defenses. But it's all a necessary price. There was a faint bloodshot in Chen Luo's eyes, and the fatigue of his flesh and blood began to accumulate rapidly under the control of high-intensity spells. But the light in Chen Luo's golden pupils shone more and more. "Come on! Let's fight! Let me see who is the real winner tonight!" They golden pupils stared at the figure that kept flickering under the rain of fire. Every time the figure appeared, there was a violent collision sound from the huge mage's hand. It was a terrifying attack from the Wolf King that was enough to shatter everything. Synchronized with the power is the same terrifying speed of the Wolf King. The constantly flickering figure of the Wolf King even pulled out countless after-images in Chen Luo's eyes. If a single skill wants to hit this monster, it's a fool's dream. But it doesn't matter. Under the rain of fire in the sky, light and heat indiscriminately destroyed all tangible beings within the range. As long as the Wolf King can't give up his attack on himself, then it depends on whether you burn it first or be torn to pieces by it first. The earth even faintly flashed with scorching light under the uninterrupted terrifying light and heat. That's a sign that the masonry is about to melt. This place has turned into a hell of flames. Wind and snow can't invade this place in the slightest. In the battle, the eyes of the two monsters could no longer tolerate anything else, and they could only see each other at this time. The wolf of the night dancing in the flames, between madness and evil, cannot hide the elegance that comes from the blood. The supreme mage, who was kneeling in the bronze hand, appeared with 100 thoughts, and the Dharma became his servant at this moment. Strength. Destruction. Destroy. In the collision of light and heat, the King of the Night and the Infinite Law burned their respective spiritual wills to the limit. This battle. The only way to survive is to die. This battle. Only you die. I live. On the rapidly flashing spell trajectory in the void, the light became hotter and hotter, and some kind of anomaly was about to appear with Chen Luo's fanatical will at this moment. When Chen Luo's spiritual will reached its peak in battle. When the power of light and heat, explosions and fireworks, the hottest roar in the world. The power begins to advance to a higher stage. Skill proficiency is up to standard, and your fireball technique is upgraded from B rank to A grade. Fireball grade A, 1000000/1,000,000, active effect, consumes 120 mana points, deals damage of spirit x120, maximum attack distance 300 meters, cooldown 10 seconds, cast time 4 seconds. Passive effect. 1 Fire, you can freely control the power of the spell according to the size of the input mana. The current upper limit of input mana is 120 points. 2 Deflagration, the fireball explosion effect is enhanced, and enemies within the explosion area take the same damage. B-rank fireball has a 100,000 promotion proficiency. But in the battle against the Million Night Wolves, the skill proficiency value has long been full. From the beginning of the battle with the Wolf King, Chen Luo used the fireball technique, which had been promoted to A level. And in this battlefield of fire and rain where one person and one wolf fought to the madness, Chen Luo's growth never stopped. These monsters have already reached their peak and limit. And every minute and every second of Chen Luo's battle is getting stronger and stronger. Until this moment, with the light of blood and fire, when the flame of will also burned to its peak. The overflowing skills bloom with a new attitude. Skill proficiency is up to standard, and your fireball technique is upgraded from A level to S rank. Detected the limit burning of the player's will. Resonating with the origin of the flame. It has been detected that the player has the super magician talent and the title of beginner, the skill mutation rate has been greatly increased, and the fireball technique will be advanced to super magic. The system seemed to be saying something, but Chen Luo couldn't be distracted anymore. At the same time as thinking about 100 laws, Chen Luo's spirit has also been squeezed to the limit by himself. The pain kept coming through the brain, and there was a faint wetness on the tip of the nose. Chen Luo subconsciously reached out and wiped it, but he could only see the bright red color. But it didn't matter, Chen Luo felt the fact that he was alive very clearly between his breaths. The danger of death never recedes, and the feeling of wielding power is even more intoxicating. This is a dialogue with the soul of the strong, this is a big gamble with life as a stake, this is a confrontation between soul and will. Spells shine. Swift wolf claws. Flames roar. Everything burns. The earth began to shatter under the violence of terror. And in the eyes of both sides of the battle, there is nothing else. The rapid passage of life made the Wolf King more and more terrifying, and the sharp wolf claws did not know after the first tens of thousands of bombardments. On the thick and solidified bronze hands, terrible cracks accumulated to the limit. The unbroken bronze hand suddenly broke a narrow notch. The notch is extremely thin and the notch is extremely deep. With the piercing hot wind pouring in through the gap, a blood-colored wolf eye and golden pupil looked at each other at close range for the first time. The wolf's eyes are full of madness and violence. And in the golden pupils, the flames ignited. Chapter 65. No fear. No panic. Staring at the Wolf King's crazy eyes, Chen Luo's heart swelled, and it turned out to be an emotion called joy. It's not about position, it's not about race, it's not about anything else. When a man and a wolf put their lives on the same table, the trembling of the soul made Chen Luo only have joy in his heart at this moment. I still want to fight. I want to get stronger. I'm going to kill you. With my strongest strength. At this moment, the golden eyes suddenly turned into the vertical pupils of the dragon, and in the depths of the pupils, an inextinguishable flame ignited. In the unknown, here is the immeasurable light and heat, here is the world of pure fire. When Chen Luo's will burned to the limit and his soul trembled, some kind of resonance happened. Super magic advanced completed. Fireball technique, S rank, has been upgraded to the rare skill Starfire, S rank. Detected that the player has a special unique title beginner, and the Starfire skill has changed. Starfire S rank, 0/10000000, active. Effect, consumes mana to create Starfire. The cooldown time is 8 hours, and each creation is completed, the maximum creation time is not more than 10 seconds, and the skill is deemed to have been used. Once the Starfire is created, it can consume mana to maintain the existence of the Starfire creation, which lasts for up to Spirit X 300 seconds. Passive effects. 1 Master of Fire, you resonate with the origin of the flames, and gain some authority to control the flames. With the infusion of input mana, you can already decide the form of Starfire at will. 2 Extreme High Temperature, as the infusion of mana increases, the temperature of the Starfire you create will continue to increase. 3 Immortal Burning, special mutation. Everything can be burned, even if it is energy, it can be ignited by your flame. Scarlet Wolf Pupils, staring at the immortal golden pupils of the human mage. Even if it falls into madness, it can feel an awe-inspiring coercion at this time, which is constantly increasing in front of it. This is the power that even nightmarish level it faintly feels fearful. The battlefield fell silent, and the fireballs stopped falling. The ground was full of traces of bombardment, bricks and stones were scattered haphazardly, and the vehicles on the road were burned to the point of slag. On the flat earth, the Wolf King was like a sculpture, frozen in front of the crack of the bronze giant hand. Until a voice sounded. Turn to ashes. The absolute sense of crisis made the madness in the eyes of the Wolf King suppressed, and there was something absolute about to come to this world. Looking at the Wolf King who turned around, the light in Chen Luo's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. The cracks of the bronze hand were quietly healed by the mage's hand. And in the void, an even more terrifying force is about to take shape. In the complex spell patterns, Chen Luo's consciousness was making final adjustments. In 10 seconds, the mana value I inject will determine the form and temperature of the spark. Then let me see, the brilliance that can bloom with 7,000 mana. In the body, the mana value that rushed like a sea in a river, under Chen Luo's will, was tilted like a river, and it merged into the void with an extremely terrifying momentum. And this can be called a terrifying mana. After integrating the spell pattern of the Starfire skill, it is like falling into the abyss, and it does not set off half a wave. But the corners of Chen Luo's mouth raised a smile. Super Demon Skill Fire Lotus Yaeshi. In the void, the originally calm spell lines suddenly emitted immeasurable brilliance. In reality, the Wolf King has just turned around. But at this moment, there was a color of despair in its eyes. No. There is no way out. In all directions, up and down the heavens and the earth, within the scope of perception, all are the smell of death. Can't get out. It's too late. The sense of crisis of death makes reason return more and more, but in the face of death, reason will only bring more despair. At the last moment of his life, the Wolf King did not choose to flee again. He raised his head, and the blood in his eyes had receded most of it. His pupils turned blue again, looking at the wordless blood-colored waning moon in the sky, and the Wolf King let out a final howl. Whew! The wolf's howl was as clear as it had first appeared. In the depths of the mist-like darkness, ordinary night wolves waited one after another, their ears fluttering slightly. This is the king's will, and it is making all his people withdraw. Leave the city, no more humans, no more enemies of this man. Run, run far. We don't have a home. But at least, our race should continue. At the last moment, the Wolf King's wool faintly dispelled the ominous scarlet color in the eyes of the night wolves, and reason returned to them. And just as they wanted to do the king's last command, they got up and left. The light of the blood moon in the sky seemed to be stronger. Under the moonlight, the light of reason receded from the night wolves, and the darkness around them became more and more agitated. Sensing the changes in the wolf pack, the Wolf King who was dying, his cyan eyes were full of despair. And Chen Luo's final attack has already come. After a fluctuation in the void, a flower suddenly appeared in the real world. It was a dazzling lotus flower that shimmered with endless brilliance, but when you looked closely, everything about this lotus flower was made of a strange light flame. From orange to white, all the colors of the flame are contained in it. The fire lotus that descended into this world enveloped everything within a radius of 100 meters, but the buds were in a closed state. Chen Luo sensed the terrifying power of the bronze hand, and his heart trembled faintly. He knew that he had crossed the realm of calamity, and stepped into the next unknown realm of terror. The Wolf King of the Howling Moon, the armor made of blood and the power of the night on his body, faintly emitted green smoke. In the previous battle, no matter how many times he was hit, the Wolf King's demeanor did not change, but at this time he showed a painful look. And this first-time appearance of the fire lotus has not yet shown its true power. In the immortal golden pupils, the colors of all kinds of sparks were reflected, and Chen Luo's voice was extremely soft, but it seemed to be an aria. Bloom. The closed buds quietly bloomed under Chen Luo's wool. Infinite amount of light and heat is constantly radiating into the surrounding space. But this terrifying heat was confined to 100 meters by Chen Luo. From orange to white, the brilliance of all flames unfolds their beauty and wanton within the range of 100 meters. At this time, the battlefield was as beautiful as a fantasy. But in this beauty, there is the most terrifying killing machine. The armor forged by the power of blood and night began a head-on confrontation with the power of Starfire. Even if it is also an S-level power, Starfire, as a rare skill, completely suppresses the King of Night Wolves. The sturdy armor began to melt, and the graceful silver wolf body was revealed. Feeling that this was enough to destroy himself in an instant, the originally desperate Wolf King had a faint relief in his eyes. It's okay to destroy it like this. Only that skill, and you can't use it. Chapter 66. Manipulating the spark in the form of a fire lotus, Chen Luo's forehead unconsciously dripped. It's too hot. Chen Luo didn't know what the temperature of his spark was at this time. But the masonry, which had only been faintly burned red, had begun to melt. Cement, masonry, and stone have turned into a flowing red-white liquid, and even this light and heat is still spreading. Under Chen Luo's control, most of the power of the Fire Lotus was concentrated on the Wolf King. Is also an S-level energy. Even if the bricks and stones are turned into magma, the Wolf King can resist a little with the power of blood and night. And the very little remaining aftermath made Chen Luo's bronze giant hands faintly melt. Only then did Chen Luo really understand the effect of that special mutation, the inextinguishable burning spark, just like the effect explanation, could cauterize energy. More precisely, it can destroy the form of the skill. No matter how the Wolf King attacked before, Chen Luo's could use the mage's hand to quickly make up for the consumption of the bronze giant hand. But at this moment, the power of the aftermath of the starfire alone caused the spell structure of the bronze giant hand to begin to fluctuate. The aftermath is still like this, so if it is a head-on hit, Chen Luo is confident that he will burn the skills sent by others. A part of the mind stabilizes the structure of the bronze hand, while more will constantly controls the power of the Fire Lotus, scorching the Night Wolf King in front of him. Above the silver-white wolf body, the blood of the Night Wolf King and the power of the night are constantly surging. But every time they cancel out the power of a spark, they themselves are ignited and turned into new sparks. The indestructible nature makes Starfire fearless of any tug of war. The first thing that couldn't bear it was the ground under the feet of the two. The blazing magma continued to grow, and even the earth beneath the masonry was melted. The terrifying heat was blocked within 100 meters by Chen Luo, and it continued to press towards the Wolf King on the earth. The opening of the Fire Lotus became more and more beautiful, and the earth continued to melt and fall under this terrifying heat. The wolf's body, glittering with blood and night, accompanied by the scorching magma, continued to fall downward. The mage's hand continued to reach out of the void, protecting the remaining ground beneath the bronze hand. However, the original soft soil has also turned into the color of glass under the scorching aftermath. Accompanied by magma, the spark continued to fall, forming a huge crater with a radius of 100 meters around Chen Luo. On Chen Luo's forehead, sweat kept sliding. This skill was too strong. Maintaining its existence required Chen Luo to consume extremely terrifying energy and mana. But Chen Luo could also feel that the Wolf King's resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and when the protective wall of energy was removed, the destruction of the Wolf King was only an instantaneous matter. The scales of the tug-of-war continued to tilt towards Chen Luo, and as time passed, the surrounding 100-meter pits became deeper and deeper. As far as the eye can see, the crater is extremely deep, and even continues to extend downward. Except for the light of the magma in the depths, it is all pitch black. Finally, when the flame of light in the depths of the pit had blurred, there was a faint crisp sound. The barrier between night and blood is completely gone, and the spark is no longer hindered. The immeasurable amount of light and heat, the moment it touched the powerful body of the Night Wolf King, it incinerated the fur and burned the muscles. Only the hard wolf bones turned into pitch black. Health is pouring down like a flood, and under the terrifying power, death is only instantaneous. At the last moment, the Wolf King's eyeless pitch-black skull raised its head and stared up from the abyss. The blood-colored waning moon still hung high in the sky, and the blue-gold handprint had left a scorching gap of spark. A slightly tired mental fluctuation sounded in Chen Luo's ears. Strong, if it weren't for the opposite, we might be able to become friends. Chen Luo, who was panting, had a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The information of mental fluctuations is mixed with feelings. Chen Luo could clearly feel that the Wolf King did not want to ask for mercy, but really just sighed from the bottom of his heart before he died. Although he is an enemy, Chen Luo recognizes the power of the Wolf King. In the next life, don't eat people in the next life, I can't be friends with the man-eating monster. Feeling Chen Luo's recognition and rejection, the Wolf King, who was about to die, was silent for a moment, and then said with a faint mental fluctuation, "I'm sorry." Chen Luo, who was in the mage's hand, scratched his head helplessly. What's the matter with this monster? It was so ferocious when it killed people before, and now it has been burned by his own fire lotus. But from the standpoint of being a human being, Chen Luo will definitely not be soft on these monsters that feed on humans. What's more, these monsters are still invaders who come on their own initiative. But looking at the apologizing Wolf King, Chen Luo didn't know how to respond for a while, so he could only choose to remain silent. The spark is still burning, as if to burn away all traces of existence. Most of the Wolf King's body has been burned away, and the only remaining skull and head still maintains the posture of looking at the moon. At the end of his life, what was the last thing the Night Wolf King remembered? Tired Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the mage's hand. The night was too long. And that's just the first night. The end begins. The game of doom lives up to the name of the apocalypse, and without the dragon that resists the nuclear bomb, the night wolf pack that appears in this city alone is enough to destroy countless humans. Donghai City tonight, relying on the purgatory survival mode that was accidentally triggered by itself, should be able to save many people's lives. But what about other cities? How many undocumentable tragedies will happen on this first night? And I've heard others say that the monsters that appear during the day are not night wolves. But at night, the monsters were gone. So tomorrow during the day, will these monsters still come out? The Doomsday game says that the first chapter is otherworldly invasion, and these monsters are supposed to all be from the so-called otherworld. And this night wolf pack is in the other world, and it turns out that it is only the bottom of the food chain. And what about the dragon that soars through the sky? What level of existence is it? Could there be a more terrifying existence? There is still a second chapter to be opened in 30 days, what tricks will the Doomsday game play? Can human civilization really withstand such constant onslaught? If human civilization is destroyed, leaving only a few strong people, then in a sense, has human civilization been extinct? He shook his head and shook all the random thoughts out of his head. Chen Luo casually cancelled the state of meditation, and his golden pupils turned into the color of night again. The brain is also a little lighter. Thinking of everything he was thinking about just now, Chen Luo sighed lightly. He still has a long way to go. However, looking at the panel that is tens of thousands of times stronger than a few hours ago, it can be said that no matter what difficulties he faces, Chen Luo has the determination to fight. After all, according to the practice of the protagonist after improving his strength, Chen Luo felt that his current self could already instantly kill himself tens of thousands of hours ago. You have killed the Night Wolf King, nightmare level. Let's go, Wolf King of the other world. Just as Chen Luo was waiting for further prompts from the system, the drop prompt did not appear for a long time. And in the entire city, the fog-like darkness that filled the city began to spread in the direction where Chen Luo was. At the bottom of the abyss, on the skull of the night wolf, which had already melted most of it, a scarlet light suddenly lit up. Chapter 67. In the unknowable darkness, this is the collection of all emptiness and nothingness, and the destination of death. The Wolf King's soul shimmered with silver-white light, and he was about to completely merge into this void world and return to the eternal reincarnation of all living beings. But a scarlet light suddenly penetrated into this world. The scarlet light turned into a hideous palm, tightly gripping the soul of the Wolf King, and a cold voice sounded directly in the soul body. You who don't do your best, you are not qualified to die. The Wolf King's soul body, which originally looked confused and was about to fall into eternal silence, suddenly returned to its senses after hearing this voice. However, before the Wolf King could refute it, the hideous palm grasped its soul and disappeared from the world where death had returned. In the infinite darkness, it was as if nothing had ever happened. In reality, the skull of the Wolf King, which was about to be completely annihilated, was suddenly covered with a layer of scarlet light. The mist-like darkness of the entire city, under the influence of unknown forces, began to converge on the remnants of the Wolf King. Neither the buildings nor the earth can stop them. I saw that the boundless darkness continued to seep out from the ground, and the magma that was still warm was extinguished in an instant under the darkness. The darkness was like a living thing, and it all converged towards the Wolf King's broken skull. Above the skull, where the eyes were originally located, a pitch-black flame suddenly lit up. Above the abyss, the top of a stone pillar that was scorched by sparks and glazed on the surface. Chen Luo, who was in the mage's hand, looked at the system's prompt with some confusion. Why is there no hint of dropping even though the kill is successful? This is a game that is more difficult than the sky, and it also brings out bugs? Chen Luo, who was puzzled, moved his mind, and the mage's hand under his feet suddenly soared into the air and suspended above the abyss. A huge abyss with a radius of 100 meters, there is still a little bit of magma sliding down to the depths at the edge. Looking at the scene caused by his attack, Chen Luo's heart couldn't help but sigh a little. I don't know how many I can kill with one move now, just got a small fireball during the day. But it mattered, the dark pupils turned golden again, and the effect of the eagle eye technique flashed in the eyes. With the ability to penetrate the illusion and the effect of night vision, this bottomless darkness was seen through by Chen Luo's gaze in an instant. And when Chen Luo saw the bottom of the abyss, the flowing black mist, and the broken head in the center of the black mist, the system's scarlet prompt suddenly appeared. Warning! Skill activated. Chen Luo's brows furrowed deeply. In the previous information of the Wolf King, there was only one skill that had not been seen through. That skill keeps showing? At this time, this skill is activated? What's going on? Is there a resurrection skill in this game? But if you simply resurrect it, you can kill it again. Why does the system have to warn it in particular? You've observed? Level, to cast the skill. Activated by the Eye of Arcane, you have mastered a very small amount of skill information. Birth. Sacrifice, SSS grade. Effect. Sacrifice. The flesh and soul of the bloodline race 2. The dead will come out of the abyss of death and become the mortal enemy of the living. Rumble. A fireball that seemed to reflect all the colors of fire suddenly shot into the abyss, and the moment it touched the darkness, a huge explosion rose from the abyss. I'm not going to wait for you to transform. Bastard! Do you think you're a beautiful girl and don't wear clothes? But at the moment of the explosion, Chen Luo's heart sank, and there was no damage prompt in the system. The bronze giant hand beside him waved hard. Under the strong wind, the smoke and dust of the explosion dissipated in an instant. At the bottom of the abyss, except for the magma that had just exploded and burned, there was no shadow of night and wolf bones in sight. Chen Luo looked around, and the darkness around him, at some point, became more and more intense. These mist-like darkness even began to seep into the ground. Seeing that he couldn't catch the shadow of the monster, after staring around for a while, Chen Luo simply closed his eyes and recuperated. The newly upgraded spells need to be familiarized, and the fatigue of the battle just now needs to be relieved. No matter what means the enemy has, as long as I am strong enough, I will be raised. After fighting a million enemies alone, Chen Luo already had a faint sense of calm confidence in his heart. The darkness wrapped in wolf bones passed underground, and after a few moments, the wolf bones pierced through the ground and emerged thousands of meters above the street. Deep in the wolf's bones, a silver-white wolf soul was constantly struggling. And above the earth, there are millions of wolves left. In the previous battle with Chen Luo slaughtered nearly 2 million ordinary night wolves, as well as all the elite and lord-level night wolves. But these ordinary night wolves, who are only level 5, still have millions of them. At this time, they are densely packed with the entire street, and even most of the waterfront. But the night wolves in the dark are in a state that is not right. This dark environment, which could have helped them recover quickly, was also the environment they were most familiar with. But at this moment, the surrounding darkness seemed to come to life, turning into pitch-black tentacles one after another, enveloping countless night wolves. These ordinary night wolves couldn't even struggle in the face of the tentacles, so they were squeezed into puddles of flesh by the tentacles. In the previous battlefield, there was a special phenomenon where all monsters killed by humans would turn to ashes and disappear. The night wolf killed by the same kind will retain its true body. In fact, all the night wolves that have turned to ashes are essentially reintegrated into this black fog under the will of an unknown existence. And now, the harvest has begun. Countless night wolves disappeared like a field of wheat that had been cut down, and they didn't even have time to let out a wail in the face of the sudden attack of the black fog. Boundless flesh and blood covered the earth, and something strange seemed to be about to be born. The soul in the Wolf King's skull struggled more and more violently, and it could clearly feel that the blood-related clans were rapidly decreasing. When this misty darkness was stained dark red by the blood of the Night Wolf clan. In the perception of the Wolf King, it is already the last night wolf in the world. The blood-colored light slipped from the corner of the Wolf King's eyes, and it was the tears of the soul crying. But the will of the Wolf King cannot resist at all. The black mist began to shrink, and the boundless flesh and darkness began to merge, and the Wolf King's skull also merged into it. Millions of corpses and the darkness that enveloped the entire city shrank and blended, eventually forming a churning darkness tens of meters high. The darkness was constantly vibrating, and it seemed that something was being born. Suspended in the hands of the mage above the abyss, Chen Luo opened his eyes. Looking at the dead silent city covered in ice and snow under the moonlight, Chen Luo's heart flashed a trace of gloom. But the next moment, his eyes looked in the direction of a 100-meter-high office building. The darkness is gone? And this growing sense of oppression, are the escaped cowards coming back? Purgatory survival mode enters its final stage. Roar. Chapter 68. The aftermath of the frost dragon's power caused a biting cold snow to fall on this hot summer night. The darkness that enveloped the entire city had disappeared, and people in the safety zones of Tokai City watched as the darkness disappeared. Under the moonlight, the dead silent city covered in ice and snow fell into a deep silence. And the moonlight shone on the shallow snow, and what could not be stopped was the chaotic streets, the broken limbs of human beings, and the broken buildings. After the chaos of the day, most of the people took refuge in the safety zone and gained temporary safety. And when night falls, darkness envelopes the city, countless night wolves emerge from the darkness, and a new hunt begins. It can be said that at this time, except for the humans in the safe zone, there are no more than half-living people in Donghai City. This city, which has an alias that never sleeps, fell into complete darkness on the first night of the apocalypse. And this darkness is not limited to this place. The game called The End of the World is not half warm, and humanity has to struggle with all its might from the beginning. Purgatory survival mode enters the final stage. Survive until dawn and get full mode rewards. Defeat the resurrected from the dead, mode rewards will be further boosted. They golden pupils faintly looked at the system prompt flashing in front of him. Even if the system didn't say it, he wouldn't let go of every enemy. And isn't the chaos and evil rising in the distance also inviting oneself to war? A little spark flickered in the golden pupils. Chen Luo didn't have any fear in his heart, he just fought. When Chen Luo's gaze looked here, on the dark egg tens of meters high, the frequency of beating seemed to have reached a limit. Zi. With a soft thud. A sharp pitch-black claw sliced open the beating dark egg, and a huge evil wolf's head poked out. The flesh on the wolf's head was constantly torn and sliding, and in the broken flesh, the pitch-black wolf bones were revealed from time to time. It turned out to be the location of the eye socket, inlaid with two huge scarlet pupils. Blood continued to spill from his eyes, and a miserable wail could be faintly heard in the blood. After the wolf's head poked out of the dark egg, he looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him, but his scarlet eyes were full of madness and violence, and the next moment, the wolf's mouth full of sharp teeth opened directly. Roar! The monster that has come back from the dead has announced its arrival to the world. Boom! 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 In the continuous crackling sound, the glass curtain walls of the surrounding office buildings exploded one after another, and in the chaotic fragments, the monster completely walked out of the dark egg. Blood flowed on the earth, the dark egg was completely shattered and disappeared, and under the blood-colored moonlight, the monster that violated human reason was enough to make those who saw it chill from the heart. The wolf's body, which is tens of meters high, is like a hill just standing there. What is even more terrifying is the composition of this wolf body. Under the moonlight, twisted and broken night wolf bodies formed this huge monster. Above the huge body, the night wolves raised their heads and let out a cry from their souls, which was the pain that death could not rest in. Listening to the wails coming from his body, tears made of blood overflowed from his blood-colored pupils again. Click! Blood fell to the ground, and after a small car was hit by blood, the metal body was silently corroded at a rapid pace. And in this strongly corrosive blood, you can clearly hear the wails of countless night wolves. Layers of black fluctuations spread around the monster's body like substance. Wherever the fluctuations went, the plants and trees withered and withered visibly. Because of the sudden disappearance of darkness, under the moonlight, the people in the various safety zones of Donghai City began to carefully walk out of the safety zones, trying to find survival materials or lost relatives and friends. But a roar from the east of the city cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. You have received a mark from the Wolf Grudge, Calamity. The unresting Wolf Grudge, Calamity, will continue to hunt down all the creatures marked by it until everything returns to the silence of death. The survivors who had just tentatively walked out of the safe zone all blew up. Wolf Grudge? What is this? The night wolf has disappeared. How can this monster appear again? Damn! My dispel skill doesn't remove the mark at all. What the hell is Calamity? Go back! Everyone went back to the safe zone. The survivors of the entire Tokai city fell into chaos because of the roar of the wolf. Tears of blood continued to flow from the wolf's eyes, but its eyes were only crazy and violent. After roaring, the corners of his mouth full of broken flesh and blood even showed a human-like smile. Both. Mark. Finish. Hee hee. It's all going to be. Die. Boom. A huge fireball slammed into the wolf's head. Two huge bronze hands overlapped, suspended in the air, and in the center of the bronze hand, Chen Luo looked at the monster in front of him with disgust. I said it a long time ago. You monsters are ugly, don't laugh. You have faced the Wolf Grudge, Calamity level, and the fear is being determined. The Golden Pupil meditation technique has been detected, and the fear is invalid. Your skill deals 20W damage to Wolf Grudge, Calamity level, and you have obtained the information of Wolf Grudge, Calamity level, Wolf Grudge, Calamity level. Level 20, First Order Limit. HP, 9980000/1000000000. Skill, Withered Aura, Seal of Hunting, Power of Darkness, Power of Death. Talent, Body of Resentment, Calamity Level Template, First Order Template, Resurrected from the Dead. Description, Strong. Please, kill me. The flames scorched the monster in front of him, and the power of the starfire burned most of the broken flesh and blood on the monster's face in just a moment. The huge monster let out a miserable wail in the face of the sudden attack. Chen Luo's ears were also constantly ringing with the sound of starfire causing continuous damage. In the midst of the flames, those scarlet eyes stared at Chen Luo in mid-air. In the next moment, all the wolf remnants on the monster's body let out a miserable wail, and the power of death and darkness continued to consume the sparks in the skull. While fighting against the burning, the huge monster did not hesitate at all, turned around and collided directly with Chen Luo. The bronze hand, nimble to dodge the monster's attack. In the midst of the roar, there was a huge office building 100 meters high behind Chen Luo. And it was easily smashed into pieces by monsters. Shattered masonry hits the monster, but doesn't do any damage. The monster slowly turned, the flames burning on its skull completely extinguished by the forces of darkness and death. Blood and tears continued to pour out of its eyes, and above its body, the wails of the wolf clan became even more piercing. The two scarlet eyes stared at Chen Luo in mid-air, and the next moment, the huge monster jumped into the sky with all four legs. Rumble. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and the violent shaking caused the surrounding office buildings to collapse. And the wolf resentment used this power to bite Chen Luo fiercely. A huge mouth of blood obscured the sky, and the rich power of death and darkness enveloped the monster's sharp teeth. The countless broken wolf heads around them let out a hoarse roar in unison. Dead. And Chen Luo, looking at the wolf resentment flying in front of him, didn't even have the intention of letting the bronze giant hand merge to protect himself. His gaze calmly looked at the monster in front of him, and the monster information on the system panel echoed in his mind. I don't know who resurrected you, but your request, I heard it. Wolf King. Look at it, the power above this calamity. One move. Kill you. Chapter 69. The huge body of the wolf resentment tens of meters tall looks very clumsy at first glance. But after the battle, it became clear that its monstrous huge body possessed a completely different kind of terrifying agility. The combination of weight and speed is absolutely destructive. When the wolf resents all four legs and leaps high above the earth trembles. The layers of impact were transmitted to all sides like an earthquake, and several high-rise buildings in the vicinity that reached into the sky collapsed one after another under the aftermath of the wolf's resentment. I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate, but most of the former survivors in these buildings have already rushed into other safe areas. And the few people who remained were devoured by the wolves in the night early after nightfall. So these collapsed buildings did not cause additional casualties. But in the safety zone in the distance, everyone was deeply shocked by the scenery in front of them. After the night dissipated, the moonlight scattered across the land. Everyone in the safety zone saw that thousands of meters away, several buildings that reached into the sky collapsed with a loud bang. In the smoke and dust that soared into the sky, an extremely terrifying huge monster rose into the sky, aiming directly at Chen Luo suspended in the sky. Even if they are thousands of meters away, even if their strength is not enough for them to see the true appearance of the monster. But just looking at the blurred figure of the monster, an extremely oppressive and terrifying feeling surged in their hearts. What the hell is that? With such a large volume, it's a monster. How are we going to defeat such a terrifying monster? It was just a jump, and the 100-meter-high building collapsed. Anyone who knows a little bit about physics has a visceral fear of what is in front of them. A giant beast tens of meters tall, if it wants to exist in the real world, its skeletal muscles must be incredibly strong. Otherwise, with such a terrifying volume, the gravity of the earth itself would be enough to destroy it. But this monster not only supports such a huge body, but even has terrifying speed and strength. Except for heavy firepower weapons such as missiles, there is nothing that can hurt or even destroy it. But this kind of monster is not a target. Once they are wantonly impacted, they can easily cause natural disaster-like damage. And this is the case with the calamity, their very existence is a terrible calamity. If they want to, they can create a terrible catastrophe. The survivors thousands of meters away only felt the horror, but Chen Luo, who was standing high in the air, was facing this inhuman power. Chen Luo stood in a pair of open mage hands, looking at the oncoming wolf resentment, and there was a very unhappy feeling flowing in his heart. The extraordinary spiritual power made Chen Luo clearly perceive the spiritual fluctuations coming from the monster. It was the chaotic wail of millions of night wolves, the night wolves who had been brutally killed and had no rest. It is a curse from the heart of this world, to all living beings. But among all the curses, there was one familiar voice that was so harsh. It was the voice from the wolf's head, and the extraordinary eyesight made Chen Luo faintly see through the darkness and death power that enveloped the monster. In the wolf's head, inlaid with a blackened skull, there, a silver-white wolf was crying and wailing. This is an opponent who has been defeated by himself and recognized by himself. The Wolf King's apology before he died seemed to be still in his ears. Who the hell is it? Not even allow death, even to turn it into such a miserable monster. The mana surging in his body seemed to feel the anger of his master. The light blue light escaped around Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo's body exude a coercion that was not under the wolf resentment in front of him. Yes, even if Chen Luo, who is currently at the 0th level, is lower than the wolf grudge in terms of level. But the coercion he exuded after his anger at the moment could not only compete with this monster, but even loom above it. The golden pupils were full of anger and pity. Rats in the back, what do you think of life? In the void, the complex spell patterns that have never been seen before were completed in an instant under the effect of the chant of the gods. But it wasn't enough. Between the flashes of thoughts, more spell patterns continued to overlap and blend. And the river-like mana continued to surge and roar in this gorgeous spell pattern, as if to vent the anger in the master's heart. The turn of the thought was only instantaneous, and the bloody mouth of the wolf's grudge was already close in front of him. Faster than the mouth of the wolf's wrath of blood arrived the withering fluctuations that emanated from around its body, the curse of the dead on the living, the sigh that brought all things to death. Layers of black-grey terrifying fluctuations hit Chen Luo like a tidal wave. And Chen Luo looked at the withering fluctuations that came quickly, and the light in his eyes also shone to the extreme. Super demon combination. Airplanes. The void began to fluctuate, and a huge palm like a bronze cast, standing erect with one hand, appeared between Chen Luo and the wolf's grievance. The black-grey withering fluctuations, the moment they touched the bronze giant hand, melted like ice and snow, rather than being simply blocked. Because above this bronze giant hand, a layer of blazing white sparks is burning. The bright firelight illuminated the blood-colored and golden eyes, and the wolf's eyes were full of astonishment, but Chen Luo's eyes were only calm at this time. Instead of a super-large area of disorderly bombardment, it turned the spark into a cloak and wrapped it in the hands of a giant mage several meters high. Every moment, it was necessary to consume Chen Luo's huge mental energy to maintain the balance between the two spells. In a flash, the blazing white flame began to fluctuate violently. And the erected giant palm, with the violently fluctuating light flame, slashed straight towards the wolf's resentment. This was Chen Luo's unreserved blow at this time, and his mana, spirit, and even all his anger were all fused into this blow. The wolf looked at the oncoming attack with resentment, and there was a fluctuation of fear in the scarlet eyes. This power can kill it. But when you want to dodge the thought, just flash the moment. The giant palm has slashed through the sky like a streamer. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the wolf's resentful and fearful body was smoothly cut in two without even a moment of support under the terrifying power of the giant palm and the absolute high temperature of the spark. Roaring. The wolf resentment that was directly separated from the middle let out a terrible wail. After the roar, the sparkle in the scarlet eyes instantly dissipated. Your skills have caused a spike effect. The HP of Wolf Grudge, disaster level, has been emptied. Click. The pitch-black wolf bone embedded in the top of the head also quietly shattered, and a silver-white wolf soul lost its restraints and was about to break free. But the wolf's scarlet eyes lit up again. Eyes full of malice, from both ends of the corpse, stared at the wolf soul who wanted to be free. Don't think. Escape. No. Die. Target. The resurrected from the dead talent is activated. Darkness and death are the essence of wolf resentment. As long as the resentment is not extinguished, the wolf grudge will not die. Boom. On the broken wolf resentment, the terrifying power of black and grey began to erupt. The power of darkness and death turned into tentacles, and they grabbed the silver wolf soul one after another. And between the body that was originally cut in half, black and grey tentacles stretched out, as if they wanted to hook up and resurrect themselves again. Seeing that the wolf soul was about to be restrained again, the severed wolf corpse also showed signs of resurrection. A calm voice rang in the wolf's ears. I said, one move will kill you. One move has passed, you're dead, Wolf Grudge. Chapter 70. Hearing the familiar voice, Wolf Resentment looked at Chen Luo with a mocking gaze. Human mages are strong. But as long as darkness and death are not extinguished, you can be resurrected again and again. And as long as he hits this weak human mage once, the victory or defeat will be reversed. I'm already dead? Stupid humans! You don't know anything about my power. In mid-air, Chen Luo stood in the hands of the blue-gold mage, looking at the recovering wolf grudge with a calm expression. The giant palm that burns with sparks cuts off the wolf's grudge in an instant. The wolf's body hadn't even begun to fall under gravity, and the flaming giant palm was still hovering in midair. And Chen Luo looked at the evil wolf grudge in front of him, and snapped his fingers lightly. Rumble! The giant palm shattered, and the boundless sparks enveloped the remnants of the wolf's grudge, and the heat of the sparks could even burn stones into hot magma. And at this moment, the boundless spark was under Chen Luo's will, and the heat was even more condensed. The power of darkness and death became the best fuel, and the tentacles that extended from the middle of the broken body turned into fiery snakes in an instant, and the entire wolf pack was completely wrapped in sparks. Ah! HH! The wolf's face, which was split in half, let out a terrible scream, but the spark burned its body mercilessly. Boom! The corpses ignited by the sparks fell to the ground, and the aftermath of the scorching flames began to melt. In the midst of the flames, the mutilated wolf corpse was still struggling, and a massive amount of death and dark aura continued to seep out. As a resurrected person from the dead, its body was forged with the power of death and darkness. Even if it is directly hit by a missile and blown into countless pieces, it can bring the power of darkness and death together and resurrect it from the despair of humanity. But alas, this time, it met a natural enemy. Starfire, which has an inextinguishable combustion effect, is the natural enemy of all energy. The majestic power of darkness and death in its body was the basis for its resurrection, but at this moment it became a firewood that burned itself. The mournful wails continued to sound, but the spark relentlessly burned this perverse existence. The fire that burned in the city caused the buildings that had collapsed before to melt, and the blazing white magma turned into rivers and slowly merged into the deep pit smashed by the wolf corpses. The blazing white magma soon formed a huge lake. And the remnants of the wolf's resentment floated above the magma lake, constantly scorched by the sparks. In this terrifying flame that even energy can burn, the wolf's body continues to dissolve. In a trance, there seemed to be many vague shadows, breaking free from the shrinking wolf resentment and merging into the unknowable void. The sky-high flames burned for a long time, and when the last tip of the wolf grudge was burned and died, a silver-white wolf soul jumped out of the blazing white magma. The wolf's eyes are warm blue, but its body is beautiful silver white. The blue eyes stared at Chen Luo standing in the sky, and a warm voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. "Thank you, kill me. Your last move is beautiful, what is it called?" "Human powerhouse." Chen Luo stared at the soul of the Wolf King that was gradually dissipating, and said softly, "Extinguish the disaster. It means extinguishing the calamities that plague the world." The silver-white soul of the Wolf King lowered its head, and most of the soul body that made up it had dissipated. "Very good meaning. I wish your race a good life in the game and not become a plaything in the game like my race." Chen Luo shook his head slightly, and his black eyes turned back into firmness. "With me, it won't." The light had dissipated to the Wolf King's head, and its warm cyan gaze stared at the young powerhouse in front of it, as if it saw the day he ascended to the Supreme. "I believe in you. Farewell, then, strong." At the last moment of his life, the silver-white Wolf King raised his head and looked at the waning moon in the sky. "It's a pity, it's not the silver moon of my hometown." Chen Luo looked at the dissipated Wolf King, and his mood was slightly complicated. The arrogant wolf grudge has never caused any pressure on himself from beginning to end. After all, the completely transformed self has already surpassed the calamity level from the moment he killed the Wolf King. Tonight, the one who left the deepest impression on me was probably the Wolf King who fought with him to his heart's content. However, since they had harmed humans, Chen Luo would not hesitate to kill them. In the face of race, there is no right or wrong, only victory and defeat. Let's go, if you don't invade humans in the next life, maybe we can be friends. Chen Luo, who was standing in the hands of the mage, raised his head and looked at the blood moon sinking in the west on the horizon, and he had a little more understanding of the cruelty of this doomsday game. Congratulations on successfully killing Wolf Wrath, Calamity, and Night Wolf King, Nightmare level. You have gained 150 million experience points. You have obtained the title The Man Who Slaughtered the Race. You have obtained the title Dancer with Wolves. You have obtained a pet egg. You have obtained the only S-rank equipment Wolf Heart. Your safe zone has the possibility of promotion. The Purgatory Survival Mode rewards have increased dramatically, and the mode rewards will be distributed at dawn. Your strength rating has reached Purgatory level. Hint: your strength has reached the limit of your current life class. Please complete the life leap as soon as possible. A large number of reward prompts flashed rapidly in his ears, but Chen Luo didn't bother to care about it for the time being. The mage's hand under him carried Chen Luo and began to fly in the direction he came. The cool breeze of the night blew on Chen Luo's face, and looking at the snowflakes falling again in the sky, Chen Luo's heart was a little tired. In just one night, Chen Luo shot a fireball from 10 seconds to a new magician, and became a powerhouse who slaughtered millions of wolves. Among the players, his strength is already invincible. But at this moment, looking at the ruined ruins of the city beneath me, and the silent night. But he wanted to go back quickly, go to the familiar people, and sleep well. After flying for a while, looking at the familiar comic exhibition venue under the mage's hand, Chen Luo felt a little like a world away for a while. After the mage's hand descended to the ground, it quietly dissipated, and Chen Luo's mind moved, and the barrier forged by the mage's hand at the door also completely dissipated. The next moment, the crowd rushed out. Boss! At the forefront, of course, are the muscular battle groups. But looking at these shiny and pink muscular men, this face is pink, and they want to rush up and hug themselves. Chen Luo was so frightened that he waved his hand. The mage's hand instantly pushed them aside. Okay, I miss you too, but I don't want to stick to men. Bastard! And when the muscular men were sealed, the priest group also gathered excitedly. But this time, Chen Luo didn't bother to seal it with the mage's hand. I had to reluctantly be surrounded by the pink young ladies. Be reserved. Don't go there. Chapter 71. Surrounded by the crowd and returned to the venue, Chen Luo suddenly felt that the doomsday system would really pick people to recommend careers in the process. Look at our priest group here, all of them have long legs, big breasts and good faces. It's just that my hands and feet are not clean, and I like to touch places that shouldn't be touched. Acclaim. Sitting on the recliner that everyone had prepared for him, Chen Luo recalled the touch of being surrounded just now, and it felt pretty good, just soft. However, looking at the excited people below, Chen Luo still couldn't forget about the matter. Okay, Su Xiao, you go and arrange for everyone to search for supplies first, and search some first while the night is dark. According to the information I got here, there are no monsters around at the moment, but in 4 hours, new monsters will appear. Everyone hurry up. After that, let's use this as a base for now, and then think about survival and development. In the previous system's prompt, there was a message about the upgrade of the security zone, and Chen Luo got a further explanation after clicking on it. Within your current range of 10,000 meters, only. The safe zone you are in is still intact in view of your great deeds. As one of the rewards of the Purgatory Survival Mode, the system will upgrade the safe zone you are in at dawn, 4 hours after the blue star time. Special note, at present, the monsters in Donghai City have been cleared, but at dawn, the system will respawn new monsters. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Xiao, as the secretary, nodded lightly. Chen Luo has absolute prestige in the security zone at this time, and the matter of searching for supplies is also the most urgent at present. After all, because Tokai City is close to the nuclear explosion, under the effect of EMP, the electronic equipment is completely wasted. The cars on the street have basically become decorations. So it is not realistic to want to leave Tokai City in a short period of time. And the snowfall caused by this frost dragon has no intention of stopping. After the monster's problem, this sudden cold weather is also a huge problem, and if you lack food and clothing, you are likely to freeze to death and starve to death. And Chen Luo, who is facing the monster, also knows very well that the power of the official family may only be able to temporarily protect a few places when facing the doomsday game. After all, the monsters of the tide and the absolute powerhouses in them are terrifying beings that are difficult to deal with modern weapons. So for the next period of time, everyone has to rely on their own survival first. I just don't know what the monster looks like during the day. Before the day, I was unconscious. So apart from that dragon, I haven't seen any other monsters at all. With a puzzle about the problems of the day, Chen Luo, who had completely relaxed in the safety zone, suddenly felt an indescribable tiredness surging up. Wu, Chen Luo couldn't help but yawn and said to Su Xiao, "I'll go and rest for a while, and remember to let everyone come back within 4 hours. The candle is lit first, and if there is any problem, come and wake me up." Su Xiao nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Luo, who looked tired, and walked towards the rest room that he had sorted out before. At this time, everyone present stared at the strongest person in the security zone with reverent eyes. After this night, everyone believes that it is only possible to survive this apocalyptic game only by following this man. When Chen Luo disappeared into the corner, Su Xiao straightened his expression and began to arrange for the survivors in the safe zone to collect supplies. No one knows what kind of monster attacks will appear during the day. But the constantly falling wind and snow is a big problem that is imminent. Therefore, supplies are a must. The crowd of people walked out of the safe zone with makeshift torches, and a small number of combat groups mixed with most of the logistics groups walked towards the ruined city. And those young ladies who wanted to sneak towards Chen Luo's room were stopped by Su Xiao with his gaze. However, with the aftermath of Su Xiao's gaze, he seemed to see a girl with 2 ponytails walking towards Chen Luo's room. But this time, Su Xiao chose to turn a blind eye. "Well, you have to consider the things used for insurance for the materials, otherwise it will not be good to get people's lives." Lying on the big bed in his exclusive lounge, Chen Luo felt an indescribable tiredness constantly surging up his body. Casually slapping out a healing to replenish his declining HP, Chen Luo looked at the S-level equipment he had just obtained. Other rewards, you need to wait for dawn and the end of the Purgatory Challenge mode to get them. If you want to use this, you can use it now. Chen Luo's mind moved, and a silver-white necklace moved from the sea of consciousness to his hand. The necklace is made of unknown metal and is carved with a delicate and elegant wolf head in the center. Heart of the wolf. Type: Equipment level requirements: none. Rating: S level, unique equipment. Effect: 1. After wearing, all attributes will be increased by 20, and the hidden fortune attribute will be slightly improved. 2. Favor of the Wolf King. Unique effect: it can double the skill proficiency growth rate of those who are considered companions within a radius of the wearer. Description: the existence of being favored by the wolf spirit, maybe the fate in the underworld will also favor you more. So in this game, luck is also an attribute that can be judged. But it's a little lucky, it's not as good as the strength. All attributes increase by 20 points, this attribute is domineering enough, I like it. Favored by the Wolf King, this can help your companions grow quickly, and it's not bad. Chen Luo casually put the wolf's heart necklace around his neck, and his full attributes skyrocketed again, especially the improvement of his physique attributes, so that he finally didn't have to add blood to himself. After the sense of crisis of constantly losing blood was lost, Chen Luo's heart was completely relaxed, and the fatigue of fighting for a long time suddenly came up. Chen Luo closed his eyes and suddenly got a baby-like sleep. In a trance, he seemed to hear a faint prompt from the system, which seemed to be related to the effect of heavenly jealousy and red face. But Chen Luo was too tired, and the sound of shallow breathing sounded instantly. Click, the door lock slowly turns. Part of Chen Luo's subconscious was stimulated, but the next moment, after feeling the familiar breath, his subconscious was quiet again. Squeak! The door slowly opened. And a figure with a double ponytail rushed in from outside the door. She turned around carefully and locked the door. Chen Luo, the careless boss, the door is not locked, what if someone sneaks in? After staring at it for a while, Hu Tao's face turned red, and the whole person carefully leaned forward and lay down beside Chen Luo. Looking at Chen Luo, who was sleeping quietly beside him, Hu Tao's face was flushed, and he said softly, "Hard work, hero. Then, good night." The strong man who had been fighting for a long time got a short rest, and the whole world was just changing. Chapter 72. In Tokai City, the darkness and monsters have temporarily receded, but on the entire planet, the disasters have never stopped. Imperial Capital. Monsters forged from white bones rushed all over the mountains towards the huge safety zone, and the sound of artillery resounded in the sky. With each bombardment, countless bones shattered. But in the darkness of the night, driven by some inexplicable force, these monsters soon came back to life and rushed towards the center of the great flame. As the heart of this ancient country, under the influence of some inexplicable force, a huge light mask covering the entire city turned the entire city into a safe zone. And among the officials in the center of the imperial capital, the fierce discussion has never stopped since the end of the world. Why do you want to order all military regions to rush to the aid of the imperial capital? What about the people in other places? A young voice asked excitedly. After a few moments, a calm male voice responded. We are the center of the great flame. According to the judgment of the system, if we are destroyed, the great Yan will declare the destruction of the country. Once we destroy the country, those nightmarish monsters will end early, and even more terrifying monsters will break the boundary early. Just like Inajima now. Judging by the satellites, all the safe zones in Inajima have been destroyed. They can only be described as a swarm of demons now. There was a moment of silence in the field, as the capital of a country, the imperial capital has entered the monster siege mode since the beginning of the apocalyptic game. Endless terrifying monsters are surging from all directions, frantically attacking everything in range. Fortunately, modern weapons can still be used, so they barely resisted the wave of monster attacks. Seeing that everyone fell silent, another majestic voice said. In the 3-hour preparation time given to us by the Doomsday Game, 3 temporary lines of defense have been built outside the imperial capital, and the first line of defense has been completely broken tonight. The troops rushing to help from all over the country have also come to the not very good news, and only 40% of them have arrived in the imperial capital at present. Although there is only one case of a super-ranked dragon like the one that appeared in Tokai City in the whole country. But on the way to help, the existence of the Lord level still caused great damage. And if it weren't for the fact that the national fortune was still there, and the existence above the Lord level was judged not to allow direct attack, the troops that could reach it might be less than 1%. The young voice that began to speak hesitated and said, 15 days away, the nightmarish level restriction will be lifted, right? At that time, what will we humans do to fight it? Hearing the words of the young voice, the silence in the field was even longer, and it was the calm male voice who spoke at the beginning who broke the silence. Modern weapons have no experience in killing monsters, and there will be no drops. However, you can rely on heavy weapons to injure monsters and then kill them yourself, although this is also very dangerous, but there is no other way. And the profession that this game gives us may be the way to break the game, and at present, the imperial capital has formed a special combat team composed of elites. Now the most senior professional in the imperial capital has reached level 9. Judging from the current offensive situation, with the support from all over the country, we can still support for 15 days. By that time, the profession may be able to grow. Man's words relieved the depression of everyone present a little. As the officials of a country, the game system gives them more information, but the more they know, the greater their despair. By the way, hasn't Donghai City been contacted yet? No, after that giant dragon appeared, it attacked the garrison of Donghai City as soon as possible. The garrison had used nuclear weapons in the end, but still could not destroy it. And the entire Donghai City at this time, under the influence of the power of the dragon, fell into a blizzard, and even the satellites could not observe the situation of the Donghai City at this time. The situation in Donghai City is not alone, except for the imperial capital, all parts of Great Yan have been attacked head-on by monsters. However, because of the existence of professionals, in addition to the lord-level monsters that are irresistible, ordinary people still have some vitality under the struggle. But in the face of the boundless monsters, there are still countless safe zones to be destroyed in the battle. On this night, the entire Great Yan and even the world were shrouded in blood. In Ajima, the capital has been destroyed by monsters, and countless terrifying monsters have ravaged unprotected humans throughout the country. It is useless for humans to weep, wail, and beg for mercy. And in the midst of this boundless despair and fear, the power of the monsters is still getting stronger. The Kimchi country, the Three Kingdoms, the Hairy Bear country, Europa, the Beautiful country, and other countries all felt the hideous malice from the other world in the first night of the apocalypse. In human cities, humans have become livestock to dodge. Terrifying monsters gallop across the land, and the pattern of the whole world is quietly changing. Even in the boundless ocean, there are huge beasts that are enough to overturn the heavens and the earth, and let out a roar that resounds throughout the world. But humanity is not powerless, with artillery roaring, machine gun fire, and gunfire filling the globe. Countless ordinary monsters have been crushed by the steel torrent of humans, and only elite and even lord-level existences can barely compete with the steel masters of humans. But the mighty torrent of steel, under the orders of the capitals of various countries, all concentrated on the capitals. Because Inajima has already done a good demonstration. When the capital was breached, those who began to fall from the top positions were simply not the existence that modern firepower could contend with. Therefore, concentrating firepower, protecting the capital under the attack of monsters, and waiting for the professionals to grow up has also become the consensus of various countries. However, there is not much time left for humanity. 15 days later, the nightmare restriction will be lifted. Countless monsters like the Wolf King will be able to attack humans at will. It's not that no one thinks about the life and death of ordinary people, but before this difficult apocalyptic game, survival has become the only thing to think about. And under the torrent of the apocalypse, there are some countries that are planning something unknown to everyone. But this is what the officials of Dian don't know about. The chaos of the world has nothing to do with Chen Luo. He fought 1,000,000 wolves alone on the night of the last day, and he was indeed tired after killing him with nightmares and even calamities. However, with the bonus of Wolf's Heart, his physique has reached dozens of points, and after letting him sleep for 2 hours, his fatigue has been relieved. The closed eyes opened quietly, and the first time he woke up, Chen Luo felt that there was something hot beside him. Hey! No, someone did it while I was asleep? Beast! You'd wait for me to wake up. Chen Luo, who had completely recovered his spirits, turned his head expectantly to look, but saw a delicate little face, breathing lightly, sticking to his side. Chen Luo's egg hurt instantly. Well, it's okay for a good brother to sleep in a bed. However, after looking at himself and sleeping with his clothes, there were some dirty clothes, as well as the dust on the walnut beside him and the blood stains on his palms. Chen Luo thought about it, and walked directly to the bathroom with the sleeping walnut. Wake up, let's go, the two brothers will take a bath together. I remember that the bathroom in this room had a bathtub. Hu Tao, the child, slept deeply, and the fright of this day made her physically and mentally exhausted, so she didn't wake up until she was carried into the bathroom. Even because he was moved, the child hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly like a sloth and slept more soundly. Chapter 73. As a separate lounge, the bathroom here looks very luxurious. Just say that the big bathtub makes Chen Luo want to quickly take off and bubble in. Turn on the faucet, but fortunately, the hot water supply here is still normal. Looking at the hot water that began to continue in the wide bath, Chen Luo casually put the walnuts aside and began to take off his clothes. When the restraints were all gone, Chen Luo felt a nice sense of relaxation. However, seeing that Hu Tao was still asleep, Chen Luo couldn't cry or laugh a little. My life-saving benefactor is a pig, isn't he awake? Chen Luo gently pushed Hu Tao, the disturbed double ponytailed girl, and said in a daze. Don't. I don't want to be buried in it. It's so boring. It's so soft. It's scary. I'm going to get sucked in. Woo. Boss, help me. Poof. Looking at Hu Tao, who was crying while talking in his dreams, Chen Luo couldn't hold back at all, and laughed directly. This silly boy, how good it is to be buried in his chest. I think when I learned the healing technique during the day, although I learned it 30 times, didn't I let every young lady come up and teach it up close? Ahem, I'm learning from the past. Shaking his head, Chen Luo pinched Hu Tao's little face with a soft gaze. Okay, next time let them come to the boss. Hu Tao, you will obediently follow me to be a mascot. Harm, blame Su Xiao, the depth of the burial is simply a homicide. If I, the life-saving benefactor, are afraid of women in the future, how can I please my wife? Looking for a rich woman with her own airport? What to do if your child is hungry? Chen Luo, who was distracted, casually helped Hu Tao take off his dirty cos suit, but he didn't notice it. It seemed that the scene in the dream was too scary, and a certain Hu Tao was about to wake up. Take off your hat, take off your shirt. The white greasy and bright red revealed made Chen Luo come back to his senses. Hey, is Hu Tao cos so restored? Belly pockets all on? 2. Cos walnut is also considered women's clothing. But my little brother, I can't see it in my clothes. I have a little chest muscles, and I'm about to catch up with me. It's just that the skin is too white, well, milky white. This is the cream saver? No, I have to pull him to exercise more in the future. It's not good for a man to be too white, at least you have to train 8-pack abs like me. Otherwise, such a slender body, just like a girl, what if you are bullied by your wife in bed in the future? At that time, I couldn't help. Without the arrogance in the battle, Chen Luo in his usual life is very casual. After all, he is a man who can cause the essence of the salted fish of the rock prince, and he is quite salted fish in nature. As for Hu Tao, who once spent several hours at the beginning of the apocalypse, constantly adding blood to himself and saving his life, Chen Luo is also grateful from the bottom of his heart. But thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's not right. Hu Tao's healing skill, used once in 30 minutes, can only recover 5 points of blood each time. This skill is not a healing technique. Forget it, I'll ask again when he wakes up. There are also many skills in the logistic space, which Chen Luo did not learn. Because of the tight time before, the Eye of the Arcane was not 100% able to learn. So basically those skills with a high possession rate were learned by Chen Luo. Chen Luo's left hand held Hu Tao's shoulder, and after sighing again about the tenderness of the little brother's skin, Chen Luo's right hand stretched out to the belly pocket rope tied to the back of Hu Tao's neck. When he grabbed the rope of the belly pocket, he briefly groped for the solution. Is the belly pocket tied like this? I have seen it for a long time. While sighing, Chen Luo found that a pair of bright eyes had opened and were looking at him blankly. Chen Luo's right hand fumbled to find the head of the rope that was tied, and looking at Hu Tao who woke up in front of him, Chen Luo smiled and said, "You lazy worm has finally woken up. Okay, take off your pants yourself. Let's take a good bath together. Hu Tao, who woke up from the dream, was a little unable to understand the situation in front of her. Dream and reality, Hu Tao is already a little indistinguishable. Didn't I seem to be suffocated by that big-breasted bad woman before? What's going on right now? How did I end up here? Is it a dream? Why didn't Chen Luo wear anything? I haven't seen that thing, have I? Why can I imagine it in my dreams? Shouldn't it be a mosaic? Countless questions flashed in Hu Tao's mind, and poor her little brain, facing the situation in front of her, was overloaded all of a sudden. The final result was that Xiao Hu Tao, who woke up, looked at Chen Luo in a daze, his mouth opened slightly, and the whole person was ababa. And Chen Luo looked at such a walnut, only when she just woke up and was still a little blind, she casually untied the belly pocket rope on the back of Hu Tao's neck. The mood is a little complicated, it's the first time in my life to untie my belly pocket, since it's my brother's, it's harmful. Hu Tao's eyes were circulating, and his brain was overloaded, abba abba. Chen Luo, who was laughing at himself, gradually became frightened in his eyes. It seems, as if, I just saw Hu Tao enter the men's bathroom. I've never asked her gender directly. However, a beautiful young lady who makes her heart flutter enters the men's bathroom, does this still need to be asked? In the comic exhibition, there will be people who will rush into the men's toilet, except for men, only women's clothing bosses. At that time, Chen Luo was bleeding and crying in his heart. Chen Luo even subconsciously avoided recalling the scene when Hu Tao rushed into the men's toilet. But the beautiful scenery in front of him made Chen Luo realize that he was wrong. The spirit of hundreds of points was already close to inhuman, and this inhuman spiritual attribute made Chen Luo clearly remember the scene in front of him. And the memories in my head also began to turn back. Yes, Hu Tao's face was very red at that time, and his expression was very anxious. He was in a hurry to urinate and rushed into the men's toilet, which must have been a women's clothing boss. Then my spirit took a beating, which is what I thought at first. But in fact, according to my brain's memory, out of the corner of my eye, after just a few seconds, I saw a shadow rushing out of the men's room and into the women's room again. But at that time, I thought that I was excited about women's clothing, and then I was mentally traumatized, and I completely ignored it. That figure is Hu Tao. Walnut, this little fool. I ran to the wrong toilet in the first place. So this is a fart little brother. Hu Tao is simply a girl with white skin as white as snow and a hidden murder weapon. Well, no matter how the thoughts flickered in Chen Luo's mind, if there were outsiders watching this scene now. Whoa! Hot water overflows between the bathtubs. A man with no clothes on, with a serious expression, held the girl's shoulder with his left hand, and carried the slippery belly pocket with his right hand. His eyes kept flickering, staring at the cute girl in front of him. How do you look at this picture? How to punish? Chapter 74. Looking at Abba Abba in front of him, the chaotic Hu Tao, Chen Luo's mind was flickering rapidly. Ah, this, so I fell in love at first sight, didn't I fall in love with the women's clothing boss? Well, what should I do in this situation? Is it for her to take a shower first and for me to go out? In my mind, I was divided into two factions for a while. The devilish Chen Luo said in Chen Luo's ear with a lewd smile on his face. Come on, it's not good, are you still a man? Anyway, it was love at first sight, and this girl took the initiative to sleep in your bed. Not now, are you worthy of your ancestral chromosomes? And the angelic Chen Luo suddenly jumped out of the void and gave the devil Chen Luo a punch. Fart. After the devil Chen Luo was knocked away, he said angrily. Don't you covet her body? Are you still me? After the angel Chen Luo glanced at the devil Chen Luo indifferently, he whispered to Chen Luo, don't forget your original intention, you have to always. Devil. Chen Luo spat out disdainfully, hypocrite. And the angel Chen Luo ignored the words of the devil Chen Luo and continued. Remember your original intention of pulling her in. SA, the belly pockets are all off, and you still don't help people to the end? Take off your pants. The devil Chen Luo beside him shook his pupils. Shouldn't the devil be me? And this angel Chen Luo, who was dressed in white light and looked very serious, continued. The girl still has to pay attention to it for the first time, and after helping her wash her white, go to bed and do what you want. As long as she doesn't resist, she acquiesces. What to do next? Think more about the learning materials you have read. But there is a gap in your physical fitness, so don't try too exciting moves in the first place. After hearing this, the devil Chen Luo instantly felt that he should be an angel, and the guy with the halo next to him was all black when he cut it. But then, feeling the indifferent eyes of the angel Chen Luo, the devil Chen Luo was stunned for a second and said with a smile. Big brother, don't you smoke Huazi? Angel Chen Luo shook his head indifferently. I don't smoke, I don't like that feeling of innocence. Chen Luo shook his head, dissipating the thoughts of heaven and man fighting in his mind. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help but stretch out his hand. The palm of his hand gently touched Hu Tao's soft little face, and Chen Luo's heart trembled. Between Chen Luo's emotional turmoil, a scarlet force that had been trying to infiltrate since the previous battle. At this moment, he quietly integrated into Chen Luo's sea of consciousness. And the thoughts in Chen Luo's mind also changed quietly. As long as you want to, no one can stop you at this time, not even more than Hu Tao, you can want more. The power is so convenient, in this apocalyptic environment, he is no longer immortal. Accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, Chen Luo's fingers felt the smoothness of the walnut skin, and there was a fire in his heart, as if it was burning violently. The excitement made Chen Luo's hand a little heavier. But the high physical fitness still made Hu Tao feel pain. Originally, Abba, Hu Tao, who was in a state of confusion, suddenly sobered up. Her bright eyes looked at Chen Luo's hot pupils, and the big hand that was touching her face. And then at her body after her belly pocket was taken away. Chen Luo looked at Hu Tao at this time. The scarlet power in the sea of consciousness began to grow, and a certain black emotion in his heart was constantly surging. Sober? If she screams, should I cover her mouth? But the imaginary exclamation did not happen, and Hu Tao opened his bright eyes, and after seeing everything in front of him, he lowered his head and fell silent. Chen Luo thought that he had received tacit approval, and his hand was no longer satisfied with caressing Hu Tao's beautiful little face, just as his hand wanted to go down. A drop of water fell on the back of Chen Luo's hand. The water droplets were as transparent as crystals, with a cold feeling, and slid down on the back of Chen Luo's hand. This coldness made Chen Luo's spirit dazed for a moment. Don't! Chen Luo suddenly stretched out his hands and picked up Hu Tao's little face. What I saw was a pair of silent tearful eyes. Anxiety spread in Chen Luo's heart, and the power of scarlet surged in Chen Luo's sea of consciousness. Why are you crying? Don't you like me? Isn't that what you want it to be now? They. Words in his mouth were so unfamiliar to the two of them for a moment. Under the influence of the scarlet power, the black in Chen Luo's heart seemed to be infinitely magnified. Because of Hu Tao's tears, part of Chen Luo's mind that barely recovered his mind seemed to be a little unrecognizable. Why do you say that? Isn't that hurting Hu Tao? Hu Tao, who was in tears, looked at the strange Chen Luo in front of her. She could no longer feel the sense of security that Chen Luo wanted to bear everything during the day. She was a little scared. I don't know, but Chen Luo, you don't have me in your eyes now. I'm afraid. The anxiety rose more and more, and the scarlet power in the sea of consciousness silently became more and more intense. I don't know when, Chen Luo's eyes were also dyed with a little scarlet, which was the same ominous color as the previous wolf pack's eyes. Afraid? Don't be afraid, I'm Chen Luo. Hu Tao, you like me, then, let me have you. Not true. Wrong. What the hell am I talking about? They barely recovered reason in the sea of consciousness is no longer able to comprehend its own state. Is this really a simple sperm on the brain? Strange, incredibly strange. Looking at Chen Luo like this, there was a very uncomfortable thing spreading in Hu Tao's heart. No, no, Chen Luo is not such a person. Hu Tao had silent tears in his eyes, and he cried and shook his head. No. I don't want it. Violent emotions continued to spread in Chen Luo's mind. The scarlet color had occupied most of the pupils. Looking at the walnuts in front of him, Chen Luo's heart began to surge. No one can refuse me. Not only you, after getting you, I will also possess Su Xiao. And the pastors. Haven't they been looking forward to it for a long time? You are all mine. The apocalyptic game is so terrifying, why should we humans resist? Wouldn't it be nice to have fun in time? In this so-called doomsday. Do whatever I want. His hand was raised high, and he was about to slap Hu Tao hard. Looking at Chen Luo, who looked fierce in front of him, Hu Tao closed his eyes in fear. Help me! Top dog! Smack! Blood splattered suddenly. A little blood splattered on Hu Tao's delicate little face. The expected pain did not appear. Hu Tao, who was extremely scared, opened his eyes carefully. The scene in front of her made her eyes widen suddenly. The slap that Chen Luo was about to hit turned into a fist and hit him hard in the face. The fist showed no mercy, and blood stained Chen Luo's face red. In his eyes at this time, golden light and ominous scarlet continued to flicker, as if he was fighting against something. The handsome face, after being stained with blood, actually has a bit of bewitching beauty at this time. Looking at the shock in Hu Tao's eyes, the golden brilliance in Chen Luo's eyes began to take over. When all the scarlet was expelled from his eyes, Chen Luo's eyes turned warm black again, and a familiar soft and uneasy guilt flashed in them. The boss is awake, I'm sorry. Walnut. Chapter 75. Hu Tao looked at Chen Luo, who punched him hard with a shocked face, but looking at Chen Luo at this time, Hu Tao, who had a keen sixth sense, could feel it. The Chen Luo he was familiar with was back. But looking at the blood dripping from Chen Luo's face, Hu Tao didn't care that his shirt was not there, so he hurriedly pounced, and the white light from his hand stretched out to Chen Luo's face. Yours got the treatment from the player Hu Tao, and your health has recovered 5 points. Looking at Hu Tao's anxious look, Chen Luo stretched out his hand and touched her head, and said softly. My exclusive nurse, your milk volume is really small. Hu Tao, who was concentrating on treatment, was anxious when he heard this, and subconsciously retorted, you have seen it all. It's not small. Chen Luo smiled and rubbed Hu Tao's little head, crying really didn't fit this girl at all. Well, that aspect is indeed not small. Okay, give me a little time and let the boss take care of the problem. After speaking, in Hu Tao's puzzled gaze, Chen Luo closed his eyes. Hu Tao didn't understand what Chen Luo meant, but looking at Chen Luo at this time, the familiar sense of security made the uneasiness and sadness in Hu Tao's heart quietly dissolve. In the sea of consciousness, the golden dragon pupils turned into a scorching sun and hung high above the sea of consciousness, but the originally golden sea of consciousness was quietly covered with a layer of scarlet at this time. The light began to converge in the sea of consciousness, and after a while, the light converged into Chen Luo's appearance. When the light was completely formed, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the scarlet below angrily. Get out of here! Bastard! The terrifying fluctuations took Chen Luo as the origin, and the entire sea of consciousness trembled wildly. The scorching sun in the sky also cast a majestic gaze on the scarlet ocean. But the scarlet on the golden sea was unmoved, and even wanted to go deeper. But after Chen Luo's consciousness was truly awake, the entire sea of consciousness seemed to come to life. A powerful repulsive force came from the entire golden ocean, and finally, under the combined force of the sky and the sea, the scarlet power began to converge towards the center. Chen Luo looked at the scarlet power that began to gather with an angry expression, and everything that had just happened kept flashing in his mind. At first, I only had some lustful hearts, but under the emotional turmoil, these forces quietly infiltrated the sea of consciousness, began to imperceptibly affect myself, and constantly amplified the emotions of the dark side of my heart. At that time, he not only wanted to occupy Hu Tao and get involved with other people, but even wanted to beat Hu Tao directly in anger after being rejected. The last punch to himself was Chen Luo's anger at his words after he sobered up. I, Chen Luo, am an astringent person. But not garbage. What kind of thing is it to beat the girl you like? And after that punch, Chen Luo, who was completely sober, also realized where the problem came from. Quietly, his spirit was affected by some kind of force. If he didn't wake up at the last moment, he abused Hu Tao like this, not only Hu Tao might die, but even he was afraid that he would become another person completely. I will no longer pursue stronger power. And I will no longer have the courage to swing a knife at the stronger. Instead, he will huddle in this safe zone, relying on his strength at this time, bullying the weak, and being an ignorant earth bully. As soon as he thought of this, anger burned in Chen Luo's heart. Damn it, what do you take human feelings for? Are there any playthings you can fiddle with? Under the rage, the sea of consciousness began to roar wildly, and the scarlet energy completely condensed into a round spherical shape. Hearing Chen Luo's words, suspended above the sphere in the sea of consciousness, a huge scarlet eye suddenly opened, and it stared at Chen Luo and said, "You are the one who is favored by this world. Hehe, isn't it good to follow your desires? Rebellion is futile, and as long as you want to, the world is nothing more than your backyard. Even when the final chapter comes, with your qualifications, you are qualified to live like that stupid white wolf and take your race as a minion. And since these weak humans have survived on you, why shouldn't they serve you?" When Chen Luo heard this, he laughed angrily. "Who are you looking down on? I have desires, but not only desires. Desire is something that I control, and I am not a slave to desire. The revival of the Wolf King is also what you bastard did, right? Are you insulting me for fighting it?" Scarlet eyes stared at Chen Luo in front of him, and after confirming that his consciousness had no more loopholes that could be invaded at this time, a sneer came from the giant eyes. "Stupid human, you don't know anything about power and despair. Wait. When you see my body, don't cry and beg." Boom! A pillar of golden light falling from the sky directly hit the scarlet eyeball that wanted to make a big noise, and before it could even finish its words, it was beaten to ashes by the power of the sea of consciousness. "Close your anus, threaten to have a fart, if you want to kill me, just come. No matter how many of you come, I'll slaughter you one by one. You have destroyed the mind clone of the Dark Demon Lord, because you have not caused substantial damage to the body, you cannot obtain the origin of the Dark Demon Lord, and you cannot obtain experience points." Chen Luo, who was suspended in the golden sea of consciousness, saw the sudden flash of the system prompt, and had a little realization in his heart. So what I really obtained when I killed monsters before was actually the so-called origin. It's no wonder that when I kill monsters from level 0 to level 10, I gain the same amount of experience. So the origin is the essential reason for the level increase? Vaguely, Chen Luo felt as if he had grasped something. In reality, Hu Tao carefully took a wet towel and helped Chen Luo wipe the blood on his face, and the wound healed after treatment. But looking at the large chunk of blood on his face, he could imagine how hard Chen Luo punched him before. Thinking of this, Hu Tao felt a little pain in his heart, and between helping Chen Luo wipe it, Hu Tao said to himself, "Actually, I like the boss very much, but the boss is too scary, it looks so strange, I'm a little scared. Moreover, my mother said that girls should cherish themselves, and they must get married before they can give themselves to the person they love. So you're going to marry the boss? Is not impossible. But Hu Tao, I'm only 18 years old. And it will take 2 years to get married, can the boss wait? For the wedding, should I wear a white wedding dress or a red wedding dress? Seems to have a baby when you get married, how can you be born? Forget it, Hu Tao likes babies, and when the time comes, he will have a few with the old man. Wiping the blood, the thoughts in her mind seemed to be completely crooked, and she held her little face, completely mired in strange delusions.